Welcome back to Bala Manhua Recaps, where we dive into epic journeys of defying fate and rewriting destiny. In a world where games and reality have merged, everyone who turns 18 can awaken as a professional, entering dungeons to hunt monsters, level up, and gain immense power. Awakening the only hidden class, the Cultivator, was a supreme honor that once shook the entire capital. However, for Su Sheng it was the start of a cruel joke. Throughout 3 years of university, while his peers leveled up at lightning speed, he remained stuck at the first layer of chi refining. Branded a loser, despite his boundless potential, little does anyone know, Su Sheng holds a world-shattering secret: the Life Simulator System. Through visions of the future granted by the system, he is horrified to witness the total extinction of humanity in just 15 years under the heels of alien races. Faced with the doomsday countdown, Su Sheng must make a choice: either surrender to destiny, or use the simulations to quietly accumulate thousands of years of cultivation and become the ultimate powerhouse hiding in the shadows. Can a so-called loser become the world's final shield? The answer lies in the incredible journey that follows. In front of Su Sheng, a glowing prompt panel from the Life Simulator System confirmed that the binding was complete. Host: Su Sheng, 21, profession: cultivator. He froze, thinking to himself, "It's been 3 years. Do you have any idea how I've lived these past 3 years? Damn, I actually thought I was a transmigrator without a cheat." That's right, this was Su Sheng, a genuine transmigrator. 3 years ago, he had unexpectedly arrived in the Xuanwan world. It was completely different from his past life. Games had merged with reality, and the world had undergone a cataclysmic change. This world was filled with ferocious beasts, rampaging demons, perilous secret realms, and challenging dungeons, alongside shimmering items, sharp equipment, and an endless array of progression levels. Starting at the age of 18, everyone has the chance to awaken a profession and become a professional, entering dungeons to slay monsters and accumulate experience. 3 years ago, he had awakened a rare hidden profession, the only cultivator in existence. This news had rocked the entire imperial capital, sending Su Sheng straight into the country's most prestigious university. However, after spending some time at the academy, he discovered a fatal flaw: he couldn't level up at all. 3 years slipped by and he was now a senior. Su Sheng watched as his peers advanced at lightning speed, climbing from bronze to silver, gold, and even higher, while he remained stuck at the first layer of chi refining. Despite this, Su Sheng never lost heart. He tempered himself through grueling daily training, eventually reaching the 6th level of body refining through sheer physical strength, granting him the power of 1,000 catties. It sounded impressive, but in actual combat he was far inferior to even a level 30 bronze professional. Su Sheng had kept the faith and waited. Now he finally possessed a true cheat. Wasting no more words, he immediately began the simulation. In his dorm, Su Sheng activated the shimmering jewel-like system, his heart surging with excitement. In the simulation, he spent his days carrying junior female students to grind monsters, showing off his prowess in power-leveling groups, successfully clearing dungeons and obtaining some white-tier equipment and generous level-up rewards. During this time, one junior student who was short on cash suggested alternative ways to compensate him. After a night of passion, he attempted to cultivate. Using a top-tier manual called the Grotto-Heaven splitting scripture, he found that his cultivation remained stagnant even after a month. Finally, Su Sheng realized the truth. Those cultivation manuals found online were all scams. Utterly disappointed, he had no choice but to pivot toward tempering his physical body. Aside from his training, Su Sheng often took freshman girls to level up. It allowed him to earn money while maintaining certain alluring intimate connections. But the good times didn't last. 6 months later, one of the freshmen broke through to the silver rank and promptly cut off contact. Su Sheng was deeply affected. He had assumed their intimacy had sparked genuine feelings, only to realize it was a pure transaction. His self-esteem was wounded, but he channeled that grief into motivation. After several months of bitter physical cultivation, he broke through to the 7th level of body refining. Although he hadn't yet graduated, his reputation as a power leveler had spread, attracting waves of admiring female juniors. Su Sheng's harvest was bountiful, amassing tens of millions in assets within just 3 years. 5 years later, the school expelled him. But with the help of his best friend Yu Yan, Su Sheng opened an equipment shop for professionals. He grew wealthy quickly, becoming a renowned merchant in the capital. However, one day, Su Sheng's parents informed him that his sister Ninan had passed away. He was thunderstruck. How could his beloved sister die so suddenly? 3 years after that, a border war erupted. His close friend Yu Yan was killed in action. Su Sheng fell into a state of extreme panic. Yu Yan was a genius, high-level professional in the capital. How could he fall so easily? A sense of impending doom surged within Su Sheng, driving him to throw himself into cultivation like a madman. It took Su Sheng a full year to break through to the 9th level of body refining. Due to a sudden market shift, the price of recovery potions skyrocketed, but his equipment business found no buyers. Su Sheng closed his shop and returned to his hometown. On a grim afternoon, he looked up from his yard and was horrified to see a colossal beast large enough to blot out the sun, hovering in the sky in the monster's eyes. There was a sense of terror that shattered all human hope. Many experts rushed up to fight it, but the battle was unimaginably brutal. Being too weak, Sushing was sent flying by the shockwaves. And then the giant beast opened its maw and swallowed the entire Great Sha Kingdom. Sushing died in battle at the age of 36. System prompt: first time free, claim your simulation reward. You may choose one of the following: Spirit Root Ownership, Talent, or Body Refining Level 9 Cultivation. Sushing was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Had the simulation ended just like that, the screen flashed, "Please select your simulation reward." He thought it over carefully. The world would be destroyed in 15 years, but since he had this cheat, he could surely find a way out by continuing to simulate. Thus, Sushing made a firm decision. "I choose Spirit Root Ownership." A soft light enveloped his face, and Sushing felt a mysterious power flowing through him. "So this is what it feels like to have a Spirit Root? I didn't expect the difference from an ordinary person to bring such a boon." The simulator seemed to be powered by white tier equipment. If that was the case, these items would be useful from now on. System prompt: white equipment found, sharp dagger. Absorption successful, gained 5 energy points. White equipment found, little princess's gloves. Absorption successful, gained 8 energy points. Just then the dorm door was pushed open and Fatty Yuyan burst in excitedly, shouting, "Old Sue, there are 6 freshman girls waiting for you outside. One of them has a killer figure. You're really lucky with the ladies, kid." Sushing replied, "Got it. They're looking for a dungeon carry. I'll be back late. Save some food for me." As soon as he stepped out, a beautiful girl greeted him. "Hello, senior," she said. Sushing nodded in acknowledgement and announced, "Everyone knows the rules, right? 2,000 Great Sha coins per person for the next dungeon, and all dropped equipment and items belong to me." A freshman named Wang Qingshan stood at a distance, watching him talk to 2 other juniors, her face flushing with hesitation. 2,000 coins? What should I do?" Inside the Sheely Slope dungeon, a hideous monster lunged fiercely. Sushing threw a punch, knocking the bulky creature down before sending it flying with a final blow. The accompanying juniors cheered and screamed, their faces full of admiration. "Senior, you're amazing." After the experience was distributed, they happily paid up. "Here's my share, thanks, senior." At that moment, Qingshan approached, her voice sweet and melodious. Senior, I'm a bit short on cash right now. Can I pay in another way?" He gave a cold smirk. "Sure, follow me to the back room." In that room, Sushing sat in a chair, tapping a small whip lightly in his hand. Qingshan trembled, unable to suppress a strange sensation. He pointed to the chalkboard and said, "Junior, I'm not talking about you. Repeat after me. Prosperity, democracy, civility." Qingshan awkwardly repeated, "Prosperity, democracy, civility." Sushing shouted slogans about equality and freedom. For these girls who were about to fall into the abyss, our goal is to bring spiritual redemption and advocate for liberty and equality. We absolutely cannot walk the path of crime, do you understand? Over the next week, Sushing took on orders like a madman, slaughtering his way through the Sheely Slope dungeon, his powerful fists striking directly into the monsters' bellies. The girls fawned over him. "Thank you, senior, you're truly powerful." He replied, "Thanks for the support. Book me again next time." Back home, looking at the piles of cash on the table, Sushing was secretly delighted. 20,000 Great Sha coins, he had finally saved enough. The system prompted, "Consume 200 energy points, 1,082 points remaining. Simulation attempts remain unlimited. Drawing a white talent costs 100 energy, while a green talent costs 1,000. A system asked, "Would you like to draw?" After consuming an additional 100 energy, 982 remained. The random talent draw began. The results showed, "Congratulations on obtaining the white talent, Business Elite. With this talent, your business acumen far exceeds the average person, making it easier for you to profit from trades than ordinary merchants." Sushing pondered and evaluated. While Business Elite couldn't directly increase his combat power, it provided an opportunity to accumulate massive wealth during simulations, a significant advantage. The system screen displayed more information. During his progression, Sushing instructed freshmen in the dorms about equipment and skills. Leveraging his keen business sense, he orchestrated a series of investments to maximize profits. He pitched to the crowd, "This manual is buy one get one free, equipment is only 988, guaranteed not to be a fake." The girls in the dorm responded enthusiastically. "Senior, I want one." "Senior, me too," although he was close to graduation. As a body refining level 6 student, Sushing earned 30 million in a single year through his low buy, high sell strategy. He quickly monopolized the campus secondhand market. In just 2 years, Sushing became an entrepreneur worth over 100 million. At the Tarot Club, he founded a trade organization called the Tarot Society and opened shopfronts in the capital. However, 2 years later, Sushing was expelled from school. Even so, his business continued to thrive, making him a target for enemies. When facing Qingshan one day, he didn't panic at all. "Junior, why is it you?" Qingshan coldly pressed a dagger against his throat, threatening, "Senior, you must join that mysterious organization with me or I'll have to kill you." Sushing replied calmly, "What organization, but Junior? You still underestimate me." He snapped his fingers and his hidden bodyguards immediately appeared. Qingshan was fearless, charging into the fray and swiftly taking down every guard. Her expression was now grim, devoid of her former frailty and charm. Sushing was shocked to discover that his junior had actually awakened and reached the Grandmaster rank. Outside, dorm rents were skyrocketing. Sushing fell into deep thought. Even a genius like Yu Yan was only at the Master rank. How could Wang Qingshan skyrocket from Bronze to Grandmaster in just 5 years? The mysterious organization behind her must harbor terrifying secrets. Qingxin said solemnly. Senior, you helped me once, I don't want to kill you. She closed her eyes, made a silent decision and dropped the dagger. Suddenly she pulled Suxing close and pressed a kiss onto his lips. The two became entangled and spent the night at a hotel. Looking at the red stains on the bed, Suxing said in surprise, Junior, I'm sorry I misunderstood you. Later, he tried to investigate news of Qingxin, only to find she had died. How could someone as strong as a grandmaster fall so easily? Suxing suspected the mysterious organization was pulling the strings behind the scenes, but his investigation yielded nothing. Meanwhile, he spent all his time searching for cultivation manuals. 2 years passed. Although he found no manuals, his body refining reached great perfection. In his private residence, he urged his sister Ninan, promise me don't enter any dungeons this year. She asked confusedly, but why? Just, all right? Suxing only sighed, his face full of helplessness, but the system prompted. The following year, Ninan still participated in a dungeon mission and tragically died. Suxing was stunned. How did this happen? He investigated his sister's death but found nothing. Eventually, a piece of intelligence revealed that Ninan had died in the demon-suppressing past dungeon. Suxing immediately searched for information on it, but all clues went cold. Suddenly, he remembered that his best friend Yu Yan had also died that year. He muttered in shock, Fatty died too. He read on intently. Suspecting foul play, Suxing looked into Yu Yan's death and found he had also fallen at the demon-suppressing pass. Furthermore, most of his former classmates had perished in that same dungeon. The demon-suppressing pass was like a meat grinder, constantly consuming the lives of those around him. Suxing asked himself what kind of place is the demon-suppressing pass to claim so many professionals, and it seemed they were forced to go, having no other choice. He decided to continue the simulation to prepare. That year, relying on his sharp instincts, Suxing sold off massive amounts of low-level equipment and stockpiled recovery potions, becoming a titan in the capital's low-level professional market. But he didn't relax, knowing that in 4 years, a catastrophe would sweep the continent. Suxing formulated a plan, hoping to use his wealth and power to warn key figures. But he failed. No one believed him. In desperation, Suxing chose self-preservation, selling his domestic real estate to purchase overseas assets. 3 years later, he immigrated to the United States with his parents, carrying tens of billions of dollars in assets. America was a land of the strong, home to countless high-level professionals separated by vast distances. Here, professions like vampires, werewolves, and cowboys formed a unique landscape. Another year passed, and the time for the giant beast's arrival had come. Suxing held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing to survive the attack in America. But on that day, a demon that blotted out the sun appeared. Countless professionals took to the sky to defeat it, only to meet their doom. Doubt filled Suxing's heart. Was there more than one monster attacking this world? System prompt. The demon cast an infinite curse, resulting in the death of all humans in the United States. Suxing died at age 36. Simulation ended. System rewards business elite talent. 1,000 energy points or body refining great perfection. 500 energy points. Suxing chose to extract the body refining great perfection, consuming 500 points and leaving 482 energy remaining. He snorted and muttered to himself. With his current strength, he was only equivalent to a newly promoted silver professional. While business elite could bring wealth in a simulation, it was useless in reality. Body refining great perfection was true power, allowing him to acquire more equipment to convert into energy for better simulations. The status panel showed skills, none, equipment, blood jade longsword, green equipment, thorn armor, green equipment, Qingyun boots. Suxing fell into deep thought. Was there really no way to avoid the catastrophe 15 years from now, unless the high-ranking officials already knew and were simply withholding information to prevent panic? Due to his unique class characteristics, his attribute panel was different from everyone else's. He used cultivation progress instead of levels and could only learn immortal cultivation skills. Although his current strength surpassed that of an ordinary silver-ranked professional, there was still a massive gap between him and the world's top experts. He warned himself that he had to keep increasing his power. A week later, Suxing calculated his current funds. 400,000 Great Sha coins. This should be enough for another simulation. The system prompt updated. Current energy points 2,082. After consuming 300 points, 1,782 remained. Simulation attempts remained unlimited. The simulation began. Drawing a white talent cost 100 energy, while a green talent cost 1,000. The system asked, would you like to draw? Suxing nodded in agreement and chose to draw a white talent. A line of text lit up on the screen. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent. Death's Insight. He rejoiced inwardly. This was excellent. Suxing immediately began analyzing the talent's description. Death's Insight allowed him to continue deducing information for 1 full day after his death. At first glance, this skill seemed mediocre, but if used correctly, it could help him extract critical information from his enemies. He thought to himself, damn it, I want to see exactly who ends up killing me. With a hint of excitement, he started the simulation. Relying on his improved strength, Suxing earned 20 million Great Sha coins in the first year of the simulation while helping his sister level up. He still remembered his old classmate Wang Qingxin. Besides taking on missions, he frequently took her to level up and shared valuable combat experience with her. One day, Wang Qingxin came to him, her voice filled with anxiety. She had received an invitation from a mysterious organization. Her pitiful expression made Su Xing's heart soften. He held her tightly and urged, "Qingshan, don't go." When he was left alone in the quiet room, he asked himself in confusion, how did it come to this? Is it certain that if she doesn't join that organization, she'll be forcibly taken away? Damn it, as time passed, Su Xing unexpectedly reunited with the long-missing Wang Qingshan, which shocked him greatly. He stepped forward and asked softly, "Where have you been all these years? Have you been well?" Qingshan turned her face away shyly, not daring to look him in the eye. Su Xing closed his eyes and sighed lightly. "It's okay, if you don't want to talk about it, we won't." Suddenly, he noticed a book tucked under the pillow. The 3 large characters on the cover, evergreen art, made his eyes light up instantly. Su Xing felt as if he had found a priceless treasure. This was indeed an immortal cultivation manual. Great, there's hope for my path of cultivation. Too bad it's only half a volume. He began to practice bitterly day and night, but a month later his cultivation remained stuck at the first layer of qi refining. No, I have to find a way to break through. He spoke to himself, filled with doubt but never giving up. Aside from maintaining his business, he poured all his energy into studying the evergreen art. It wasn't until he was exhausted that it dawned on him. Is it because of spiritual qi? That's it, I have a spirit root and a manual, but I lack spiritual qi. That's why I can't progress. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time left in this life. He decided to first try and persuade his sister and the fatty, Yu Yan. Su Xing returned to his rural hometown, hoping to save his sister, Su Ninan, who had just graduated from university. The siblings spent a peaceful time together until a group of people arrived at their door. "We are from the government. We'd like to invite Su Ninan to participate in the demon-suppressing pass dungeon." Su Xing refused flatly. "No, I don't agree." Ninan whispered. "Brother," Su Xing barked at her. "Ninan, I'm your brother. You have to listen to me." But immediately after, the energy fluctuations emanating from her left him stunned. Grandmaster rank? When did this girl reach that? Before leaving, Ninan comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, brother. I'm already at the Grandmaster rank. The demon-suppressing pass is a dungeon every Grandmaster must visit. I'll be back in a month at most. Remember to save some potatoes for me." A month later, news arrived that Ninan had died in battle. Su Xing also tried to persuade Fatty Yu, but he failed. The recovery potion market remained booming and he continued to make a fortune. Knowing he only had 4 years left, Su Xing sold all his assets and went all out to find spiritual qi. A year passed, but he found nothing. One day, a mysterious person appeared. Su Xing asked warily, "Who are you?" The other party replied coldly, "Do you think an ant about to be stepped on has the right to speak?" Su Xing's gaze grew sharp as he keenly sensed the other's murderous intent. Facing the sudden attack, he felt the enemy's terrifying speed. Silver rank? No, at least gold rank. The opponent swung a horizontal kick, but Su Xing caught the ankle in a death grip. "So what if you're gold rank? My body refining great perfection has never lost." He used all his strength to fling the enemy away, sending dust flying. Was it over? Su Xing remained alert, but the man had somehow circled behind him. The opponent restrained him and mocked, "Power that transcends a grandmaster." A bloody scene followed as he snapped Su Xing's neck. Su Xing was killed in action. However, the Death's Insight talent was activated. System prompt: "You have triggered the talent Death's Insight." Before his consciousness faded, Su Xing roared, "I'm going to see exactly how you managed to kill me." He personally witnessed the mysterious man snatch away the evergreen art that Qingshan had given him, followed by a sword strike that finished him off completely. That man was indeed a member of the mysterious organization. Su Xing's heart was filled with bitterness. In the end, he had lost the evergreen art. As the effect of Death's Insight ended, the simulation officially concluded. Su Xing was livid. "Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll crush your head." System prompt: "Extracting the talent Death's Insight requires 1,000 energy points." Su Xing felt a chill. He hadn't even made it to the end of the world, having died at the hands of the mysterious man instead. The system displayed, "Extracting the half-volume of evergreen art requires 3,000 energy points." This was a wood attribute manual that could extend life and accelerate the absorption of spiritual qi. Su Xing calculated that 3,000 energy points could be obtained by spending a few 100,000 to buy and convert white-tier equipment. However, if he kept Death's Insight, he could learn what happened after the apocalypse and identify the culprit behind the disaster. He would have another chance for the evergreen art, but if he missed Death's Insight, there was no telling when he'd draw it again. Thus, he chose to extract Death's Insight. Consuming 1,000 points, 782 energy points remained. Su Xing resolved to earn more money to prepare for the next simulation. He absolutely had to bring back the evergreen art. As it happened, many female juniors wanted to enter dungeons. He asked, "You all know the rules, right?" One girl replied, "We're all set." Another exclaimed, Senior, you're really so handsome." Su Xing did the math. One piece of white equipment averaged 5 energy points and cost at least 1 or 2,000 great Sha coins. He knocked down a fierce beast with one punch, drawing gasps of admiration from the juniors. "Senior is so strong." One again, they crowded around him, acting coquettishly. "Senior, I want one too." Su Xing squeezed out an awkward smile, though his heart was trembling. In 1 week he earned 700,000 great Sha coins and 6 pieces of white equipment. "As expected of me," he shouted internally. "Come on, for great Sha, for my family and friends, I must embark on the path of immortality." A determined flame burned in his eyes. System prompt: "Congratulations, you have drawn the white talent." unshakable calm. No matter how turbulent your inner thoughts, your exterior remains composed. Su Xing couldn't help but curse. Are you trying to give me a permanent poker face, you old scoundrel? He roared like a cold-faced emperor. Refund, system. Give me a refund immediately. But the system did not respond over the following year. Su Xing continued taking juniors into dungeons to level up and kill monsters. Looking at their graceful figures, he felt some inner agitation, but his surface remained that of a dignified gentleman. During a dungeon run, Qingshan called out, "Senior." Su Xing secretly reminded himself not to interfere with the simulation's progress and deliberately kept his distance. Just like the previous times, Qingshan accepted the invitation from the mysterious organization, and he still couldn't persuade her to give it up. That night, Su Xing and Qingshan discussed knowledge regarding certain new positions. Recalling the scenes from the simulation, his face turned bright red. The simulation information continued to scroll. The next morning, Qingshan suddenly withdrew from school. A year later, Su Xing was unable to graduate due to insufficient strength. He left campus and founded the Tarot Society, continuing his second-hand equipment business while quietly waiting for Qingshan's return. Sure enough, she appeared at his door one day. After a night of intimacy, she left him the evergreen art. The two were immersed in the sorrow of parting. Although the evergreen art could absorb spiritual qi, Su Xing discovered to his frustration that just like last time, he couldn't cultivate without it. He had to find traces of spiritual qi. He sighed and decided to continue. That year, he still couldn't stop Ninan from entering the demon-suppressing pass. A month later, the bad news arrived. His sister had sacrificed her life. Another year passed and Fatty Yu was gone too. Su Xing poured all his capital into the pharmaceutical industry, planning to save enough money to immigrate to the United States and avoid that unreasonable mysterious killer. Just then, a phone call came in. What? Hearing news about spiritual qi, he was ecstatic. His subordinate reported, "Yes, boss. In Jinling City, Jiangnan Province, there is a Grand Master who holds a precious item called a Spirit Stone." Su Xing cheered. "Excellent, prepare a generous gift immediately. I'm going there personally." Su Xing drove through the night, his eyes shining with joy. He remarked, "Wonderful, that Grand Master agreed to meet. As long as I can get the Spirit Stone, what do these treasures matter?" However, on the eve of the trade, the mysterious man appeared once again. Su Xing didn't expect to run into him at such a critical moment. He was killed again at the age of 33. His eyes were crushed and the Death's insight talent failed. After reading the information, Su Xing was so angry he held up his middle finger. The system prompted that the simulation had ended. Reward options: the talent Unshakable Calm or the half volume of Evergreen Art. Su Xing chose without hesitation. "I choose the Evergreen Art." System confirmation: extracted half volume of Evergreen Art. Consumed 3,000 energy points, 182 remaining. This was the core manual of the Evergreen Sect from the Azure Cloud Realm. It had 6 layers in total, reaching as high as the Void Return stage, but since it was only a half volume, it could currently only be practiced up to the Golden Core stage. The Evergreen Art could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to nourish the body, offering the effects of longevity and youth preservation. Su Xing murmured as he held the manual. First layer, growth of all things, sleep late, rise early, feel refreshed. Second layer, communion with heaven and earth. This is much more reliable than that book from 3 years ago. This was worth it. He entered a meditative state, closing his eyes to feel the energy flowing through his body as a faint aura surrounded him. Su Xing smiled at the energy fluctuations in his palm. The manual was good, but unfortunately the world would end in 15 years. No matter how long his lifespan was, it wouldn't matter. He sighed. Now that he had the manual and a lead on spirit stones, he just needed one more simulation to obtain the stones and officially start his journey as a cultivator. But he worried about how much energy a spirit stone would be worth. His 800,000 in savings could only be converted into 4,000 energy points. Would that be enough? Just then, Fatty Yu rushed in shouting, "Su Xing, old Lu is looking for you." Su Xing frowned. "Fatty, can you be a bit quieter? You're going to kick this door down sooner or later." Fatty Yu scratched his head awkwardly. "I'll be careful next time." Su Xing looked at him as if he were looking at a god of wealth. "Fatty, lend me some money." Fatty Yu looked miserable. "Money's tight lately. I don't have much left." Su Xing pressed him. "Stop the nonsense, give me a number." Fatty Yu handed over a bank card. "There's 5 million in there. The pin is my birthday, use it sparingly." Su Xing was moved, but then he suddenly asked, "When is your birthday again?" Fatty Yu screamed in regret, trying to grab the card back. Su Xing dodged with a laugh and went to find Lu Xiaodong. In the office, Su Xing got straight to the point. "Mr. Lu, you wanted to see me?" Lu Xiaodong sized him up. "How has your training been lately?" "Have you leveled up?" he replied helplessly. "Same as before, but I'll break through to silver rank soon." Lu Xiaodong mentioned the academy's graduation rates and employment issues before cutting to the chase. "I hope you'll take the initiative to withdraw. It would be better for both your reputation and the school's." Su Xing thought, "You're just doing this for your own performance metrics." He replied with a smile, "Mr. Lu, I don't plan on withdrawing. The school environment is perfect for my cultivation." Lu Xiaodong threw out an incentive. "Su Xing, I know things are hard for you. If you withdraw, the academy will compensate you with 500,000 Great Sha coins. What do you think?" Su Xing feigned surprise. "Well," Lu Xiaodong quickly sweetened the deal, "I can even help you find a job. The security team in the neighborhood where I live is looking for people." Xing remembered how when he first enrolled, Lu Xiaodong had practically begged him to be his student, promising a 300,000 coin bonus that he still hadn't paid. Now he was actually insulting him with a security job. He politely declined. Mr. Lu, thank you for your concern, but I don't want to withdraw for now. This place is very suitable for cultivation. Lu Xiaodong's tone turned harsh. You're no longer the genius you were 3 years ago. Staying here will only hold the school back. Is Kyoto Professional University supposed to be shamed because of a black sheep like you? Does your conscience not bother you? Xing replied expressionlessly. I understand, teacher. I will work harder to live up to the school's nurturing. He sneered inwardly. You think 500,000 can get rid of me? My best friend just lent me 5 million without a second thought. Lu Xiaodong was left speechless. Just then a phone notification arrived stating that 4,000 pieces of white equipment were about to be delivered. Xing was overjoyed. Once the equipment was in hand, he could start the next simulation. A week later, he pressed the start button, determined to bring back a spirit stone. System prompt: congratulations, you have obtained the white talent, monastic baldness. Your hair falls out more easily than your peers, but your bald look makes you resemble a high-ranking monk, making it easier to gain the trust and goodwill of others. Xing instinctively touched his head. His hair was still there, but as he ran his hand through it, a large clump fell out. His heart sank halfway. Clutching his patchy head, he wailed, my hair, what kind of ghost talent is this? Immediately following this, advertisements for hair growth serums, anti-hair loss sprays, minoxidil and black sesame paste flooded his vision. His thinning hair dealt a severe blow to Xing's charm. This drastically reduced his opportunities to interact with the fresh-faced junior girls who had just enrolled. Looking at his bald head in the mirror, Xing wanted to cry, but he eventually decided to just shave it all off. Strangely enough, ever since he went bald, he found himself preferring to solve battles in dungeons with his bare fists. Thanks to this change, his physical condition improved by leaps and bounds, and he could often one-shot monsters with a single punch. Unexpectedly, this bald look made him even more attractive than before. Over the course of the year, he earned 30 million through power leveling and even earned the nickname One Punch Man on campus. Fortunately, Wang Qingxian didn't mind his appearance, and on an unexpected day, she once again brought him the half-volume of the evergreen art. Xing returned the manual to her, saying firmly, I don't need this half-volume. I hope you can help me find the subsequent parts of it. Just like in previous instances, Qingxian chose to drop out of school to search for the rest of the evergreen art without distractions. Xing subconsciously accepted the original path, but he began to suspect that the simulator could read his thoughts. He theorized whether his thoughts in reality influenced the simulation process, as the fates of Qingxian, Ninan, and Fatty Yu, as well as his own expulsion, turned out exactly as they had in his previous life. He decided to keep watching. After the successive deaths of Ninan and Fatty, Xing, relying on his honest and simple appearance, became highly successful in the business world. He used the Tarot Society to frantically search for the whereabouts of spirit stones and issued a standing order to his subordinates. Any news regarding spirit stones must be reported immediately. One day an employee rushed in to report, Boss, we've learned that a Grand Master in Jinling City possesses a treasure called a spirit stone. Xing cheered. Excellent, I've finally waited for this day. In reality, he also became impatient. Since he hadn't accepted Qingxian's evergreen art this time, that mysterious killer shouldn't come looking for trouble. Spirit stones were the key to embarking on the path of immortal cultivation. He had to meet that Grand Master this time. A female employee served tea, saying, Sir, please have some tea. The master will be out shortly. Just then, a figure emerged and introduced herself. I am Jin Kongshui. She looked at Xing's shiny bald head and smiled slightly. It seems Mr. Su has quite the profound study of Buddhism. Xing awkwardly rubbed his head and played along. I know a thing or two. 7 days later, the simulation screen shifted, triggering the monastic baldness talent. Kongshui, who was a Buddhist believer, felt a natural affinity toward him, and the two became close friends who shared everything. Xing was ecstatic. So this was how the talent was supposed to be used? Kongshui took out a box and said, I have 3 spirit stones. The market price is 300 million, but you name a price. I'll take them all. She smiled. Since we're friends, I'll give you a friendship price, 30 million. Xing was moved to tears. Then thank you so much. Xing immediately began secluded cultivation. When he finished, he opened his eyes with a solemn expression. Half a spirit stone had allowed him to break through to the second layer of qi refining. These were truly treasures. He would save the remaining 2.5 stones for later. In reality, he was overjoyed. He now had the spirit roots, the spirit stones, and the cultivation manual. Once this simulation ended, he would officially begin his journey as a cultivator. Kongshui carefully brought a tray. You've been in seclusion for 3 days, have something to eat. Xing replied. All right, I actually have something I'd like to ask you. From Kongshui, he learned that these spirit stones were obtained from a dungeon called the Qingyun Spirit Field. In addition to these, I also obtained spirit rice, which is what you're eating now. Xing was shocked. This is spirit rice? In reality, he realized that cultivation-type dungeons actually existed. With this dungeon, he could farm a continuous supply of spirit stones in the future. In the simulation, Xing hurriedly asked, Where is that dungeon? Kongshui revealed, It's on the west side of Jinling City. It opens in November 2023 and only exists for 7 days. In reality, he stroked his chin. 2023 is this year. Today is October 7th, so the Qingyun spirit field hasn't opened yet. I still have a chance, Kang Shui sighed. The NPC in the dungeon said I didn't have talent for cultivation. Otherwise, I could have obtained even more opportunities. Su Xing's heart skipped a beat. Cultivation, talent. After watching the simulation, he realized that spirit stones were secondary. The true key was that specific opportunity. He pressed the button to start a new simulation. In the simulation, with the help of the spirit stones, Su Xing's cultivation improved daily. Just as he was feeling proud, Kang Shui came to bid him farewell. He asked, "Are you going to the demon-suppressing pass?" She replied. "The pressure on the front lines is increasing. As a Grand Master, I must go." Su Xing didn't understand why his friends and family were also determined to go to the demon-suppressing pass. He stopped her. "No, today you must explain exactly what the demon-suppressing pass is." Kang Shui hesitated slightly. "It's okay to tell you." Due to the monastic baldness talent, Su Xing's current anxious look made her feel even more fond of him. Kang Shui explained that the demon-suppressing pass was the lifeline of the human race, facing extremely powerful enemies, and the current situation was not optimistic. Su Xing asked urgently, "Who is the enemy?" She shook her head. "I can't say any more. I'll entrust someone else to look after the Tarot Society. Stay here until we meet again." The simulation screen skipped to over a month later. Su Xing attended Kang Shui's funeral feeling no sorrow or joy in his heart, only doubling his efforts to increase his strength. He called Secretary Lu. "Tell me, how many assets do I have left?" "About 50 billion. He decisively decided to liquidate everything and exchange it for items to temper his physical body. Leaving the house Kang Shui had built, he returned to his old home, intending to use the items to break through to the second layer of the bone-forging realm. Doubt arose in his heart. "It's been 3 years. My cultivation has increased, but why does it always feel like something is missing?" Suddenly, a demonic beast appeared behind him. He remained calm. This day had finally come. The beast opened its bloody maw, but Su Xing used just one finger to hold back its teeth. "Sooner or later I will kill you." Facing the beast, his figure looked tiny. The simulation prompt indicated that in reality, the Death's Insight talent was activated. In the simulation, Su Xing was horrified to find himself swallowed into the giant beast's stomach, seeing people struggling in despair within the digestive fluids. "The stomach acid is corrosive. Run." Anyone who touched the fluid was melted. The Su Xing in the simulation was no exception. His eyes were dissolved by the beast and the Death's Insight effect vanished. In reality, he broke out in a cold sweat. To think he could still be alive inside the beast's stomach, watching himself being corroded. It was too terrifying. System prompt. You may choose a reward. Talent. Monastic baldness 1000 energy, bone forging realm cultivation 500 energy, chi refining layer 2 cultivation 100 energy, or 2.5 spirit stones 2500 energy. Su Xing calmed down and cheered. "Success, I brought the spirit stones out and the price is surprisingly cheap." He did the math. One spirit stone was roughly equivalent to 1000 energy points. The system asked, "One low-grade spirit stone can be recycled for 100 points. Would you like to recycle?" Su Xing was furious. "Isn't this a scam? You sell it to me for 1000 and recycle it for 100? He painfully pressed confirm, cursing in his heart. May the world be free of second-hand dealers who profit from the price difference. Su Xing began to cultivate, watching as the remaining spirit stone shrunk by a 20th. One spirit stone was enough to cultivate for half a month. He thought to himself to save the remaining 2 to verify his theories. He resolved to earn money by grinding dungeons to buy more equipment, so he could accumulate more spirit stones before the Qingyun spirit field opened. A week later, Su Xing sighed exhaustedly. "I'm almost drained dry, but the 500,000 I earned is enough for one simulation." He pressed the button, and the simulation began. Worried about whether his judgment of the spirit stones was accurate, Su Xing comforted himself. "Forget it, let's just continue the simulation." The screen displayed, "Congratulations, you have drawn the white talent, fitness fanatic. You far exceed ordinary people in terms of physical training." Su Xing was surprised. This was a god-tier skill for body refining. Holding half a spirit stone in his hand, he wondered, why is there only half? But he didn't overthink it and began his cultivation. The simulation screen transitioned. Within a month, Su Xing spent his days taking juniors to earn money and his nights absorbing the spiritual qi from the spirit stones. His cultivation skyrocketed, reaching the 4th layer of qi refining. A phone call came. "Quick, book a ticket to Jinling." The Qingyun spirit field was about to open, so he grabbed his suitcase and rushed to the station. Su Xing remembered Kang Shui's words. The dungeon was in Jinling City West Park. "It's right around here, but where is it?" he muttered to himself, wondering if he had to follow Kang Shui to find it. Just then a voice rang out. "Can you stop following me?" He turned to see a 30-year-old Kang Shui looking cold and proud. Su Xing thought that only Kang Shui could probably find this dungeon, so he had to follow her. But in the blink of an eye she disappeared. Where did she go? She was clearly walking this way. As he was looking around, Kang Shui suddenly appeared behind him, pressing a sword against his neck. "Why are you following me?" Su Xing trembled. "Excuse me, are you Senior Jin Kang Shui? I've seen you on the school's wall of honor." Kang Shui looked suspicious. "You're a student at Kyoto Professional University?" He quickly tried to build rapport. "Yes, Senior, I'm Su Xing. I've had some confusion regarding Buddhism lately. I didn't expect to run into you here. This must be what Buddhists call destiny across 3 lifetimes, right?" Kang Shui retracted her sword, her face blushing slightly. It turned out he just wanted to ask a question. Ask away. Su Xing threw out that age-old conundrum. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Kang Shui was stunned, secretly delighted. This junior understands Zen. He started right off with one of the 10 great riddles. She walked ahead and said, let's chat while we walk. You're here for Jinling too, right? Su Xing caught up. Senior, does that mean I can follow you? She said bluntly. Exactly. The two then entered the Qingyun spirit field. Su Xing was awestruck by the sight. The spiritual qi here was incredibly dense. Those living here must surely be cultivators. While exploring the dungeon, he discovered a thatched hut. Kang Shui stepped forward. Your cultivation is low, let me knock. She knocked gently. Is anyone home? A dense wave of spiritual qi emanated as an old man appeared. This was an immortal's secret realm, accessible only to those with deep karmic luck. The old man asked, Are you two the destined ones? Su Xing whispered. Senior, he said, we're the destined ones. This is great, the old man continued. I have 2 mu of spirit fields that need you two to cultivate them on my behalf. If the spirit grain grows well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Kang Shui cawed the items the old man tossed to them. Those were tools for tending to the spirit field. Su Xing was curious. Does this hoe have any special abilities? The old man urged. I wish you both success. I will come to check in 7 days. Then the door was slammed shut. Kang Shui looked worried. I've never seen this kind of grain. How are we supposed to look after these spirit crops? Su Xing rolled up his pant legs and said, Senior, you have to roll up your pants when working in the field or they'll get dirty. She asked in surprise. You know how to farm? He replied. My parents are farmers. I've done farm work since I was a kid. Kang Shui looked at him with full trust. Help me finish this and there will be a great reward. Su Xing smiled. It's a small matter, Senior. Don't mention it. Subsequently, the simulation screen shifted. Under Su Xing's meticulous care, the spirit grain grew rapidly. Kang Shui's attitude toward him also improved significantly. He discovered that he could infuse spiritual qi into the field, and his wood attribute evergreen art worked exceptionally well. While meditating, Su Xing felt the abundant spiritual qi and worked even harder to guide it toward the spirit grain. The field gradually became lush and green. He was full of joy, feeling that his bitter cultivation hadn't been in vain. As he finally broke through to the 5th layer of qi refining, the old man arrived as promised. Let me see the results, he marveled. Not bad, you've grown them excellently. The old man handed Kang Shui a cloth bag. Your field grew well too. This is your reward. She thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Senior. In reality, Su Xing calculated. A bag of spirit rice plus spirit stones. With my help, her reward has been upgraded too, so I can bring out even more spirit stones. Kang Shui vanished before his eyes. Su Xing felt uneasy, but the old man comforted him. I have simply sent her out of the dungeon, surrounded by spiritual qi. The old man told him to place his hand on a surface. The two held up a 5-element spirit root testing orb. After checking, the old man said, a 5-element mixed spirit root. Though you have the talent for cultivation, there is no hope for longevity. Su Xing knelt to become a disciple. I beg Senior to take me as a student. The old man replied, with your aptitude, even if I took you in, it would be difficult to achieve greatness. He pressed further. Then what kind of aptitude is required to be your disciple? The old man revealed. Well, at the very least, one must have double spirit roots. Su Xing realized that for his white-tier spirit root talent, the requirements were indeed harsh, and being mediocre was only natural. To seize this opportunity, he had to draw a green-quality spirit root talent. The old man gave him a cloth bag. There are 30 spirit stones and 30 caddies of spirit rice here. Cultivate diligently and do not slack off just because your aptitude is poor. Su Xing bowed. Thank you, Senior. The old man waved his hand and left freely. The system indicated the simulation continued. 2 years later, Ninan enlisted and died in battle. 3 years later, Fatty Yu followed in her footsteps. Although Su Xing tried his best to save them, he was powerless. During the market fluctuations the following year, he made a fortune, with his net worth exceeding 10 billion. Finally, he found Jin Kang Shui and requested, I want to buy the spirit stones in your hands. Name your price. She flatly refused. I don't want money, but I have one condition. When Su Xing was pressed down by her, his mouth hung open in surprise. The simulation presented a sensual scene. A month later, Su Xing had become skin and bones. Kang Shui spoke, thus I have no more regrets. She was then reassigned, and a month later, news of her death in battle arrived. Another 4 years passed and the sun-blotting giant beast appeared once again. Su Xing died at age 36. Simulation ended. Please select a reward. Su Xing wasn't surprised. This time there was no practical spirit rice reward, so he predictably failed to break through to the bone forging realm. He'd have to stockpile spirit rice in the future. He first chose the spirit stones, priced at 4,000 energy points. All the money he had on him combined was only enough for 2,000 energy points. He was still far off. He decided to borrow money from his brother, running to their old spot and shouting, Fatty, can you hear me? Fatty Yu replied, I hear you. I'm just about to enter a dungeon. You gave me a fright. What do you need? Su Xing said hesitantly. Buddy's been a bit short on cash lately. Let me borrow some. Fatty Yu laughed heartily. How much? He said a number, 100 million. Hearing this, Fatty Yu wanted to curse him out, saying crossly, you think I'm an ATM? 100 million? You're dreaming. I can lend you 50 million at most, not a penny more. Shortly after, a notification sounded. 50 million arrived in Su Xing's account. He replied with a smile. Thanks, brother. He calculated that including the 5 million Fatty Yu lent him before, he now had a total of 55.5 million. The first thing he did was order 50,000 pieces of white equipment. Su Xing secretly noted that the real-life Qingyun spirit field would open next month, meaning he still had 4 more chances to simulate. I must seize this opportunity to stockpile even more spirit stones and spirit rice. Only then will I have a chance to get that elder to take me as his disciple. A week later, he impatiently opened the system interface, muttering to himself, "Come on, it's time to see if I'm a chief of the unlucky or an emperor of luck." Su Xing's finger decisively clicked the button to draw a green talent. The system displayed a line of text. "Congratulations, you have drawn the green talent." Living to 100, he almost cursed out loud, thinking, "I'm a cultivator, what do I need living to 100 for? Am I doomed to die young or something?" The notification sounded again, and the simulation ended. Su Xing looked helplessly at the storage bag in his hand. He had managed to farm some spirit stones this time, comforting himself that at least it wasn't a total loss. Another week passed. Standing before the interface, Su Xing pressed his hands together in sincere prayer. "System deity above, please let me draw a green quality spiritual root talent." The system answered his prayer. "Congratulations, you have drawn the green talent. Sword Dao genius." He flared up in anger, cursing, "I'm not even a sword cultivator. What's the point of serving a table of braised pork to a monk?" Once again, the simulation ended. Su Xing continued to select his reward. "It's decided, I'll take the spirit rice this time." For the next simulation he remained steadfast in his belief, praying piously, "May the exalted celestial of fortune and mystery protect me. Let me draw a green quality spiritual root." After starting the simulation he fell into utter despair when the result popped up. "Congratulations, you have drawn the green talent, peerless handsomeness." At that moment, Su Xing just wanted to smash the system. What kind of trash talent was this? He wasn't trying to be a celebrity. What use was being handsome? Peerless handsomeness. Your appearance will become extraordinary in the eyes of others, your attraction to the opposite sex will skyrocket, and even the system can't help but feel its heart flutter. Beauty. Truly too beautiful. Seeing the system display a blushing shy icon, Su Xing got a full body of goosebumps. Thick eyebrows and big eyes. "System, you're actually a fangirl?" The simulation continued. He now possessed thick heroic eyebrows and bright piercing eyes. Looking in the mirror, even Su Xing became infatuated with himself. "Is this really me? Holy crap, I'm way too handsome." Inside the secret realm, he was still full of energy while grinding monsters. With a serious, righteous face, Su Xing reminded everyone to maintain high vigilance and absolutely avoid looking directly into the demonic beast's eyes. If targeted, they had to strike the eyes quickly. However, the junior female students below didn't seem to hear a single word. They were merely staring infatuatedly at his handsome face. "Yes, senior, that beast is so cool. Oh no, wait. The eyes really are the weakness." Su Xing pressed his forehead helplessly and let out a long sigh. "Get a grip, everyone. This is a dungeon battle, not a date." Behind a large rock, Qingshan quietly poked her head out, her eyes full of affection as she softly called out, "Senior." Before she could finish, he interrupted her coldly. "If I remember correctly, this is the 278th time I've caught you peeking at me." He picked up a mirror to check himself, muttering suspiciously, "Is it really that handsome?" The mirror suddenly glowed as if manifesting a massive yes. His presence had truly become the center of all attention. Girls swarmed around him, pleading obsessively, "Senior, please take us into the dungeon with you." Even a manager from a media company squeezed through the crowd looking for Su Xing. "Do you want to be a star? Tiansheng Entertainment welcomes you." A wealthy woman popped up from nowhere, winking flirtatiously. "Hey handsome, follow me and you can save yourself 20 years of struggling." Su Xing didn't even have time to be startled before he took off running. "I have things to do, I can't stay." He rushed into his room and slammed the door, cutting off the maddening shouts from outside. "Classmate Su Xing, hey handsome senior, think about it." Leaning against the door, Su Xing sighed powerlessly to himself. These days it's really hard to get by when you're this handsome. He decided it was best not to go out for a while and just focus on cultivating in the dorm. The system activated, and the simulation continued. November 18th, year 23 of the new era, you entered Jinling City. According to the original plan, you met Jin Kongshui. The girl smiled and took the initiative to greet you. Meeting is fate, why don't we have a drink together? This time he was truly annoyed, roaring in his heart. If I knew it was this easy to strike up a conversation, I wouldn't have bothered memorizing those difficult Buddhist riddles. Just then an elder passed by, stroking his beard and exclaiming, "Your appearance is truly peerless, sir." Su Xing was stunned. What was going on? Even you? The simulation prompts continued to scroll. Your face startled the elder. He originally wanted to take you as a disciple, but alas, your aptitude was too poor. Instead, he gave you extra spirit stones, hoping your peerless beauty would grace this world for a bit longer. In reality, Su Xing held his head and let out a long sigh. This world that only cares about faces is truly beyond saving. The simulation reward panel appeared. This simulation has ended. You may choose a reward from the following options. Talent, Jade-like Countenance, Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Layer 2, Item 105 Spirit Stones. Su Xing looked at the options, speechless. This thick-eyebrowed, big-eyed system was indeed full of personality, taking the initiative to decide everything and even becoming infatuated with Su Xing's looks. Your face has intoxicated the system. The system has decided to gift you an extra use of Jade-like Countenance. Seeing this, he didn't even bother getting angry, thinking it wasn't bad to get a green talent for free. With this level of visual capital, he would surely draw a dual attribute spiritual root next time. Su Xing made a new decision, choosing the spirit stones as his reward. A week passed and he activated the peerless handsomeness talent. In that moment, Su Xing's appearance hit the ceiling. He was so handsome it felt unreal. He decided to use this beauty to pull a honey trap on the system. Let me draw a green spiritual root talent. You wouldn't want me to fall on the path to immortality, would you? Having said that, Su Xing generously added a soulful blown kiss. System, I'm begging you. This time he was full of confidence, feeling he would definitely hit a green talent. Sure enough, the system was completely smitten and granted his wish. Congratulations, you have drawn the green talent. Wood-fire dual spiritual roots. With this green talent, your cultivation aptitude far exceeds ordinary people. You are no longer the lowest tier 5 element mixed root. You now possess wood-fire dual spiritual roots. You can now practice dual attribute cultivation techniques. Su Xing was overjoyed, feeling as if he had found gold. It finally happened. Green quality dual spiritual roots. The simulation began to run. He looked at the green talent in his hand with satisfaction, feeling his cultivation speed undergo a heaven-defying transformation. He could now fully absorb a spirit stone in just one day. He sighed to himself. It turns out cultivation really does depend on talent. In the simulation you cultivated for a week, reaching the 5th layer of qi refining, and the spiritual qi within your body became increasingly abundant. Following the plan, you met Jin Kongshui again, and together you received a task from the Elder. However, the outcome was different this time. After the task ended, you were the only one asked to stay. The Elder sized you up and commented, "Your aptitude is extraordinary. There is hope for you to step onto the path of immortality. Your wood attribute is very suitable for tending spirit fields, and your fire attribute gives you a chance to pursue the path of alchemy." Su Xing seized the opportunity and immediately pleaded, "Please, Venerable One, take me as your disciple." The Elder looked troubled and shook his head. "You have stepped onto the path of immortality too late. You have already missed the optimal age for cultivation." Still unwilling to give up, Su Xing asked curiously, "Venerable One, if I had cultivated normally, what realm should I be at by now?" The Venerable One pondered for a moment before answering, "At the very least, you should have a golden core cultivation." From this sentence, Su Xing secretly deduced the hidden condition. In other words, if he wanted to succeed in his apprenticeship, he had to reach the golden core stage before the Qingyun Spirit Field dungeon opened. With a clear goal, he continued to cultivate bitterly. The Venerable One's instructions echoed in his ears. Spiritual qi must be infused into the jade slip to view its contents. Seeing the scroll, Su Xing was overjoyed. Knowing this was exactly the new technique he had dreamed of, he had to hurry and cultivate before the great catastrophe arrived. The simulation continued. Over 6 long years he gained profound insights into the Shenong spirit nurturing art, mastering the secrets of planting spirit grain and harvesting 1,000 caddies of sub-tier spirit rice. By consuming this rice, his body refining cultivation successfully broke through and entered the bone forging realm. In the simulation, Su Xing excitedly carried a bag of spoils to negotiate with someone. "Kongshui, this is spirit rice. I want to exchange it for the 20 spirit stones you have." Hearing this, the alluring woman actually pressed herself directly against him and said flirtatiously, "Then I'll be in your care for the next month." Just as things reached a climax, Su Xing suddenly noticed the surrounding space turning eerie and dark. He wondered, why did the sky turn black? When he saw the monster with sharp fangs appearing before his eyes, he sat up in shock and blurted out, "Holy crap, here we go again." The system panel displayed a list of rewards for selection. Woodfire Dual Spiritual Roots Green Talent 10,000 Energy. Qi Refining Layer 3 Cultivation 2,700 Energy. Bone Forging Realm Level 7 Cultivation 7,500 Energy. Immortal Art, Shenong Spirit Nurturing Art 1 billion Energy. Item, 50 caddies of Sub-Tier Spirit Rice 25,000 Energy. Farming Insights from the Simulation 10,000 Energy. Su Xing couldn't help but be amazed he could even buy insights. Looking at the value of that immortal art, he clicked his tongue in wonder. This manual actually required 1 billion energy points. It was indeed powerful. He figured he could find a way to obtain the manual from the Elder in the real-world cultivation realm. But if he missed these dual spiritual roots, the upcoming dungeons would be a bust. Then the system update prompt appeared. "Congratulations, you have obtained the Woodfire Dual Spiritual Roots." Detecting that you already possess a white-tier spiritual root talent of the same type, the Woodfire Dual Spiritual Roots are now replacing it. Su Xing frantically checked his pants. He breathed a sigh of relief. Did it replace it? Good, it just got a bit stronger. He thought to himself that he had one last simulation chance before the dungeon officially opened, and he had to push for Golden Core this time. A week later, Su Xing was already at the airport. According to his calculations, the date in the simulation coincided with the dungeon's opening date, so he could only squeeze in the simulation on the plane. Just as the plane took off, he immediately requested the system to start. The system pinged, "Congratulations, you have obtained the white talent, Resolute Face." In the eyes of others, you appear to have a very resolute face, like a righteous protagonist, making it easier to gain the trust of others. After getting off the plane, he followed his old route to find Jin Kongshui. The effect of Resolute Face was immediate. Jin Kongshui blushed as soon as she saw him. She thought, "This is the first time I've met this junior. Why does he seem so reliable? Whatever, let's go with the flow." She then opened her mouth to invite him. Meeting his fate. "Shall we walk together?" Su-Shing agreed without hesitation. "Sure." The simulation system indicated you successfully completed the Elder's task as desired. The Venerable One stared at you and confirmed again. "Do you really only want 1,000 spirit stones? You don't want to be my disciple?" You replied respectfully. "Yes, Venerable One." The Elder tossed a bag of spirit stones to Su-Shing and turned to leave, his cold voice drifting back. "Your cultivation was not enough to be my disciple anyway. Since you don't know what's good for you, I won't force it," the simulation continued. "After getting the 1,000 spirit stones, you found a prime location. You spent your days and nights in secluded cultivation. Time flew by. Old friends like Ninan Yuyan and Jin Kongshui passed away one after another. After an unknown amount of time, you only emerged from seclusion when the last spirit stone turned to dust." At this point, Su-Shing had reached the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, just one step away from Golden Core, but unfortunately his resources were exhausted. The system indicated the end of this simulation. Su-Shing frowned as he reviewed the final result. The system listed the rewards. Resolute Face White Talent 1000 energy. Foundation Establishment Layer 9 Cultivation 9800 energy. He clicked his tongue with regret. I only reached Foundation Establishment Layer 9 in the simulation. He had stagnated due to a lack of spirit stones, but the real-world Qingyun spirit field was teeming with spiritual qi. This made things even more exciting because what came next was no longer a simulation, it was reality. He comforted himself. "This is the first time I'm seeing Jin Kongshui in person. It's okay, don't panic. You're the man who memorized the 10 great Buddhist riddles." In the distance her figure appeared. That captivating beauty was exactly the person he was looking for. Jin Kongshui could hardly believe it. She was 30 years old now. Su-Shing summoned his courage and walked up to strike up a conversation. "Senior, you're Senior Jin Kongshui, right? I've seen you on the school's expert rankings." Meeting his fate. "Senior, are you also going to Jinling City?" She responded hurriedly. "I'm so sorry, I'm in a rush." Su-Shing suddenly realized he had almost forgotten that he didn't have the handsomeness talent active right now. To her he was nothing more than a complete stranger. He decided to pull out all the stops, thinking to himself that his only choice was to use a pity play. In a flurry of feigned panic he muttered under his breath, "Prayer beads, oh please speak to me, speak to me." Overhearing the commotion, Kongshui turned her head and asked, "What is that?" Su-Shing quickly bent down to gather a pile of books, sighing with a lamented expression. "This is terrible. These are treasures I spent so much effort hunting down from an old bookstore." She was immediately intrigued. "You have an interest in Buddhist studies too?" He gave an awkward laugh and answered modestly, "It's just a little hobby of mine. I couldn't possibly compare to your level of expertise, Senior." Kongshui was genuinely surprised. "You knew I liked Buddhism?" Su-Shing skillfully spun a lie. "I happened to read your thesis in the library once." Eventually she accepted him as a traveling companion, smiling as she remarked that their meeting must be a form of destiny. Since they were both heading to Jinling City, they might as well go together. Su-Shing nodded obediently and replied, "That sounds great, Senior." Inside he was brimming with anticipation, thinking that his next task was simply to wait for the dungeon to appear on the road. As Kongshui walked briskly, she chatted idly. "Was it because of that argument over whether the Buddha trace singer was an illegitimate son that you got into a fight with someone? You really are like a child." Su-Shing scratched his head, a flash of embarrassment crossing his face. "It was just because they were being so infuriating." While he said that, his mind was racing. The dungeon should be appearing any moment now. Suddenly Su-Shing stopped in his tracks and pointed ahead. "Senior, look, there's a light over there." Beneath the boughs of an ancient gnarled tree, a shimmering portal to a secret realm had materialized. Kongshui couldn't hide her shock, blurting out, This is a temporary dungeon." Su-Shing rejoiced inwardly. "Finally I'm going to enter the dungeon in reality. This time I must succeed in becoming a disciple." In contrast to his excitement, Kongshui looked quite worried and warned him sincerely. "Junior, most temporary dungeons are extremely dangerous. You haven't even graduated yet. It's better if you don't go in for now," he responded with a brilliant smile. "But isn't Senior here? You won't let anything happen to me, right?" Kongshui's face flushed slightly as she thought, "He actually trusts me this much?" Snapping back to her senses, she patted her chest and said confidently, "Naturally, no matter what happens later, just make sure you don't leave my side." Su-Shing replied instantly, "No problem." Stepping inside and taking in the scenery, he couldn't help but marvel. So this is the Qingyun spirit field. Experiencing it in person felt entirely different from the simulation. The spiritual qi here was incredibly dense. If I cultivate here, I'll definitely achieve a breakthrough. Kongshui remained vigilant, sternly reminding him, "Don't let your guard down. Many dungeons look like peaceful landscapes on the surface but hide deadly traps." Su-Shing pointed toward the distance and asked, "Senior, there's a thatched hut over there. Should we go check it out?" Just as he spoke, a venerable one with a sage-like ethereal presence stepped out of the hut and asked, "How did you two find my secluded dwelling?" Kongshui replied respectfully, "We saw a rainbow-colored entrance by chance." The old man stroked his beard and nodded. "It seems you two are people of deep karmic luck. Since fate has brought you here, I shall grant you a fortune." Hearing this, she quickly pressed her palms together in a respectful bow. "Thank you, Venerable One." The Venerable One sized them up and asked, I am busy with my cultivation and rarely have time to tend to these spirit fields. I wonder if you two would be willing to help me? Su Xing hurried to agree. Of course, he then whispered in Kong She's ear. Senior, this old man is great. He only wants us to do some farming. It's just a shame this is a temporary dungeon. She narrowed her eyes and asked suspiciously, You know how to farm? Su Xing smiled and rubbed his hands. Naturally. My hometown is in the countryside. We planted crops every year. Having said that, he rolled up his sleeves and headed into the field alone, his movements exceptionally skilled. First he cleared the weeds, then he fetched water and began to irrigate. Su Xing's palms secretly condensed power. He used his cultivation techniques to infuse spiritual qi into the spirit grain, causing its growth rate to increase several-fold. Kong Shui walked over and tapped his shoulder, asking curiously, Su Xing, why do you think the Venerable One's test is just farming? Could there be some hidden meaning behind it? He wiped away some sweat and answered, Who cares? Farming in a beautiful place like this with such dense spiritual qi is good for the soul. The harder the task, the better the reward. She remained half skeptical, thinking that since the task was just farming, how good could the rewards actually be? Only Su Xing understood the truth. For those without a spirit root there were naturally no great rewards, but for him this place was practically worth 10,000 spirit stones. When the Venerable One returned to check the results, he couldn't help but freeze in surprise. 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. While Kong Shui was still diligently watering the spirit field, a massive boom suddenly erupted behind her, shaking the entire space. Su Xing had successfully condensed his power and formed a golden pearl. His eyes sparkled with a brilliant blue light as the orb within his body continued to expand. It merged perfectly with the spiritual qi at his dantian. He couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, I've reached Foundation Establishment Great Perfection. I'm just one step away from the Golden Core stage. Hearing the noise, Kong Shui rushed over, her face full of concern. Su Xing, what happened? Seeing her panic, he quickly comforted her. I'm fine. Witnessing that scene, the Venerable One standing nearby couldn't help but be greatly astonished. He asked, Little friend, you are also a cultivator. May I ask what your attribute is? Su Xing scratched his head and began to fabricate a plausible excuse. I just happened to find a manual by chance and stumbled onto the path of cultivation blindly. I actually don't know what my attribute is. The old man grew even more surprised. Being able to reach such a realm without even knowing one's attribute was truly rare. I am impressed. You are truly remarkable. After saying this, the Venerable One took out a spirit testing stone and gestured. Little friend, please place your hand on this. Su Xing felt both nervous and expectant. The moment had finally arrived. This was the first step of his plan to become a disciple. The old man watched the test results and slowly began to explain. You possess wood-fire dual spirit roots. Although they aren't as good as a top-tier single spirit root, they are more than enough for cultivation and are particularly suited for the path of alchemy. I see you are practicing the evergreen art of the evergreen sect. Although this technique has its limits, it is of great benefit to a cultivator who has just set foot on the immortal path. Furthermore, wood attribute techniques absorb the vitality of all things to return to nature, making them perfect for studying spiritual plant cultivation. Su Xing's hands trembled slightly with excitement. Here it comes, the main event is about to start. He didn't have to wait long. The Venerable One stroked his beard and spoke the words Su Xing had been dreaming of. Meeting is fate. I am a humble farmer of the Qingyun sect, known by the Taoist name Qingyunzi. I wonder if you are willing to take me as your master. I am willing to accept you as a provisional disciple. Su Xing immediately knelt and performed the kowtow, answering loudly, This disciple is willing. The old man nodded with satisfaction and continued, Since you have entered my sect, I have several gifts for you. The first is an immortal art called the Sheneng Spirit Nurturing Art, which I obtained by chance. I have spent 1,000 years studying it painstakingly, and yet I have still failed to reach the great perfection stage. I see you have a great talent for farming, so I shall pass this immortal art to you, the old man added. If you can master this art to its peak, you will have a place among the 3,000 great worlds. Su Xing accepted it respectfully. Thank you, master. He was overjoyed. This secret manual was worth a fortune, 100,000 energy points, an astronomical figure. It wasn't over yet. The old man then took out the second treasure, a 3-inch small blessed land that could be carried at his side. Su Xing was stunned and blurted out, Are you giving me this entire temporary dungeon? Qingyunzi did not answer, but simply tapped a strand of spiritual qi into his forehead. Though the space of this 3-inch small blessed land is only a small mountain about 100 zhang across, the mountain is rich in spiritual qi and lush with vegetation, making it perfect for you to study the techniques of nurturing spiritual plants. Su Xing cupped his hands and solemnly accepted the heavy gift. Thank you, master, the old man continued. The third gift is the Qingyun token of the Qingyun sect. Although you are only my provisional disciple, your status within the sect is not low. Once you reach the spirit severing stage, you may become my formal disciple. At that time, you can go directly to the Qingyun sect in the Qingyun realm. Su Xing's long-held wish had finally come true. The Qingyun sect was clearly a powerful and orthodox cultivation sect. If he could enter and practice there legitimately in the future, he would surely make a fortune. Holding the token, Su Xing felt a bit dazed. He looked up at the old man to ask, Master, you mentioned earlier that I am suited for alchemy, but I don't have any alchemy techniques yet. The Venerable One stroked his beard and replied, I am not proficient in the path of alchemy and have no high-grade alchemy manuals to give you. He paused, pointing at the item in Su Xing's hand before continuing. However, this wood-fire alchemy scripture was something I found by chance. It contains 360 methods of alchemy, which should be enough for you to learn. Su Xing accepted it respectfully, thinking to himself that with this neither cultivation nor making money would be difficult. The Venerable One then added a warm warning. As for high-grade cultivation techniques, remember, biting off more than you can chew is a mistake. The evergreen art you are currently practicing is sufficient to take you to the spirit-severing stage, and it will be of great benefit to you. Once you have reached great perfection in this technique, come find me again. As soon as he finished speaking, the Venerable One's figure turned into a rainbow and vanished without a trace. Su Xing shouted in a panic, "Master, I haven't gotten on board yet." "No, I mean my manual is just a fragment. It's not enough to reach the spirit-severing stage at all." Looking at the empty sky, he scratched his head helplessly. "Is this old man doing this on purpose or by accident? Is he testing me?" Su Xing sighed. It seems that finding the second half of the evergreen art needs to be put on the agenda. The night was silent, and the clear voice of Kong Shui calling out came from outside. Su Xing heard her waiting outside the barrier. Walking out and seeing her figure, she said happily, "You're finally out, it's already dark." Su Xing replied with a bright smile, "Senior, I actually have something to ask you. I'd like to exchange 50 caddies of spirit rice for your 50 spirit stones. What do you think?" Her beautiful face flushed slightly as she took the bag and whispered, "I only got these rewards because of your help. I should have given you half anyway." Seeing him hesitate as if to refuse, Kong Shui proactively suggested, "If you feel bad taking them for nothing, then how about you accompany me back to the city?" Su Xing blurted out, "Sure." The two returned to a luxurious suite with a large bed in a hotel. As they lit the flickering candles, the atmosphere became exceptionally romantic. Kong Shui had changed into a sexy nightgown, and holding a glass of red wine with a misty gaze, she asked, "Junior, are you in Jinling to find someone or to find something? Is there anything you need Big Sister's help with?" On her fair skin, beads of sweat added a touch of alluring charm. Su Xing sensibly kept his eyes closed tight, not daring to look at the seductive scene. Just then, a familiar prompt box appeared in his mind. The 7-day cooldown period had ended. Would the host like to start a simulation? He calculated privately. The time flow in the Qingyun Spirit Field dungeon was the same as reality. He had stayed in the dungeon for 7 days, and 7 days had passed outside as well. Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up and requested, "Senior, I need to use the restroom." She nodded gently. Go ahead." Once he was far enough away, Kong Shui shyly pulled at her bath towel and caught a glimpse of her lingerie, thinking, "Did I wear the wrong color today?" Little did she know that the boy's mind was entirely focused on cultivation. The system displayed the start of the simulation and drew a green talent. Mr. Strength, Mr. Strength. You are born with divine power. Your physical strength is several times that of an ordinary person, and you possess extraordinary talent in body refining. Su Xing fell into deep thought. Now that he had successfully become a disciple, would the apocalypse still happen? Outside, seeing that he hadn't come out for a long time, Kong Shui knocked on the restroom door and called out, "Su Xing, aren't you done yet?" Her voice sounded worried, fearing some accident had occurred. He quickly opened the door to reassure her. "I'm fine." Her face turned red again as she let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. You were in there so long I thought something happened." Su Xing responded politely, "Thank you for your concern, Senior." As the two sat down before the candlelit dinner, Kong Shui whispered a reminder, "You've been busy all day. Why don't you go take a shower too?" But at this moment he was only focused on enjoying the dinner and replied casually, "After I eat." Suddenly a warm, soft hand gently covered the back of his own, giving Su Xing a start. Kong Shui leaned close to his ear and softly suggested, "How about we eat later?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she rolled over and pinned him onto the bed. The simulation system prompted, "You and Kong Shui spent a pleasant week in Jinling City." A week later, Su Xing dragged his suitcase away, looking withered in every sense of the word, his steps light and unsteady as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. The Kong Shui of those years was indeed far more fierce. I almost had to swallow wolfberries raw to recover my health, however. This also met the conditions for continuing his cultivation. He decisively pressed the button to start the simulation. You entered the Qingyun secret realm given to you by your master. Stepping into the Qingyun small secret realm, Su Xing was full of confidence. This time, with the aid of spirit rice, my cultivation progress will surely be faster than before. He held a bowl of steaming white rice in his hands. The grains were crystal clear, translucent, and filled the air with a rich aroma. As he tasted it, he couldn't help but offer a heartfelt praise. "This spirit rice is truly top tier. The flavor is intoxicatingly wonderful." Every day in the simulated world he kept the spirit field blessed land with him, meticulously tending to every stalk of spirit grain in the field. Thanks to his robust physique, his appetite was several times that of an average person. He could devour a full pound of spirit rice in a single sitting. Nourished by such abundant energy, he finally reached the threshold for a breakthrough. Eventually, you broke through to the bone-forging realm. Su Xing reflected on the past. Last time it had taken him 3 long years of arduous effort just to reach the 5th layer of body refining. But this time it took only a single week to break through to the first layer of the bone-forging realm. Spirit rice was truly a divine medicine. Beyond the rice, he knew it was surely thanks to that talent as well. He had to make sure to bring that talent out of the simulation. The system continuously prompted his rocket-like cultivation speed, leaving him completely immersed in the thrill of leveling up. He spent 6 hours every day cultivating within the dungeon, spending the rest of his time competing to take newly enrolled freshman girls through dungeons for power leveling. The female students swarmed around him, chirping excitedly, pleading coquettishly, "Senior, please, you must take me with you." As his body-refining cultivation continued to advance, his success rate in clearing dungeons climbed higher and higher. Once his reputation spread, the number of juniors seeking to train with him became countless, even reaching a point where demand far exceeded supply. Su Xing found his best friend Yu Yan and said generously, "Fatty, here's the money I borrowed from you." Yu Yan took the money and immediately beamed with joy, patting Su Xing's shoulder in admiration. "Brother, your money-making speed is insane." Just then, the system prompted that he had quickly saved up 50 million. While he was celebrating, Yu Lum suddenly remembered something important. "By the way, Qingshan asked me to tell you that she has something to say to you tonight in the small woods outside the school." Su Xing understood perfectly. She surely wanted to drop out again to join that mysterious organization. This time, you did not stop Wang Qingshan from joining the organization, merely advising her to be extra careful. That night in the quiet woods, the two shared a period of unforgettable intimacy. He recalled with satisfaction that the two of you had tried many new positions in those woods. Su Xing was very pleased with this progress, nodding to himself and thinking, yes, exactly like this. His primary goal was still to have her infiltrate the organization so he could find the complete version of the evergreen art. The simulation continued. After Wang Qingshan dropped out, you focused on cultivating within the spirit field. In the second year after her departure, you broke through to the 7th layer of the bone forging realm. In the 3rd year, you reached the 9th layer. By the 4th year, your cultivation reached the great perfection of the bone forging realm, after which you hit a bottleneck and could no longer progress. Within the simulation space, he pondered and deduced that according to the theories of the Shenong spirit nurturing art, planting different spiritual plants would yield different cultivation speeds. To break this bottleneck, he had to find a spiritual plant of a higher grade than spirit rice. He thought to himself, "I remember before I left, my master seemed to have left some spiritual seeds for me somewhere." He rummaged through his pack for a long time before finally pulling out that familiar small cloth bag. Su Xing's eyes lit up. Found them, he focused on flipping through books regarding spiritual plants, his gaze stopping on the name White Jade Ginseng. The book recorded the planting method. Bury ordinary ginseng deep within the spirit field to transform spiritual chi day and night. However, upon reading the words, "can only be harvested after 10 years, he couldn't help but feel a surge of despair. He thought gloomily, "Won't 10 years from now be the apocalypse? By the time the ginseng is ripe, I'll already be gone. What use is that?" The simulation screen displayed, "The white jade ginseng did not defeat you. You sought another possibility. If ordinary plants could become spiritual plants after long-term absorption of spiritual chi, then animals surely followed the same logic. Acting on the thought, you caught a few chickens and threw them into the spirit field blessed land for experimentation, attempting to feed them spirit rice. As a result, some of the chicks died instantly, unable to withstand the spiritual power. But the survivors grew resilient and their intelligence showed a marked improvement while you were immersed in your grand poultry-raising endeavor." Wang Qingshan returned, bringing the first half of the manual he had dreamed of. She said softly, "Senior, I found the first half of the evergreen art, which is suitable for those with cultivation talent." Su Xing shook his head and refused firmly. "I don't need this manual, but I have a request. I want to join your organization. Take me with you." Seeing her shocked expression, he pressed further. "Can't you recommend me?" Wang Qingshan nodded and replied, "I am already a Grandmaster level expert now. I have the authority to recommend newcomers." He hugged her excitedly. "That's wonderful, thank you, Qingshan." Her face flushed as she whispered back, "You're very welcome." At the Adventist sect headquarters, Wang Qingshan led him deep inside, reporting respectfully, "Elder Ying, I have brought Su Xing." A cold command echoed from within the great hall, "Enter." The other party was completely wrapped in thick black robes and asked, "You are Su Xing?" On the surface he answered respectfully, "Yes," but inwardly he felt a bit apprehensive. Why is this place so eerie? Elder Ying waved a hand. "Sit." Su Xing hurried to perform a salutation. "Many thanks, Elder." He felt a bit dazed for a moment, unable to tell if the person before him was male or female, as the voice was both deep and slender. He muttered to himself, "Is this person a eunuch?" Wang Qingshan gently handed over a teacup, inviting her senior to drink. The figure spoke slowly, "Since you wish to join our sect, I shall first introduce our name and creed." Su Xing took a sip of the fragrant tea and said calmly, "Thank you for enlightening me, Elder." However, the other party's next words caused him to spray out the tea he had just swallowed. "Our sect is named the Adventist sect. Our creed is to exterminate tyrannical humanity and return the world to the alien races. Humans are simply unworthy of ruling this planet." The great alien race is the only true god. At this moment, Su Xing was utterly bewildered, unable to tell if he had transmigrated into an urban cultivation world or fallen into a dark, twisted forest. Elder Ying gave Su Xing a choice. It is not too late for you to withdraw now. Once you join the Adventist sect, there is absolutely no possibility of leaving. He bit his tongue and decided to follow this path to the end. I will not withdraw. As long as I can obtain the second half of the evergreen art, I am willing to give everything to the Adventist sect. The other party refused coldly. We do not need your everything. If you wish to exchange for the manual, you can go perform missions or offer up treasures. He pondered and weighed his options. Does spirit rice count as a treasure? Thinking of this, Su Xing tried taking something out and handed it over, asking, I wonder if this spirit rice can be exchanged for the manual? Elder Ying could not hide his inner shock. You actually possess spirit rice, the simulation screen showed. Elder Ying disappeared, and subsequently a strange elder took him away and brought him back. In a dim prison cell, that elder suddenly lashed out with a long whip, striking Su Xing, who was bound to a stone pillar, viciously, demanding harshly, Where did your spirit rice come from? Despite his body being covered in wounds and the pain piercing to his very marrow, he still gritted his teeth and held firm. I won't say a single word. A tragic end arrived as a cold prompt sounded. Ultimately, you were tortured to death. You died at the age of 29. The Death's Insight talent was activated. Behind the elder, a cultist asked timidly, Elder Song, this man is finished. How should we handle him? He curled his lip in disdain and cruelly stepped on Su Xing's blood-matted face, cursing, An ant thinks it's worthy of cultivation. The cultists behind him shouted in unison, The elder is wise? The system then prompted that Death's Insight had expired, and this simulation had ended. Back in reality, Su Xing broke out in a cold sweat, his heart trembling with fear as he recalled the person who had appeared in the simulation. That person just now was, the system prompted the end of the simulation. Su Xing narrowed his eyes as a sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. Why did that person look so familiar? Was it a hallucination? Just then, the reward list popped up on the system screen for him to choose. Green Talent Mr. Strength, value 10 energy points, Foundation Establishment Great Perfection Cultivation, value 1,000 energy points, Item 3,000 caddies of Spirit Rice, value 30,000 energy points, Pet 5 Second Generation Spirit Chickens, value 10 energy points, Bone Forging Great Perfection Cultivation, value 10 energy points. Su Xing calculated to himself. He would deal with the Adventist sect later. The priority was to claim his reward. He clicked his tongue, feeling that every option was tempting, but it was a great shame he could only choose one. Ultimately, he made a decisive choice. I choose the green talent, Mr. Strength. Choosing this couldn't be wrong. With it, he would surely be able to cultivate to the bone, forging great perfection in the next simulation. Currently, he had less than 2,000 energy points left. Not enough for another simulation. He had to hurry and make money, acting on the thought. He immediately contacted Jin Kongshui. Kongshui, are you free to meet up recently? Su Xing rushed to the meeting spot. In a luxurious hotel suite, Jin Kongshui could not hide the surprise in her eyes when she heard he wanted to sell a full 50 caddies of spirit rice. He nodded with certainty. That's right, give me a price. She narrowed her eyes and sized him up, seemingly sensing something. I've noticed you seem very short on cash. If you need money, I can lend some to you. His face remained calm as he tested. How much can you lend me? How does 50 million sound? The figure she mentioned so nonchalantly left Su Xing stunned, nearly choking on his own saliva. She truly lived up to her status as a genuine wealthy lady. She added, My grandfather is the chairman of the Jin Merchants Association. Let alone 50 million, even 100 million would be no problem. Hearing this, he excitedly finalized the deal. Then let's make it a 100 million loan. He pointed at the bag of rice he brought. These 50 caddies of spirit rice will count as the interest. Jin Kongshui looked at him curiously. What do you need so much money for? Su Xing pursed his lips and decided to remain mysterious. I'll tell you later. Please help me use this 100 million to procure a large amount of white-quality equipment from the Jin Merchants Association. Also, keep this spirit rice for yourself to eat during your training. Whatever you do, do not sell it to outsiders. He secretly worried about the dangers of possessing such treasure. He couldn't let Jin Kongshui be targeted by the Adventist sect. The girl nodded gently. Okay. After a long day of running around, Su Xing returned to his room with weary steps and collapsed onto the soft mattress. Bed, I'm finally back. Although he had taken on a massive debt. With a goal of 100 million, he had to find a way to make money. Do I really have to sell spirit rice and spirit chickens? Forget it. I'll look for the answer in the simulation first. Deciding to seek a way out in the virtual world, he commanded, Begin simulation. The system prompted the start. This time he drew a green talent. Unshakable, unshakable. Your mental fortitude is several times tougher than an average person's. When facing difficulties, you will rise to the challenge and never give up easily. Su Xing widened his eyes in surprise. He had actually drawn a talent that influenced his character. The system continued to advance the timeline. He was very clear that this time's goal was to get rich. Though he was a bit tired, he was still determined to find business opportunities from the relics of his master Qing Yunzi. In the simulation, a small chick was currently perched on his head. Su Xing focused on reading the text on a piece of green cloth. Fasting pill. One can maintain energy for a week. youth-retaining pill instantly restores a youthful appearance of 20 years old. His eyes lit up. These two pills were practically gold mines. The former could be sold to those who wanted to lose weight but loved to eat, while the latter could be sold to wealthy ladies who feared aging. He slapped his thigh and made a decision. I've decided to refine these two types of pills. He excitedly added wood to the fire, heating the pill furnace. However, a world-shaking boom erupted as the furnace suddenly exploded, and a fierce fire surged forth, engulfing Sushing. For a time the entire area was plunged into a sea of fire, with thick smoke billowing. He struggled to get up, having learned a lesson through blood. It seemed that refining pills couldn't be done by using a regular lighter for the fire. Let me study the Lihuo alchemy scripture more closely. Lihuo, it turned out alchemy required this specific type of flame. The simulation showed him beginning to frantically research the Lihuo art to prepare for his debt repayment. During this period, Wang Qingshan had come looking for him, but after a night of intimacy she still joined the Adventist sect. By the second year, he vaguely touched the threshold, increasing his comprehension time to 6 hours a day. Finally, he achieved results. Great, I finally mastered the Lihuo art. These 6 years of bitter training weren't in vain. This flame was very miraculous. It could burn all living things into charcoal, yet it caused him no harm. Lihuo was truly wondrous. Any living thing would instantly be turned to ash upon contact, yet it couldn't cause any injury to him personally. The real-life Sushing was ecstatic. It seemed Lihuo could be used not only for alchemy but also to deal with enemies. He finally had a decent offensive spell. He wondered how effective the pills refined with such a powerful spell would be. He continued to observe the simulation. In the 7th year after attending his sister's funeral, he turned his grief into motivation and buried himself in research. In the alchemy room, Sushing let out a loud shout, opening the furnace with immense momentum. Looking at the round pill in his hand, he muttered to himself with pride, "Not bad, the fasting pill is no longer a problem." Next is the even harder to refine youth-retaining pill. This thing was indeed even harder to deal with than he imagined. It took a full 3 years before he finally succeeded in refining it. Sushing put the pill into his mouth with some nervousness, thinking, "Come on, it's time to witness a miracle." But after waiting for a long time, there was no change in his body. He frowned and wondered, why is there no reaction? Did it fail again this time? Suddenly his stomach began to cramp violently, and a burst of turbid gas rampaged through his body, signaling the arrival of a disaster. His face turned deathly pale, devoid of all color, as he felt a primordial force about to erupt from within. His expression was grim to the extreme as Sushing cursed through gritted teeth. "This is infuriating. I'm absolutely speechless," Sushing muttered as he bolted toward the restroom like a gust of wind. After finishing a bout of foul-smelling detoxification, he emerged exhausted. He picked up a mirror and froze at his reflection. His skin was fair and delicate, and even the fine lines around his eyes had vanished. "Is this really me? My skin is so soft and white and the crow's feet are completely gone." A bold idea took root in his mind. He would refine a few more, improve the side effects, and then sell them to Jin Kongshui. When the second batch of pills was ready, he immediately rushed to the hotel to find her. Jin Kongshui took the pill, her voice filled with doubt. "Can this pill really make someone younger?" Sushing puffed out his chest with absolute confidence. "Of course, have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, I'll eat one right now." Without a moment's hesitation, she tossed it into her mouth. "Let me try it first." Sushing panicked, trying to stop her, but it was too late. "Wait a second." Almost immediately, her skin began to transform, becoming as smooth and delicate as a teenage girl's. He quickly held up a mirror for her. "Kongshui, look." The girl stared at her reflection, unable to believe her own eyes. Have I really gone back to being 20 years old?" The corners of Sushing's mouth curled into a proud smile. "Well, the power of my youth-retaining pill is quite something, isn't it?" Jin Kongshui didn't hesitate for a second, placing an order on the spot. "How many more pills do you have? I want all of them. 100 million per pill." This sky-high price even stunned the seller. "What?" Sushing was dazed by the figure. 100 million for a single pill? "Yes," the girl urged anxiously. "Sell me everything you have left. I'll take as many as you can provide." Sushing shook his head with regret. He had to break the bad news to her. "I don't have a single one left," she persisted, asking, "Can't you mass-produce them?" He had to use a stalling tactic. "Let me go back and research it before I give you an answer." Sushing returned to school, where Wang Qingshan came running toward him, cheering with joy the moment she saw him. "Senior, you're finally back." He felt a bit lost as the girl threw herself into his arms. The simulation continued to run. Wang Qingshan dropped out again and, after becoming a grandmaster, delivered the half-volume of the evergreen art. This time, however, Sushing's attitude was firm. He didn't need a cultivation manual. He wanted to join the Adventist sect. Despite her surprise, she took him to see Elder Ying. "Elder Ying, this is my senior." The elder spoke coldly. "To join our sect, one must contribute. It so happens there is a mission available." Sushing answered solemnly. "Please give me your orders," the elder commanded. "I want you and 100 cultists to," Qingshan quickly interrupted, worried for his safety. "Elder, this mission is of great importance. Perhaps it would be better for Senior to start with basic tasks first." Elder Ying nodded in approval. "Very well. Since you are the one leading the way, you shall make the arrangements." She bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder." Sushing wondered privately, what kind of mission is so difficult that even Qingshan feels the need to intervene? The two were sent to the demon-suppressing past to cooperate with the demon race. After an intimate night together, she bared her heart. "That's right, this mission is a suicide mission with no hope of survival. I don't want you to take the risk." He brought up the old topic, pressing for an answer. "Why exactly did you join the Adventist sect and betray humanity?" She replied in a despairing tone, "Because there is no turning back for me. Go to sleep, senior. Tomorrow I will take you to meet the other elders of the Adventist sect." Sushing tried to call out to her, but it was in vain. In reality, he let out a disappointed sigh. It seemed this simulation hadn't been able to pry Wang Qingshan's mouth open either. The next day he was shocked by the prices at the pharmacy. "Is this ginseng made of gold? Why has the price jumped tenfold?" The shopkeeper sighed helplessly. "I don't want to do this either. For some reason the demand for recovery-type medicines has skyrocketed lately. If I don't raise the prices I'll have to close the shop." Sushing speculated that this might be related to the Adventist sect. To vent his frustration within the simulation, he threw himself into researching a budget version of the rich woman's joy pill. After much effort, the lid of the pill furnace popped open. He cheered, "I really am an alchemy genius. I can refine youth-retaining pills even without ginseng. Now I can mass-produce them. I need to go to Jinling and tell Kongshui the good news." However, when he arrived, all he saw was the stark white of a funeral. Sushing choked up as that day already arrived. After paying his respects to her, he left quietly, his heart full of questions about the truth of the apocalypse. Just then, Elder Zong appeared behind him, spitting out a single word in a sinister tone, "Traitor." The moment Sushing turned around, a hand reached out and took his life. Before dying, he managed to gasp out his confusion. "Elder Zong, the other party ended Su Xing's life without mercy. As expected, you were someone sent by the Jin family. System prompt. Death occurred. Reward list provided. Unshakable talent 10,000 energy. 5 9th generation spirit chickens 100,000 energy. Lihuo art. Introductory spell insights 100,000 energy. Introductory Lihuo alchemy insights 100,000 energy." He scratched his head, paralyzed by indecision. He wanted every single item. He shouted at the system, "Damn it, if you've got the guts, let me take 2 rewards at once." The system responded immediately, announcing the Life Simulator 2.0 version update. The upgrade cost 500,000 energy points and would allow the selection of 2 rewards while unlocking in immersive mode. Sushing laughed triumphantly. "I suspect I have a hidden talent. Wish fulfillment. Come on then." Nothing ventured, nothing gained. 500,000 it is. After the upgrade, he selected Unshakable and the Lihuo art. Looking at his nearly depleted energy points, he felt flustered. Money was truly never enough, no matter how much one had. He called Kongshui to pitch his spirit rice but was flatly rejected. "Kongshui, I want to sell 20 caddies of spirit rice. Do you have time to pick it up?" "I don't have time." Looking at the black screen, he completely collapsed. But immediately after, a notification for a $20 million deposit and a message from the wealthy lady brought him back to life. "Take this 20 million and spend it for now." Sushing was so moved he wanted to cry. Is this what it feels like to be kept by a wealthy woman? It's too touching. With money in hand, he waited a week before starting another simulation to gain alchemy experience. This time he drew a green talent. Lucky streak, lucky streak. Your luck far exceeds that of ordinary people. You often find money when you go out, and if you buy $10 worth of scratch-off tickets you'll win at least $2. He was overjoyed. A good thing had finally arrived. In the simulation he used this luck to practice refining pills relentlessly. Looking at the surviving well-developed spirit chickens and the 3 high-grade pills fresh from the furnace, he nodded with satisfaction. Is this the influence of lucky streak? The survival rate of this batch of chicks was much higher, and their quality had improved significantly. The luster of these youth-retaining pills was clearly top tier. He immediately called his VIP client, "Kongshui, when are you coming back to the Imperial Capital? I have something good to give you." "What is it that's so mysterious?" he replied with a suggestive, vague tone. "Something that will make you so happy you'll reach the sky." On the other end of the phone, Jin Kongshui's face turned bright red and she spoke bashfully, "You're terrible. Why are you saying such things in broad daylight? I'll be there tonight. Wait for me." Realizing his slip of the tongue had caused a misunderstanding, Sushing quickly clarified, "Wait, Kongshui, there's been a misunderstanding. I've researched weight loss pills and youth-retaining pills. You could call them the rich woman's joy pills. See how much they can sell for." Things progressed exactly as expected. Jin Kongshui was amazed and sent them to auction. The auction was incredibly fierce, with the price being pushed up to 3 million. The huge sum of money Kongshui brought back left his head spinning. Is this what it feels like to become rich overnight? Lying on a pile of money, Sushing felt like he was walking on air, confident that he had achieved financial freedom. When night fell, he fled from the women who had gone mad over the youth-retaining pills, carrying a suitcase. Sushing chose to leave to save his life. Women would truly do anything for beauty. It was better to return to school. School was safe. Because he was in such a hurry, he tripped over a stone on the road and fell into a pit. To his surprise, Wang Qingshan was waiting for him in the pit and immediately pinned him down. "Hey handsome, we fell into the same pit. That must be destiny. Want to exchange WeChat?" He pushed her away irritably. "If you have time to flirt with me, you should call the police first." Just then, another girl rushed over to beg for pills. Qingshan immediately pulled him up and cursed loudly. "Slut, he's my man." Then she turned to him with a mysterious expression and asked, "Handsome, do you know why I'm here?" Su Xing was so scared he took off running. "You women are terrifying." After many twists and turns, he finally climbed back to the safety of the school. He gasped for breath, muttering to himself, "I'm finally back. I'm never leaving again. I'll focus entirely on refining pills." The simulation continued. That year his sister died tragically, and he went into secluded cultivation in his grief, searching for a way to break through to the organ tempering realm. After another furnace explosion, he flipped through his master's jade slips and learned that he needed a 5-viscera pill. Its core ingredients were yellow spirit essence, which required 3 years of cultivation, and yin drip water. Su Xing was willing to be a farmer. "It's only 3 years, I can afford to wait that long." 3 years later, looking at the results of his harvest, he began refining. When he used the Lihuo flame to melt the yellow spirit essence, another earth-shattering explosion occurred, leaving him coughing violently in the black smoke. "This thing is too difficult," but he did not give up, firmly believing that failure is the mother of success. Even though he had already found many mothers, he comforted himself. "With my hard work I was even able to refine qi-gathering powder. There's no reason the 5-viscera pill should be impossible. Besides, it wasn't a total loss. Qi-gathering powder could enhance the spiritual qi in his body. With more spiritual qi, alchemy would go much smoother." One day there was a knock at the door. The middle-aged man standing outside left him confused. "Who are you?" "I am Kongshe's father." He quickly stepped aside to invite him in. "Please come in." The man waved his hand, his face solemn. "I won't disturb you. I've come for 2 things. First, Kongshe has fallen." Su Xing froze completely. Has that time already come? He suppressed his emotions and pressed. "And the second thing." Jin Shang took out a bottle of medicine. "I found this among Kongshe's belongings. You refined this, didn't you?" "Yes, that's a weight loss pill, fasting pill. You won't feel hungry for 3 days after taking it," the man urgently proposed. "How many do you have? I'll buy them all." "Why are you buying these?" In response to Su Xing's question, Jin Shang revealed the tragic truth about the battles at the demon-suppressing pass. The soldiers there were in desperate straits, and even having time to eat was a luxury. Hearing this, he was secretly horrified. Is humanity's situation so bad that they don't even have time to eat? He immediately agreed. "Fine, I agree to refine them. Please come back in 3 days to collect the medicine." Jin Shang left gratefully. "Thank you, young man. I will pay you plenty." Su Xing returned to the alchemy room and fell into deep thought. What exactly is happening at the demon-suppressing pass? Why does everyone have to go there to die? Instinct told him this was his chance to uncover the secret. Su Xing took a deep breath, his eyes determined, and decisively ordered the system to begin. On the agreed delivery date, Jin Shang arrived with a group of men laboriously carrying several large wooden crates into the room. The lids popped open and a dazzling golden light filled the entire room. He pointed at the massive fortune and said generously, "Young man, the money is all here. I had it all converted into gold bars." Unexpectedly, however, Su Xing shook his head coldly, his gaze unmoved by the temptation of the money. "I don't need money." Jin Shang was stunned, his face full of surprise. "Then what do you want?" Su Xing looked him straight in the eye, saying each word with powerful emphasis. "I want to meet the high-level military leadership of Great Sha. Once I meet them, I will donate all of this." Jin Shang pondered for a long time, his expression turning serious. "I cannot make such a promise on my own. I will pass your message along. As for whether it succeeds, that is not for me to decide." Su Xing nodded, his tone calm yet resolute. "Thank you." A while later, when Jin Shang's luxury car pulled up to the door, Su Xing stepped out and asked with a slight frown, "Where are we going?" The man gave no explanation, only answering briefly, "You'll know when we get there." Before he got into the car, Jin Shang cautiously pulled out a black cloth strip, his behavior draped in mystery. Su Xing didn't ask questions, taking the strip and blind-locking his own eyes. Sitting in the back seat, the darkness made his senses even sharper. He secretly wondered, what kind of prominent figure is this, that the meeting procedure is so strict? Despite the anxiety in his heart, he reminded himself that this was only a simulation. At worst, he'd die and restart. So he went all in, sitting quietly in the speeding car as it raced toward the unknown distance. The engine cut out and the car came to a stop. Jin Shang informed him, "We've arrived." Su Xing took off his blindfold, a sudden light making him squint. "Are we here?" he asked. He looked around at the imposing architecture, which radiated an aura of supreme power. Su Xing thought to himself that this must be the Great Hall, the place where the most powerful figures of Great Sha gathered. Suddenly a deep, powerful voice resonated from within. "Young man, why don't you come in? Didn't you want to see me?" Just from the voice alone, Su Xing felt an invisible weight pressing down on his shoulders. This was voice transmission, a technique that meant the person speaking was at least a martial emperor-level expert. Jin Shang gestured respectfully and whispered, "I can only take you this far, please go inside." Su Xing took a deep breath and stepped through the massive doors. When he finally saw the man seated before him, he froze in surprise. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man sat with an aura as imposing as a coiled dragon or a crouching tiger. He was one of the supreme commanders of the Great Sha military, Lu Yuanwu. He smiled slightly, his voice booming like thunder. "Greetings, Student Su. I heard these military ration pills were refined by you?" Su Xing was stunned. It was the first time he had heard that unfamiliar name. "You call these military ration pills?" Lu Yuanwu nodded and explained patiently. "In times of peace they are weight loss supplements used to burn fat, but now they must be called military ration pills. Realizing his opportunity had arrived, Su Xing's expression turned solemn as he threw out the question that had plagued him for so long. What exactly is happening to the human world? Lu Yuanwu's gaze turned cold as he reminded him. That is not something you should concern yourself with. I agreed to meet you today because I wish to buy the formula for those pills. Name your price. Su Xing understood that refining fasting pills required spirit rice. Even if he handed over the recipe, the military wouldn't be able to use it directly. He didn't back down, proposing a trade. I can give you the recipe for free, but in exchange I want to know exactly what happened at the demon-suppressing pass. I want to know how my sister, my best friend, and Kongshui really died. The hall fell into a brief silence before Lu Yuanwu finally nodded. Fine, but remember, this information must go with you to the grave. No problem. Feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, Su Xing immediately asked the question burning in his heart. Why are there so many students and teachers from Kyoto Professional University there? That is the human city of the demon-suppressing pass. Professionals must enter the city to fight for the future of humanity, but my classmates weren't even Grandmaster rank. They were only at the master rank. Lu Yuanwu let out a long, heavy sigh, his tone thick with sorrow. Wait, you're right. In recent years, the situation at the pass has deteriorated daily. The Grandmaster rank experts have been almost entirely sacrificed. This news hit Su Xing like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly shell-shocked. What? Lu Yuanwu pointed toward the distance, where dark clouds were churning. The area ahead, shrouded by the defensive formation, is the battlefield. Your sister, your best friend, and Kongshui all fell there. From now on you will stay here in this city within the pass. Refined pills for everyone. Do not go to the front lines. Waves of shock crashed through Su Xing's heart as he completely ignored the commander's warning. His mind was filled with one thought: what exactly is happening out there? Back in the simulated alchemy room, his mind was a mess. Even though he now knew the truth, his heart was still clouded by grief. He wanted to see that brutal battlefield with his own eyes and uncover the truth behind his loved one's sacrifices. However, he had lost his freedom. The moment Su Xing tried to step out the door, he was stopped by guards. Apologies, Mr. Su, you cannot leave without Commander Lu's permission. He frowned and argued. What kind of excuse is that? I just want to go out for some fresh air. It's too stuffy in here. The guard remained expressionless and flatly refused. No, Su Xing began to scheme. It seemed the getting lost trick wouldn't work. He turned back into the room and ordered the furnace to open for refining. Looking at the 3 pills in his hand, a cold smirk played on his lips. As expected, when an alchemy genius makes a move, even scrap metal becomes divine medicine. A miasma pill completed in an instant. Hearing the commotion inside, the guards outside panicked and burst through the door. Something's wrong, something happened to Mr. Su. The door slammed open, but they weren't met with an accident. Instead, 3 miasma pills flew toward them, accompanied by Su Xing's sincere apology. Gentlemen, my apologies. The pills shattered. A thick purple smoke filled the room. The 2 guards immediately began to sway, their limbs turning leaden as they collapsed to the floor, muttering, Mr. Su, you can't. Su Xing was already prepared. Dashing past them toward the defensive shield, he passed through the energy membrane without hesitation. But the very first sight that met his eyes made him freeze in place, paralyzed with terror. Despite his mental preparations, he felt as insignificant as an ant before the colossal beast that stood like a towering mountain. On the chaotic battlefield, a Taoist priest was shouting orders to his disciples. Everyone, its weakness is its eyes, blind its left eye, the disciples roared in unison. Their morale piercing the sky, the others followed orders and charged the beast. Yes, master. However, the gap in strength was simply too vast. With a single sweep of its massive claws, the beast swatted the crowd away like broken puppets. The Taoist gasped and quickly commanded, Quickly, everyone retreat in all directions. The giant beast casually snatched one person up, a contemptuous, cruel grin on its face. Overestimating your strength. Despite being at death's door, the captured person let out a cold laugh. He replied defiantly, The one overestimating himself is you. As soon as he spoke, the giant beast's left eye suddenly exploded. It let out a world-shaking scream. My eye! Seeing the opportunity, the Taoist priest roared with a mixture of despair and hatred. Now everyone, give your lives to take this beast down. Though blinded, the beast continued its frantic rampage, its voice rasping and murderous. You cannot kill me. The old priest charged forward like an arrow from a bow, fueled by a resolution to die. Charge today, this old man shall avenge his disciples. He exhausted every drop of his life force, thrusting his long sword deep into the beast's fatal weakness. The giant beast let out a final, unwilling wail. The old priest laughed heartily. A tragic yet heroic sound that echoed across the battlefield. Old monster, come to hell with me. The beast's massive corpse crashed to the ground, and alongside it fell the valiant priest. Su Xing stood there dazed, watching the tragedy unfold, his mind a complete blank. It took the sacrifice of so many just to barely kill a single beast. Is this how Ninan and the others died? An old but hearty voice came from behind him. While Great Shao's mountains and rivers remain, how could there ever be a lack of men willing to die for them? Lu Yuanwu placed a hand on his shoulder, though his words of comfort felt like salt on a wound. Young man, go home, there is nothing left here worth lingering for. Those words snapped Su Xing out of his daze. He realized that the demon-suppressing pass was already falling. The invasion of these beasts into the human world was only a matter of time. Back in the simulated cultivation room, he threw himself into a frenzy of training. He pointed his fingers like a sword and gave a low shout. he would turn his grief into strength, vowing to refine the organ-tempering pill and break through to the organ-tempering realm as soon as possible. Looking at the round fragrant pill in his hand, Su Sheng was overjoyed. I succeeded, the simulation continued. He swallowed the pill without hesitation, but tragedy struck instantly. You impatiently consumed the pill and your body immediately exploded. With a muffled bang and a cloud of smoke, the simulated life came to an end. The system popped up the settlement panel. Simulation ended. You may choose 2 rewards from the following: Lucky Streak Green Talent, 10,000 Energy Quick Wit Green Talent, 110,000 Energy Bone Forging Great Perfection Cultivation, 11,000 Energy Introductory Lihua Alchemy Insights, 230,000 Energy. In reality, Su Sheng clutched his head, unable to accept this absurd ending. Damn it, did I really just blow myself up with a pill I refined? Is this a joke? The furnace didn't explode, the pill was a success. It actually worked. He racked his brain and finally identified the problem. Wait, I used yellow spirit essence that was grown for 3 years, the medicinal potency was too aggressive, my body couldn't handle it and just detonated. Does the effectiveness of a pill actually scale with the age of the ingredients? That was it. He hadn't considered such a simple issue. Having learned a lesson in blood and tears, he muttered to himself, "It seems I must keep increasing my cultivation to refine pills safely. I choose to bring out the introductory Lihuo Alchemy Insights." The system updated the rewards. You selected the green talent Quick Wit, consuming 10,000 energy, 133,000 remaining. You selected introductory Lihuo Alchemy Insights, consuming 100,000 energy, 33,000 remaining. Su Sheng let out a long sigh, his gaze becoming more determined than ever. He finally recognized the gravity of the situation. He realized this simulation had finally touched upon the truth of the demon-suppressing pass. It wasn't that the beasts would arrive in 15 years, it was that if the pass ever fell, they would flood into reality, destroying everything. In truth, the giant beasts had always existed, they were simply being held back at the pass. He clenched his fists, a fighting spirit igniting in his heart. Fortunately, there are still 15 years left, there's still time. If I can't save the world after simulating hundreds of times over these 15 years, I might as well quit and become a carpenter. His thoughts were interrupted by Jin Kongshui, who let out an excited cry. Her eyes were sparkling as she praised herself. "My dark circles and crow's feet are all gone." She swayed back and forth in front of the mirror, looking utterly charming. She shouted in surprise, "I feel like I'm 20 again." Su Sheng sat in a chair with his legs crossed, resting his chin on one hand. He replied casually, "That medicine is called the youth-retaining pill, but I prefer to call it the rich woman's joy pill. Think you can get a good price for it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crisp chime of a bank notification rang out. "Your account has been credited with 100 million RMB. Jin Kongshui walked over and grandly held up 5 fingers. "I'll take everything you brought. We'll start at 1 million per pill. If that's not enough, just let me know." Hearing this astronomical figure, a cold sweat broke out on Su Xing's forehead as he marveled inwardly, "Holy crap, is this the decisiveness of a wealthy woman?" He bit his lip, suppressing his shock, thinking, "I'm finally experiencing what it feels like to be one of the privileged elite in reality." On the surface, however, he remained calm. "It's not that I don't like money, it's just that the youth-retaining pill has an effectiveness ceiling. Eating this many won't do you any good." Jin Kongshui picked up a pill to examine it, frowning as she retorted, "Who said I was the one eating them?" She slowly stood up. She walked toward him with an imposing aura. "Have you forgotten what my last name is?" Su Sheng raised an eyebrow. "It's Jin." A flash of realization hit him, and he froze. "Wait, don't tell me you're—" That was it. This was the first time Su Sheng truly grasped the scale of the Jin family's business in reality. Seeing the dramatic change in his expression, she knew he had guessed it. "As you suspect, I am the only daughter of the Jin Merchant Association." Hearing that prestigious name, an image of Jin Kongshui sitting atop a mountain of gold involuntarily formed in Su Xing's mind. Her voice carried the natural pride of someone in a high position. "So these pills aren't just for me. I'm going to put them up for auction." Su Sheng lowered his head and scratched his ear, looking slightly awkward. "I don't need money." But the next second his expression shifted, and he lunged forward to grab Jin Kongshui's leg like she was his life support. "I want to ask your company to help me turn all of this money into white-quality equipment." She looked down at him with a mixture of disdain and confusion. 100 million for white equipment? You could buy at least 5,000 pieces. What do you need that much white equipment for?" Su Sheng pressed his hands together and pleaded, "Please, please, I can't explain it to you right now, but I really need it." Seeing his sincerity, Jin Kongshui had no choice but to nod. "Fine, but 5,000 pieces is no small amount. It's likely to attract official attention." She crossed her long legs, staring at Su Sheng with a seductive gaze. "But I have a way. First, you can establish a merchant group specifically to acquire low-level equipment. Second, use high-quality equipment to trade for green-quality items." Su Sheng nodded in agreement. "That is indeed a good way to legitimize the source. Then my merchant group shall be called the Tarot Society." Jin Kongshui looked at his roguish charm and shifted her gaze elegantly, coughing slightly to hide her racing heart. She gently rested her leg on Su Xing's knee. After the business talk was over, she leaned in close to him, her voice full of temptation. "Then shouldn't we?" Su Sheng felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He snapped into alertness and took off running. I'll leave the business setup to you, Kongshui. I have to get back to school first. Before he even finished the sentence, the door slammed shut with a thud, leaving Jin Kongshui dazed. Her eyes turned red with anger as she grit her teeth. Every single time he runs away the moment he's done using me, that heartbreaker. The scene shifted back to the dorm where Su Xing opened the system as soon as he arrived. After the system upgrade, a new immersive simulation feature had been added. He had wanted to try it earlier, but he hadn't had enough energy points at the time. Now in reality, Kongshui was helping him make money. This time he could enjoy the experience to the fullest. With that thought, Su Xing pressed the screen and said excitedly, "Let the storm rage even harder." System prompt: "Congratulations, you have obtained the green talent, dashing appearance green. You possess a tall, sturdy build and an extraordinary temperament, making it easier for you to attract the opposite sex than ordinary people." Seeing those words, Su Xing's face went dark, his lip twitching. "It's practically the apocalypse. What use is this talent? Refund." A moment later, Su Xing stepped into the Qingyun's secret realm within the simulated world. Following the previous chapter, you met a tragic end in the explosion of the organ tempering pill. However, you are brilliant, and realized this was because the ingredients were of too high a quality. Thus you began the body tempering process again from scratch. In your hand you held a batch of ingredients with recalibrated proportions. This time, with the medicinal potency halved, nothing should go wrong, right? The system redescribed Su Xing's life path. Day after day you tempered your body. During this period you farmed, raised chickens, cultivated, and led Wang Qingshan into the Adventist sect. As soon as those words were uttered, your eyes snapped open with a brilliant light. Ultimately, you once again reached the great perfection of the bone-forging realm. The aura surrounding Su Xing became full, and his vitality surged powerfully, but at that moment the shadows of the past struck again. It was time to consume the organ tempering pill. Beads of sweat poured down Su Xing's face as anxiety filled his heart. What if it's still? He rubbed his chin with a calculating look, muttering, "Should I discuss this with my conscience, or give it to Kongshui to test first? No, I don't want to start over." Su Xing's gaze suddenly landed on a flock of spirit chickens running and jumping on the ground. He reached out to rub the back of his neck and let out a long weary sigh, though a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "I also need to find a way to strengthen my physique. I need some nourishment." His words made the flock of chickens tremble as they sensed a thick killing intent. "I choose you." Su Xing waved his hand about to grab one, but the spirit chickens had already scattered in flight. Just as the door opened, he glanced at them with conspiratorial eyes, determined to catch a test subject for this new batch of medicine. "If you lot don't lay an egg for me every day, I'm going to start having chicken soup." After a chaotic scuffle that sent feathers flying, the spirit chickens finally crawled obediently into their coops to sleep. Having dealt with the chickens, Su Xing clapped his hands and returned to the room to find Kongshui. Upon meeting, she spoke solemnly. "I have already conducted experiments with the organ tempering pill you gave me. The medicinal properties are too aggressive. Taking it is extremely painful, but it has a massive effect on increasing strength." Su Xing crossed his fingers, proposing thoughtfully, "Can you find a way to send these pills to Lu Yuanwu?" Hearing this, Kongshui winked playfully and pointed with one finger. "Go find Grandpa Lu." That intimate address caused Su Xing's eyes to widen in shock. It turned out she called that man Grandpa. The scene instantly shifted to a solemn ancient residence. The system notified that, through Kongshui's introduction, the meeting with Lu Yuanwu proceeded faster than expected. The veteran general showed particular interest in the pill Su Xing mentioned that could strengthen one's power. He took out a deep green organ tempering pill and brought it close to his eyes for careful observation. Su Xing stared intently at the pill, his brows slightly furrowed and his heart full of worry. Could these professionals, who were already accustomed to living on the edge of life and death in the military, use the overbearing potency of the organ tempering pill to help them survive this great apocalyptic catastrophe? The background changed again, this time to a barren mountain. The mechanical voice of the system rang out. "After your wish was fulfilled, you focused on eating the eggs laid by the spirit chickens. On the stove, an egg was sizzling as it cooked. You wanted to strengthen your physique as quickly as possible to the point where it could withstand the organ tempering pill." Su Xing jubbled to himself while sprinkling seasoning into the pot, completely ignoring the system's constant nagging. One day, while he was fully immersed in his grand chicken roasting endeavor, Kongshui's shout suddenly rang out, "Su Xing, are you there?" He quickly chewed the mouthful of meat and ran out to answer. "Coming." As soon as the door opened, Su Xing was startled, instinctively stepping back with a face full of shock. What the hell is going on? Before him, Kongshui had changed her appearance, looking like a mature woman in her 30s. She gave him no chance to calm down or explain, hurriedly grabbing his hand and dragging him away. "No time to explain, come with me quickly." The roar of helicopter engines sounded as the rotors began to spin rapidly, creating a gale. Seeing the long-awaited steel beast, Su Xing's face turned pale. "Is such a grand spectacle really necessary, Kongshui? What on earth is happening?" She looked back with a deep, lingering smile. "Your organ tempering pill has performed a great service." Su Xing's expression immediately turned serious as he muttered to himself, "It really worked." The next stop was the majestic Heaven Temple. The loud slogans from 2 rows of soldiers standing in neat formation drowned out the wind. "Greetings, Chief." Lu Yuanwu stepped forward, his voice booming and full of authority. "Su Sheng, according to the predictions of internal military experts, an average of 5 organ tempering pills can increase a master rank professional's strength by 50%. His eyes sparkled with a profound light as he got straight to the point. "How many organ tempering pills can you refine in a month?" Su Sheng replied flatly, and after a quick calculation stated he could provide 200 pills a month. Standing to the side, Kong Shui couldn't help but feel puzzled, her mind constantly calculating. "Doesn't that mean within 5 months we could create 200 Grandmaster-level powerhouses?" Lu Yuanwu smiled mysteriously, his face flickering in and out of the light, his voice carrying a grand vision. "This is a tremendous boost for the entirety of Great Sha and for all of humanity." He stepped forward. Staring directly at him with a resolute gaze, he made a heavyweight proposal. "As long as you can provide enough organ tempering pills, I can grant you 3rd-class survival status." Hearing this, Kong Shui's eyes widened in surprise as she blurted out, "3rd class? Even Grandpa Lu is only 2nd class." She patted Su Xing's shoulder and analyzed seriously. "In all of Great Sha, only a few people enjoy 3rd-class status. Most have already sacrificed themselves for the people. In other words, you are now the foremost person among ordinary citizens." Su Xing rubbed his chin and pondered. "The foremost person among ordinary citizens, huh?" After a moment of reflection, he turned to Lu Yuanwu and set a condition. "I want to know if there are any cultivation-type dungeons in this world." Kong Shui smiled and lightly shrugged, saying, "Like the Qingyun spirit field we went to before?" Su Xing nodded in confirmation. "Exactly." Standing nearby, Lu Yuanwu chimed in, "There are some, but they only exist in records. I cannot provide specific coordinates." Upon hearing this, Su Xing cupped his hands and bowed. "This information is very important to me. I will refine the organ tempering pills diligently." The other party nodded in agreement. "Good, I will organize it for you as soon as possible." At this moment, the image of that venerable one surfaced in Su Xing's mind again. There had to be more than just the Qingyun spirit field. In those dungeons there must certainly be opportunities similar to those provided by Qingyunzi. Time passed, and 3 days later in the study, Kong Shui brought a thick stack of information and placed it on the table. She said, "I'm going to the Tarot Society first. Take your time reading." Su Xing said deeply, "Thank you." Once she left, he immediately opened the system panel to check. "It's right here." Su Xing commanded, "System, I want to consume 100,000 energy points for a 1-hour immersive simulation." While he was muttering, the system rang with a crisp chime. "You have consumed 100,000 energy points to select a 1-hour immersive simulation. Current balance, 407,000 energy points." Su Xing's fingers touched the paper. With a gentle rub, the realistic texture overwhelmed him. "Am I in? This is just like transmigrating." Those 100,000 energy points weren't wasted. Suddenly, amidst the mountain of information, an envelope stamped "Top Secret" gradually revealed itself. What kind of information would be considered top secret? He picked it up to look, and after reading just a few lines, his expression changed. The system simultaneously displayed detailed information for Su Xing. Dungeon name: Blood Demon Territory. Difficulty: 4 stars. Note: cultivation-type dungeons carry immense danger. It is not recommended for professionals below the Grandmaster rank to enter and explore. NPCs suspected to be of legendary or even saint rank may appear in the dungeon. It is recommended to explore such dungeons with a team of 5 or more Heaven King rank professionals, led by a martial emperor rank powerhouse. The description before his eyes left him agape with surprise. When he reached the section on casualties, his hand instinctively stopped. 7 Heaven King rank professionals and 2 martial emperor rank professionals have already fallen within the Blood Demon Territory. Su Xing shivered. Was this a dungeon or a meat grinder? His finger began to trace across every line of text. No wonder cultivation-type dungeons were never made public. They were actually this dangerous. The system spoke again to explain the dungeon's mechanics more clearly. 4-star Blood Demon Territory. Upon entering the dungeon, one will appear in an area near a sect called the Blood Demon Sect. Once arrived, please flee north immediately. To the southwest lies the Blood Demon Sect's nest. The system paused for a moment, then continued to warn in a serious tone, "The Blood Demon Sect disciples in this dungeon are all extremely bloodthirsty. They will hunt down professionals entering the dungeon indiscriminately." Horrifying images flashed through Su Xing's mind, people having their vitality sucked dry, leaving only withered corpses scattered everywhere. They possessed a special magical treasure, which could track a professional's position at any time. Su Xing flipped through every page of information with an excited look, his eyes fixed on the descriptions of the indiscriminate hunting mechanism and the positioning methods. Wasn't this that one-way trip mode where however many go in, that many die? Suddenly his gaze sharpened as if he had discovered a key point. Wait a minute, if this information was recorded, it proves that there must have been a survivor who brought it out of the dungeon. Acting on the thought, Su Xing began to flip through the pages at a frantic speed, searching for clues. At this time, the system also spoke to confirm the person who provided the dungeon information. Hu Shu, recording time April 26, New Era 1978. His brows were tightly locked and his gaze became more serious than ever before. Such a powerful professional must surely still be alive and well in the world. I must first find that person and seek the secret to passing. Su Xing carefully placed the book on the table, weighing his own strength. Currently he was just a small rogue cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. It was best not to harbor fantasies about a dungeon of this level. He reached out for another book and continued to flip through, hoping to find something more suitable for himself. Isn't there any dungeon suited for my current noob stage? A page was turned and what met his eyes was highly valuable information. Dungeon name, Luotian Assembly. Difficulty 2 stars. The notes explicitly recorded that there was almost no danger to life in this dungeon, but the corresponding rewards were also extremely meager. Su Xing's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected to find a dungeon with such a relaxed difficulty. The system began to display the detailed information. This is a time loop type dungeon, allowing only one professional to enter at a time. Average experience time, 1 day. The illustration below showed a scene where cultivators were gathered together in heated discussion. That point in time was known as January 1st, year 726 of the Luotian calendar, which coincided exactly with the annual Luotian Assembly event. The system paused for a moment and continued to report, the professional will be fixed as transmigrating into the body of a foundation establishment cultivator named Xiao Chuan, and experience everything this person goes through on this day. Hearing this, his brows furrowed even tighter. Aside from memories, professionals entering this dungeon cannot bring anything out of it. A meaningful smile curled onto Su Xing's lips, and he immediately closed the book. I can go check out this dungeon. Although I can't bring anything out, sometimes the memories of a cultivator are the most precious treasure. His gaze quickly shifted to the remaining book. His next target was already decided. Su Xing laughed excitedly while flipping the pages. The difficulty was only 1 star, even lower than the Luotian Assembly. The background description was of an era of Dharma decline, the twilight stage of the cultivation world. Due to the depletion of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth over millions of years, coupled with a severe shortage of the core cultivation tool known as spirit stones, most cultivators in this dungeon were stagnant at the qi refining stage. Just reading this, his eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't this a reflection of himself? Regardless of Su Xing's reaction, the system continued to introduce the world coldly. The 3 major sects ruling this dungeon include the Fusheng Gate, the Xuanwang Sect, and the Evergreen Sect. The footprints of ancient cultivators were once left here, and a certain number of cultivation techniques have been preserved. A greedy look appeared on his face, his eyes shining as he stared at the page recording the cultivation techniques, thinking this was practically an exploration site tailored specifically for him. Suddenly, Su Xing's gaze lingered on a line of text, and he made a sharp deduction. Could this Evergreen Sect have some connection with the Evergreen Art? Could the Evergreen Art from the Adventist Sect have originated from this dungeon? Suddenly the system's crisp chime rang out a warning. Only 10 minutes remain for the immersive simulation. Please manage your time reasonably, host. He was agape with surprise, unable to believe his ears. Are 10 minutes going by that fast? That's faster than me. Su Xing dared not delay and immediately grabbed the phone to call Lu Yuanwu. As soon as the call connected, he spoke urgently. Chief Lu, I want the locations of these 2 dungeons, the era of Dharma decline and the Luotian Assembly. Hearing this sudden request, there was a slight hesitation on the other end. He frowned slightly, but ultimately chose to compromise. I can give you the coordinates for the era of Dharma decline, but the Luotian Assembly was closed 3 years ago. It's useless even if you have them. Su Xing ignored the warning. The pen in his hand flew across the paper, recording. It doesn't matter if it's closed, just send these 2 coordinates to me. Lu Yuanwu on the other end replied, Fine, I'll read, you record. Su Xing calculated shrewdly in his heart. In the simulation, the Luotian Assembly has ended, but in the real world it hasn't yet. After a tense minute, everything was finally settled. He picked up the slip of paper and thought with satisfaction, those 100,000 energy points really weren't in vain. These 2 coordinates don't take up my reward slots. The system's prompt sounded again. Only 10 seconds remain for the immersive experience. Does the host wish to exit? Su Xing decisively pressed the screen and chose to leave. In an instant he returned to reality, stretching his limbs as he lay on his comfortable mattress. But a moment later he sat up like a coiled spring, grabbing his phone with a triumphant laugh. While his memory was still vivid, he hurried to record the coordinates, marking both dungeons on his mobile map. Although the difficulty wasn't high, the era of Dharma decline still harbored ancient cultivators. To be safe, he decided to wait until his cultivation reached a breakthrough before exploring. The simulation continued. As soon as he spoke, the system transported Su Xing back into that familiar space. Having obtained the coordinates from Lu Yuanwu, you began to focus entirely on alchemy. You lay on a lounge chair, surrounded by a few hopping spirit chickens. Every day you diligently ate spirit rice and consumed a large quantity of spirit eggs to replenish your physical strength. Your body-refining cultivation reached the great perfection of the bone-forging realm. Su Xing let out a sigh. His qi-refining cultivation remained stuck at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Relying on body refining alone wouldn't be enough. He yawned and casually flipped through his manual again, thinking, could there be something wrong with my cultivation method? I should first check the techniques Qing Yunzi left for me. Su Xing's gaze suddenly froze as he noticed something unusual. He bolted upright, startling the flock of chickens and sending them flying in all directions. Breaking through to the golden core stage requires the Dantian to gather a massive amount of spiritual qi. The concentration of spiritual qi in this secret realm is too low to meet that condition. I must find a way to gather a vast amount of energy in a short time. Returning to the pharmacy, Su Xing rummaged through his belongings. He remembered a type of medicine called the Yuan Nourishing Pill, whose primary ingredient was Yuan Nourishing Grass. After a search, he finally held the required herb in his hand. Found it! The words had barely left his lips when the system chimed, signaling the activation of his unshakable talent, and continued to narrate the arduous process in Su Xing's ear. Years passed, and after the nth failure, you finally refined 5 batches of low-grade Yuan Nourishing Pills. You were ecstatic. The Yuan Nourishing Pill was entirely different from the Organ Tempering Pill. By this time, Su Xing's face was covered in a thick beard from years of secluded cultivation. He picked up the pills to compare them. The medicinal properties of the Organ Tempering Pill were crude and violent, potentially causing physical damage to practitioners with insufficient constitutions. There was even a risk of death, but the Yuan Nourishing Pill had a gentle nature. Even a qi-refining cultivator could use it without harm. As soon as he swallowed it, a wisp of pale gold breath escaped his lips, and a surge of abundant power instantly spread through Su Xing's entire body. This spiritual qi was continuous and enduring, even surpassing his previous energy quality by several fold. Having felt this power, he looked at his hands with excitement. Although his cultivation level was still technically the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, his actual strength had increased at least several times over. As expected, the path of immortality required constant exploration. Su Xing began to look forward to his future prospects. It seemed that once he broke through to the golden core stage, his strength might even rival that of an ordinary master rank professional. He clenched his fist, determined that when the time came he would be fully capable of entering the era of Dharma Decline Dungeon to investigate. Time slipped by, and new prompts appeared on the system panel. In the 12th year, Su Xing clearly felt his cultivation becoming more solid by the day, and the inspiration to break through to the golden core stage was rapidly approaching. Sitting cross-legged in the alchemy space, you spent a full 3 months refining over 100 Yuan Nourishing Pills. Making full preparations for this crucial assault, suddenly a brilliant radiant glow streaked across the sky. Spiritual qi had never been so abundant, and your body began to undergo a startling transformation. A white halo appeared between Su Xing's brows as if a withered stream had converged into a rolling river. The sensation was like a tender bamboo standing proud amidst lightning or spring thunder echoing in the heart, breaking through the soil with intense vitality. A golden pillar of light soared into the sky, carrying a mysterious aura that pierced the clouds. Is it finally going to succeed? The golden light spread throughout the space, accompanied by gusts of fresh wind signaling the arrival of spring. Su Xing rose to his full height and laughed toward the sky, full of high spirits, the symbol of swallowing a golden core into the belly. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. As long as this simulation ends and I pay enough resources, I can immediately become an early-stage golden core cultivator. He returned to the furnace and waved his hand confidently. The system chimed, confirming that the pills in Su Xing's hand had reached the required standard, marking his official entry into the early-stage golden core realm. With his strength skyrocketing, refining pills became as simple as breathing or eating to him. Su Xing ordered his subordinates to quickly transport this batch of pills to the warehouse. Thanks to his timely supply of medicine, the scales of battle at the demon-suppressing pass did not tip against humanity. Instead, they showed a faint shift for the better. Su Xing stood with his hands behind his back, taking a deep breath of fresh air and looking up at the blue sky where no giant beasts were in sight, his eyes full of deep reflection. However, just when he thought everything was temporarily stable, hurried footsteps came from behind him. It was Lu Yuanwu. He spoke anxiously. Su Xing, something happened to Kongshui. Hearing this, Su Xing's heart skipped a beat and he hurried to confirm the situation. Had she sacrificed herself? Lu Yuanwu shook his head, sighing with sweat on his brow. Not only is she heavily injured, but if she doesn't recuperate for 2 years, she might never fully recover. Su Xing clenched his fists, feeling the biting cold of the wind. Kongshui's injury was like a bucket of cold water to the face, making him soberly realize that his great work was not yet finished and he still needed to double his efforts. He pulled a list from his robes. Please, Commander Lu, help me prepare these herbs. I need to refine healing medicine. Lu Yuanwu took the slip of paper with joy. Excellent. The front line is exactly in need of this. After entrusting everything, Su Xing immediately entered the Qingyun's secret realm. In addition to the herbs, he also asked Lu Yuanwu to mobilize labor to manufacture over 10,000 alchemy furnaces. Starting your bitter seclusion, you frantically refined over 10,000 healing pills. The simulation showed 2 powerful human experts struggling to hold on, and the healing medicine you provided alleviated the terrifying pressure on the front lines to some extent. However, the system's cold prompt still sounded. In the 15th year of the simulation, Su Xing saw Lu Yuanwu approaching with a face full of sorrow and frowned in confusion. He asked, Commander, what's? The other man lowered his head, his voice heavy. The demon-suppressing pass has fallen. You should leave this place. Sushing gritted his teeth, his brow tightly locked and his heart full of indignation. Did it end in failure after all? I've refined pills to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep, yet I could only delay the apocalypse by a single month. He looked directly at Lu Yuanwu and asked point-blank, "Commander, tell me, what exactly must be done to defeat those demons?" He was met only by the commander's helpless sigh. "Unless a miracle occurs." Lu Yuanwu walked forward whispering softly, "or unless a certain kind of person appears among humanity." Hearing this, Sushing could not hide the shock on his face, muttering, "A true god-tier powerhouse." Just then, the roar of a giant beast echoed through the area. My god, it opened its massive maw and lunged as if to swallow everything. Seeing Lu Yuanwu standing in front of him, Sushing couldn't help but frown and ask, "What are you planning to do?" Lu Yuanwu replied solemnly, his voice devoid of fear, "Hurry and find a place to hide. As a soldier I must hold my post until the very end." His gaze ignited with a resolute flame as he looked straight at Sushing. "I will live and die with great Shah." With that, Lu Yuanwu rushed forward without hesitation, roaring, "Bastard, give me your life!" The giant beast opened its mouth, breathing out countless sharp energy arrows that devastated the surroundings. Witnessing this scene, Sushing realized one fact: even until the final moment the people had never given up. The sight before his eyes made him sigh with heartfelt admiration. It turned out that before the giant beast swallowed the entire world, there were so many professionals fighting with their lives on the line. Powerhouses from all directions launched their attacks simultaneously. Boom! A world-shaking explosion, accompanied by a soaring pillar of smoke, erupted instantly, and the powerhouses were sent flying like kites with broken strings. A badge fell in front of Sushing. He picked it up for a careful look, the words about a true god-tier powerhouse echoing in his mind. Sushing looked toward the sky, his gaze deep and searching. With the end approaching, he wanted to try hiding in the spirit field to see if he could survive. The monster seemed to have spotted Sushing, opening its maw once more to strike at him. This giant beast was doing it on purpose. His ears were nearly deafened by the sound. Sushing immediately opened a spatial channel and jumped inside. However, the scene inside the space became eerie and distorted, no longer peaceful as usual. "What's happening?" The system began to explain. "You were caught in a chaotic spatial turbulence and torn to shreds. This simulation has ended." Sushing was pulled back to reality. He fell into deep thought. Spatial turbulence, meaning that when the apocalypse arrives, even hiding in the spirit field blessed land is useless. While he was pondering, a reward list popped up on the system panel. "Host, please select your rewards. Green talent, magnificent bearing, value 10,000 energy. Bone forging, great perfection cultivation, value 11,000 energy. 10 years of alchemy experience, value 100,000 energy. Golden core layer 1 cultivation, value 110,000 energy." Note, your golden core is only of medium grade. It still requires constant tempering and concentration to become a high-grade golden core, or even a 9-revolution golden core. Sushing frowned and rubbed his hands, calculating silently. Magnificent bearing was useless. The golden core cultivation was a must-pick. As for the alchemy experience, he pondered for a moment and decisively pressed the selection. "I'll take that too. It'll be useful in many places later." After confirmation, the prompt sounded again. "You have chosen to bring out 10 years of alchemy experience and golden core layer 1 cultivation. Remaining balance, 197,000 energy points. Cultivation is being transmitted. Host, please remain conscious." He asked back in confusion, "Conscious? To what extent do I need to be conscious?" Suddenly, the image of an erupting volcano surfaced clearly before his eyes. Sushing's body emitted an astonishing heat, as if flames were searing every inch of his muscle. He felt as though his body were burning. Due to the pain, he narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to visualize an image in his mind to guide this power. It felt as if something were about to break through the soil, like a great tree stretching toward the firmament. Spiritual chi condensed into a thick trunk which suddenly erupted into blooms of glittering golden flowers. The tree produced golden blossoms and subsequently each pistil bore a golden fruit. Golden flowers bearing golden fruits. Sushing's body relaxed accordingly. Suspended in the void, could this blissful, intoxicating feeling be the legendary state of core formation? Endless joy welled up in his heart. He was so happy he almost fainted. However, the system immediately threw cold water on his excitement. "Host, do not lose yourself. Focus on forming the core." At those words, Sushing quickly gathered his focus and sat cross-legged. A streak of brilliant golden light flashed, enveloping his entire body. His eyes snapped open, shooting out divine light. Sensing the golden core within his dantian condensing and bursting with vibrant vitality, Sushing's knitted brows relaxed, and his joy was beyond words. Suddenly, a miniature vortex appeared in his palm. Sushing's body slowly rose into midair, wrapped in a violent storm of spiritual chi. Immediately following, the light beam nearby emitted an astonishing pressure, as if it were going to swallow him whole. Sushing was secretly alarmed. Even a gold-rank professional would likely find it hard to endure this power. He had to restrain it. The unique air cyclone of the golden core stage was indeed terrifyingly powerful. The surrounding space began to warp and distort, and the ground cracked into web-like patterns. If not controlled in time, the entire Kyoto Professional University might be leveled. Su Xing quickly brought his hands together, compressing that wild power into a stable energy sphere. He sat cross-legged, floating in the air, and let out a sigh of relief. The spatial illusion dissipated. He returned to his dorm in reality. It was lucky he controlled it in time, otherwise the entire dorm building would have exploded and he'd likely have been arrested as a terrorist. Stabilizing his body, which was trembling from excitement, Su Xing's lips curled up slightly. He hadn't expected to possess such staggering destructive power just by stepping into the Golden Core stage. Truly, cultivation was the correct path. Those level-up methods for professionals were just low-level tricks. He tried clenching his fist, feeling the power surging in his veins. A single simulation had saved him 15 years of bitter training. Now he was a legitimate Golden Core cultivator. The information displayed, Su Xing Realm Golden Core Early Stage. A red-gold sphere of light like a miniature sun appeared before him. Due to the massive consumption of energy, his face turned deathly pale in an instant. He whispered to himself for comfort, "Steady, don't waver. I'm still far from being a true god-tier powerhouse. To stop the end of the world, I must continue to grow stronger." Subsequently, Su Xing opened the system panel to check his various stats. Cultivation, Golden Core Layer 1, Body Refining, Bone Forging, Great Perfection. Technique, Evergreen Art. Talents, Wood Fire, Dual Spirit Roots, Death's Insight, Mr. Strength, Lucky Streak, Unshakable. Skills, Lihuo Art Introductory, Alchemy Introductory, Spirit Burst Uninitiated. He calculated silently. He currently possessed 6 talents, though he wasn't yet sure how many he could control with precision. But wait, where did this Spirit Burst come from? Su Xing rubbed his chin in thought, then suddenly realized, could it be that the destructive spiritual chi vortex he accidentally condensed earlier was recognized by the professional analysis panel as a new skill? At this thought he couldn't help but beam with joy. This meant that although he couldn't obtain skill books through monster grinding or opening chests like ordinary professionals, he could comprehend new moves on his own. Didn't that mean he possessed limitless potential? How refreshing! Su Xing closed his eyes, and a scene flashed through his mind of him waving a hand to turn demonic beasts into ash. Watching the spiritual energy vortex gather obediently in his palm, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As long as he accumulated enough spiritual energy in his body, he could cast the Lihuo Art or the Spirit Burst in succession without ever worrying about so-called cooldown times. However, returning to reality, although he had reached the early stage of the Golden Core, his top priority remained finding the second half of the Evergreen Art. Only then could he hope to break through to the Nascent Soul stage or even higher. It seemed that in the next simulation he would have to infiltrate the Adventist sect. Su Xing's fingers flew across the screen as he decisively clicked Start Simulation. This time he was determined to dig up new clues from that cult. The system received the command and transported him to another time and space. The simulation began. This time you withstood the pressure and followed Wang Qingshan to join the Adventist sect. Beneath the mask, Elder Ying's face appeared exceptionally cold, and a somber voice rang out, "My Adventist sect does not take in useless good-for-nothings. Although you were recommended by Protector Wang, you must demonstrate your strength." Su Xing gave a confident smile, gathering power in his hand before striking out. "I understand. I wonder if I might invite a brother out for a spar." Boom! With a single palm strike, he sent a believer flying backward, coughing up blood. You heavily injured Elder Ying's guard, but immediately afterward you swiftly produced healing pills and blood-replenishing medicine to treat him on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the wound had healed. Elder Ying lightly stroked her chin, unable to hide the surprise in her eyes. Truly miraculous. These 2 types of pills are at least at the level of mid-grade healing medicine. She turned around and walked away with her hands behind her back, leaving only a sentence. "Very well. From now on you are the alchemy elder of our sect, specializing in researching and refining pills for us." Su Xing cupped his hands in a respectful salute. "Many thanks." He donned a new robe and the golden mask that symbolized authority. "You successfully joined the Adventist sect and were granted the position of elder. However, the core objective had not yet been achieved. You were still unable to enter the treasury to search for the Evergreen Art. Fortunately, an opportunity soon arrived." Suddenly a person walked in, holding a golden pill in her hand. "Alchemy Elder, I heard you want to enter the treasury. I can give you that chance." Su Xing sat in his chair, raising an eyebrow as he countered. "What kind of chance?" She clapped her hands and barked orders to her subordinates. "Bring them all in." Crates of rare medicinal herbs were opened, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the room. She continued, "The healing pills you developed are of great benefit to the sect members. If you can refine 1,000 pills within 6 months, I will grant you permission to search the treasury." Su Xing stood up and walked down, scrutinizing the crates of herbs while stroking his chin and calculating privately. "I can use all of these as I please?" She raised an eyebrow in confirmation. "Exactly. If they are not enough, just say so." Su Xing packed away the herbs and turned back with a deep knowing smile. "Then I shall accept them with gratitude." The system's prompt sounded, exposing his actions. "You misreported the number of herbs required and secretly embezzled the majority of them." Su Xing observed these herbs. His heart began to weigh the options, and he decided to use only some scraps to refine 500 healing pills and 100 organ tempering pills to hand over. "They had no idea you were just going through the motions. They simply assumed your alchemy level was naturally at this standard. From then on you began to utilize the Adventist sect's massive resources, embarking on a path of frantically fleecing them to refine medicine for yourself. He activated his power with both hands to begin refining, and finally, a pill condensed into form. The quality of the herbs provided by the Adventist sect is indeed excellent. This mind-nurturing pill can actually strengthen my spiritual sense. I must take advantage of this tailwind to refine more top-tier pills. Su Xing frowned, looking at the mountain of resources behind him, thinking, is it my imagination? I always feel like the herbs provided by the Adventist sect are even better than those from the great Sha military. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 6 months had passed. Elder Ying appeared once again, gesturing with her hand. Alchemy Elder, you have passed the assessment. You may go to the Treasury to search. He nodded and stepped forward. Thank you. Su Xing's eyes were filled with the smile of a calculating old fox. Finally he could enter the Treasury. However, he was led into a dark, damp and dense forest where the trees blotted out the sky. Su Xing looked around vigilantly, asking suspiciously, Elder Ying, aren't we going to the Treasury? Is this creep trying to screw me over? Elder Ying frowned and replied coldly, this is the road to the Treasury. Su Xing gave a bitter smile and asked tentatively, is the Treasury not inside the Adventist sect headquarters? As they ventured deeper, an eerie purple light gradually emanated from ahead. Elder Ying, walking in front, suddenly spoke. Who told you that the Treasury must be a building in this world? His eyes widened as he stared at the system screen, a bold guess leaping into his mind. Is she taking me to some kind of spatial portal? As if reading his thoughts, she confirmed, indeed, our sect's treasury is not in this realm but inside a dungeon. In reality, Su Xing's gaze was locked onto the screen. A startling deduction took shape. Is this why the members of the Adventist sect are all called traitors? Because fundamentally they don't belong to this world at all. Back in the simulation space, Su Xing questioned her with undisguised suspicion. A dungeon could disappear at any time. Aren't you afraid the items in the treasury will vanish along with it? Facing this concern, Elder Ying simply replied indifferently, that is not for you to worry about. In reality, Su Xing was so annoyed he threw up a middle finger and cursed, thinking this old hag was playing games and being cryptic all day. To avoid wasting time, he continued to observe the situation while commanding, System, exchange for 1 hour of immersive simulation. Immediately the familiar prompt sounded. You consumed 100,000 energy points to maintain 1 hour of immersive simulation. Current balance 693,000 points. Standing before the towering spatial gate, Su Xing couldn't help but feel awestruck when viewed up close. This gate leading to the treasury was several times more magnificent than the images displayed by the system. Seeing him dazed, Elder Ying urged, Alchemy Elder, stop staring and follow me. Right, he snapped back to his senses. Seeing her figure disappear behind the gate, Su Xing no longer hesitated and followed closely. Stepping into a completely different world, he still looked back vigilantly. Su Xing followed the guide's footsteps, casually snapping off a branch from the roadside and muttering a comparison. Even though our technology back home is advanced, the environmental pollution is severe. This place is completely different. Hearing this sentiment, Elder Ying stopped abruptly. She turned around, her gaze fixed on the branch in his hand, and asked meaningfully, does the Alchemy Elder wish to leave me and join the Naturalists? Su Xing frowned, his face full of confusion. Realizing he was still unaware of the internal details, she began to explain. Our Adventist sect was founded nearly 1,000 years ago, and through a millennium of evolution, the sect has divided into 3 major factions. Elder Ying's voice was low, carrying an unfathomable air of mystery. They are the Naturalists, the Fanatics, and the Coexistence faction. She paused for a moment to observe his reaction before coldly continuing, those people in the Fanatic faction are all lunatics. They believe in and worship the great Heavenly Lord, plotting to sacrifice themselves to bring the main race to Blue Star. The Fanatics had many members, and though many were outraged by their actions, they dared not speak out. After hearing this, Su Xing was speechless, unsure how to comment. Weren't they just a bunch of typical extremists? In their eyes, human survival was perhaps an original sin. He followed up curiously. And the Coexistence faction? Elder Ying was in no hurry to answer, instead continuing to express her disdain. That is a group of cowards who hope the great main race will, for the sake of the Adventist sect, allow them to survive through service. She laughed mockingly. Purely naive, what right do we ants have to talk about coexistence with the great main race? We simply don't have the qualifications. Outside the screen, Su Xing fell into deep thought. It sounded like the Coexistence faction was the side that still retained a sliver of humanity, but unfortunately, that humanity was too weak and naive. After many simulations, he had never once escaped the ending of being swallowed by the giant beast, which proved that the main race's tolerance simply didn't exist. The hope of the Coexistence faction was ultimately just a pipe dream. Returning to the simulation, Su Xing asked, then your Naturalist faction. Before he could finish, Elder Ying took over. Our Naturalist faction pursues a return to the most primal and natural side of this world. In this world overflowing with material desires, we firmly believe that only nature is closest to the truth. Su Xing pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, thinking, although this theory is a bit mystical, it does sound like the most normal of these factions. Unexpectedly, she suddenly grabbed his hand tightly and said excitedly, I knew it. Alchemy Elder, you will understand me. Join our naturalist faction and I will let you completely break away from an inferior species like humanity. Su Xing instantly pulled his hand back, his head full of question marks. Wait, what? How did humans become an inferior species? Elder Ying's face darkened and her words became intense. How many majestic mountains and lush forests has humanity destroyed to reach its current state? They are the butchers of nature. But the great main race is different. They are the species closest to natural truth in this world. Having said that, she suddenly leaned in close to Su Xing and whispered, so humanity must infinitely converge toward the main race. That is the creed of our naturalist faction. He followed up skeptically. Converge? What did converging even look like? Elder Ying suddenly threw open her cloak and the sight within left Su Xing gaping in horror. Within her body grew countless octopus-like tentacles, squirming and twisting in a revolting manner, instantly binding him tightly. Elder Ying gently stroked the tentacles before her, her eyes infatuated. This is a gift bestowed upon me by the great main race. Parts of Lord Shadow's limbs have already reconstructed 1/5 of my entire body. Soon I will be able to cast off my human identity. Su Xing was scared pale. Cold sweat poured down as he scrambled backward. Alchemy Elder, join us. Lord Shadow's body possesses infinite power. My current strength has advanced by leaps and bounds all thanks to these limbs. He waved his hands repeatedly with a look of disgust. Get away from me, stay away. Su Xing retreated to a distance, clutching his pounding heart and letting out a sigh of relief. The mental state of the naturalist wasn't quite right either. Was the predecessor of the Adventist sect actually a mental hospital? She still refused to give up, following him quickly and speaking with temptation. Alchemy Elder, as long as you join us I will certainly report to the organization and find a perfect main race body for you. He dodged and pressed himself against the back wall. Maybe later, maybe later. I've only been in the sect for 6 months, I don't have the qualifications yet. Pushed into a corner, Su Xing quickly changed the subject to escape. Where's the treasury? Shouldn't we be heading there? Elder Ying finally retracted her tentacles and pointed ahead. It's right before your eyes. She led him into another space and a completely different world presented itself before them. Su Xing was stunned. Could this be some kind of immortal cultivation secret realm? Countless treasures floated in midair emitting brilliant light. So many treasures, just taking one could probably buy a whole country. Hearing his exclamation, she spoke. This is but the tip of the iceberg of our sect's foundation. Suddenly, a man appeared. Elder Ying immediately cupped her hands respectfully. Protector Long, this is Su Xing, the newly appointed Alchemy Elder, here to select treasures. The other party simply nodded slightly, and replied coldly, permission granted. As Su Xing walked, he curiously observed the piles of gold and silver jewelry. Is all of this real gold? Elder Ying, walking in front, replied calmly, mere worldly goods, nothing more. She paused for a moment and pointed toward the deeper parts at items of true value. What is truly valuable in our sect are those items, equipment, ancient records, and natural treasures. To say our treasury is not inferior to Great Sha's national treasury is no exaggeration. Hearing this, Su Xing frowned, his pupils contracting slightly from tension. Besides the giant beasts, Great Sha actually had such a powerful enemy like the Adventist sect. No wonder the defeat was so tragic. Seeing him standing dazed and lost in thought, Elder Ying turned around and asked, Alchemy Elder, what are you looking for? I will take you there. Su Xing snapped out of his thoughts and hurried to answer, I want to go see the ancient records area. As soon as he finished speaking, the two entered a massive library. This is the place. He looked up at the towering bookshelves that seemed to reach the clouds, his eyes wide, hardly able to believe the scene before him. There are so many? Elder Ying no longer paid attention to Su Xing's shocked expression and turned to leave, leaving only one sentence. Alchemy Elder, please make yourself at home. Just find me if you need anything. He nodded in acknowledgement. Many thanks. As soon as Elder Ying's figure disappeared, Su Xing sprinted toward his target. He secretly thought that the ancient records area must be hiding peerless techniques, right? However, just as he casually grabbed a book, his face turned bright red, and he nearly choked on his own spit as he read the title, The Tales of the Romance Elder and Her 108th Boyfriend. Su Xing quickly slammed the book shut, dropping it back in its original place as if he had touched a glowing red coal. He pulled out another, but this time the content made his entire face flush and his heart race. It recorded the 100 days Layman Changyang spent in the abyss with his ghost girlfriend, and even detailed methods for dual cultivation with an elder of the Huan sect without a Taoist partner. Images involuntarily flashed through Su Xing's mind and he couldn't help but sigh speechlessly to himself. Is the immortal cultivation in this dungeon orthodox practice or some kind of unorthodox demonic path? Then he added, but to be honest, the more I read, the more addictive it gets. His hands flew through the pages, thinking that reading a little bit wouldn't hurt. However, when he reached the middle of the book, Su Xing let out another disappointed sigh. Isn't this just a travelogue? The title was certainly deceptive. He puffed out his cheeks in dissatisfaction, grumbling and blaming the book for making him waste his effort. Su Xing flipped to another page, and his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had found a priceless treasure. There in the corner of a page were 3 eye-catching characters. Core condensation method. Seeing it, Su Xing's joy was beyond words. The core condensation method could help compress spiritual power and integrate it into the golden core. This would significantly enhance the quality of his golden core, which was exactly what he desperately needed. Suddenly, Elder Ying's cold voice rang out from behind him. Does the Alchemy Elder wish to cultivate immortality? Although your class is Immortal Cultivator, there is no spiritual chi in this world at all. How do you plan to cultivate? He turned around, calmly fabricating a plausible reason. Practicing and alchemy are family traditions. Alchemy is the external core method, while cultivation is the internal core method. Su Xing's hands tightened slightly to maintain his composure as he gave a confident smile. Even though I have no affinity for the immortal path, I still wish to refine more for the sect. To obtain better pills, one naturally must study this core condensation method. Hearing this, Elder Ying showed a look of admiration. She nodded in approval. The Alchemy Elder is indeed ambitious. Seeing that he had successfully diverted her attention, he immediately seized the opportunity to ask, "Is the second half of the evergreen art here? I've already finished the first half and gained much from it." She hesitated for a moment before replying, "It is here, but the second half requires 100,000 contribution points. Your current points are not enough." Su Xing's expression grew a bit solemn, and he exclaimed, "It costs that much? I remember Qingxin saying the first half only cost 1,000 points." Elder Ying shook her head, pacing forward as she explained, "Most of the sect's cultivation manuals are held by the fanatics. Those lunatics are as obsessed with cultivation as you are. If you want to buy manuals from them, it is naturally very expensive." His face darkened, his eyes full of thought. "Obsessed just like me. Could it be that members of the fanatic faction could also change classes to immortal cultivators just like him?" But after thinking carefully, Su Xing suddenly realized something was wrong. He recalled the information he had just memorized. The professional panel clearly stated that he was the only immortal cultivator. If the fanatics could cultivate, then there was only one truth. They were not people of this world. While Su Xing was deep in thought, Elder Ying stepped forward, tilted her head, and called out, "Alchemy Elder, come look at the Adventist sect's natural treasures area." 100-year-old ginseng emitting a strange light appeared. The 100-year blood ginseng was the primary material for refining blood-replenishing medicine. Next appeared a return-to-life grass. A 50-year-old return-to-life grass was the main ingredient for refining return-to-life pills. A single one could restore the vitality of a dying person. Subsequent medicinal herbs appeared one after another, including 200-year-old dragon saliva grass and 500-year-old purple jinn flowers. Countless herbs were presented before Su Xing, leaving him dazzled. Had this treasury emptied out the herbal garden of an entire sect? Seeing the excitement and the glow in his eyes, Elder Ying lightly patted his shoulder. "Brother, you are the only alchemist in the entire Adventist sect. In other words, you are the only one who can use these top-tier herbs." Su Xing snapped his head back, asking in surprise, "Really?" Realizing he had reacted a bit too strongly, he scratched his head sheepishly. "Actually, I know how to refine several unusual pills, but I've been hindered by a lack of herbs." She didn't mind, spreading her hands and nodding. "Of course, you only need to find someone to register before taking them. Just make sure to hand over 70 of the refined pills to the higher-ups." Hearing Elder Ying say this, Su Xing was overjoyed. The Adventist sect knew nothing about alchemy. Wasn't the pill output entirely up to him? "Damn, I've hit the jackpot this time." With that thought, he walked forward and picked up 100-year blood ginseng, saying decisively, "Then I'll take 100 spiritual herbs first. I guarantee I'll refine 3 new types of pills for the sect within 6 months." She nodded. "Good. Please follow me to Guardian Long to register." Seeing things progressing smoothly, Su Xing casually picked up an ancient volume and asked, "And this old book?" Though she agreed on the surface, Elder Ying thought to herself, "Fine, the Alchemy Elder's taste is certainly unique." With that, she led him to the man, and said, "Guardian Long, we've come to register spiritual herbs and an ancient text." Seeing what Su Xing was holding, the man's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Guardian Long stepped forward quickly, questioning in a deep voice, "You took the core condensation technique. Are you a cultivator?" He struggled to maintain his composure, shaking his head in denial. "No, my class is Immortal Cultivator. I only know alchemy." The other party snatched the book away and pointed at his face, roaring, "No, you are a golden core stage cultivator. The most useful thing in this book is the core condensation method. You only used points for it because you're an expert." Hearing Guardian Long's words, Su Xing's heart skipped a beat. Crap, I was too careless. He remained silent, which made the other party grit his teeth in even greater fury. "Who exactly are you? How can you still cultivate to the golden core stage in this era of Dharma decline?" Su Xing's face turned pale, and he didn't know what to say. He had actually seen through his cultivation. Seeing him remain silent, Guardian Long gathered power in his palm and pointed it at him, shouting, "Where did your spiritual chi resources and spirit stones come from?" Just as the situation grew as tense as a fully drawn bow, Elder Ying suddenly blocked the way in front of Su Xing, quickly explaining, "Guardian Long, you've misunderstood. How could the Alchemy Elder be a golden core cultivator? He doesn't have any spirit stones at all." But the man ignored her entirely, directly releasing a blast of energy that pierced through her. This caused Su Xing's nerves to instantly tighten, and he let out a terrified scream. Before Elder Ying could even react, Guardian Long's hand clamped onto Su Xing's throat like a steel vice. He said harshly, "You are a man of the immortal path." He struggled desperately, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Someone who could see through a cultivator's realm with just a glance could only be a high-level cultivator of extreme power. However, the old man's attitude suddenly did a 180-degree turn. His face became covered in tears as he put on a pathetic, pleading expression. "Where are the spirit stones and spiritual chi?" With his throat constricted, Su Xing's eyes rolled back as tears and snot flowed. The system's cold prompt sounded. "This immersive simulation has ended." Su Xing sat up abruptly, returning to reality, gasping for air like a drowning man who had just been rescued. The system continued to narrate the process of his death. "In the Adventist Sect's treasury, Guardian Long performed a soul-searching technique on you." The simulation mechanism automatically shielded the system-related memories in his mind. Ignoring the host's wretched state, the system continued its cold report. "Guardian Long conducted a soul search on you for over 10 minutes. Because your memories were modified in Guardian Long's eyes, you were just a lucky person who happened to obtain many spirit stones and cultivation manuals." Su Xing rested his chin on his hand, frowning at the screen in confusion. "Then why am I still dead? Didn't you shield the memories?" the system explained calmly. "Your body in that world was continuously ravaged by the soul-searching technique for over 10 minutes, resulting in the complete destruction of the brain. After the soul search ended, you became a vegetable. Not only that, it added insult to injury. Guardian Long was unhappy seeing your drooling, idiotic face and slapped you into dust." Smoldering with rage, Su Xing finished reading the last line and crushed the soda can in his hand. "You have died. This simulation has ended." He grit his teeth and cursed. "Adventist Sect, sooner or later I'll wipe out your entire family mental hospital." He stuck a toothpick in his mouth to try and calm down. Su Xing's eyes remained fixed on the screen as he deduced the facts. The soul-searching technique Guardian Long used in the simulation was definitely an exclusive spell that only cultivators could master. But clearly he was the only practitioner in the world, so where did monsters like Guardian Long come from? Suddenly his eye caught a familiar detail, and he couldn't help but shudder. Wait a minute, isn't Qingyunzi a cultivator from the Qingyun Sect dungeon? Could Guardian Long also be? Memories surged as Elder Ying's confident image appeared. That's right, our sect's treasury is not in this world but in a dungeon. Then came the image of that venerable one stroking his white beard and smiling kindly with narrowed eyes. This spirit-field blessed land is a small world, I refined. Su Xing had a sudden realization. If the nature of the Adventist Sect's treasury was exactly the same as the spirit field left by Qingyunzi, then it was an independent dungeon space. At this moment the words NPC quest appeared on the system screen. He slapped his palm and continued his deduction. Then isn't Guardian Long just like Qingyunzi? Recalling the old man's furious face, he became even more certain that the man was an NPC character from some dungeon. Su Xing touched his chin and muttered to himself, "And those demonic beasts that drive all of humanity to despair. It's highly likely that the so-called main race worshipped by the Adventist sect also comes from some mysterious dungeon. The only difference is that they have the ability to invade the real world." This thought made Su Xing break out in a cold sweat, soaking his back. The Adventist sect was truly too terrifying. Not only had they contacted alien races, they could even form alliances with NPCs inside dungeons. A chill ran up his spine and he warned himself that in reality he must never get involved with the Adventist sect, or even 9 lives wouldn't be enough. But immediately after, he let out a laugh and took out the 2 secret manuals sitting before him. Dangerous as it was, the Adventist sect was also a gold mine for farming experience. With this core condensation method, sooner or later he could refine a top-tier golden core. The corners of Su Xing's mouth curled up, a glint of cunning calculation in his eyes. When the time came, even challenging a nascent soul monster while at a lower realm wouldn't be a dream. He sat alone on the bed contemplating his next move. According to the intel from Elder Ying, the second half of the evergreen art was likely held by the fanatics. Su Xing opened the system interface. His eyes resolute. This simulation would have to attract the attention of a sect guardian. The simulation began, drawing a blue talent. Looking at his simulated self on the screen, he thought that the Tarot Society was already on the right track and he no longer lacked energy points. The system voice rang out, "Congratulations, you have obtained the blue talent. Born with divine strength." Su Xing looked at the text on the screen and gave a satisfied smile. "Born with divine strength. Your strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, and you possess extraordinary talent in constitution and body refining," he said proudly. "Body refining talent. Not bad, not bad. With this I won't just be at the golden core stage. I might even be able to practice body refining on the side and break through to the organ tempering realm." With that, the system transported Su Xing into the simulation space. "You had a clear goal in this simulation. You and Qingshan dropped out together to join the Adventist sect. Like the last simulation, you joined the sect, and your alchemy level greatly shocked Elder Ying. You pulled a bottle of pills from your robes, and she opened the doors of convenience for you, securing quite a few top-tier spiritual herbs. Consequently, your speed in refining top-tier pills became even faster." Elder Ying reached out to take the bottle of pills, but Su Xing ignored her stunned expression and tilted his head back to down them. "You prepared to consume the organ tempering pill that had caused your body to explode in previous attempts. With born with divine strength you were fearless. As soon as it was swallowed, Sushing instantly felt intense pain throughout his body. This organ-tempering pill was way too strong. A wild force rampaged through his body. Suzing's eyes glowed, drool dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his body was no longer under his control. I feel like my internal organs are burning. Every cell is collapsing and reorganizing. Suddenly, a water surface appeared beneath Suzing's feet and he floated on a stream amidst a torrential downpour. You endured this process for a full 7 days. Sushing submerged his body in the water, trying to touch it. The burning sensation was gone. A faint ache still made him frown slightly. A streak of light extended from Suzing's neck to the soles of his feet, and he felt his internal organs were much tougher than before. He tried pressing his muscles. His physique had become significantly more robust. Feeling still unsatisfied, Sushing quickly pulled out another medicine bottle. Still not enough. I want to use the Adventist sect's resources to follow up on this victory and break through to the organ-tempering realm in one go. Thus he began to sit in meditation in the stream. Another week passed. And your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, the fleshly organs in your body, seemed to have lives of their own. Sushing snapped his eyes open and his hair had grown longer. You could feel them breathing joyfully. He stood on the water and spread his arms. Finally, one day, you could feel a complete, unprecedented vitality within your body. The power in your body had increased several-fold. Sushing walked onto the bank and clenched his fists, feeling the surging power. You had finally broken through to the organ-tempering realm. Returning to reality, he opened a can of beer and finished it in one go. Sushing let out a sigh of relief. I've already reached the organ-tempering realm. Can the peak of Golden Core be far behind? This simulation, I must get the second half of the evergreen art. The scene transitioned to the simulated world where after his breakthrough he was standing before a majestic elder. Your rising strength finally caught the attention of the sect's upper echelon, including Guardian Zong of the Fanatics. He stared at Sushing with a scrutinizing gaze and spoke in a deep voice. I hope the Alchemy Elder can refine some healing pills for us. Sushing scratched his head, feigning sheepishness as he agreed, though his mind was racing with conflict. If he proposed an exchange for the second half of the evergreen art now, would he be outed as a cultivator and subjected to a soul search like in the previous simulation? Just at this critical moment, Elder Ying unexpectedly stepped forward to intervene. Guardian Zong, the Alchemy Elder is my man. If you want him to refine pills, shouldn't you ask me first? Watching her back, the weight in Suzing's heart finally lifted, and he let out a long sigh of relief. With Elder Ying's protection, he no longer needed to rely on Guardian Zong. The fanatics wouldn't trust his loyalty, but he remained deeply troubled. The matter of obtaining the second half of the evergreen art seemed to have reached a stalemate. However, things took a turn for the worse shortly after. Sushing heard a piece of devastating news that made his eyes widen in shock. Guardian Zong was dead. He turned to look at Elder Ying and found her robe stained with blood, clearly having just survived a harrowing life and death struggle. He asked tentatively if there was any loot, perhaps a cultivation manual or something similar. She waved her hand to dismiss the question. Who cared about such things at a time like this? Saying this, Elder Ying reached up to pull back the hood of her cloak, her tone softening slightly. Sushing, it seems you have never seen my true face. He froze. Her true face, the mask came off, revealing a face of peerless beauty adorned with a mysterious mark on her cheek. That sight made Suzing's heart skip a beat. He hadn't expected this person, whom he originally suspected was a eunuch, to be so breathtakingly beautiful. Elder Ying stepped forward, gently taking his hand, and made a sincere proposal. Sushing, come with me to the world of the main race. As she spoke the truth, her eyes flickered with intense resentment. In 1 month the main race will descend and all of humanity will be annihilated. If you want to survive, the only way is to convert and become one of them. Terrifying memories flooded back. Sushing recalled the vision of himself being converted, with desperate hands reaching out to grab at his hem. Horrified, he dismissed the thought instantly. No, I don't want to become a monster, neither human nor ghost. His face darkened as he replied one word at a time. I only want to be human. The system suddenly fast-forwarded to a tragic conclusion. May 23, New Era 2037. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, after you refused Elder Ying, a giant beast that blotted out the sun appeared. It opened its massive maw and swallowed the entire country of Great Sha. Back in reality, the system continued its cold prompt. You have died at the age of 37. This simulation has ended. Sushing absent-mindedly toyed with the screen, surprised that Elder Ying was actually a woman. However, the apocalypse had arrived earlier than expected this time. It seemed this event was inextricably linked to the Adventist sect. Looking at the reward list, he made a decisive choice. I choose born with divine strength and early stage organ tempering realm cultivation. The moment his finger pressed confirm, a wisp of green aura manifested and flowed directly into Suzing's body. This world is too dangerous. The best strategy is to prioritize strength. This is the power of the organ tempering realm taking effect immediately. His heart throbbed violently, and a brilliant light radiated from his chest. Suzing's eyes shone like torches and he exhaled a wisp of golden mist. His entire body felt flooded with energy and a profound sense of power. It was exactly this intoxicating rush that felt so refreshing. Sushing clenched his fists and with a face full of smiles evaluated himself. This is the 9th layer of the organ tempering realm. Just one more and I can break through to the origin martial realm. With that, he grabbed his jacket from the bed and left quickly. He had to find a place to test his current strength. Sushing hurried toward the stadium where rows of neatly arranged training dummies stood. True to the reputation of Kyoto University, million-dollar weight training machines stood tall. He shielded his eyes and frowned slightly, looking at the high-end equipment provided free of charge to students. Sushing couldn't help but sigh inwardly at such generosity. While he was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Why is Sushing here? Is he here to test his strength too? Aishang's group sat nearby looking over and whispering, isn't his class that famous trash one? Could it be that he found a way to cultivate? Although they deliberately lowered their voices, Suzing's hearing was now extraordinary, and he heard every word clearly. Too many people here know me. I can't expose my true strength yet. Sushing felt a bit annoyed and walked straight into the restroom in a huff. He took out a bottle of pills and downed it. Good thing I came prepared. Outside, Chen Xing stood up and looked around, asking blankly, where's Sushing? A girl brushed her long hair and blinked, saying, I don't know, he was right there a second ago. But the moment she turned her head, Lin Lan's cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe fruit. She stammered, pointing ahead. Look, everyone over there. The others turned in confusion, following her finger. What's wrong? After stepping out of the restroom, Sushing ran a hand back through his hair. The faint light surrounding him made his features appear exceptionally majestic. His deep gaze made the hearts of both the boys and girls present flutter. His long lashes curled slightly, paired with rosy lips, creating a peerless beauty that transcended gender. Sushing checked himself in the mirror. Sighing inwardly, I accidentally took a beauty pill instead of a disguise pill. Whatever, as long as it hides my true face. He walked through the dumbfounded crowd to a mechanical dummy, starting his test with a gold rank 1. With that thought, Sushing clenched his fist, his muscles tensing as he threw a world-shaking heavy punch. Boom! The force of his punch was so great that it punched directly through the dummy's armor. Upon impact, the dummy was sent flying into the air, landing far away. Sushing curled his lip, looking at the pile of junk with disdain. This gold rank weight machine's impact resistance seems a bit lacking, doesn't it? The people around him stared with wide eyes and open mouths, completely stunned by the scene. Shattering a gold-rank training machine with one punch required at least 100 tons of force. This senior looked so unfamiliar. Was he a master rank who had just broken through and came to the stadium to train and bully some newbies while he was at it? They stared at him like he was an idol. Sushing put his hands in his pockets and calmly walked to the next dummy. Gold rank can't handle my power, so let's try master rank. This time his eyes flashed with fire and he gritted his teeth to exert even more strength. The terrifying power vibrated the air as if the space itself were trembling, and the dummy was launched like a cannonball. The dummy's head shot out like a rocket, embedding itself firmly into the wall in front of Lin Lan, making her jaw nearly drop to the floor. Aishang's face was deathly pale as he stared at the cracked wall, trembling. Broken again? Even the master rank training machine couldn't take one punch, another person exclaimed. Can the stadium equipment even handle this kind of abuse? Looking at the second dummy he had smashed to pieces, Sushing finally felt a surge of late-arriving fear. Oh God, this is all school property. I broke it with just one punch. I won't have to pay for this, will I? Thinking of the potential massive debt, he wailed in his heart. If they deduct a 10 depreciation fee, how much am I going to have to pay? Meanwhile, a student stepped forward to check the reading on the destroyed machine's screen and exclaimed in horror. Heavens, this senior's punch reached a force of 150,000 kilograms. That's a value only a strength-type professional can reach at the Grandmaster rank. Hearing the displayed number, murderous intent flickered in Suzing's eyes as he stared at the remaining measuring devices. Not broken yet. One test might be inaccurate. I need to try a few more times. With that, he rushed forward and unleashed a continuous barrage of power. Using both hands and feet to pummel the machine, parts flew everywhere, making Aishang retreat repeatedly. He can unleash a punch technique of this caliber consecutively. This is too wild. Sushing stopped his movements, his gaze fixed on the bright red 150,000 kilograms figure on the screen, a satisfied look appearing on his face. He rested his chin on his hand and muttered proudly to himself, it seems this number is decent enough with his current strength. He had roughly touched the threshold of the Grandmaster rank. He completely ignored the reactions of those around him and turned to walk away leisurely, leaving behind a commanding silhouette that left the crowd staring blankly. One male student watched his back and turned to his friend. That beast, he must have used a strength-boosting skill, right? Lin Lan pouted and retorted. A training machine isn't an enemy. Why use a skill? He probably just broke through and came to the stadium to test his strength. Aishang stood to the side, and as he listened, his expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and spat out a single sentence. In other words, our school has produced another Grandmaster rank powerhouse. The girl with them excitedly grabbed her phone. Quick, post the photo I just took on the school forum and ask which god-tier senior this is. The scene shifted to the quiet forest within his private space. Sushing had just finished bathing and looked down at his reflection in the water. He dried his face with a towel and found that the beauty pill's effect had worn off, returning his appearance to its original ordinary state, prompting a long regretful sigh. However, another question left him puzzled. Something's not right. When I reached the great perfection of the bone-forging realm, my muscular strength had already exceeded 200,000 jin. Why has this number only grown to 300,000 jin after reaching the 9th layer of the organ-tempering realm? He sat cross-legged on the ground, lost in thought. Could the focus of the organ tempering realm not be on increasing muscular strength, but on other aspects? The system monitored the host cultivation process and began to display explanatory information. The first stage for a body refining cultivator is the body refining realm, also called the meridian opening realm. This stage is meant to build a solid foundation for the future path of body refining, focusing on nourishing the physical body while also enhancing one's perception of combat power and strength. Upon realizing this truth, Su Xing's aura erupted and his power surged impressively. The second stage of body refining is the bone forging realm. This stage primarily strengthens the bones and physical density. Only when the density increases does strength grow rapidly. Currently, the 5 viscera and 6 hollow organs in his body were undergoing rigorous tempering. The third stage of body refining is called the organ tempering realm. What is the organ tempering realm? It is to make the internal organs stronger, somewhat like internal martial arts in wuxia novels enhancing internal qi. The simulation screen showed Su Xing holding a golden heart that radiated a red light, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Strengthening the heart's vessels can significantly improve endurance during combat. Previously, he would be exhausted after just 1 hour, but now he could fully maintain high-intensity combat for 3 or 4 hours. Next, he focused his energy on tempering the kidneys. The kidneys belong to water and are responsible for storing essence and absorbing energy. For a body-refining cultivator, essence, qi, and spirit are the core foundations, playing a decisive role in maintaining the body's activities and balance. A wisp of pale yellow smoke slowly rose from Su Xing's mouth, signaling the start of the spleen strengthening process. This is the primary blood-forming organ. Only with a strong spleen will the body's blood and qi be abundant and vigorous, laying a solid prerequisite for increasing strength. Observing his changing body, he clearly felt the power surging within him. It seemed the organ tempering realm was more of a transitional phase for consolidating the internal self rather than a simple external explosion of power. Su Xing clenched his fists and evaluated himself. Perhaps it won't be until the fourth stage, the origin martial realm, that my strength will truly undergo a heaven-defying transformation. He scratched his head and plopped down on a rock, his gaze wandering toward the spirit chickens running around. He had to find a way to verify his judgment. Suddenly, the phone buried in his pile of clothes vibrated violently. As soon as he answered, Jin Kongshe's roar blasted his eardrums. Su Xing, do you think I'm your secretary? You don't care about the Merchant Association. You don't collect the equipment. Are you trying to transcend to heaven? A wicked thought suddenly popped into Su Xing's mind. He had found a way to verify it. A calculating smile curled on his lips. Previously, he could only last for 1 hour. The scene shifted to a room filled with an intimate atmosphere. Due to the intense physical activity, Jin Kongshui was covered in a fragrant sweat, accompanied by her light panting. She whispered softly, "Your condition is great today." After the business was concluded, Su Xing stood up and thought proudly, "If I'm not mistaken, my endurance has indeed improved." But contrary to this confident thought, it wasn't long before he was completely drained. Jin Kongshui still had the strength to ask, "Su Xing, shouldn't we discuss the matter of the Tarot Merchant Association?" Because his body was covered in hickeys, he turned around with a haggard face and said weakly, "Let's call a truce and rest for a bit." Su Xing instinctively shuddered, thinking that perhaps only at the late stage of the organ tempering realm would he be able to handle this woman. The image shifted to him sitting on withered yellow grass. He decided that in this simulation he would simply join the fanatics and definitely get the second half of the evergreen art. The system chimed, "Congratulations, you have obtained a blue talent. Level 10 Beast Language. You can understand the language of all spiritual beasts and animals." Back in his dorm room, Su Xing picked up a spirit chicken to examine it. This talent seemed quite interesting. He stepped into the alchemy space and the system displayed a prompt again. Within the spirit field Blessed Land, you realized you were currently in a simulation. Just as you were preparing to refine pills, countless strange voices suddenly reached your ears. Su Xing suddenly heard a roar of "How bold," and the system also sensed the anomaly, issuing a warning. Suspicious, you began to search for the source of the sound. He turned around, his brow tightly locked. Strange. Within the spirit field Blessed Land he was supposed to be the only person. Where was that unfamiliar voice coming from? Su Xing's gaze shifted toward the flock of spirit chickens. Finally, he discovered to his utter astonishment that his own chickens were actually speaking. One chicken was roaring in a fury, "You've got some nerve, second brother, thinking you can hog all the worms for yourself. Aren't you afraid of Big Brother Chicken's revenge?" Another spirit chicken named Little Tiger retorted with disdain. "Who cares? We're all chickens and all beings are equal. Why should we be born to bow our heads to him? I'm going to revolt." He froze on the spot, his face full of disbelief. Was this the power of level 10 beast language? The first chicken flapped its wings in provocation. "Bring it on. As the eldest, I can't be more of a coward than my younger brother." The two chickens completely ignored Su Xing standing beside them and walked straight away. "I'm going to find Big Brother Chicken for a duel." Su Xing scratched his head in confusion. Who on earth is Big Brother Chicken? In another corner, he saw Big Brother Chicken clutching a ball and blocking the middle of the path. Leading a group of lackeys, he flapped his wings to taunt the two weaker spirit chickens. "You two think you can challenge my status?" The small spirit chicken shouted back. "That's right, all beings are equal among chickens. Every chicken has a responsibility." Hearing this, Big Brother Chicken tossed the ball into the air with a face full of fury. "Then let me show you how powerful I am." He enthusiastically displayed 4 circular rings, struck a startling pose, and then let out a loud shout. "Witness my ultimate move because you are too beautiful." The ball whistled through the air, scaring the 2 spirit chickens into a huddle, chirping and trembling. "Don't be afraid, brother. Though this move looks fierce, it can only be used once. Our bodies can take it." They huddled together in terror, letting out a flurry of chaotic cries. Chirp, chirp. The ball smashed toward them at incredible speed, only to be caught firmly by Su Xing's large outstretched hand. "Who is it?" Su Xing frowned, hoisting Big Brother Chicken up by the neck and questioning him. "Who gave you permission to act like a king in my chicken coop?" The chicken was terrified. You can actually understand us?" Su Xing's terrifying gaze made the flock of chickens shrink into a ball. He barked an order. "All of you, change back into hens and go hatch some eggs," Su Xing threatened. "If you dare cause any more trouble, I'll stew the lot of you for dinner." A moment later, a nest full of eggs appeared in neat order. Having quelled the rebellion in the coop, he harvested even more spirit eggs. Time flew by in his busyness. A few days later, according to the plan, Yu and Qingshan arrived at the Adventist sect. This time, Su Xing decided to put all his eggs in one basket and chose to join the fanatic faction. Qingshan stood before him, her eyes filled with worry as she asked, "Senior, have you really decided to join Guardian Zong's faction?" Seeing Su Xing remain silent, she was about to advise him further when he stepped forward, gripped her hand tightly, and pleaded with a sincere gaze, "Please, I really need this opportunity." Inside the dim grand hall, Guardian Zong sat high on his throne, looking down at the person kneeling below. He asked coldly, "I heard you know how to refine pills?" Su Xing nodded decisively and replied, "Yes." The elder waved a hand and commanded, "Then first refine 200 organ tempering pills. If you can deliver a satisfactory result within a month, I will apply to the higher-ups to appoint you as an elder." He stood up, respectfully cupping his fists. "Yes, Guardian." As soon as the old man's figure vanished, Su Xing's expression flipped and he let out a disdainful snort. "That old fossil, over at Elder Ying's side, I was made an elder the moment I arrived." Despite the complaining, he obediently sat down for the sake of the grand plan and began the alchemy work. The system popped up a prompt. "Although you are dissatisfied, you still diligently completed the task for the sake of the evergreen art." In a short while a pile of pills was refined, stacked like a small mountain before Su Xing. Guardian Zong picked one up for a careful look, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. "You truly are proficient in the path of alchemy?" Su Xing nodded with a face full of confidence. "Of course." The old man was overjoyed and turned to leave. "Good, I will go now to apply for your promotion to elder." Seeing him leave, Su Xing quickly called out, "Please wait if possible. I would like to exchange for a different reward." Guardian Zong stopped in his tracks. Su Xing got straight to the point. "I want to exchange for the complete version of the evergreen art." This request made the elder's face show some difficulty, and he pondered for a moment. "Well," after weighing his options, Guardian Zong turned around and nodded. "Fine." Su Xing was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Fine, it was actually that easy? Even after receiving the secret manual, he remained skeptical. "This old fossil couldn't have given me a fake to fool me, right? He gave it to me that easily." He didn't waste a single moment, immediately sitting down to silently recite the formulas for validation. The system on the side began its nagging again. To confirm the authenticity of the evergreen art, you began to focus on cultivation. After repeated verification, you discovered that this was indeed the complete evergreen art. A moment later, Su Xing's brow relaxed and his face was full of wild joy. "I finally got the evergreen art." He pressed the manual tightly to his chest like he was hugging a beloved lover, murmuring, "Little baby, we'll never be apart again in this life together forever." Bang! The door behind him was kicked open by a massive force. Guardian Zong strode in, letting out a wild and sinister laugh. "Your cultivation has improved. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You and I are the same kind. You can continue to cultivate. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were a cultivator." Su Xing sat there dazed as if struck by lightning. "You knew from the very beginning? How is that possible?" As soon as the words were spoken, his neck was gripped tightly by Guardian Zong's rough, massive hand. The elder growled through gritted teeth. "Because the technique I practice is also the evergreen art." Immediately following, Su Xing was tied firmly to a stone pillar, and the crisp sound of a leather whip striking flesh echoed through the hall. Guardian Zong frantically swung the whip while harshly interrogating. "There is absolutely no spiritual chi in this world. How on earth are you cultivating immortality?" Despite being covered in blood, Su Xing completely ignored his injuries, his eyes determined as he roared, "Get lost!" The old man let out a cold laugh and pulled a small wooden box from his sleeve containing 2 hair-raising venomous insects. "Refuse to confess? I have plenty of ways to make you talk. These are heart-devouring bugs. They will make you experience the agonizing pain of 10,000 ants eating your heart." Watching those bugs crawl over his body, Su Xing's face turned deathly pale. He struggled desperately to shake them off, but his hands were locked tight and he couldn't move at all. "It's over, all over. I'm really going to die here. I can't even mobilize the little bit of spiritual chi I have left." Suddenly, a childish voice rang out in his mind, leaving Su Xing stunned. "Hey buddy, where are we going to put this thing?" another bug answered in confusion. "You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask?" As soon as the words were spoken, they opened their large mouths full of fangs and shouted excitedly, "Whatever, let's just eat our fill first." "I'm starving." This scene made Sushing let out a scream. Wait a second, Chateau Mat. However, the expected bloody scene did not happen. Those two bugs actually began to happily munch on vegetable leaves. You used all your skills, employing your silver tongue to desperately persuade the bugs to settle down in the spirit-field blessed land. Thinking of the legendary top-quality cabbages Sushing described, the bugs nodded in agreement one after another. Guardian Zong, standing aside, was utterly astonished. "You can actually control venomous bugs? Do you possess the inheritance of the bug tribe?" Sushing responded coldly, his attitude extremely arrogant. "None of your damn business." "That old fellow," the system immediately jumped out to broadcast. "You have enraged Guardian Zong. He is subjecting you to all kinds of cruel torture. Fortunately, you knew this was just a simulation, so you gritted your teeth and remained silent." Sushing looked at the simulation progress on the screen, breaking out in a cold sweat. It turned out that in the simulator, the character's actions were influenced by his own subconscious in reality. As long as he refused to compromise in reality, his simulated self would never bow his head. Guardian Zong seemed to have completely lost his patience, his teeth gnashing. "You think I have no other ways to deal with you?" With a sweep of his hand, Sushing's body was lifted by an invisible force, suspended in midair. Guardian Zong waved his hand again, throwing Sushing directly into the roaring flames of an alchemy furnace. "I'm going to refine you into a human pill." His face was filled with frantic greed. "I'm going to eat you, only then can I continue to improve my cultivation." In reality, Sushing clutched his plush doll in terror and cursed. "This old thief really stops at nothing to cultivate. I must never go head-to-head with him in reality." The system continued to report, "The flames of the alchemy furnace are searing your internal organs. You were unable to mobilize spiritual chi and couldn't even move a finger." Surrounded by blazing fire, Sushing's face was as pale as paper. "If only I had a bit of spiritual chi, I could hide in the spirit-field blessed land." Outside, Guardian Zong had already closed the furnace lid and begun the alchemy process. "I'm going to refine you into a great tonic. In 49 days I'll be able to break through to the Return to Void Realm." Sushing's brow was tightly locked, his heart full of confusion. Return to Void Realm? Doesn't that mean this old thief is already a Deity Transformation realm cultivator? I only have golden core cultivation. Even with spiritual chi I couldn't beat him. Sushing then collapsed onto his bed in a slump, muttering to himself, "In future simulations I am definitely not joining the fanatics. Without Elder Ying's protection, I'm just meat on a chopping block." Text describing the plot continued to pop up on the system screen. During these 49 days, Guardian Zong guarded the alchemy furnace alone, talking to himself. You learned that he has lived for over 1,000 years and comes from that previous era of Dharma decline where cultivation was impossible. His sole purpose in joining the Adventist sect was to find a chance to step onto the immortal path again. Looking at the transparent screen, Sushing rubbed his chin and thought, "Era of Dharma decline. I remember there's a dungeon called Era of Dharma decline within Great Sha. Could this old fossil be an NPC from that dungeon?" Within the simulation space, Sushing was now extremely weak, with sweat pouring down like rain. "So hot I'm about to melt." However, just then, Guardian Zong pulled out a peach and threw it into the furnace. He murmured softly, "It's time to add the medicine primer. After eating this human pill I can extend my life by another 100 years. Sushing lay at the bottom of the furnace, his breath failing. "Am I going to die?" Suddenly, something hit Sushing on the head with a thud. He was startled and quickly looked over. Sushing was overjoyed and hurriedly picked up this spirit fruit. He was moved to tears. "There's always a way out." He took a huge bite and immediately felt a warm current of spiritual chi reconverging. His withered body finally found life. He did not hesitate any longer, immediately activating the teleportation ability to hide in the spirit-field blessed land. Leaving only that half-eaten peach in the roaring fire outside, Guardian Zong observed the anomaly and was stunned, completely unable to figure out what had happened. Sushing laughed happily, thinking to himself, "This is what you call lifting a stone only to drop it on your own feet." In the safe space of the spirit-field blessed land, he collapsed on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. He calculated silently, "That old fossil hasn't reached the Return to Void Realm yet. He absolutely cannot tear through space to chase me here. But that also means I'm trapped here and can't get out." Sushing quickly sat up to brace himself, thinking, "Fine, I'll just cultivate here in peace." But immediately after, a strong sense of foreboding rose in his heart. "Wait," the system reported coldly. "The furnace fire has long since incinerated your Dantian. You have become a cripple who can no longer cultivate." Sushing let out a long sigh and collapsed on the ground in despair, completely giving up resistance. "Forget it, I'll wait for the next simulation." Outside, Guardian Zong stared at the fragments of the alchemy furnace, his body trembling as he let out a roar of fury. "Where is he? Where did he go?" The system updated the external situation. "When you chose to give up on yourself," Guardian Zong outside also fell into madness. The more he thought, the angrier he got, roaring at the heavens. "I don't believe you can hide forever." He was certain Sushing had hidden in some kind of paradise or blessed land, so he vowed to stay right there until Sushing appeared. No matter how the crazy old man outside tortured himself, Sushing pulled out a can of Coke and comfortably enjoyed his final days. While relaxing in a hot spring, he lamented, "Fortunately, I stored plenty of supplies in the spirit-field blessed land. Since it's already the 12th year, I'll just treat it as a vacation." Time flew by and the system prompt indicated it was now the 14th year. Cracks began to appear in the space of the entire spirit-field blessed land. You knew in your heart that the demonic beasts had finally descended. Sushing muttered in confusion, "It's already the apocalypse, that old fossil shouldn't be outside anymore, right?" However, the moment he stepped out of the space, his entire body froze as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It turned out Guardian Zong had actually stayed right there, stubbornly guarding the spot all these years. Seeing Sushing, he murmured weakly, "You finally appeared." He spoke with a tremble, his eyes full of obsession. "You have a blessed land, don't you? You can hide from all of this, can't you?" Sushing looked helplessly at his wretched state, and asked back, "Are you serious, big brother? You actually guarded this spot for 20 years just to catch me?" To his surprise, Guardian Zong suddenly fell to his knees, his tone humble as if delivering his final words. "I have pursued the great meaning of the immortal path my whole life. Now that my time is short, I want to see your blessed land before I die. I beg of you." Sushing frowned, staring at him with deep suspicion. "You really just want to see it?" He kowtowed heavily, his pleas tragic and miserable. "I beg of you." Sushing let out a cold laugh and agreed readily. "Fine," but he suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into his own heart without a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, Guardian Zong instantly fell into extreme panic, shouting like a madman, "No!" Sushing fell backward, using his last bit of strength to raise a middle finger, cursing him to his face. "Pa, you just wanted to steal my treasure, yet you act so high and mighty." The system reported, "You have been killed." Talent Death's insight activated. He lunged frantically at Sushing's cold corpse, gripping his collar and shaking him wildly, screaming in despair, "You are not allowed to die. Quickly, tell me, how on earth do you cultivate immortality? Exactly how do you cultivate?" At the final moment before leaving the simulation space, Sushing suddenly realized that the familiar, maddening face belonged to none other than Guardian Zong. He recalled the previous simulations with a shudder, connecting the dots. It turned out the mysterious person who had killed him in several prior runs was this old fossil all along. The prompt sounded, pulling him back to reality. "Ding, this simulation has ended." Sushing's face was deathly pale, his heart still thumping with lingering fear. It made sense. Besides a lunatic like Guardian Zong, who else would specifically hunt down an immortal cultivator? Even Guardian Long had only subjected him to a soul search back then. He let out a long sigh of relief, comforting himself. Fortunately, this was just a life simulation. The system screen lit up and a dazzling list of rewards appeared before his eyes. "Host, please select your rewards. Blue Talent Level 10 Beast Language, Value 100,000 Energy, Golden Core Layer 5 Cultivation with Golden Core Quality upgraded to mid to high grade, Value 400,000 Energy, 10 years of Alchemy Experience and Insights, Value 10,000 Energy, Evergreen Art Full Version, the founding manual of the Evergreen Sect." This version was far superior to the previous one, allowing for cultivation up to the great perfection of the Return to Void Realm, valued at 500,000 energy points. Sushing looked at the rewards, rubbing his chin as he sank into thought. The Evergreen Art was a must-pick. As for the remaining slot, he quickly made his decision. Level 10 Beast Language. This time, the cultivation and alchemy insights were too meager to be worth it. Having selected his rewards, Sushing secretly resolved, the greatest gain from this simulation was confirming Guardian Zong's identity. Until he broke through to the Deity Transformation realm, he had to stay far away from that old bastard. The system issued a confirmation notice. "You have chosen to bring out the Evergreen Art Full Version, consuming 500,000 energy points. You have chosen the Blue Talent Level 10 Beast Language, consuming 100,000 energy points. Remaining balance, 93,000 energy points." An ancient-looking book appeared in his hand. Sushing flipped through it excitedly. He could finally continue practicing the Evergreen Art. Closing the book, his thoughts drifted to his enemy. The second half indeed contained the formulas for the nascent soul stage. As long as he stayed alive, he would eventually become stronger than that old dog Zong. Suddenly, a voice rang out, giving him a start. "Big Brother Chicken, can you spare me some spirit rice? Not much, just 2.5 grains will do." Sushing blinked and looked around. What was that sound? Looking closer, he saw Big Brother Chicken acting like a tyrant toward the other chickens. It puffed out its chest, its tone incredibly arrogant. "Little Blackie, it's not that I won't give you any, it's just that you lot don't work hard enough." It put on a front of preaching for the greater good, explaining, "This world is survival of the fittest. I'm stronger than you, so naturally I get more spirit rice." The small spirit chicken flapped its wings dejectedly and asked, "Not even 1 grain?" The answer was a flat refusal. No, Big Brother Chicken was busy bragging, completely oblivious to the fiery gaze fixed on its back. Then bang, a heavy punch slammed into its head. Sushing's voice rang out, thick with murderous intent. "I was wondering why the evolution speed of the spirit chickens had slowed down lately. Damn, it turns out there's a bad seed among them, or rather, a bad chicken." He held Big Brother Chicken upside down by its legs, a lethal glint in his eyes. "You're that Big Brother Chicken, aren't you? Do you have any idea how much you're affecting the reproduction rate of these spirit chickens?" The chicken froze, blurting out in shock, You can understand us? Sushing let out a cold laugh, his smile turning dangerous. Looks like I'm improving our meals today. A nice pot of spirit chicken soup should be good for the body. Hearing this, Big Brother Chicken was so terrified it fainted on the spot, foaming at the mouth. Chirp, chirp, the remaining chickens squawked in terror. Big Brother Chicken was scared to death. Sushing knelt down to look at them, his tone gentle yet commanding. You are all equal. There are no big brothers here. If anyone dares to hinder another chicken's evolution, they are my enemy. The 3 spirit chickens immediately knelt, swearing their loyalty in unison. Understood. There is only one big brother in this world, and that is our great master. From now on, little Blackie will defend our big brother to the death. A wave of helplessness washed over Sushing, and he asked himself with a wry smile, I've become the big brother? Do I have to start wearing overalls and learning how to play basketball too? He rubbed his chin as he sank into thought, images of celebrity cease and desist letters flashing through his mind. Shaking off those stray thoughts, Sushing got back to business. He was swamped again. Since his energy point reserves were low, his top priority was to keep selling medicine to make money for quick upgrades. A week later, Sushing stared at the system screen, plotting his strategy. For this simulation, it was best to stick with Elder Ying's path and wait until he was strong enough to have a final showdown with Guardian Zong. Suddenly, a bright line of text popped up in the system notification bar. Congratulations, you have drawn a blue talent, Woodfire Dual True Spirit Roots. You possess powerful True Spirit Roots. Your cultivation talent far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. Sushing cheered as if he had found a treasure. He had finally drawn a blue-grade Spirit Root talent. He stared at the simulation screen, rubbing his hands in excitement. This is exactly what I needed. With this talent and the Adventist Sect's resources, I'll be able to break through the Golden Core stage and reach the Nascent Soul stage in no time. The system began updating data as usual. With Qingshan's recommendation, you joined the Adventist Sect. Elder Ying holds you in high regard. With the aid of your true spirit roots, he has provided you with a massive amount of cultivation resources. In just 1 year, you reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Seeing things progressing so smoothly, a satisfied smile curled onto Su Xing's lips. After the mid-stage comes the peak, and after the peak is the Nascent Soul. This cultivation path seemed to be going perfectly. However, life is full of ups and downs, and the system suddenly delivered bad news. A giant beast that blots out the sun has descended, forcing your cultivation to stop. You have died at the age of 32. Sushing stood there dazed, unable to believe his eyes. How is that possible? I'm only 32. Has the apocalypse arrived already? Wasn't it supposed to be in the 15th year, when he was 36, that the beast would appear? Looking at the notice that his rewards were delayed because the simulation ended prematurely, he could only clutch his head and curse, this is a total screw-up. Suddenly, Sushing identified the core of the problem. Wait a minute. In this simulation, I stayed in the Adventist Sect the whole time. While I gained a lot of benefits, I also provided them with a massive number of pills. He quickly connected all the clues. Since the Adventist Sect were traitors to humanity, providing them with pills was no different from aiding the enemy in strengthening their forces. In other words, the balance of power had shifted, and the strength of the Great Sha military was weakened accordingly. Once the official forces became weak, the fall of the demon-suppressing pass was inevitable. Su Xing's gaze became resolute as he learned a lesson in blood. It seemed that merely fleecing the Adventist Sect wasn't enough. He also had to ensure the strength of the Great Sha military to delay the arrival of the apocalypse. Sushing formed a plan, thinking to himself, in the next simulation I need to adopt the persona of a double-dealing turncoat. After a week of hard work, he secured a respectable profit. The system suddenly chimed, congratulations, you have drawn a blue talent as handsome as Pan'an, as handsome as Pan'an. You are a once-in-a-thousand-years peerless beauty. Not only will the opposite sex be obsessed with your looks, but even those of the same sex will be captivated by your appearance. Seeing the description, Sushing curled his lip. This is meaningless to me. Another useless talent, what a waste of energy points. The system prompted the start of the simulation. He picked up a mirror and was momentarily stunned by the incredibly handsome face looking back. Though he couldn't say exactly what had changed, he felt he radiated an irresistible charm. Sushing touched his chin and thought narcissistically, with these looks it's a waste not to be a villain. No, for this simulation he had to be a traitor. He couldn't afford to be so conspicuous. The simulator showed the next move. After securing enough benefits, you rejoined the Adventist Sect. Using your identity as the mysterious figure behind the Tarot Society, you began a plan to sell organ-tempering pills and yuan-nourishing pills. Sushing plotted with secret pride. By using the Tarot Society to sell high and top-grade pills to the Great Sha military at low prices, while giving the low and mid-grade ones to the Adventist Sect, I can delay the apocalypse and still reap rewards from the cult. He couldn't help but praise himself. I'm a genius. The simulation pushed forward. Back in the Adventist Sect, just as you were feeling smug about your perfect plan, Guardian Zong suddenly appeared with several high-ranking sect members and surrounded you. Guardian Zong stepped forward, questioning harshly. Alchemy Elder, the Adventist Sect has treated you well. Why have you betrayed us? This didn't catch Sushing off guard. He thought, I knew you old dog would pull this move. He began to fight back, defending himself calmly. Guardian Zong, everything requires evidence. On what basis do you say I've betrayed you? The other party immediately produced evidence. These are yuan-nourishing pills I found with the Great Sha military. They are identical to the ones you handed over to the sect. If you didn't betray us, how did they get them? He paused, his gaze piercing. Only a cultivator can refine these pills, and you are a rare cultivator in this world. The people behind him joined in with suspicious murmurs. The alchemy elder is actually a cultivator. He never mentioned that before. He clearly doesn't treat the sect as his home. Of course he wouldn't reveal his greatest secret. Su Xing let out a cold laugh and decided to show his cards. Secrets? Who among us doesn't have a few secrets? He looked around, naming them one by one with deep meaning. Elder Lu, Elder Wang, Elder Wu, do you really want to confirm I'm a traitor? I haven't delivered that batch of stamina-boosting pills you wanted yet. Those elders were instantly silenced, their old faces turning beet red as they dared not say another word. You little, Su Xing continued to expose the next person's hand. And as for a certain elder's gender-swapping pill, I'm nearly done developing it. Are you sure you want to brand me a traitor right now? That elder was startled and quickly turned away, whistling. Having said that, he crossed his arms and walked arrogantly toward Guardian Zong, his eyes piercing the other man's soul. You're in such a hurry to catch me, but I doubt it's for the safety of the Adventist sect, is it? Let me guess. Your cultivation has been stagnant for 100 years. And you want to, Su Xing exposed the other's sinister plot without hesitation. Turn me into a human pill. The other man was speechless, then roared, Nonsense, I'm exposing you solely out of loyalty to the Adventist sect. Just then, another elder, who seemed to also be waiting for Su Xing's medicine, stepped in to defend him. If you're so loyal, why frame a colleague? Are you absolutely sure the military's yuan-nourishing pills are identical to the ones Su Xing refined? Guardian Zong brazenly confirmed it. The elder pointed right at his nose and cursed. Idiot, Su Xing's talent is limited. The pills he gives the sect can't even compare to that batch the military has. I suspect the military has a higher-level alchemist providing for them. Instead of immediately worrying about the sect's safety when you found a problem, you chose to harm your own for personal greed. Guardian Zong, is this your loyalty? Hearing these rebukes against his opponent, Su Xing laughed inwardly. The quality levels of the pills were a trap I set for that old dog Zong. I didn't expect Elder Ying to be the one to help me fill the hole. The simulation continued. Under Elder Ying's reminder and influence, the other elders began to believe they had indeed wronged Su Xing because the quality gap between the two batches of pills was just too large. One elder patted Su Xing's shoulder and praised, Lad, keep up the good work. One day you'll be able to refine pills that good too. He immediately put on a loyal front and vowed, I will certainly work hard. Guardian Zong, in the wrong, could only leave in a fit of rage. Only then did Elder Ying turn around, her tone cold as she reminded him, we're even now. Su Xing watched her back, knowing this woman didn't trust him at all. In reality, his expression became tense as he began to plot his next move. Late at night at the Adventist sect base, a knock sounded on Elder Ying's door. Elder Ying, I have something to ask. May I come in? A voice came from inside. Come in, it was Su Xing. Upon entering and seeing Elder Ying nonchalantly taking off her outer robe, Su Xing's face instantly turned red. She glanced at him and remarked casually, I know what you want to ask, but I can tell you right now. I can't answer. Su Xing regained his composure and countered, If you really didn't want to tell me, then why let me in? Let me guess. Elder Ying actually isn't loyal to the Adventist sect at all. You joined for your own purposes, didn't you? Hit where it hurt. Elder Ying didn't lose her cool but snapped back, And don't you? You think I don't know? You go to the Tarot Society to sell medicine every month. All the military's medicine is supplied by the Tarot Society. Su Xing let out a helpless sigh. He thought he had been seamless, but this woman had seen through him long ago. In the simulation, he decided to get straight to the point. Elder Ying, you're not from our world, are you? This time, Elder Ying was truly surprised. How did you know? Su Xing put on a mysterious front. Never mind that, I just know. Suddenly, a scene from reality flashed through his mind. Kong Shui once held her photo, fiercely twisting his ear while interrogating, where did this little vixen come from? Su Xing gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he explained that he simply wanted to use his connections to check if this person existed in Great Sha's data system. Returning to the conversation, Su Xing continued to reveal the information he held. If I'm not mistaken, your world has also been invaded by alien races. Elder Ying fell silent for a moment before admitting, You're right, you guessed correctly. He suddenly stepped forward, gripping her wrist tightly with a resolute gaze. The reason you're helping me is that we are kindred spirits. You couldn't save your world, but you hope I can save mine. Elder Ying, let's join forces. We have a common enemy. Let's save our homes together. Elder Ying pulled her hand back, avoiding Su Xing's touch, and shook her head. It's useless. Do you know why I require you to provide a certain number of organ-tempering pills to the Adventist sect every month? He answered blankly. Because the Adventist sect needs them. She immediately denied it. No, I only give a small portion to the sect, the rest I provided to my own people. Hearing this, Su Xing was profoundly shocked. Your people, your world. Elder Ying looked him straight in the eyes and confessed frankly, That's right, my people are in my world, and just like you, they are fighting the alien races day and night. Your organ-tempering pills can increase the strength of our spirit race. But unfortunately, you appeared too late. Just this year, the alien races breached our cities. We had no choice but to join them. Su Xing felt as if he'd been struck by lightning at these words. This year, Elder Ying's world was overrun in the 8th year. She spoke sorrowfully, her gaze drifting toward the distance. If only I had met you sooner. If only I had obtained the organ tempering pills sooner, perhaps the outcome would have been different. But there are no ifs. Su Xing stood up abruptly, interrupting her with a determined look. I understand. Elder Ying offered one final piece of advice. Su Xing, join us. I will provide you with a corpse that hasn't undergone deep mutation. He flatly rejected the proposal. No, I will preserve my dignity as a human. Before leaving, Su Xing turned back to leave a meaningful reminder. Also, you remembered incorrectly. In this world, he didn't finish his sentence, but his parting words, there are ifs, left Elder Ying frowning in confusion. The simulation continued to run. Elder Ying's story had stirred something within you. You went into secluded cultivation to refine pills, attempting to provide the maximum possible help to humanity. You frantically refined 10,000 organ tempering pills and 10,000 yuan nourishing pills. You handed this massive quantity of medicine over to Lu Yuanwu. The veteran was so moved that old tears streamed down his face. Holding the pills in his hands, his voice trembled. If only we could have gotten this many pills sooner. Having finished this, you returned to the Adventist sect. As expected, you were surrounded and attacked by Guardian Zong and his men. Guardian Zong asked arrogantly. Su Xing, you've been caught red-handed. What else do you have to say? The simulation continued. Without a word, you vanished directly into the spirit field Blessed Land. Within the safe space, Su Xing stretched wearily and said, given that old dog's obsession with immortality, he's probably fuming with rage right now, yet completely helpless. After dealing with these matters, Su Xing focused on his cultivation and successfully broke through to the mid-stage golden core. He rummaged through the pile of ancient records, wondering if there was any pill that could let him break through to the peak golden core in a single step. Before Su Xing could find a suitable pill, the space of the spirit field Blessed Land began to twist and crack. He understood. The apocalypse had arrived. The notification displayed. January 1st, New Era 2038. You were crushed to pieces by spatial turbulence. You have died. Su Xing woke up in reality, clenching his fist with joy. As expected, as long as the strength of the Great Sha official forces was increased, the apocalypse would be delayed. This time, by providing 10,000 pills, I successfully delayed the end by 6 months. He immediately began planning. The pills must be provided even earlier in the next simulation to strive for a 1-year delay. Also, Elder Ying, I must win her over as an ally. By working on both fronts simultaneously, we can definitely end this apocalypse. System prompt, host, please select your rewards. 1. Woodfire dual true spirit roots. 2. Mid-stage golden core cultivation. He blurted out without hesitation, I choose to bring out the mid-stage golden core cultivation and the woodfire dual true spirit roots. The power absorption process began, and Su Xing sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. He took the opportunity to operate the core condensation method. As the various alchemical formulas began to merge, his strength exploded to a new height. A brilliant golden core manifested and rotated within his dantian. Su Xing opened his eyes, feeling the abundant new energy within his body. Not bad, another breakthrough. Surely both the quality of his spiritual qi and his alchemy efficiency would now be 100 times stronger than before. He walked toward the alchemy furnace, preparing to refine the next batch. When Kongshui came to visit, she couldn't help but be shocked by the sight. Sacks were piled up like mountains everywhere. They were stuffed full of pills, she asked stutteringly. Are all of these to be sold? Su Xing nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Part of the money from the sales will be used to buy white-quality equipment, and another part to acquire other merchant associations. I want to expand the scale of the Tarot Merchant Association. Hearing this, Kongshui's cheeks flushed with excitement. She replied confidently, no problem. It just so happens that the Yunlin Merchant Association has been facing a capital shortage recently. With these pills, I'm 80 sure I can acquire them. Su Xing smiled in response. Thank you, I've troubled you. Back in reality, Su Xing decided that in this simulation he must form an alliance with Elder Ying. The simulation began. Congratulations, you have obtained a blue talent, plant affinity. The system chimed melodiously and provided a detailed explanation. Blue talent, plant affinity. You are naturally gifted at farming. No matter what you plant, everything will go smoothly. Plants grown by your hand will have their growth rate significantly increased. Su Xing's eyes lit up. This talent was incredible. If he could grow top-tier medicinal herbs, he could refine top-tier pills. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Xing couldn't wait to test the new talent. He discovered that for any spiritual plant he personally sowed, the growth rate was a full 100 times faster than before. Su Xing was ecstatic and immediately planned to clear several more acres of land. 6 months later, looking at the neatly arranged jade bottles filled with pills before him, he secretly looked forward to the day Wang Qingshan would take him to the Adventist sect. With so many pills, he should be able to win Elder Ying's trust. Following the same script, he was taken to see her, but this time Su Xing chose to be direct. I know you're not from this world and I know your purpose for being here. Elder Ying looked slightly flustered, replying coldly, I don't know what you're talking about. Su Xing didn't offer an over-explanation, simply tossing over a medicine bottle. This is a yuan-nourishing pill. Find a powerhouse who hasn't reached the Grand Master level yet to try it, then come find me. Although her eyes were still full of suspicion, Elder Ying took the bottle and left. After testing the effects, she rushed back to find him late that same night. The door was slammed open, and upon seeing him, Elder Ying asked urgently, "Do you have more of these pills? If so, how many do you have?" At this moment, Su Xing was lying in bed. Seeing a stranger burst in, he awkwardly pulled up the quilt to cover himself. "Seriously, sister, at least let me put my clothes on first." While scrambling to dress, he said calmly, "I can refine several thousand of these pills every month." Elder Ying murmured in surprise. 1,000 pills. Su Xing picked up where she left off, completing her thought. "Doesn't that mean that within a month I can provide your people with 1,000 additional master-level experts?" She stared at him intensely and asked suspiciously, "Why are you helping me?" He replied briefly, "Because we have a common goal." From then on, Su Xing and Elder Ying officially became allies. He promised to refine 1,000 organ-tempering pills and 1,000 yuan-nourishing pills for her within a month. Part of the remaining pills were used by Su Xing to improve his own cultivation, while another part was provided to the Taro Merchant Association to be sold to the Great Sha military to strengthen their forces. Time flew by and he was currently feeding grain to the chickens. But inwardly, he was extremely anxious. The simulation had reached the 7th year. Why was he still unable to break through to the late-stage golden core? Su Xing clenched the grain in his hand, grumbling unwillingly. He was clearly just a tiny bit away. Forget it. Cultivation is inherently an act of defying heaven. It cannot be forced. Speaking of which, in the 8th year of the last run, Elder Ying stopped coming to collect pills. Presumably something went wrong with her world, making them useless. Even though his cultivation was stagnant, he couldn't waste the simulation opportunity. "Let's do a test first." Elder Ying was brought to the study. Seeing the pile of items he had set out, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Are these all for me?" Su Xing nodded in confirmation. "Exactly, there are 30,000 yuan nourishing pills here in total, take them all." Elder Ying bowed deeply, her voice trembling with emotion. "Many thanks. Once the matter is settled, I will surely repay you." He gave a brilliant smile. "You're far too kind." Time passed, and the 8th year arrived without any bad news. Su Xing surmised that since Elder Ying hadn't come to him in tears yet, the power of the yuan nourishing pills must be quite effective. He decided to provide Elder Ying with several tens of thousands more pills this year to slow the casualties of the spirit race. Everything was heading in a positive direction. Elder Ying even brought Su Xing some special flower wine from her world to taste. He secretly rejoiced that his strategy had succeeded. It seemed the plan to save the world with yuan-nourishing pills was worth promoting. However, in the 9th year, just as Su Xing's confidence was peaking and he thought everything was foolproof, disaster struck. Elder Ying came to see him, but this time she brought tears. Elder Ying's face was covered in blood and her body was broken. Su Xing was pale with shock, looking at her as she collapsed into his arms. "What happened?" She suddenly spoke, her tone despairing. "Give up. Give up this so-called resistance." Su Xing was terrified. What on earth had occurred? Elder Ying painfully choked out a few words. "The giant beast has come. It's the end of the world." After saying this, she fell unconscious. He frantically supported her, calling out loudly. At this moment, Su Xing's mind was a complete mess. The giant beast. The apocalypse. Is the reason for the destruction of Elder Ying's world the same as mine? The failure of the spirit race was a massive blow to him. Su Xing made a firm decision. Relying on yuan-nourishing pills alone was not enough. He had to become stronger himself. Under the intense emotional turmoil, Su Xing's long stagnant realm finally loosened, and a surge of power erupted, helping him break through directly from the late stage to the peak golden core. Back in reality, he opened a can of soda to celebrate the victory. Finally, a breakthrough. With peak golden core cultivation, he could at least defeat 10 great grandmasters with a single punch. He could now explore some slightly more dangerous dungeons. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. The Kill the Dog plan could also be launched. He would first investigate what life-saving measures that old dog guardian Zong had. Once he reached the Deity Transformation stage, he would wipe him out. Su Xing smiled smugly. The plan was set. Returning to the simulated world, the first person Elder Ying saw when she opened her eyes was Su Xing. The two observed each other quietly for a moment before he asked hurriedly, "You're awake?" She sat up. Speaking weakly, "Thank you for looking after this dying person." Su Xing replied, "Don't say that. Don't you want revenge?" Elder Ying shook her head, her eyes full of pessimism. "You haven't seen that giant beast. You simply cannot imagine how strong it is." He gripped her hand tightly, staring directly into her eyes with a resolute gaze. "No, I have seen it. I know how strong it is, which is why I need your help." With this determination, Su Xing persuaded Elder Ying. The fire of hope ignited in her eyes once more. She resolved to seek revenge against the giant beast alongside him. Under Elder Ying's protection, he continued to extract benefits from the Adventist sect. In just 1 year, he refined 30,000 yuan-nourishing pills and 30,000 organ-tempering pills. Su Xing marveled inwardly. As expected of the plant affinity talent, the quality of these medicinal herbs was not inferior to those provided by the Adventist sect at all. Just then, the spiritual plants he had sown in the spirit field Blessed Land also reached a bumper harvest. With a staggering yield, Su Xing immediately set to work, frantically refining all the herbs into pills. When Lu Yuanwu came to visit, he was stunned by the scene before him. "These are," he explained flatly, These are 100,000 yuan nourishing pills, and those few carts in the back are 100,000 organ tempering pills. This is enough to double the number of master rank professionals in our great Shah. The veteran's face was wet with tears as his hands trembled, stroking the crates. Good, this is wonderful. Having finished this, Su Xing returned to the spirit field to begin serious cultivation, aiming to break through the peak golden core as soon as possible. But a serious problem arose. He had sucked all the spiritual qi in the blessed land dry. Many spiritual plants had regressed into ordinary plants due to the lack of energy. Looking at the land that was once lush but had now become barren, Su Xing broke out in a cold sweat of anxiety, shouting in panic, "Where is my spiritual qi?" Seeing their master in a fury, the flock of spirit chickens didn't dare make a sound and quietly walked away. Seeing the mess they had left all over the ground, Su Xing's temper flared as he cursed, "How many times have I told you not to poop everywhere?" With no other choice, Su Xing had to flip through his secret manuals, thinking Qing Yanzi must have left a solution. He had to find it. His gaze stopped on one entry, small spirit gathering array. This array could gather the spiritual energy within the Grotto-Heaven, but activating it required hundreds of spirit stones. Su Xing frowned as he did the math. Although he had a few hundred spirit stones, his demand for cultivation would only increase in the future, and this small stockpile wouldn't last long. Just then, Su Xing noticed a nearby entry, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Spirit-gathering flowers. Once mature, these flowers would breathe the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, naturally producing spiritual energy and even improving its quality in the air. He felt as if he had found a priceless treasure, cheering excitedly, "What a fantastic find!" Su Xing rummaged through the storage bag left by Qing Yanzi and fortunately found 3 spirit-gathering flower seeds which he immediately set about sowing. By the 16th year, under Su Xing's meticulous care, the spirit-gathering flowers grew rapidly, reaching 3 inches in height in just 1 year. Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was a blessing he had the plant affinity talent. Otherwise, such rare flowers would have been extremely difficult to keep alive. In addition to growing flowers, he began studying arrays. However, Su Xing's divine sense was not yet strong enough, preventing any major breakthroughs in his array research. As the saying goes, necessity is the mother of invention. He found the recipe for the spirit-nourishing pill, a medicine specifically designed to enhance divine sense. Su Xing scrutinized the tiny pill in his hand and a bold idea formed. Why not provide spirit-nourishing pills to the great Shah official forces as well? Once their divine sense was strengthened, the power of mage-class professionals would surely take a giant leap forward. While immersed in his plans, a familiar premonition suddenly struck. Was it that time again? System prompt, "You have died." Instead of being depressed, Su Xing was overjoyed. The apocalypse had actually been delayed until the 18th year. It seemed that strengthening either the spirit race or the great Shah military could effectively postpone the end of the world. Fantastic. The system displayed the reward list. Blue talent plant affinity, valued at 100,000 energy points. Peak golden core stage cultivation qi refining, valued at 1 million energy points. 2 growing spirit gathering flowers not yet fully mature, valued at 20,000 energy points, and spirit gathering array insights, valued at 5,000 energy points. Su Xing made a quick decision. Cultivation was a must, since large-scale planting of spirit-gathering flowers would require ample spiritual energy later on. The plant affinity talent was also a necessity. The spirit-gathering array insights would have to wait until next time. System prompt, paid 1,120,000 energy points. Remaining balance 19,966,666 points. Watching the emerald energy flow and gather in his palm, Su Xing marveled. So this is plant affinity. In an instant, a tiny emerald green sprout actually popped out of the top of Su Xing's head. He touched his head and remarked with philosophical resignation, "To get through life, you've got to have a bit of green on your head." Just then, a succulent plant nearby suddenly spoke up, its tone sounding quite arrogant. "Hey, you guy who's always dying on the bed, can you open the door for this great master? Do you even know how to raise succulents?" Su Xing's eyes widened, staring at the little plant in disbelief. With plant affinity, he really could sense the inner thoughts of plants. He stepped forward and pulled back the curtains, letting the morning sunlight flood the room. Seeing this, the succulent sneered sarcastically. "Oh, how did the dead man get so smart today?" Su Xing replied with a friendly smile, saying, "Because today it's either you or me." As soon as he spoke, he casually tossed the succulent pot out the window and into midair. The succulent could only plummet amidst desperate screams. "Hey," Su Xing clapped his hands, looking smug. "Want to mess with me?" Immediately after, his body felt a change. Turning his gaze inward, the golden core within him was radiating a dazzling light, and the gathered spiritual power manifested as a brilliant halo. He closed his eyes to feel it and began operating his cultivation method. This was the peak of the golden core stage. He felt only a single step away from the nascent soul stage. After a bout of training, Su Xing opened his eyes and sighed. "This feels great. This spiritual energy vortex is so much larger than before. Looks like I'll break through to nascent soul next time." At that moment, the system prompted, "Since the host has obtained 10 talents, energy can be consumed to open talent expansion slots. Talents with similar functions but higher quality will be automatically replaced. For talents of different qualities, the host may also swap them freely." Su Xing saw through the system's true intentions and sighed. You've really gone to great lengths for the energy points in my pocket, but at least I can rest easy now, knowing my talent bar has no upper limit. However, thinking of the energy points he would have to spend, Su Xing's heart ached so much he almost cried. With energy points dwindling, it seemed he had to step up pill refining to make money. He wondered how Jin Kongshe's progress in finding weapon refining materials was going. Those were his treasures. When they met, Jin Kongshe was shocked to see Su Xing's listless appearance and deep dark circles. Did you go out and play thief in the middle of the night? Su Xing waved his hand tiredly and replied, Hardly. I just spent 6 days and nights refining pills without rest. She looked at him with a troubled gaze, hesitating. I don't know how to tell you this bad news. Su Xing sensed something was wrong and hurriedly pressed her. What bad news? Jin Kongshui reminded him seriously. The amount of white-quality equipment you need is simply too massive. The current market stock has been nearly swept clean by you. We can no longer provide it in large quantities. Su Xing froze like a wooden statue. What? He felt utterly disheartened, thinking it was over. His largest source of energy had been cut off. Seeing his despair, Jin Kongshui handed him something and smiled. There is good news though. I found the exotic metal you asked me to find for refining pill furnaces. The system immediately scanned the item and prompted. Discovered 300 kilograms of grade 2 exotic metal. Can be converted into 60,000 simulation energy points. Convert? Su Xing was utterly stunned. Such a small piece of grade 2 exotic metal can be exchanged for 60,000 energy points. This is an excellent source of energy. He rallied his spirits and eagerly followed up with questions. Is there a lot of this on the market? What's the price like? Jin Kongshui answered that this metal was produced in rare veins within specific dungeons. Although output was low if purchased directly from professionals, the price for 1 kilogram of grade 2 exotic metal was around 40,000 Great Sha coins. Su Xing's fighting spirit was reignited, his eyes shining. Then help me acquire it in bulk. I want it all, regardless of quality. Take as much as you can get. Jin Kongshui pondered for a moment and said, Since you put it that way, the output of grade 1 exotic metal is higher and the price is lower, which fits your requirements perfectly. Su Xing responded excitedly. That's exactly what I want. He secretly rejoiced. The energy point problem that had plagued him for so long was finally solved. She narrowed her eyes and teased, I've helped you so much, don't you think you should reward me? Su Xing broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly waved his hands. I haven't closed my eyes for days. I'm truly completely drained. Jin Kongshui said no more, simply pinning him down on the bed with a dangerous smile. Is that so? Thus the two of them carried on until dawn. The next morning, Jin Kongshui got up and stretched, saying refreshingly, I'm going to buy the exotic metals for you. You get some rest. Before leaving, she didn't forget to twist the knife. Looks like next time I'll have to bring you some virility pills from Hong Kong to help you recover. Leaving Su Xing paralyzed on the bed in tears, thinking this was definitely because he hadn't rested well. It had to be, however. Work had to continue. He started a simulation, this time determined to fill the spirit field blessed land with spirit-gathering flowers. Su Xing grunted as he tilled the soil, taking advantage of the current abundance of spiritual energy to plant the flowers first. Under the artificial sunlight, 3 flowers soon broke through the soil and bloomed brilliantly. He turned to the group of chickens and warned the spirit chickens solemnly, I'm telling you, if any of you dare to eye these 3 flowers, you'll be the next batch of Kung Pao chicken. The lead chicken replied, Understood, Big Brother. While tending the flowers, Su Xing also refined pills, and thanks to the exotic metal pill furnace Jin Kongshui sent, his refining speed increased several times over. After accumulating enough pills, Su Xing felt the time was ripe and followed Wang Qingshan to the Adventist sect. He used the refined pills to solidify his alliance with Elder Ying. Su Xing asked her to help find a rare medicinal herb called dragon spirit grass. Elder Ying asked in confusion, That seems to be a high-tier herb. Are you planning to refine a higher grade of pill? Su Xing nodded in confirmation. Exactly, I plan to refine wind spirit pills. This pill could cause the strength of both professionals and the spirit race to take a giant leap forward. He thought to himself, this is also the divine pill that will help me break through to the nascent soul stage. She promised, I guarantee I'll find it for you. Su Xing replied politely, I've troubled you. He used the dragon spirit grass found by Elder Ying to try refining several times, but the success rate was less than 50. Su Xing looked at the lone pill in his palm and sighed. 300 stalks of dragon spirit grass only produced this one. This shortcut is indeed not easy to take. Bang, the door was suddenly slammed open. And Elder Ying burst in, clutching her blood-stained arm. Su Xing was horrified. He thought worriedly, has the spirit race's world been destroyed? It's not even the 8th year yet. She cried out in despair. Su Xing, what should we do? We can't hold on much longer. Hearing this, he actually let out a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. As long as the spirit race hasn't been wiped out yet, it's fine. Elder Ying lowered her head guiltily. You gave me so many pills, yet I failed you. Su Xing quickly comforted her. Don't say that. I know how strong the alien races are. As he spoke, he handed her the newly refined pill. This is a new one I just made. Try it. Elder Ying swallowed the pill without hesitation. In an instant, she felt a surge of wild energy rushing through her body, breaking through all bottlenecks. Su Xing asked urgently, How does it feel? She described it in astonishment. My strength has increased. I feel like I now have Heaven King rank combat power. Su Xing's heart shook. Heaven King rank. If Great Sha and the Spirit Race suddenly had a batch of Heaven King rank powerhouses, the apocalypse could definitely be delayed even longer. However, her expression turned dim. Regrettably, it's all too late. If only you could have refined the Wind Spirit pills a few years earlier. Su Xing affirmed with confidence. I can. He looked directly into her eyes and promised, Luo Shuing, next time I will give the Wind Spirit pills to you much earlier. Her brow furrowed slightly as she froze on the spot. How do you know my true name? Su Xing whispered softly. Activate immersive simulation. I'm going to convince her personally. The moment he pulled her into his embrace, the system prompt sounded. You have successfully activated immersive simulation. Consumed 100,000 energy points. Simulation duration, 1 hour. Remaining balance, 25,233,233 points. Su Xing stared greedily at the face of the person in his arms. So this was Elder Ying. She was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Smack Shuing shyly slapped his head and said petulantly, I'm asking you a question. How do you know my name? Su Xing added in his mind, she's also more violent than I imagined. He rubbed his aching head, grinning through the pain as he replied, You told me yourself, of course. This isn't the first time we've saved the world together. She was so shocked she stood dazed. What? Su Xing leaned into the act, his tone deep and affectionate. Elder Ying no Shuing, the truth is I am a time traveler. Every time the world reaches its end I return to the starting point to begin the journey of salvation anew, and in these many journeys I have long since known you. Shuing listened with a flushed face, but her reason remained intact as she shook her head. My logic tells me you're making up nonsense to trick me. Shuing's hand gently brushed Su Xing's cheek, and after a moment's hesitation she slowly removed his mask. The moment she saw the face beneath the mask her eyes flickered violently. I understand now. I know why I allied with you. Su Xing was currently equipped with as handsome as Pan and talent. That irrationally handsome charm made Shuing too shy to look at him directly. She turned her head away and whispered to herself, Because you're handsome. In reality, Su Xing was speechless. It turned out Elder Ying was a total sucker for looks. She turned back around trying to regain her serious expression and asked, Based on your previous experience, how much longer can my spirit race hold out? He replied, Because I am a variable in every attempt. The situation is always different. With the dragon spirit pills this time the apocalypse will arrive later than before. What we need to do now is test exactly how much longer these dragon spirit pills can make our world endure. Shuing nodded in understanding. Suddenly she made a bold suggestion. Let's run away. Based on my status in the cult alone I won't be able to get you any more dragon spirit grass. If you want to continue refining wind spirit pills the only way is to rob the Adventist sect's treasury. Su Xing understood immediately, revealing a wicked smile. Got it. Since they won't give it to us we'll just take it ourselves. The two of them high-fived in celebration. Sure enough, Su Xing and Luo Shuing looted the Adventist sect's treasury as planned. This action sent the cult into a frenzy, dispatching over 10 top-tier experts to hunt them down relentlessly. Su Xing took Luo Shuing and fled to the Great Sha military. There he handed over all 230,000 organ-tempering pills and yuan-nourishing pills he had accumulated over the years to Lu Yuanwu. Thanks to this massive batch of pills the Great Sha military gained more than 40,000 master-rank professionals in a short period, and the national strength grew exponentially. Shuing asked excitedly, Now the Great Sha army can not only repel the alien races but also go to my world to support the spirit race. Are we about to succeed this time? Su Xing immediately denied it, dousing her with a cold splash of reality. We're still far from it. If I'm not mistaken, 10 years from now the number of professionals in the Great Sha military won't just fail to increase, it will actually decrease. While the strength of the alien races will continue to grow, I must refine enough wind spirit pills as quickly as possible. She looked at him, her eyes burning with a resolve that showed she was willing to be his strongest support. I understand. Focus all your efforts on refining the pills. I'll handle everything else. By the 11th year, thanks to Su Xing's presence, the demon-suppressing pass gained another 40,000 Grandmaster rank professionals. This massive force was not only sufficient to defend the area but even allowed for counter-offensives against the alien races. For this extraordinary contribution he was awarded the Great Sha Hero Medal and granted first-class treatment. Standing before Lu Yuanwu, Su Xing solemnly declared, I wish to exercise the privilege of my first-class status and convene a high-level summit. Lu Yuanwu agreed immediately. Very well, I will arrange it at once, however. Seeing the simulator display the message gained nothing. Su Xing was so furious he wanted to slam the table. What do you mean gained nothing? He let out a long weary sigh toward the heavens. This unlucky talent was truly a trap. Back in reality he couldn't help but marvel. God, this first-class status actually allows me to command Lu Yuanwu directly. My influence in this simulation is far greater than before. Inside the solemn conference room he pointed to the large screen and said, This is the dragon spirit pill I have just developed. There are currently only 2. This pill can significantly enhance the spirit and constitution attributes of mage-type Grandmaster rank powerhouses. After consuming this pill, a professional has the hope of breaking through to the Heaven King rank. Lu Yuanwu was stunned. What? Such a miraculous pill actually exists in this world. Su Xing seriously announced that the theme of today's meeting was who exactly should receive this batch of dragon spirit pills. Lu Yuanwu said worriedly, 2,000 pills is indeed a bit few. After intense debate and screening, 2,000 lucky individuals successfully qualified. However, the results showed that only half of the professionals successfully promoted to the Heaven King rank. Su Xing's face turned dark. It failed to achieve a 100 breakthrough rate. Lu Yuanwu patted his shoulder in consolation, saying that this ratio was already quite high and that he had sacrificed too much for the world and should rest. By the 14th year, Su Xing's cultivation remained stuck at the peak of the golden core stage. He felt that breaking through was becoming increasingly difficult, with the primary reason being the lack of spiritual qi. Even consuming one dragon spirit pill a month failed to trigger a breakthrough. He let out a philosophical sigh. Cultivation is an act of defying heaven. It cannot be forced, since his hard power couldn't be increased. He would increase his divine sense. The so-called divine sense is a cultivator's consciousness. The stronger the cultivator, the wider the range their divine sense can cover. Upon releasing his divine sense, he discovered a swarm of pests destroying the vegetable garden, and they were actually chatting with each other. One bug said, "Uncle, I'm tired of eating cabbage. I want to try a different flavor like those flowers over there." The bug next to it immediately cursed. "I think you're tired of living. There's a tomb over there. Going there is just seeking death." Su Xing found it amusing. Although his physical body remained in place, his divine sense allowed him to perceive every plant and tree nearby. Moreover, because the bugs couldn't see him, they hadn't sensed any danger yet. Suddenly a head of cabbage rose into the air, and the pests screamed in terror, "Uncle, the cabbage has become a spirit." Su Xing used his divine sense to bark, "Stop right there." His divine sense quickly returned to his body. Su Xing muttered to himself, "This feeling is truly wonderful. Unfortunately, I don't have a corresponding cultivation manual. I can only rely on popping pills." In the following days he consumed 3 spirit-nourishing pills daily, and the strength and range of his divine sense grew steadily. "Fortunately, I snatched a lot of spirit-nourishing grass from the Adventist sect earlier, allowing me to refine enough pills. That same year, with the help of the Great Shah military, another 150 Heaven King rank professionals were added. They fought side by side with Grandmaster rank powerhouses, rushing to the demon-suppressing pass. By the 16th year, Su Xing focused on cultivating his divine sense, which now reached a range of 12 zhang. A spirit chicken in the distance was suddenly snatched up, screaming, "Why am I still caught by that mysterious giant hand even though I ran so far? It wasn't like this before." Meanwhile, Su Xing sat inside the house, with his eyes closed, using his divine sense to manipulate everything outside. He felt the effects of the spirit-nourishing pills were too slow and that he had to refine a new type of medicine. Boom! The alchemy furnace behind him exploded, sending up clouds of black smoke. Su Xing emerged covered in soot and coughing incessantly, having realized a truth. The spirit-condensing pill was indeed not so easy to refine. Suddenly a spatial portal appeared before him, and an urgent cry came from within. "Su Xing!" He stepped through the portal without hesitation, where a panicked Shu Ying reported, "The demon-suppressing pass has fallen. General Lu ordered me to take you in retreat." He thought vigilantly, "Is it about to end again?" Then Su Xing resolutely walked toward the stairs. "Let's go." Shu Ying followed blankly and asked, "Go where?" Su Xing drew the longsword from his waist, his gaze burning as he looked toward the battlefield, prepared for the final decisive battle. The fall of the demon-suppressing pass, combined with his long stagnant cultivation, made him feel extremely frustrated. Su Xing decided to vent all his fury on the alien races. The professionals were inspired by his courage and followed behind him like a surging tide. Su Xing fought frantically until he was utterly exhausted. He gave a self-deprecating smile. "Seems my amateur swordsmanship is actually all right." A great demon appeared behind him, baring its fangs and claws. Without turning his head, Su Xing contemptuously gave it the middle finger. "Sooner or later I will pierce your heart with an arrow." Suddenly, a sharp sword light struck from the shadows. "You have died, killed by a traitor within the Great Shah military." Su Xing's soul was shocked. "What? There was a spy in the army?" System prompt: activate talent Death's Insight. Using this talent, he saw the killer's face clearly. Seeing Guardian Zong sneering, he cursed in rage. "Old dog Zong, you bastard!" Su Xing warned himself that although he lived until the end this time, he was blindsided by that old dog Zong. He had to be more careful next time. A new reward panel popped up. Please select your rewards: 20 years of alchemy experience including multi-threaded alchemy insights, value 1 million energy, 3 mature spirit-gathering flowers. Spiritual items favored by the great Tao of heaven and earth, value 300,000 energy. Divine sense 50 zhang 5 senses realm. In this realm, divine sense is as sharp as the 5 senses, capable of detecting every movement within a 50 zhang range. Value 500,000 energy. 3-acre spirit-condensing wood natural treasure, a rare treasure in the cultivation world that can strengthen the divine sense realm. Value 10 million energy. He was overjoyed. The spirit-condensing wood stolen from the Adventist sect was indeed a great item. However, seeing that astronomical price, Su Xing could only sigh helplessly. Too expensive. I couldn't afford it even if I sold my house. He quickly made a decision. Select the alchemy experience and the divine sense realm. System prompt: you selected the alchemy experience, consuming 1 million energy. You selected the Divine Sense Realm 5 Senses Realm, consuming 500,000 energy, remaining balance 12,233,333 energy. Sushing couldn't wait to try his new power and entered the spirit field Blessed Land. He sat down in seclusion, and as spiritual power erupted outward, a feeling of instantly mastering profound alchemy knowledge made him marvel. This feels amazing. Sushing closed his eyes to concentrate on his cultivation, and the outline of his divine sense surfaced clearly in his mind. Sushing was surprised. Is this divine sense? Seeing his divine sense automatically and rhythmically throwing medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace, he was quite taken aback. Divine sense can actually refine medicine too. Sushing manipulated his divine sense to perform multi-threaded work. The spirit chickens in the garden saw the alchemy furnace flying on its own and scrambled in terror. He focused his attention. This time he would refine even more pills. Time flew by, and Jin Kongshui had developed the Tarot Society into the largest merchant association in the capital. When the two met, they raised glasses to celebrate the merchant association's massive success. She reported the news excitedly. Sushing, I broke through to the Grandmaster rank. My parents want to throw a party to celebrate. Do you want to go? Sushing smiled and agreed, thinking in the previous simulations, Jin Kongshui only reached the Grandmaster rank at 40, but now she broke through at 30. Reality has indeed improved under my intervention. His hard work wasn't in vain. He handed her a medicine bottle and laughed. I might not be able to attend the victory banquet, but the gift is ready. This is the spirit-nourishing pill I newly refined. Its effect is better than the one sold before. Kongshui took the pill, her eyes shining. Many thanks, I happen to need this. At dawn, Sushing determined his goal for this run. He had to ally with Elder Ying even earlier. Suddenly the system prompted, congratulations to the host for drawing a blue-quality talent, Unyielding Silver Spear. Sushing curled his lip in disdain, thinking the talent was quite lewd, but he accepted the reward anyway. Unyielding Silver Spear. To test if the system had lied to him, Sushing tried it out with Jin Kongshui. As it turned out, the system hadn't lied. After a long night, he finally heard Jin Kongshui cry for mercy. Normally dominant, she could now only collapse weakly on the bed, completely subdued. Seeing this, Sushing cheered inwardly. I've grown up, I've finally become a real man. Happy times are always short. And he once again followed Wang Qingshan to the Adventist sect to meet Luo Shuing. That is, Elder Ying Shuing looked at the pill in her hand and asked thoughtfully, can you really provide this quality of pill to the Adventist sect? Sushing confirmed with certainty. To quickly win her trust, he did not hesitate to display his true strength right from the start this time. However, this also drew the attention of others. Elders within the sect began to compete for him, and Guardian Zong came to the door, patting his shoulder with a smile. Brother Sushing, join our fanatic faction. Whatever the naturalists can give you, we can give you too. Sushing cursed inwardly. That old dog has a sharp nose. He came looking the moment I showed a bit of strength. He immediately changed his attitude, putting on a frightened look and stammering, Brother, it's not that I'm not giving you face, it's just that Elder Luo Shi, Guardian Zong pressed urgently. What's wrong? Speak up. Sushing looked aggrieved, running toward the door with tears streaming down his face, wailing as he ran. She's not human. To reject old dog Zong, he didn't hesitate to directly offend him. He decided to play the role of a young man with a secret sorrow. Guardian Zong stood behind him, his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly pondering the pain Sushing mentioned. Afterward, Shuing called him over and gave him a harsh scolding. Sushing, I worked hard to apply for benefits for you, even wanting to let the higher-ups break protocol to promote you to elder, yet here you are spreading rumors everywhere that I'm using you as a yin to nourish yang tool, saying I'm practicing demonic arts. Sushing listened to her vent obediently, and only weakly retorted after she finished. I didn't do that. What on earth is that old dog Zong imagining? Shuing cupped her hands and replied coldly. Fine, even if you didn't, but our naturalist faction cannot accommodate a great Buddha like you. Please leave. Sushing thought, crap, I wanted to win her trust, but now I've offended her completely. Seeing that he still wouldn't leave, Shuing's attitude became dangerous. Still not leaving? Did I not make myself clear? Sushing let out a sigh of relief and muttered, fortunately I have an ace. He suddenly stood up and leaned into her ear to whisper his deepest secret. Do you still remember that little girl who cried all night in the heavy rain? She can't go back. Luo Shuing froze, stammering in terror. You, how do you know my name, and how do you know my past? Sushing revealed calmly. You told me yourself. What I told Guardian Zong was only to reject his recruitment. In truth, I came to the Adventist sect for you. These words made Shuing even more curious and flustered. Who exactly are you? Sushing explained with his silver tongue, weaving a perfect script until Luo Shuing finally believed he was a person chosen by heaven, having traveled from the future to save the situation. She provided Sushing with a massive amount of medicinal herbs. Under the effect of his multi-threaded alchemy skill, his refining speed was incredibly fast, allowing him to refine 5,000 yuan nourishing pills or organ tempering pills per month. Meanwhile, with Luo Shuing's full support, Sushing successfully refined 6,000 dragon spirit pills. He calculated privately. In the last simulation I only refined one, this time there are actually 6,000. It seems my strength is growing even faster than imagined. Sushing began to consider more long-term plans. Is it time to put the refining of yuan martial pills on the schedule? I should also break through to the organ tempering realm. Xu Ying interrupted his thoughts from behind. Su Xing, I'm going to exchange for medicinal herbs today. He anticipated the result and asked back. You didn't get them, right? She nodded worriedly. What should we do? Although we have enough pills for now, there will come a day when they are exhausted. Su Xing calmed her down coolly. It's fine, we can. He originally wanted to suggest defecting from the sect like last time, but a sudden flash of inspiration hit him. Su Xing remembered an old grudge. Last time, that old dog Zong had posed as a great Sha spy and brutally killed him as the apocalypse approached. This time he would strike first. The smile vanished from the corners of his mouth, replaced by a cold, terrifying expression. Su Xing prompted, we can defect and go join the great Sha military, but before that we have to kill someone first. Xu Ying was very curious. What kind of grievance did he have with that guardian? He's always looking for a chance to recruit you, isn't he? Su Xing replied without hiding anything. That's because he wants to pry the secrets of immortal cultivation out of me. In the last run, I died by his hand. He then handed Luo Xu a pill that shimmered with a brilliant radiance. This is a top-grade dragon spirit pill I refined. After taking it, you'll possess Heaven King rank strength. Coupled with my coordination, we will surely send that old dog to his grave. Luo Xu took the pill and said with calm confidence, You underestimate me. In the Adventist sect, I haven't feared anyone besides Guardian Long, who watches over the treasury. You should worry about yourself first, and think about how you'll protect yourself once the fighting starts. Su Xing gave a wry smile. I'm just not as strong as you, that's all. He made a silent vow. Just wait and see. I'm going to achieve a massive breakthrough in this simulation. In reality, Su Xing maintained a calm mindset. Even if they failed, it was fine. This time was mainly to probe old dog Zong's trump cards. As a cultivator who had lived for hundreds of years, the man surely had plenty of good treasures on him. Of course, if he could kill the old dog along the way, it would be an absolute jackpot. Late at night in the simulated world, Su Xing feigned being dead drunk, staggering down the road while humming, Enjoy wine today while there is wine to be had. During his drunken act, Su Xing received secret intelligence. Guardian Zong had arrived. He thought to himself, I need to lure him to the outskirts and bait him into attacking. Su Xing confirmed, understood. He began to babble nonsense, teasing those around him and intentionally showing openings. Hey babe, got time for a meal? My treat, I'll feed you down below. At the very moment the stalking Guardian Zong prepared to strike, Su Xing simultaneously received a warning. He's moving, however, when Guardian Zong's palm struck out. It caught nothing but air. Guardian Zong turned pale with shock. Where is he? Luo Xu, who had been lurking in wait, instantly lunged for a sneak attack. Right here, but even she froze because the space before her was empty. Her attack hit only a void. Where was he? A cold laugh echoed from the distance as Guardian Zong stood proudly atop a nearby mountain peak, his voice drifting down. We part ways here until we meet again. Luo Xu blurted out in shock. Earth escape. Although old dog Zong had been heavily injured by the sudden ambush, he was a cultivator who had lived for many years after all. His nature was cunning, and his hands held countless escape methods. He activated a blood escape technique, a circle of blood-red true chi enveloping his entire body. Mid-flight, he threw a metal ball back at them. Boom! The moment the ball hit the ground, it transformed into a massive battle-armored puppet. Its heavy fist slammed into the earth, triggering a violent tremor that forced Luo Xu to retreat hastily to avoid it. In reality, Su Xing stared at the screen, unable to help marveling that this old fellow was truly willing to spend a fortune to survive. In a mere 20-kilometer distance, the old dog had played every trick in the book. Godspeed talismans, blood escape, ground shrinking, and even popping spirit pills midway to restore spiritual chi. Finally, he even threw out a great perfection nascent soul rank puppet. Su Xing clapped excitedly, his eyes shining. Excellent, all of these things will be mine in the next simulation. On the screen, Guardian Zong sacrificed yet another golden bell treasure. Looking back with a roar of fury, just you wait, one day I will kill you. Trapped below, Luo Xu was fuming. Another magical treasure, you old dog, you only know how to run, stand still and fight me head on if you've got the guts. Seeing him about to slip away, Luo Xu cursed. Bastard! An extremely powerful beam of light shot from her hand, striking the golden bell and shattering it to pieces. However, Guardian Zong had already taken the opportunity to fly far away. Luo Xu returned in resentment. Su Xing stepped forward and asked with concern, Are you all right? She replied regretfully, I'm fine, but that old dog managed to escape. Su Xing comforted her calmly. No matter, everything has a price. That old dog used so many life-saving trump cards, his vitality must be severely depleted. He won't be able to cause any trouble for a short while. After this, Luo Xu stopped obsessing over Guardian Zong's fate. She and Su Xing decided to defect from the Adventist sect together and officially joined the Great Sha military. Thanks to the massive quantity of pills provided by Su Xing, Great Sha was like a tiger with wings. In a short time, Great Sha added 600 Heaven King rank powerhouses and over 40,000 Master rank professionals. Su Xing once again became a national hero. In a high-level meeting, Lu Yuanwu stood before a strategic map and asked, You want us to send troops to support the spirit race in the other world? Su Xing nodded in confirmation. Yes. Based on Luo Xu description, the alien race there is exactly the same as the one invading us. After a moment of thought, Lu Yuanwu agreed decisively. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as you can continue to provide pills, we can definitely dispatch 10,000 master-level experts to support them. Su Xing thanked him politely. That night, Luo Shuiying was ecstatic upon hearing that Great Sha had agreed to the aid, and she rushed into his room. In the burst of joy and emotion following the victory, the plant tentacles on her body instinctively wrapped tightly around Su Xing. Facing her in such an intimate posture, Su Xing stammered, "Xiao Ying I." That night, Su Xing's unyielding silver spear talent performed to its peak. As it turned out, Luo Shuiying was no match at all, and could only shed her armor and beg for mercy. The next day they went to inspect the battlefield. Su Xing looked at the demonic beast corpse before him and said in surprise, "Why does this beast look like the fat pigs from my hometown? Is this thing edible?" Luo Shuiying reported that General Lu had already sent people to check. Only a small portion was edible. She briskly wielded her blade to process it, explaining as she worked, "This beast weighs 500 jin. After removing the impurities, it produces about 50 jin of blood and flesh essence." Su Xing took a bite and unexpectedly discovered an important detail. Eating the blood and flesh essence of demonic beasts was excellent for nourishing the body. If he could combine this with spirit chicken meat, he would be only one step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. In reality, Su Xing let out a long, regretful sigh. It's a pity this stuff is hard to come by. Although beasts were everywhere on the battlefield, everyone was busy fighting for their lives. Who had the leisure to collect corpses? It seemed he would have to go to the front himself or find someone to help. In the simulation, Su Xing entrusted Luo Shuiying to provide as much beast blood essence as possible, while he dove into the spirit-field blessed land to frantically refine it. Thus time flew by and 3 years passed, until one day he finally felt his body vibrate violently, as if breaking through some sturdy shackle. The gate to a new realm was slowly opening. His life essence seemed to be undergoing a mysterious evolution unknown to anyone. Su Xing's breakthrough was successful, and he officially became an origin martial realm cultivator. However, before he could snap back to his senses, he was shocked to find that everything had not yet ended. Looking at the tiny infant enveloped in golden light within his sea of consciousness, Su Xing was profoundly shaken. The soul has formed, the tiny infant emitted powerful energy, and true qi swept through the entire space like a tide. He could hardly believe that he had consecutively broken through to the nascent soul stage. Su Xing looked down at the nascent soul in his chest and thought, "Is this my nascent soul? Breaking through 2 major realms in the blink of an eye, this feeling was truly incredible." He hurried to leave, eager to tell Lu Yuanwu the good news and wanting to rush to the battlefield to slaughter beasts. The beasts on the battlefield were ferocious and evil-looking, each appearing as if it wanted to swallow humans whole. However, just as he was pounced upon by a beast in an attack, the thought, "Is it that time again?" flashed through his mind, and the system prompted that the simulation had ended. Su Xing rubbed his hands excitedly. "Hurry, I've already decided what to bring out." The system listed the talent and reward options. Unyielding Silver Spear Blue, value 100,000 energy, Origin Martial Realm Cultivation, value 2 million energy, Nascent Soul Stage Cultivation, value 3 million energy. 50 Jin of Heaven King Rank Beast Blood and Flesh Essence, value 5 million energy. Su Xing chose without hesitation. "I'll take the Origin Martial Realm and Nascent Soul Stage Cultivation." Returning to reality, Su Xing sat down and focused on his secluded cultivation. Deep within his Dantian, spiritual power condensed frantically, finally forming a smooth essence core, the golden core. Suddenly that golden core shattered with a loud crack, and countless fragments floated within the Dantian space. From the cracks, a dazzling and eye-catching nascent soul emerged. Su Xing observed it in surprise. "Is this my nascent soul?" Seeing it begin to wave its hands and feet as if practicing martial arts, Su Xing was even more amazed. "It's actually reenacting the techniques I've mastered." But after performing only a few moves, it stopped and remained still. Su Xing was curious why it wouldn't continue. Then he patted his forehead helplessly and gave a bitter smile. "Right from the start of my cultivation until now, I haven't practiced any martial skills. I'm either refining pills or on my way to refine pills." He had originally planned to gain experience by killing enemies on the battlefield in the last simulation, but before he could act, the apocalypse arrived. In the next simulation, he couldn't just huddle in the spirit field refining pills. He had to get out. No sooner said than done. He entered a secret realm to slay monsters and clear out chaos. Seeing Su Xing strike with such agility and precision, the juniors following him couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Senior is so cool," Su Xing thought to himself. "Even though I haven't seriously practiced martial skills, the ability to kill enemies is there. It's much more stable than killing wild boars before." During a break, Wang Qingshan walked forward hesitantly. "Senior," he asked directly, "is something the matter?" Su Xing felt a wave of worry. Could it be that Wang Qingshan wanted to drop out now? "Please, anything but that," she mentioned sheepishly. "Before, didn't you say a very wealthy sister was looking for me?" Su Xing nodded and introduced her. "Her name is Jin Kongshui. She's our senior." Qingshan's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Then does that prove you're also very wealthy now?" Su Xing stammered. "A little bit, I guess." "Qingshan, what are you trying to say?" She lowered her head awkwardly and asked in a small voice. "Senior, can you lend me some money? Just a little, I'll pay you back very soon." Qingshan's voice became somewhat intimate and her body leaned in toward him. He quickly blocked her, breaking out in a cold sweat. Don't do that. I can lend you the money, but don't use this move. Being clung to so tightly, Su Xing lamented in his heart. My old waist can't take this kind of strain. Wang Qingshan lowered her head gratefully. Thank you, senior. I will never forget your great kindness. He waved a hand. Don't worry about it. It's a small matter. Looking at her retreating back, Su Xing was full of curiosity. What kind of trouble did she run into? How could she be so short of money? Forget it. He'd wait until she was willing to speak. A new day began, and the warm sunlight spilled over the verdant land, nurturing infinite hope. Su Xing rubbed his hands excitedly. Bring it on. I'm going to fight a grand battle in this simulation. The system immediately popped up a notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing a blue talent. I can't be the only one unlucky. Su Xing froze on the spot, dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The details showed. I can't be the only one unlucky. The host is a natural-born jinx. You will step in dog poop whenever you go out, and food will get stuck in your teeth whenever you drink water. Moreover, the host's misfortune will not only affect yourself but will also implicate those around you. After reading the description, his lungs nearly burst with rage and he roared. What kind of talent is this? Refund, give me a refund right now. The system displayed a deeply meaningful smile icon, meaning no returns or exchanges. Su Xing could only spit out a curse. Damn it, he let out a long sigh. Comforting himself, forget it, let's just try a simulation first, it won't affect reality anyway. Simulation begins. Within the spirit field blessed land, the host realizes he is in the simulated world. He begins refining beauty pills and some new healing medicines. Boom, the alchemy furnace shatters and black smoke fills the air. Su Xing stands there dazed, his entire body black as charcoal and his hair standing on end. He is about to go crazy, shouting, this is too unreasonable. I can even refine dragon spirit pills, so why did I fail so miserably at refining these basic pills? Outside the screen, Su Xing commented dejectedly, this bad luck talent is terrifying. Simulation continues. Because of the alchemy failure, the host plans to do something else to distract himself. He first crouches down to observe the garden. As it turns out, the host's wretched smoke-blackened appearance actually scares the spirit-gathering flowers to death. The poor flower droops down, appearing to scream, I was killed by ugliness. He tries to stop it in shock. Don't. Before he can snap back to his senses, he sits down to eat only to get choked by the spirit rice. Su Xing's face turns purple as he coughs violently. He sits up, weakly wanting to take a sip of water. Just then, that spirit chicken that had gained sentience suddenly began to squawk aggressively, seemingly warning him to be on guard. Before the sound even faded, a beam of light flashed before Su Xing. The simulation showed. The host snapped and chased the spirit chicken for an entire day and night. In the midst of the chaos, he received a call from Jin Kongshui. Her voice sounded extremely weary. Su Xing, I don't know why, but I've had terrible luck lately. The expansion plan for the Tarot Society probably has to slow down. Things are going wrong everywhere. Su Xing smiled awkwardly. It's fine, just do your best. He collapsed dejectedly onto the bed, pondering. It seems this bad luck buff covers a wide range. I haven't even met Jin Kongshui, yet just chatting online affected her fortune. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him. What if I go to the Adventist sect or just defect from Great Sha to the alien race's side? To verify his theory, Su Xing decided to once again ask Wang Qingshan to take him to the Adventist sect. Relying on his extraordinary alchemy, even with the extremely high rate of furnace explosions, Su Xing once again conquered the Adventist sect. You naturally became the alchemy elder. Elder Ying approached you with a troubled expression, seeking help. Alchemy elder, please refine this pile of herbs into pills. I don't know why, but lately, many within the sect have been suffering from various mysterious minor injuries and a string of bad luck. You feigned confusion and asked in return. Is that so? How could that be? Su Xing curiously checked the list of the injured and discovered an interesting commonality. Most of them had consumed the pills he had refined. Elder Ying urged anxiously, hurry and check them carefully. Could something have gone wrong somewhere? Alchemy elder, the supply of healing pills is running low. Please speed up the refining process. Su Xing agreed repeatedly, nodding his head in a hurry. Right, no problem. Internally, he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that no one had connected the two incidents yet. Su Xing had been with the Adventist sect for a year now, and under his enthusiastic contributions, the sect's overall strength had not only failed to grow but had actually declined significantly due to massive resource looting and pill quality that depended entirely on luck. He figured it was time to pack his bags and run before the people of the Adventist sect could react. He needed to get out and lie low for a while. Fortunately, the Luo Tian assembly dungeon was set to open in 2 days, which was the perfect legitimate excuse to leave. Su Xing left behind enough pills to last for a while, bid farewell to Elder Ying and immediately set off for Kyoto. However, reality dealt him a stinging blow. Upon arriving at his destination, the receptionist coldly informed him, the reservation slots for this month are already full. Please come back next month. His eyes widened in shock. Full? Isn't this dungeon accessible to everyone? The staff member explained patiently. Anyone can enter, but the rule is only one person at a time, and it can only be entered once a day. Currently, the earliest available slot isn't until next month. Su Xing helplessly accepted reality and retreated dejectedly. All right then, help me book a slot for next month. Time flew by, and a month later, Su Xing entered the Luo Tian assembly dungeon with a heart full of anticipation, waiting for his destiny. But to his regret, the settlement notification left him instantly petrified. This time he had actually gained nothing. What on earth did I do in the Luo Tian assembly dungeon? How could I skip such an important segment? Damn it, if you want energy points, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Su Xing cursed irritably. Just then, the system explained coldly that the host could use the immersive simulation feature to observe. Hearing this, he nodded slightly, thinking it made some sense. Fine, if energy points are just held in hand without being spent, they're nothing more than a string of meaningless numbers. One should save when necessary, but never hesitate when it's time to spend. Action followed thought, and he immediately pressed down hard on the control panel to unlock the feature. Accompanied by a crisp chime, he successfully activated the immersive simulation at the cost of 100,000 energy points. This simulation would last for 1 hour, and his energy point balance remained ample, with over 9 million points. As soon as he stepped into this new space, a thunderous voice pierced directly into his eardrums from afar. "What are you dazing off for over there? Early in, early out. There are people lining up behind you?" He curled his lip and replied casually, "Right, I got it." Upon crossing the barrier, the clothing on his body instantly transformed automatically to match the current setting. A glint of mingled anticipation and unease flashed in his eyes as he prayed silently, "I hope I can gain something this time. Please don't let me come back empty-handed again." He took a deep breath, and his lungs were instantly filled with incredibly pure air. Is this the immortal realm? The spiritual energy vortexes gathering around him were several times more concentrated than in the spirit-field blessed land. While he was dazed, a figure dressed in a Taoist robe strode over and exclaimed, "Martial nephew has actually broken through to the nascent soul stage. Truly a genius youth of a kind rarely seen in the world." His pupils contracted sharply as thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Nascent soul stage, the records clearly stated that Luo Shaochuan was only at the foundation establishment stage. Wait, he hurried to conduct an internal inspection. He discovered a top-tier golden core sitting firmly within his body. Could it be that the cultivation level of the character Luo Shaochuan isn't fixed at foundation establishment, but automatically adjusts according to the level of the person entering the dungeon? Before he could think further, that martial uncle waved his hand and urged, "Nephew Luo, stop dazing. Your master told me to take you to the Tian Luo assembly." He quickly collected his thoughts and bowed respectfully. "Yes, martial uncle." Searching through Luo Shaochuan's fragmented memories, he recognized the man before him as martial uncle Shenong Yushin. This man was a hidden expert, with a cultivation level at least at the Deity Transformation stage, and he was also a master proficient in alchemy and spirit farming. Su Xing's lips curled up slightly as he secretly plotted to squeeze some benefits out of this high-level expert. Taking advantage of the journey, he spoke humbly. "Martial uncle, I have recently developed an interest in the Tao of planting and have a few questions I wish to ask." Hearing this, a flash of interest appeared in the old man's eyes, and he stroked his beard with a laugh. "Oh, nephew Luo has also stepped onto the path of spirit farming. What questions? Let's hear them. I recently obtained 3 spirit-gathering flowers, but for some reason, no matter how carefully I tend to them, their quality only reaches the middle grade." The martial uncle slapped his thigh, his face full of pride. "Nephew, you've asked the right person. Regarding spirit-gathering flowers, ordinary people truly wouldn't be able to answer. But as it happens, I have read about the breeding method for spirit-gathering flowers in an ancient text." Hearing this, Su Xing's heart skipped a beat. I've hit the jackpot. He knew that following this old man would surely lead to some valuable intel. The martial uncle lowered his voice and spoke incessantly. "The spirit-gathering flower is a gift from the heavens, extremely delicate. A mortal would need to toil for 10 years just to nurture it to maturity. Moreover, during the planting period, the water volume and light exposure are extremely particular. Legend has it that spirit-gathering flowers are divided into male and female. The pistil of the female flower has yellow spots while the male flower has none. They require manual pollination to reproduce. One only needs to pollinate the male and female flowers on the day they mature to seize a sliver of heavenly opportunity." Su Xing had to pull out a pen and paper, his pen flying as he recorded every word without error. Seeing the old man stop abruptly just as he was getting to the good part, he quickly pressed, "And then?" The old man picked his ear and replied with a yawn, "And then, well then I'm too lazy to talk. Go find it in your memories yourself." After saying that, the martial uncle gave a casual wave, directly shoving a strand of divine sense containing the spirit-gathering flower cultivation secrets into his mind. He cursed inwardly. If this eccentric old man had such a convenient transmission method, why didn't he use it earlier instead of making him write until his hand almost broke? Annoyance aside, after sensing that treasure trove of knowledge that felt as if it were carved into his bones and would never be forgotten, he immediately beamed with joy. Fantastic, having mastered the planting method for spirit-gathering flowers. I'll never have to worry about a lack of spiritual energy again. Immersed in their conversation, the two had unknowingly arrived at their destination. "Martial nephew, we have arrived at Tian Luo town." He looked out, unable to hide his astonishment. Such a grand Tian Luo assembly is actually being held in this small town. How can this place house so many people? While he was dazed, a massive force came from behind, pushing him into a stumble. The martial uncle's crisp voice rang out again. What are you still dazing for? Hurry and go pay respects to your master. He stumbled forward, nodding awkwardly. Ah, yes. Looking up, what met his eyes was the majestic elder Sha, Luo Shaochuan's nominal master. His eyes shone as if he were looking at a mountain of gold. This old man's status was extraordinary. He surely had many good treasures hidden away. This was a perfect opportunity to ask some questions regarding martial skills and cultivation techniques. He straightened his robes and cupped his hands respectfully. Disciple pays respects to master. Elder Shah stroked his silver beard and nodded slightly in approval. Not bad. It seems your travels abroad haven't led you to neglect your cultivation. Regarding the Sutra Pavilion token you asked me to find earlier, I have already secured it for you. Taking the cold token, he bowed again. Many thanks, master. He lowered his head, pressing his lips together to suppress a wild inner laugh. According to Luo Shaochuan's memories, the Sutra Pavilion was a treasure trove gathering all the world's cultivation knowledge. It truly had everything. If he could devour and memorize this encyclopedia, wouldn't he make a massive profit? Haha, this is a guaranteed win. As soon as he pushed open the Sutra Pavilion doors and saw countless treasures circling and flying across the ceiling, he was momentarily stunned. His lips twitched slightly as he couldn't help but mutter, "Holy crap, how many books are actually hidden in this place?" His gaze suddenly locked onto a title imbued with a sense of ancient history, General Principles of Sword Cultivation. At first glance the name seemed too ordinary for anyone to bother with, but upon closer inspection, it was actually a great legacy left by the world-renowned sword immortal Lu Dong from 10,000 years ago. It was certain that as long as he grasped the essence within these general principles, practicing any profound sword technique in the future would be as easy as pie. He stood outside the bookshelf, speechless with excitement. Excellent, I finally found an offensive method capable of going toe-to-head with that damn old sect leader. Flipping through the sword principles, it clearly pointed out that the mortal path of the sword is divided into 3 stages: mortal sword, earth sword, and heaven sword. Once the mortal sword is mastered, a single swing can claim the heads of all enemies in the world. Within the mortal realm, there is no one who cannot be killed. Upon ascending to the earth sword, the sword intent will condense the power of the heavens and earth into a stroke of creation. One swing is enough to change the weather, collapse mountains, and split waves, and upon reaching the final stage of perfection, the heaven sword, comprehending this realm allows one to point directly toward the great Tao of the sword immortal. He clenched his fists, his blood boiling. If he could cultivate this mortal sword to perfection, perhaps the vision of suppressing a deity transformation expert as a nascent soul could truly be realized, as promised by the general principles. As long as he mastered the first part of this sword manual, he would have absolute confidence in defeating that evil old man. Time flew in the simulation space. By the 9th year, after suffering a crushing defeat in his attempt to refine divine strength pills, you decided to cast aside all distractions and devote yourself entirely to cultivation. Day after day you buried yourself in studying the sword principles. Every dawn brought you new insights. Thanks to this, your sword cultivation progressed at a staggering breakthrough speed. By the 11th year, 10 years of meditative sword cultivation had allowed you to completely comprehend the 4 basic stances of the sword path. You were now intimately familiar with the variations of dozens of basic sword moves. However, 10 years of honing made you no longer satisfied with these tedious basics. You yearned to practice the killing sword path. At your insistence, you successfully joined the demon-suppressing Pass Army, officially donning armor and becoming a soldier at the frontier. Recognizing your importance, the high-level officials of the Great Sha military specially dispatched several Heaven King rank experts and 1 super martial emperor to guard you day and night. The death order given to them was clear. As long as they hadn't fallen, you must not lose even a single hair. As for you, your sole purpose for joining the demon-suppressing pass was to temper the sword in your hand through blood. You proactively changed your appearance to lie low, starting as a common soldier and throwing yourself frantically into the slaughter of the corpse-strewn battlefield. In just 2 months at the demon-suppressing pass, the sword in your hand claimed the lives of 60 master-rank demonic beasts. As for grandmaster-rank beasts, you slew 270, and those below gold rank were countless. By the 3rd month, relying on your accumulated distinguished war service, you naturally rose to the rank of commander, leading 1,000 elite troops. From that moment on, your blade began to target the heads of demon kings. Your overly powerful rise alerted the high-level alien races. Soon they dispatched 3 ferocious demon kings to set an inescapable trap in an attempt to surround and kill you. They bared their fangs and claws, roaring in mockery. Haha. A wet behind-the-ears human actually dares to show off martial arts before us? You coldly held your sword across your chest, your gaze like fire, completely unshaken. Haven't you heard that villains die because they talk too much? No sooner had the words left your lips than your figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, frantically hacking your sword at the massive monsters with staggering power, instantly splitting their bodies in 2. Amidst the rain of blood, you laughed toward the sky, full of spirit. Haha, finally succeeded. Die, you monsters. Having held the line at the demon-suppressing pass for 5 full years, your will had been tempered to be extremely steadfast. Correspondingly, every strike of your sword became increasingly ruthless, and your entire body radiated a bloodthirsty aura. A single glance was enough to send chills down someone's spine from fear. But the irony was that no matter how hard you tried, you still could not turn the wheel of fate that destined humanity for failure. The precious sword in your hand no longer seemed to be a partner for life and death, nor the treasure you once carefully nurtured. It had now become a tool in your hand, a machine for the pure plunder of enemy lives. You knew deep down that you had deviated from your original trajectory and intent, running contrary to pure sword cultivation. On the very day your mind was about to fall into the edge of the demonic path, the Grim Reaper called your name as a group of assassins from the Adventist sect launched a sudden ambush, facing an assassination lineup composed of several martial emperor rank experts and led by a legendary rank expert. All your resistance appeared utterly futile. You closed your eyes and died tragically at the hands of these nameless assassins. The cold notification lit up, announcing the end of this simulation. Simultaneously, the Death's Insight talent activated automatically. Through the illusory perspective, you once again saw that familiar face, the treacherous aged face of that evil old sect leader. You grit your teeth and swore silently, "Next time I will definitely use this sword technique to take your head and use it as a whetstone." Looking back at the entire journey in the simulation report, even you were shocked and surprised. The power of this sword technique was indeed staggering. Mastering only the first volume allowed you to slay so many powerful demon kings, if not for the betrayal and scheming of those Adventist sect traitors. And had you been able to continue practicing in peace, saving the world with a single sword strike might truly have become a reality. In an instant your ambition was ignited once more. "Sooner or later I will kill that old thing with my own hands and rightfully inherit all of his legacy. There will surely come a day when I am powerful enough to cover the sky with my hand and block all adversity." Su Xing suppressed the surging thoughts in his heart, nodding in evaluation that the gains this time were quite substantial. The top priority now was to quickly bring out his Sword Dao insights. He unhesitatingly chose to bring the small success-level Sword Dao insights back to reality, gritting his teeth as he consumed 3 million energy points. As for that peculiar talent, if used properly, it could certainly leave an enemy so frustrated they'd weep. But if it backfired, it would likely bring countless negative effects to his own side. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Xing clicked his tongue, deciding it was best not to choose it. Having finally stumbled upon an offensive-oriented sword talent, the only thing he lacked now was a handy weapon to unleash its power. He quickly pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Hello, Kongshui. Yeah, do you have any high-quality swords over there? I've been practicing lately," he said, hitting straight to the point. There was a moment of hesitation on the other end, followed by a crisp, resonant voice. "A major merchant association certainly has many high-quality weapons, but there might not be any in stock that suit you. I'll keep an eye out for you." Hearing this, Su Xing smiled with satisfaction and thanked Kongshui. Seeing things progressing smoothly, a sudden whim struck him. He cleared his throat and adopted the air of a refined scholar to tease, "This humble one offers his greetings." Faced with his glib tongue, the other end immediately fired back with a sharp and biting retort. "Sev the nonsense, you'd better focus on nourishing your kidneys first." Exactly 1 week later, Jin Kongshui indeed arrived in person with the goods. Looking at the item before him, Su Xing couldn't help but blur out in surprise, "You found one so fast?" She lifted her chin triumphantly, a proud smile hanging on her lips. "Naturally, when I take action there's nothing that can't be done." Su Xing nodded, rubbing his chin as he calculated. It seemed that by buying it this time he could take this sword onto the battlefield. Jin Kongshui pointed at the blade, introducing it briskly. "This sword is named Mo Bing Ink Ice. It is a divine weapon ranked among the top 10 in the Great Sha armament charts." Su Xing's eyes sparkled, clicking his tongue in praise. "You actually managed to get your hands on this treasure? Incredible." The moment his hand touched the hilt of Mo Bing, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted, enveloping the surrounding space. The frost spread up his arm, making him feel as if he were instantly transported to a desolate frozen wasteland. Feeling this power, Su Xing casually swung a sword move that pierced the air, muttering to himself, "A fine sword." At that very moment the system's cold prompt echoed in his mind, informing him that the item was detected as a heaven-ranked treasure, and asking if he wanted to exchange it for 30 million energy points. Su Xing was slack-jawed with shock. 30 million, this sword was actually worth that much? Seeing his expression, Jin Kongshui crossed her arms and warned seriously, "It is a fine sword, but divine swords have spirits. To gain Mo Bing's recognition it would take at least several years." Yet even before she finished speaking, the divine sword began to vibrate violently, letting out a crisp sword chime as if resonating with his heartbeat. Jin Kongshui's eyes widened and she cried out in disbelief, "What? Mo Bing has actually recognized you as its master?" Su Xing pointed at his nose with a look of bewilderment. "Did I just enter a meditative state?" She swallowed hard and nodded like a chick pecking at grain. "Exactly, I didn't expect you to gain the sword's recognition so quickly. Ordinary sword cultivators would take at least several years." Su Xing gripped the precious sword tightly, looking at her sincerely. "Kongshui, thank you for bringing Mo Bing to me. I will surely put it to good use." Time flowed quietly, and one day Su Xing strolled into the spirit-field blessed land. He was busy tending to the fragile seedlings. While watering, he joked, "Little spirit, I've betrothed my little son to you. You must bloom many more flowers for me." Looking at the emerald green before him, Su Xing made a silent vow in his heart. "Sooner or later I will make the spirit-gathering flowers fill this entire valley." After finishing the farm work, he returned to his room and flopped down on his comfortable bed. The Simulator 3.0 interface popped up a prompt. The upgrade was complete, and he could now draw purple talents. He rubbed his hands together, urging with an impatient face, "Finally finished upgrading. Hurry, hurry, start the simulation." The system voice rang out steadily. Simulation started. Drawn purple talent, abundant descendants. The smile on Su Xing's face froze instantly. Black lines appeared on his forehead and he cursed out in frustration. "I'm here to save the world, not to be a stud horse. What the hell is the use of this talent?" But after agonizing for a moment, he could only click his tongue and compromise. "Forget it. Having something is better than nothing. This talent probably works like natural bad luck. It'll likely only be useful in rare circumstances." The system notifications continued to jump out, reminding him that a new crop of spirit rice in the spirit field Blessed Land had matured, entering the simulation state. While briskly harvesting the crops, you pondered your next strategy. You realized you needed a period of secluded cultivation to practice your sword arts, so the most urgent task was to find every possible way to delay the apocalypse. Looking at the mountain of grain, Su Xing set a plan. "I can't eat all this spirit rice anyway. I might as well take it to the Taro Society to sell. This way I can make money and improve the strength of the Great Sha military, thereby delaying the end." Under the guarantee of the Jin Merchant Association, the sale of this batch of spirit rice went extremely smoothly. Initially, professionals thought it was just a supplement to eat for fun, until a wealthy woman bought 5 jin of spirit rice in one go, and things truly exploded. As it turned out, in just 1 month, her physical strength skyrocketed to 1,000 jin and she successfully broke through to become a silver-rank professional. You stepped into the headquarters of the Adventist sect once again. Learning from previous mistakes, you decided to show off your skills this time, joining the sect grandly with your swordsmanship. Before the crowd, Su Xing coldly unleashed a killing sword chi that sliced directly toward a distant mountain range. That formidable power was enough to prove his strength. Witnessing that earth-shaking sword chi, Luo Shuing was stunned for a long while. After snapping back to her senses, she praised softly, "Fine swordsmanship." She then took the initiative to reach out to him, her tone carrying a hint of majesty. "Su Xing, on behalf of the Adventist sect, I welcome your joining." At the moment of the handshake, you immediately transmitted the pre-prepared secret code, successfully establishing a secret contact with Luo Shuing. Looking at her mature appearance, Su Xing sighed inwardly. "Luo Shuing, you are no longer that little girl." His gaze became resolute as he decisively pointed the way. "So this time we'll still follow the original plan. First drain the Adventist sect, then defect to the Great Sha military." She nodded slightly in agreement and responded decisively, "Yes, exactly. Only this way can we make the apocalypse arrive even later." Just then an aged and fawning voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Elder Sword, this humble guardian Zong has a request." Su Xing's mouth twitched, and he slowly rose to open the door, cursing incessantly in his heart. "This old dog actually delivered himself to my door this time." The moment the door opened, he curled his lip and asked meaningfully, "Guardian Zong, what matter could possibly require you to visit in person?" The old man rubbed his hands and gave a dry, flattering laugh. "I wish to exchange for some spirit rice with you. The price is negotiable." Recalling the humiliations suffered in previous lives, Su Xing snorted coldly in his heart. "In previous simulations, when I didn't have Mo Bing and my strength wasn't enough, this fellow would just resort to outright robbery. Now that he sees my extraordinary strength, he's learned to be courteous before resorting to force." He retracted his contempt and declined flatly. "I have no need for money, but I wonder if Guardian Zong has any snowbone jade ginseng on him. If you are willing to exchange that with me, you can have as much spirit rice as you want." Upon hearing the name of this rare spiritual medicine, the old man's expression became somewhat awkward, and he hurried to wave his hand in refusal. Such a treasure this old man indeed does not possess. "That is a pity," Su Xing replied nonchalantly. The moment Guardian Zong turned to leave, Su Xing immediately released his divine sense, silently planting a 1,000-mile tracking art on the old man to keep track of his every move. A cold arc curled at the corner of Su Xing's mouth. Is there finally going to be word on the snowbone jade ginseng? This old dog might have this medicine on him, or at least he should know where it is. Thinking of his greater ambition, a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. However, my appetite isn't limited to just that. Once I kill this old dog and inherit his legacy, that will be truly satisfying. With the 1,000-mile tracking art mastered, you could easily flush out that cunning old man's lair. However, if you wanted to deliver the fatal blow to take his life, the prerequisite was to enhance your strength with all your might. You no longer hesitated and began secluded cultivation with Luo Shuing. Standing on the ground, Su Xing looked up at Luo Shuing floating in midair, sighing inwardly at the power of the pills. These mind-nurturing pills indeed had miraculous effects on the spirit race. Shuing was soon to promote to the legendary rank. Floating at a high altitude, Luo Shuing kept her eyes closed. intoxicated by the strength coursing through her meridians like a torrential rain. She snapped her eyes open and shouted excitedly, "Is this the strength of the legendary rank? I feel like the whole world is beneath my feet." A flash of ruthless hatred crossed her eyes and she said through gritted teeth, "Next I will charge toward the Deity Transformation stage. By then that old bastard Guardian Zong will surely die." After the breakthrough ended, the two worked together to begin scouting the movements within the Adventist sect. "How have things been lately?" Su Xing asked. "Due to the protection of the Great Lord, things were fairly stable," Luo Xing reported calmly while observing the target's movements from a hidden spot. Su Xing lowered his voice to communicate with her. "Ever since we planned to kill him, that old dog hasn't stepped out of his door. Could it be that this fellow has some secret method? To foresee our plan, we cannot strike within the Adventist sect." Luo Xing let out a cold snort, her eyes reflecting a sense of arrogance. "So what if he knows? The Adventist sect rules state that one must go out to perform a mission within 3 months. He cannot be a shrinking turtle for a lifetime." In the following days, Su Xing continuously activated the 1,000-mile tracking art to monitor his prey. Hard work paid off. When the location showed the target had finally left the headquarters, Su Xing's eyes lit up instantly. "I finally waited for it. He has left the Adventist sect. The chance has come, however." The good times didn't last. Seeing the red dot on the map constantly changing direction, Su Xing slammed the table in rage. "Damn it, this old dog has been staying around 100 kilometers away from the sect, seemingly scouting. He's even more cautious than I am. For 3 whole days that old fox lingered at the 100-kilometer boundary, refusing to go any further." Su Xing narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. "Hey, but my patience as a hunter is far greater than you imagine." Suddenly his pupils contracted as he detected an abnormal vibration, and his expression became extremely grave. "He wants to run, sure enough." 3 full months had passed and Guardian Zong finally exhausted his patience. He spared no expense to activate a secret method, fleeing 300 kilometers away in a single breath. Su Xing gripped the hilt of Mo Bing tightly. "Murderous, with Mo Bing and Xiao Ying ambushing you this time, I refuse to believe we can't catch you." Just as Su Xing set his formation to wait, the tracking red dot suddenly made a 180-degree turn, charging straight toward him at an incredible speed. Su Xing's eyes widened and he cursed in a low voice, "Holy crap, why is this old dog Zong charging at me?" He stopped running, his brain whirled at high speed and he suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing the crux of the problem. "Wait, I figured it out. So that's how it is. In previous ambushes on that old dog, I was always with Xu Ying. If he truly has a secret method to foresee good and bad fortune, he would surely calculate that Luo Xuying is the one who can completely deal with him." After finishing the analysis, Su Xing rubbed his chin and gave a sinister smile. "Now with Xiao Ying behind and me in front, this old dog will probably think there's only one person in this ambush." He decisively changed his tactics, calmly sitting cross-legged as if meditating with eyes closed, while internally he was extremely excited. "Since he's willing to throw himself into the net, then I won't be polite." As expected, in an instant, that old fellow descended before Su Xing, roaring with murderous intent, "Su Xing, you shall pay a tragic price for your arrogance." Without a word, Su Xing immediately channeled his true chi to execute unity of man and sword. The moment he opened his eyes, countless longsword phantoms filled the sky. The killing formation was complete. Facing the inescapable net, the old man stroked his beard and laughed coldly, his tone full of contempt. "You are indeed interesting, but you're still far from enough." With that, he waved his hand to draw a bizarre longsword, joints clearly defined like the spine of a demonic beast. The old man did not hesitate to swing his sword, fiercely shattering Su Xing's overwhelming offensive. The counterforce made Su Xing's brow lock tight, and he cried out in surprise, This old dog's sword, it's like a ghost." Pitch-black smoke erupted from the bone sword, accompanied by 10,000 shrill wails that pierced directly into his mind. "Please don't kill me." "Why kill me? Why? I want to go home." Under the terrifying pressure, Su Xing's hand holding the sword trembled and was forced down. His entire body felt as if it were being gnawed by 10,000 ants, an extremely agonizing sensation as he glared at his enemy. He cursed through gritted teeth, "You bastard, how on earth did you refine this sword?" The old man laughed wildly toward the sky, his voice bone-chillingly cold. "I have imprisoned 49 vengeful souls in this bone sword. You think a mere nascent soul cultivator can kill me? Now go to hell." He slammed his foot down, using the momentum to leap into the air, hands gripping the hilt tightly as he prepared to strike a fatal blow. But at this life-or-death moment, a dazzling red shadow shot through the air, knocking the bizarre weapon from the old man's hand with a ruthless strike. The old man's eyes widened in horror. He couldn't figure out where Luo Xuying had popped up from to be able to block his path so firmly. Below, Su Xing raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his posture extremely relaxed. The very image of a victor who had just completed a stalling mission. He revealed a smug smile. "Do you know what a spirit-field blessed land is?" Before the old man could react, the red tentacles behind Luo Xuying shot out like lightning, cruelly piercing the enemy's throat. Simultaneously, Su Xing, watching outside the screen, slapped his thigh in excitement. "Haha, old dog, are you surprised, shocked? Luo Xuying didn't leave with me. She was hiding in the spirit-field blessed land. You couldn't possibly have calculated that." Returning to the simulation space, Luo Xuying retracted her power and pulled out a bottle of top-grade pills to hand to him personally. "This is medicine I took from your grotto dwelling." Taking the healing pill, you swallowed it in one go, channeling your power to catalyze the medicinal effect and restore yourself to peak condition. preparing to roll up your sleeves and interrogate Guardian Zong. Unexpectedly, the corpse on the ground suddenly began to sizzle and smoke, turning into a puddle of foul water before vanishing. The secret was revealed. The one who had just had his throat pierced was merely a substitute puppet. Su Xing stomped his feet and cursed in rage, the veins in his clenched fist bulging. Su Xing gritted his teeth and said, "I knew this old dog wouldn't die that easily." Seeing the situation, Luo Shuyin quickly analyzed it. Although the substitute technique was powerful, the consumption was also immense. They had to give chase while he was wounded. Fortunately, the mark from the 1,000-mile tracking art was still active following the trail of blood. Su Xing easily located Guardian Zong's cramped hiding spot. Blocking the cave entrance, he sneered, "I knew you couldn't have gone far." The old man stumbled back, his eyes bloodshot with madness. "Do you really think this was my only trump card?" As soon as he spoke, he channeled his power frantically, releasing a thick black mist that instantly enveloped Luo Shuyin. Surrounded by the eerie aura, Luo Shuyin frowned and warned, "Su Xing, this black mist is absorbing my life force." He curled his lip contemptuously and gave a casual wave. Wasn't this just vengeful spirits and yin energy? With a thought, the light of Li fire erupted, instantly refining and purifying all the filth around them. The black mist on Luo Shuyin vanished without a trace, seeing his proudest technique dispelled so easily. The old man roared in a fit of rage, "Su Xing, you forced my hand." Driven to a dead end, his sanity completely collapsed. He recklessly burned his longevity, opening his mouth to swallow all the black mist on the ground. His aura surged wildly, instantly breaking through his bottleneck to reach the formidable peak of the Deity Transformation stage. He slammed his foot down, soaring into the sky as he frantically gathered energy, preparing to launch a fatal blow. His roar echoed like thunder. "Die!" Facing the overwhelming pressure, the two showed no fear. Charging forward together to meet the attack, Luo Shuyin shouted, "Let's give it everything we've got." A fierce 2-on-1 battle erupted in the sky, brilliant lights clashing repeatedly and generating terrifying shockwaves. Su Xing swung his sword to block the bizarre spells while shouting against the gale. "His secret technique won't last long, we just need to hold out until he's exhausted." Just as he predicted, it wasn't long before the old man suddenly stopped, intending to make a run for it. Seeing through his cowardly intent, Su Xing sneered, "Want to run in your dreams?" With his retreat cut off, the old man gnashed his teeth and waved his hand, deploying an inescapable net in an attempt to trap Su Xing. But with the razor-sharp Mo Bing sword, Su Xing easily sliced through the spiritual energy net. The old man fled pathetically, firing soul-snaring needles back at them, but Su Xing's reactions were sharp and he nimbly dodged them. Along the way, Guardian Zong used up all his trump cards, repeatedly throwing out various life-saving treasures. On Su Xing's side, he would strike when the momentum was high, and if he felt his strength failing, he would immediately use Earth Escape to hide in the Spirit Field Blessed Land to recuperate. This long hunt lasted for an entire day and night until Guardian Zong was utterly exhausted. He hung his head, dejectedly accepting his fate. Seeing the old man slumped under a tree, gasping like a fish out of water, the real-world Su Xing wiped cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, "Just watching this makes me nervous. This old dog Zong really is a 1,000-year-old monster. He's so hard to kill. It's a pity this ambush forced him to use up all his life-saving means. In the next simulation I must make him hand over the good stuff." In the simulation, facing a sword at his throat, the old man knelt and trembled as he begged, "Sword Elder, you and I have no grievance. Spare my life." Su Xing let out a cold laugh, mocking him in a chilling tone. "We are both cultivators. To say we have no grievance is too ridiculous. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to wait for you to kill me?" Seeing his resolve, the old man looked up and asked in despair, "What exactly do you want?" Su Xing narrowed his eyes, revealing the smile of a ruthless capitalist. "A veteran cultivator like you must have many treasures. Hand them over and I'll let you go." The old man acted as if he'd caught a lifeline and hurriedly replied, "Then you must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao." Su Xing shrugged and agreed readily, "Fine, I swear," watching these actions on the screen. Su Xing laughed inwardly. The heavenly Tao of this world had no jurisdiction over cultivation matters, so even if he swore an oath there would be no contract to bind him. Had this old dog gone senile in the face of death? But he soon sensed something was wrong. On the screen, the old man obediently handed over a tattered small cloth bag, explaining, "This is the storage bag that has been with me for 1,000 years. There are over 10,000 spirit stones inside." Su Xing calculated silently. 10,000 spirit stones might not be enough to reach the Deity Transformation stage, but it was plenty to set up a spirit-gathering array and enhance the aura of the spirit field. However, relying on his sharp intuition, the real-world Su Xing remained vigilant, shouting as sweat broke out on his brow, "Run. The old man still has a move left." Sure enough, the moment the items were exchanged, an extremely sinister smile appeared on the old man's face. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Think you can take loot from me? No way." He deviously channeled his power, detonating the compressed black yin energy within the storage bag. This triggered a terrifying explosion, which he intended to use as cover for his escape. He laughed wildly with pride as he ran. "Didn't expect that, did you, bastard?" I still had a hidden hand, however. His smile instantly froze. Before he could even take a step, a cold longsword ruthlessly pierced through his body from behind. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, roaring in agony. Outside, Sushing nodded at his own decisive handling of the situation, muttering with approval, "Well done, looks like that practice didn't go to waste, though the physical body had fallen. The old man's primordial spirit had not been completely destroyed." A cloud of black mist shaped like Guardian Zong screamed, desperately trying to charge away. With his extraordinary vision, Sushing saw through the remnant soul at a glance. He coldly pronounced the sentence, "You can't escape." A fireball carrying terrifying heat shot through the air. The fierce flames instantly caught up with and entangled his soul, burning it without mercy. The old man pleaded in despair amidst the sea of fire, "I know you want to break through to Deity Transformation. I have the location of the snow-bone jade ginseng, spare me." A cruel smile curled on Suzing's lips. "Your storage bag was blown to bits like that. Could any seeds possibly remain? Do you take me for a fool? I know snow-bone jade ginseng requires an extreme cold environment for preservation." With that, he slammed his palm shut. He directly intensified the fire, burning his enemy's remnant soul to cinders. Amidst the flames, the shrill screams gradually subsided. Only after seeing the remnant soul turn to ash did Sushing dare to breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He lamented, "This old dog was so hard to kill. Puppet souls, he had it all. Luckily I was cautious enough." At this time, Luo Xing ran over in a hurry, holding a broken object, and reported excitedly, "Sushing, I found half a jade slip in the shattered storage bag." Curious, Sushing extended his divine sense into the broken jade slip. As a massive amount of information flooded his mind, Sushing was pleasantly surprised to find that this was actually a record of secret divination and fortune-telling techniques from the cultivation world. Staring at the text on the simulation screen, he realized, divination? No wonder this old dog could always seek good fortune and avoid disaster. This is truly good stuff, though a pity it's only half. He looked up and asked curiously, "Anything else?" Luo Xing flipped her hand, revealing a second jade slip. "There's another complete one. It seems to be a diary." Sushing raised his eyebrows in surprise. A diary? He took the emerald green jade slip. He turned it over and over, mocking. He actually had the leisure to write a diary. This old dog had some peculiar hobbies. There might be records of the cultivation world in here. This is valuable information. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the system, activate the immersive simulation feature. With the system's cold confirmation, the simulation scene became vivid. Luo Xing frowned and urged worriedly, "Sushing, hurry. Killing Guardian Zong took too much time. I'm worried the Adventist sect will follow the trail and find us. It'll be trouble if they catch up." He comforted her while cleaning up the mess. "We aren't far from the Great Sha border. Let's head straight to the Great Sha military camp." The two traveled at full speed and soon arrived safely at the base, meeting General Lu Yuanwu. He greeted them warmly. "Mr. Su, Miss Luo, I'll go distribute the pills first. You two rest here." Sushing nodded politely. "Thank you for the hospitality, General." Once he left, Sushing couldn't wait to take out the diary. Reaching a state of peak excitement, he leaned back in his chair, smiling with satisfaction. Finally, some peace. Let's see what this old dog wrote. He stared at the jade slip and read aloud. Xianwu era 2376. "I was farming when I saw an immortal step through the immortal gate." He stopped abruptly, frowning in thought. "Xianwu era, if I remember correctly, Great Sha has a dungeon coordinate named Qiyuan Xianwu. Could it be the era of Dharma decline? Then this old dog Zong is likely from that dungeon." Putting aside his doubts, he continued reading. "Xianwu era 2398, finally broke through to Foundation establishment. With the hope of longevity, I went to the neighboring mountain to chat with the Flower Fairy for a long time." Reading this, he couldn't help but mock himself. "Flower Fairy, I even have spirit chickens." Xianwu era 2434, Foundation establishment, great perfection. Left to seek the opportunity for gold core. Before leaving, I went to find the Flower Fairy and unexpectedly found her in a tryst with my second senior brother. In a rage, I poisoned them, stole their treasures, and betrayed the sect. Sushing burst out laughing, slapping his thigh. "I didn't expect this old dog to be a cuckold. I actually feel a bit sorry for him." Xianwu era 2712. Met a beauty while buying wine in the city. Stricken with desire, I killed her husband and old father and kept her for myself for 7 days. A chill ran down his spine as he reminded himself of the cruelty of the cultivation world. Xianwu era 2732. Obtained the Black Fiend Palm secret technique at a border town. Heaven is on my side. I slaughtered a city, refined a top-grade soul streamer, and mastered the Black Fiend Palm. Suzing's mouth twitched and he cursed. This old dog really wasn't human. Was he completely blackened by the shock with the Flower Fairy? Xianwu era 1963. Wait, the years returned to the sect and slaughtered the entire lineage. Xianwu era 3339. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth grew scarcer by the day. With no hope for immortal longevity, I took a yellow spring pill and entered a deep sleep, hoping to extend my life to find a turning point. Eventually, I met an old dragon and joined the Adventist sect to seek the opportunity for longevity. Turning to the end of the jade slip, Suzing's eyes widened in surprise. A list was attached. It was an inventory of the massive treasure vault within that old dog's storage bag. He took a deep breath and counted in a low voice. Snowbone jade ginseng, three-tailed phoenix grass. He actually had all the medicinal materials to break through to the Deity Transformation stage. the soul streamer, the withered bone sword, all of them are mid-grade magical treasures. Su Sheng licked his dry lips, marveled by his enemy's wealth. This old fellow had lived for 2,000 years after all. His family background was incredibly thick. A strong ambition ignited in his eyes. Haha, in the next simulation, all of this will be mine. After gathering the information, Su Sheng calmed his mind and threw himself into the plan to strengthen Great Shah's military power. Lu Yuanwu valued his talent and specially allocated him an independent mountain. It was specifically used for planting spiritual plants in reality. Thanks to the plant affinity talent, he successfully moved 3 spirit-gathering flowers from the spirit field Blessed Land to the real world. Looking at the shimmering spiritual herbs, he explained to Lu Yuanwu in detail. The spiritual qi produced by one spirit-gathering flower combined with a spirit-gathering array is enough to let spirit rice grow. But if other creatures wander in, the qi won't be enough. As he spoke, he pointed to the chickens running around as an example. Lu Yuanwu nodded solemnly and patted his chest. Understood, I will guard this land, and won't let even a fly in. Under the strict protection of the Great Shah army, Su Sheng lived a leisurely life. Besides opening the furnace to refine pills, his daily task was to stroll through the garden and ensure enough spirit-gathering flowers were propagated to increase spirit rice production. Soon, the first batch of top-grade spirit rice was successfully produced. Lu Yuanwu announced loudly to tens of thousands of soldiers, the spirit rice plan officially begins, 50 kilograms per person. Those with outstanding talent may receive 100 kilograms depending on the situation. Don't push everyone. I guarantee everyone will be able to buy some. Not long after the plan was implemented, professionals breaking through and leveling up could be seen everywhere in Great Shah. Naturally, Su Sheng became a national hero in the hearts of the people. In the office, Lu Yuanwu excitedly pulled out a thick stack of reports. 10 million jin of spirit rice was sold to 1 million professionals. I had the Tarot Society conduct statistics on these people. 60,000 of them are bronze-rank professionals, after consuming 5 jin of spirit rice. A total of 300,000 people broke through to silver rank within a month. Within half a year, another 295,000 broke through. Su Sheng scanned the data, feeling wild joy in his heart. Lu Yuanwu patted his thigh and added proudly, "The success rate is over 99." Watching the simulation screen from the outside, Su Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the spirit rice grown in reality was as effective as that from the Blessed Land. There is hope for humanity. In the next 10 or 20 years, the number of silver and gold rank professionals nationwide will surely double or even triple. With a larger base of professionals, the number of Grand Master and Heaven King rank powerhouses will inevitably surge. The boost to humanity's overall strength is terrifying. The simulation continued. After the great success of the Spirit Rice plan, Su Sheng began secluded cultivation to hone his divine sense. After years of tempering, his divine sense reached a range of 1,000 zhong. Upon emerging from seclusion, he directly led the masses in a bloody counterattack against the alien races. Seeing that the simulation time had extended to the 25th year, meaning the apocalypse had been delayed by more than 10 years compared to the initial timeline, Su Sheng felt his blood boiling with excitement. With the combination of spirit rice, alchemical pills, and his own breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, he had actually managed to hold out until the 25th year. It seemed his plan was indeed working. However, fate is a fickle thing. In the 3rd month of the 25th year, the demon-suppressing past defense line fell. The sun-blotting giant beast descended once again, trampling everything beneath its feet. The cold system prompt lit up, announcing the official end of this simulation. Su Sheng stroked his chin, sinking into deep thought for a moment. Then he decisively reached out and clicked his choices. I choose 1,000 zhong divine sense and 25 years of alchemy experience. As soon as the words left his lips, he closed his eyes and felt a boundless surging energy pour into his body. Hundreds of refining methods for rare pills instantly flooded and merged into his mind. Su Sheng let out a long, satisfied sigh. This feeling was truly refreshing. Now it was time to test the power of a 1,000 zhong divine sense. He closed his eyes to concentrate, releasing his full divine sense. The surrounding images appeared clearly in his mind as if he were seeing them with his own eyes. He manipulated his divine sense toward the school cafeteria, just in time to see a male student holding a tray and pleading, "Auntie, give me a serving of braised pork, please." The lunch lady replied with a beaming smile, "Do we have braised pork today? Here comes the braised pork." However, through the sharp perspective of his divine sense, Su Sheng clearly saw the braised pork in the ladle being skillfully shaken away by the auntie's legendary spoon-shaking technique. By the time it reached the tray, only a few pieces remained. He couldn't help but chuckle, whispering a tease, "Auntie, my divine sense has improved so I can see everything clearly. You're doing that on purpose, aren't you?" As he watched with fascination, his divine sense suddenly caught Wang Qingshan hurriedly reaching out to stop a companion. "Auntie, I suddenly have something to do." "Never mind." Seeing her flustered look, Su Sheng was momentarily stunned. He wondered, "So sudden, what happened?" Immediately after, his divine sense trailed Wang Qingshan all the way back to the girls' dormitory. Wasn't Qingshan going to eat? Why is she back? Is there an emergency? Because he was so focused on controlling his divine sense to track the target, he completely failed to notice that he had deeply intruded into the girls' dormitory territory. Seeing Wang Qingshan clutching a small bag tightly to her chest, her face flushed red as she walked briskly, his curiosity grew even more. Something must have happened to her. However, when his divine sense accidentally caught the moment she pushed open the door and ducked into the bathroom, Su Xing's face turned beet red and he nearly had a nosebleed on the spot. Realizing what was happening, he quickly retracted his divine sense, awkwardly covering his eyes with his hand and muttering to himself, "Oh, so she's on her period? See no evil, see no evil." He lightly patted his chest to calm his heartbeat, secretly evaluating the power of this new strength. But then again, the boys' and girls' dormitories were at opposite ends of the campus, east and west. His divine sense could actually see the situation over there without any effort at all. If he broke through to the Deity Transformation stage, how terrifying would the range of his divine sense be? Wouldn't he be able to monitor the entire town? Moreover, since he was the only cultivator on Blue Star, it meant those professionals couldn't detect his divine sense probes at all, raising the practicality of his divine sense by another level. On the other side, after dealing with her private matter, Wang Qingshan walked out while smoothing her clothes, muttering, "I still have to go find Senior Su Xing later. Why did it have to come at a time like this? Over here." Su Xing heard her murmur and quickly waved his hands with a red face, defending himself. "What does finding me have to do with that?" Dirty thoughts. In the blink of an eye, night fell. He appeared in Jin Kongshe's room on time to perform his customary massage duties. After waiting in the living room for a long time without seeing anyone, he knocked on the bathroom door and urged, "Kongshui, are you ready?" Jin Kongshe's crisp voice came from inside. "Wait for me just a bit longer." He clicked his tongue and scratched his head in boredom, complaining, "Why is Kongshui so slow? I still have to go back to the dorm for a simulation later." Driven by curiosity, he decided to use his divine sense to investigate the situation again. "No, I have to see what she's doing." When his divine sense penetrated the bathroom door, the scene that met his eyes was her wrapped in a thin bath towel holding two pairs of different colored fishnet stockings, agonizing over which pair to choose. She lightly bit her lip and muttered to herself, "I don't know which type Su Xing likes, it's so hard to choose." Seeing her expression, Su Xing couldn't help but smile, a ripple of emotion rising in his heart. It turned out that for every weekly meeting Kongshui was seriously preparing. A moment later, the bathroom door opened and she walked out wearing a pink form-fitting dress. Seeing Su Xing sitting and waiting, she smiled somewhat shyly. "Sorry, I was just changing." Su Xing waved it off with an appreciative smile. "It's fine, I didn't wait too long." Jin Kongshui had just placed her hands on his shoulders to begin the massage when her movement suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes widened as she felt the change in shock. "Has it increased this much in just 1 week? Su Xing, your strength has improved again. As expected of you, I've already received the pills." Looking at his face, her gaze became increasingly soft, filled with affection. She boldly reached out to tilt Su Xing's chin up, her tone carrying a hint of seduction. So next, facing her teasing, he decided to take the initiative this time. He reached out, gripped her shoulders, and gave her a gentle push backward. "Sister, why don't you lie down?" She obeyed playfully, her large eyes blinking as she teased. "Ha, being so proactive today?" Su Xing gave a mysterious smile and declared confidently, "You've worked hard lately. This is a new technique I've learned, let me show you." She closed her eyes comfortably to enjoy it, whispering her agreement. But before long, she suddenly snapped her eyes open, flipped over to sit up, and pinned Su Xing beneath her. Squinting her eyes in a harsh interrogation, she asked, "Why are you suddenly trying to please me like this? Tell me, do you need a favor?" Su Xing lay on the bed, answering with a wry smile, "No, I just suddenly wanted to do something for you." Hearing this, she burst into a giggle and lightly pinched his cheek. "Consider yourself sensible." After finishing this exhausting service, he returned to his dormitory drained. Plopping onto his bed, he immediately hit the simulation start button. The mechanical prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple talent." Seeking luck and avoiding calamity, he carefully read the description of the new talent. "Fate naturally protects you with good luck. Bad luck will take a detour when it sees you. When encountering misfortune, you can always turn danger into safety. For example, if a plane crashes, you will happen to snag onto a tree branch. If a large ship sinks, you will happen to be rescued by an orca." Su Xing raised an eyebrow, his face full of suspicion. "This talent is that powerful, there must be a catch, right?" But the following note made him burst out laughing. "This talent is only triggered when the host encounters danger." A flash of cunning crossed his eyes and he snapped his fingers. "Danger? I can manufacture that myself." No sooner said than done. In the simulation, you ran straight into a pharmacy, bought a pound of arsenic, and downed it in one go under the horrified gazes of the crowd. This insane act scared the pharmacy owner pale, and he scrambled to call the police. The consequence of this death-seeking behavior was that you suffered from diarrhea so severe the world felt like it was ending, and you felt like you were about to pass away. However, when the police arrived with people from the Market Supervision Bureau for an inspection, the truth was jaw-dropping. This batch of arsenic was actually a 3-no product that had expired ages ago. Thanks to this twist, the unlucky pharmacy owner had to grit his teeth and pay you 500,000 yuan in compensation for mental distress. Clutching the thick stack of compensation money, Su Xing laughed triumphantly. Seeking death can actually make a profit, as expected of a purple talent. Riding this wave of excitement, you went to the bank to withdraw money, intentionally creating an opportunity to be robbed. Sure enough, a cold black gun barrel was pressed firmly against your head, but hilariously, the robber had actually forgotten to load bullets into the gun. You easily pinned him to the ground and rubbed him into the dirt, then rightfully received a Good Citizen award. Not only that, you went for a swim in the river and intentionally let a venomous snake bite you. As it turned out, after an appraisal by the Biological Association, people discovered in horror that this was a rare snake species that had been extinct for over 2,000 years. Because of this great discovery, you easily received a massive bounty. After confirming the gold content of the new talent multiple times, you were completely convinced of one thing: actively seeking death truly brought you massive benefits. With full confidence, you took your sword and charged alone toward old Dog Zong's lair. Facing the enemy who had come to his door to provoke him, Elder Zong raised his bone sword and roared, "You're looking for death?" Su Sheng rested his sword on his shoulder and replied with a hearty laugh, "You're absolutely right about that." It was precisely this arrogant provocation that made old Dog Zong explode with rage, losing all reason. He put everything on the line, forcibly channeling all the vengeful aura of the withered bone sword to launch an attack. As a result, he suffered a backlash and died on the spot, his eyes wide in disbelief. Although his sudden death prevented you from fully seizing his entire estate as compensation, you easily made off with one of his storage bags. Rummaging through it, you found many rare spirit pills. Having successfully obtained something for nothing, you were very happy. You especially noticed an ancient wooden box containing all the medicinal materials required to break through to the Deity Transformation stage. Su Sheng rubbed his hands in excitement and set to work immediately. Let's start by blowing up the alchemy furnace. After a period of dedicated cultivation, the alchemy furnace let out a loud boom, vibrating the entire secret room. Rather than a scare, it was a signal that made Su Sheng jump with excitement. Uncovering the lid and looking at the round, full pills inside that radiated a faint, delicate fragrance, he shouted happily, "Success!" This was the nascent severing pill that would allow him to break through from nascent soul to deity transformation. Finally, he could advance. Trembling, he stuffed the precious pill into his mouth and swallowed it. A warm current instantly spread through his entire body. "This feels so warm." Then he opened one eye to peer at the condition within his body. His gaze turned toward the small nascent soul floating quietly in his dantian. Seeing it sitting there without any luster, he cried out, "Why isn't it glowing? Why is it asleep again?" But immediately after, he watched in extreme shock, as a majestic amount of spiritual chi scrambled to pour into his dantian, so concentrated that it even dyed the nascent soul's body a brilliant golden color. He stared with wide eyes and marveled. "Is it getting gold-plated? It's a good thing I planted several spirit-gathering flowers in advance." The amount of spiritual chi consumed during the deity transformation stage is truly staggering. As time passed, your nascent soul drank its fill, becoming golden and shimmering. Seeing this, you immediately took the second nascent severing pill, decisively beginning the second metamorphosis. You stared at your nascent soul and found that spiderweb-like cracks were gradually appearing on its surface. He cheered internally, "Crack, hurry up and crack." As the outer shell shattered completely, a new image full of vitality was revealed. He clenched his fist in celebration. "Great, that's it, my nascent soul is about to mature," the system prompt sounded, marking the success of the first step of deity transformation, achieving the perfect nascent soul. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and calculated silently. He was now at the half-step deity transformation stage. Next he had to pass 5 trials to sever his stray thoughts before he could fully transform. But seeing his simulated self about to plunge into the trials, the real-world Su Sheng waved his hands in a panic, unable to stop himself from shouting, "Stop, don't waste the simulation opportunity. Severing stray thoughts isn't that easy, do the serious business first." Heeding the reminder of reason in order to fully commit to the breakthrough, you decided to act more cautiously. You secretly took Luo Shuying and defected from the sect, revealing the Spirit Rice plan and the Pill plan, your 2 trump cards, to Lu Yuanwu in detail. Your decisive departure naturally left the Adventist sect fuming with rage, hunting you across the world. But thanks to old Dog Zong being dead and buried, and with the protection of your purple talent, seeking luck and avoiding calamity, your luck was maxed out. Thus those small-time lackeys couldn't do anything to you at all. In the blink of an eye, the 6th year arrived, and the strength of the entire Great Sha military had improved staggeringly. Seeing the timing was ripe, you decided to leave tens of thousands of reserve pills for Lu Yuanwu, and then officially went into secluded cultivation for the breakthrough. The first trial appeared, the trial of lust. Su Sheng sat before the screen watching in stunned silence. When he saw the next move of his simulated self, his eyes widened. The simulated character muttered extremely seriously, "Let's hop over the firewall to the external network first." He slammed the table and questioned in fury, "Why do you need to hop over a firewall for the trial of lust?" The system's behavioral explanation manifested naturally. You knew deep down that you are a pervert with weak willpower. To pass the trial smoothly, you went to great lengths to search the external network for a large number of action movies, intending to give yourself a special training session before facing the real test. Su Sheng watched this simulation, his blood rushing to his head in rage as he cursed at the screen. "Slander, this is slander. I am diametrically opposed to pornography, gambling, and drugs, okay? but then his eloquent tone withered. He clicked his tongue and covered it up. What's wrong with action movies anyway? I, Su Sheng, like to watch action movies, and I am diametrically opposed to pornography, gambling, and drugs. Returning to the simulation after studying a vast amount of special materials, you felt your will had been tempered to be as solid as a rock. Full of confidence, you thumped your chest and stepped into the illusion of the first trial. The scene shifted instantly. Jin Kongshui appeared wearing a pure sailor suit, blinking her watery eyes like a shy schoolgirl as she called out softly, "Junior, do you have time to discuss Buddhism?" Su Sheng, watching the simulation from the outside, couldn't help but clap and praise the sincerity of the illusion. Kongshui actually had such a pure side. He puffed out his chest and curled his lip in disdain. HMPH, the trial of lust is just this? I've even seen Jin Kongshui's sexy side. What does this pure version even count for? However, the simulated character's next move left him jaw-dropped. You adhered to the principles of she's my future wife anyway and sleep is better than staying up late. Thus, you heroically lunged forward, accepting Jin Kongshui's ambiguous invitation. Su Sheng watched the series of actions happening on the screen, unable to believe his eyes as he clutched his head and wailed, "No, that isn't me." On the screen, the girl was daintily pounding his chest. "You're so bad, I hate you." The Su Sheng in the simulator laughed dissolutely. "It's as I always say." Thus, after spending a period of time immersed in the beautiful and happy illusion, you sank deeper and deeper, unable to extricate yourself. Watching the simulation screen from the outside, his lungs nearly burst with rage as he cursed at that future idiot. "Damn it, snap out of it. You can sleep with your own wife whenever you want, can't you? Damn it, are you really going to wallow in this forever?" Immediately after, through a miracle of willpower, his simulated self seemed to snap awake, as if finally grasping the profound meaning behind the ordeal. His gaze suddenly turned icy and he whispered to himself, "No, this isn't reality, it's just an illusion. You are fake." No sooner had the words left his lips than the phantom of Jin Kongshui standing before him shattered instantly, vanishing bit by bit into the void of the mist. Seeing this, the real-world Su Sheng standing outside the screen finally dared to pat his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. So this is the trial of lust, truly terrifying. Following that awakening, the subsequent trials. No matter how exquisite or tempting the lustful traps presented in the illusion were, he could see through all the falsehoods at a single glance. A line of golden characters appeared. "Congratulations on breaking through the trial of lust." Seeing this, Su Sheng was so excited he slapped his thigh and jumped straight up. "I knew I could do it," the system's curious voice rang out. "May I ask how the host broke through?" He tilted his chin up and waved his hand dismissively with a calm air, answering, "Well, I just felt that if I were to roleplay with Jin Kongshui, I should be the emperor, and she should be the favored concubine." The system fell silent for a second and let out a long sigh. "Then I suppose you win," the system continued to report. The second stage was the trial of fear. He let out a cold laugh and stood with hands on his hips, looking utterly peerless. "Fear? What would I be afraid of?" Before his words even faded, the scenery in the illusion shifted drastically. The sky grew dark, and this time a massive spatial rift actually appeared in the void. He cried out that things looked bad. Luo Shuying came stumbling from afar, reporting the news with a face full of despair. "Su Sheng, the giant beast has appeared." His eyes widened in disbelief. How was that possible? It was only the 6th year, yet the giant beast had truly descended prematurely. Amidst the chaotic scenes of fire and smoke, he heard Jin Kongshui's life and death promise once again. Before heroically charging toward the massive monster that was trampling the city, she shouted, "Su Sheng, I leave the safety of my grandfather and the Lu family to you." You roared her name powerlessly in despair. "Kongshui, no!" In this realistic nightmare, the giant beast cruelly crushed and killed everyone you loved. You fell into extreme agony, seeking only death, your eyes bloodshot as you decided to trade your life for revenge. You were convinced that with your half-step deity transformation strength, this single sword strike would surely deal a heavy blow to the beast. However, reality was not as beautiful as the dream. A mere roar from the giant beast produced a shockwave sufficient to severely damage your internal organs. Violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes full of disbelief as he gnashed his teeth and murmured, "How can this be?" In an instant, a thought filled with panic surfaced in your mind. The system's cold voice issued an inquiry. Upon realizing that no matter how hard you try, you cannot change the ending, will you still persist? Su Sheng stood before the simulation screen, a chill rising in his heart as he tightly pursed his lips. So this was his fear, the fear that all his efforts were in vain. On the brink of life and death, you hesitated. And that moment of hesitation came at a tragic price. While you were caught in indecision, the giant beast had already cruelly opened its foul gaping maw and swallowed you whole. Carrying the extreme fear that shrouded your heart, you perished miserably within the beast's belly. Deep red text appeared. This simulation has ended. Returning to reality, he clenched his fists, his gaze like fire and his will steadfast. I understand now. Hesitation leads to defeat. I must face my fears head-on, he announced to the system panel in clear ringing tones. I select the seeking luck and avoiding calamity talent and the half-step deity transformation cultivation. After confirming, he closed his eyes to feel the massive energy surging into his meridians from obtaining the half-step deity transformation cultivation, nodding repeatedly with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. My control over spiritual chi has become even smoother. The spiritual energy vortex grows or shrinks exactly as I wish, but when he opened his eyes he was surprised to see another orb of light hovering beside him. He frowned in confusion. Why is there another one? I didn't bring out any other cultivation or insights. As this warm light burrowed into his mind, everything became clear in an instant. He slapped his forehead, murmuring in sudden realization, so these are the memories of cracking the trial of lust and the trial of fear. The 5 trials of deity transformation actually require one to face the truest part of oneself within the illusion, seeking the true self to achieve deity transformation. Thinking of the terrifying difficulty of these heart demon trials, he couldn't help but shudder, breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I have the cheat code of the simulator. If I were to charge through these 5 trials alone, I'm afraid I would have fallen at the first one. So I still need to keep selling pills, hoarding equipment, and accumulating simulation energy to try a few more times before I can fully pass. Time flew by and another week passed. He started the machine and took a deep breath. Let's begin. My 38th simulation. The system immediately displayed the description of the newly drawn talent. Passerby A, your presence is extremely low, just like a background extra. Even those closest to you or your archenemies will overlook your existence. He rubbed his chin, analyzing it with great interest. It seemed this was a conceptual level talent, much like handsome as Panin, capable of altering the perception of those around him. A playful impulse rose in him, and a wild thought popped up. If I go rob a bank, will I also go unnoticed? I have to try this in the simulation. Although he had drawn a very interesting talent, reason told him that the noble purpose of the simulation was to improve his cultivation. Therefore he suppressed his curiosity and did not immediately go looking for trouble to test the talent, instead burying his head in focused cultivation. After a period of peace he felt something wasn't quite right. He frowned and thought, why hasn't Wang Qingshan come to find me to drop out this time? This strangeness drove him to take the initiative to call and inquire. From the other end of the phone came Wang Qingshan's apologetic voice. I'm so sorry, Senior. I originally wanted to say goodbye to you, but I got so busy I forgot. After hearing that perfunctory answer, he hung up the phone and let out a helpless sigh, finally understanding the essence of the problem. Was the passerby A talent actually this terrifying? It had completely erased his mark from other people's minds. Although you didn't have Wang Qingshan as a recommender like usual, you could only rely on the clear memories obtained from previous simulations to find your way alone. After much effort, you finally found the headquarters of the Adventist sect. Here, eager to be recruited, you deliberately appeared in the elder meeting with a grand flourish to display your strength. However, the result left you dumbfounded. Those high-ranking elders actually treated you as if you were air. They completely ignored your presence. Su Xing sat before the screen watching the simulation, only able to clutch his head in frustration, shouting speechlessly, "Even this works? The elders of the Adventist sect are experts comparable to great grandmasters, yet they failed to notice the intruder was me. Is this even logical?" He felt extremely indignant at being ignored. In the simulation he decided to do something big, cupping his hands around his mouth to shout in the center of the solemn hall, "Hey, this is a robbery!" Only when disturbed by this piercing sound did those sect leaders busy with their meeting suddenly realize his presence. They shouted in unison, "Who are you? How did you get in?" After barely demonstrating enough force to intimidate them, the Adventist sect expressed great satisfaction with your strength, putting on a show of welcoming you into the organization with open arms. However, the tragicomic events didn't end there. After the meeting, those people turned around and forgot all about your existence as a newcomer. Not a single person acknowledged you, and no one arranged food or lodging. It felt as if you simply didn't exist in this world. He let out a helpless sigh, summarizing a lesson learned in blood. This talent is strong, but the side effects at critical moments are just too great. I'm afraid something major will go wrong. But his scheme-filled mind whirled again, a treacherous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wait, looting the treasury will surely be much smoother this time. As expected, by the third year, relying on this top-tier stealth ability, you and Luo Shuying easily looted the organization's treasury, leaving not even a scrap behind. And the irony was that with the passerby talent acting as a safeguard, no one in the Adventist sect even knew you had betrayed them and run off with the massive spoils long ago. On the other side, Lu Yuanwu also failed to notice your arrival. Even when you stood boldly before him to ask for help, he could only wave his hands shouting to get attention. "Chief Lu, I'm right here." Hearing the shout, Lu was startled and turned to squint at him. "Oh, so you're the Su Xing that Kongshui mentioned?" He let out a soft sigh, answering between laughter and tears. "Chief, that's the third time you've said that." Lu Yuanwu scratched his head in confusion, muttering that he couldn't figure out why he kept subconsciously overlooking his presence. Facing this awkward situation, for the sake of the grand plan to save the world, you had no choice but to bite the bullet and enter Shanglin Sao mode. You kept nagging in people's ears, thinking that important matters had to be repeated 3 times to prevent others from forgetting. He curled his lip, thinking confidently to himself, "With this momentum, if there's a trial regarding patience, I could pass it in a heartbeat." Pulling his thoughts back to the simulation reality, he decided to go back and challenge the giant beast that had defeated him in the trial of fear. Gripping the hilt of his sword, a raging battle intent ignited in his eyes as he roared, Bring it on, this time I will face fear and the battle head-on, drawing from the lessons learned in blood from your previous failure. This time you were brave and invincible, successfully shattering the trial of fear. In the desolate ruins he casually swung his sword toward the distant mountains, the powerful force splitting the entire peak vertically. He threw his head back and laughed heroically, announcing with conviction, "Even if my body perishes and my Tao vanishes, I shall have no regrets. A real man should die on the battlefield. Having broken this trial of fear, I no longer fear death." He narrowed his eyes, looking toward the challenge before him. "The next stage is the trial of greed. I must be prepared." In the blink of an eye, the illusionary background took you back to the real world. Here, the spirit rice plan and the pill plan were progressing extremely smoothly with great harvests. Naturally, you were hailed as a national hero, the center of attention, admired and loved by countless people. Clearly realizing that to fully pass the trial of greed, you made a radical decision, to indulge completely, releasing all the hidden evil thoughts and greedy desires deep within your heart. Standing on a high platform, he opened his arms, looking down arrogantly at the masses below, his tone filled with hubris. "My citizens, since everyone thinks I am a hero, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a palace made of pure gold, would it?" From that moment on you began to frantically plunder, letting not a single treasure you fancied escape. Countless rare treasures were forcibly taken into your private stores. Your level of luxury even reached the point where you gathered a vast number of legendary weapons just to hang them on the walls of your glorious palace as decorations. One day an assistant carefully entered to report, "Su Xing, these gentlemen wish to purchase life-extending pills from you." Sitting on a throne glittering with jewels, he waved his hand nonchalantly, setting a sky-high price. "Sure, 1 billion each." In just 1 year, you, wallowing in this decadence, had rightfully become the wealthiest person. Your power in Great Shah was absolute. Once you held the power to turn clouds into rain and possessed inexhaustible wealth, your nature gradually twisted, becoming extremely arrogant and dictatorial. He tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne, coldly ordering his subordinate, "Go tell the Bala Chamber of Commerce that if they want pills, they must sell their chamber to our Tarot Society." The female assistant was terrified and hurried to dissuade him. "Su Xing, the Bala Chamber of Commerce is a major chamber that has been operating for 100 years. It is the life's work of the chamber's owner." Hearing this, the fire of rage erupted in his eyes instantly, and he slammed a punch down, shattering the expensive jade table before him. He roared in a show of force, "Am I begging him, or is he begging me? Giving him a chance to perform is already an act of great mercy. What more does he want?" The subordinate shook with fear and hurriedly bowed. Yes, I understand." Your tyranny quickly triggered a wave of anger. Gradually, protest voices began to appear across the country to stop you. The angry public believed that arrogance and greed had consumed you, and that you were no longer humanity's heroic savior. Conversely, you were still shielded by a group of extremely loyal and blind supporters who insisted you had sacrificed so much for humanity. "What's wrong with resting and enjoying yourself now?" Hearing the report about the opposition, he merely curled his lip in contempt, coldly spitting out 3 words, "A bunch of ants." However, when Jin Kongshui, who had fought side by side with you all along, finally reached the end of her patience and insisted on a face-to-face confrontation, the rift reached its peak. She straightened her back, her eyes full of disappointment. "Su Xing, I'm going to the demon-suppressing pass. Hand the affairs of the Tarot Society over to someone else." He frowned tightly, roaring violently, "You want to leave? I won't allow it." Jin Kongshui did not flinch, striking back icily, "I don't need your permission." She lowered her gaze, adding bitterly, "Su Xing, you've become more and more of a stranger. I cannot accept this." The silhouette of Jin Kongshui's resolute departure was like a heavy slap to his face. He lowered his head, looking at his hands covered in jewelry. Suddenly realizing in shock that he was surrounded by greed, arrogance, and extreme impulsiveness, his conscience awakened, and he asked himself poignantly, "Have I really become this kind of person now?" He immediately grabbed the phone, dialing the number with a sincere tone. "Kongshui, come back and help me with one last thing. I want to donate all my money." On the other end of the phone, Jin Kongshui blurted out in surprise, "Ha, all of it, a man of his word. You decisively donated your entire massive fortune, falling from your pedestal in an instant to become a penniless pauper with nothing to his name. Giving up the life of luxury, you forced yourself into seclusion in the spirit-field blessed land. Laboring hard every day, you lived a life of simple food. While swinging the hoe and panting with sweat, he thought to himself, after experiencing the feeling of being above all but one, it truly is hard to adapt to this life of toil. But he gritted his teeth and rallied his spirit, murmuring, "Cultivate, use cultivation to discard all temptations and stray thoughts." Time and the illusion slipped through his fingers, and in a flash it was the 12th year. Gradually, through quiet self-cultivation, your state of mind steadily stabilized. You completely shed the poisonous shell of greed, no longer frantically obsessed with power and material desires as before. Finally, in the 15th year, a flash of insight occurred, and you successfully broke through to the 3rd layer of the Divine Strength realm. At the very moment of the breakthrough, the surrounding space vibrated violently. He stared blankly as the sky fell away like shattered glass, the illusion peeling back to reveal the truth. He murmured in astonishment, was what just happened not reality but an illusion? Watching from outside the simulation, Su Xing couldn't help but rub his chin in silent admiration. He hadn't expected his simulated self to be so decisive, charging straight through the trial of greed. However, recalling the experience just now, he still felt a lingering sense of fear. These 5 trials of Deity Transformation were truly unpredictable. If he had been even slightly careless, he might have remained mired in that illusion forever, unable to escape. He closed his eyes to feel the changes within his body, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After breaking through the trial of greed, his manipulation of spiritual chi had become even more fluid and natural. He had to maintain this momentum for the next few trials. His gaze was like fire as he declared clearly, "Next, it's time to break the trial of arrogance." The moment he crossed the boundary, the scene reconfigured instantly. In this new illusion, your status skyrocketed, as if you had become the supreme monarch ruling the most powerful nation in the world. You sat arrogantly upon a glittering gold throne, casually picking up a celestial fruit from a golden platter, delicacies offered by the poor subjects prostrating themselves below. As you chewed, you nodded slightly in praise. "Not bad, this apple is perfectly sweet and tart." Simply on a whim, you issued a cruel and ridiculous imperial edict ordering, throughout the territory of the Kingdom of Qing, everyone from 60-year-old men to 10-year-old children must plant apples for this king. An old official knelt below, kowtowing with a tremble. The old official risked death to remonstrate. "Your Majesty, although the population of Qing is not large, there are still 500,000 people. If we only plant apples, I fear we will be unable to sustain our livelihoods." Your face instantly turned ice cold, your gaze shooting toward the old official like a sharp blade as you threatened in a somber tone, "Are you questioning this king?" The old official was terrified out of his wits, his forehead slamming heavily against the ground as sweat poured down like rain. "No, no, no, this old servant would not dare. I shall go and deliver the edict at once." Driven to a dead end, the people of the Kingdom of Qing decided to unite and rebel against your tyranny. This act of rebellion sent you into a thunderous rage. Like a furious beast, you intended to lead a personal campaign to give this humble little nation a lesson in blood. Sitting atop your warhorse, you waved your sword and roared as you commanded your army, "How dare you ants rebel against this king?" After a bloodbath, countless innocent civilians died tragically under your cruel blade. Across the lands of Qing, corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed in rivers. Relying on overwhelming power, you easily conquered this weak nation. Standing in the center of the battlefield among the still warm remains, you retracted your longsword, your gaze gradually returning to clarity as you muttered in shock, "All of this was done by me." While you were dazed and lost in thought, an assassin suddenly lunged from behind, swinging a sword in a desperate backstab while roaring with a voice full of hatred, "Tyrant, give me your life." You shifted sideways to dodge the attack, grabbing the assassin's wrist with a backhand grip. Turning to look, you found a familiar face. You gnashed your teeth and interrogated, "Why betray me? I gave you power, I gave you wealth, and I gave you a status above 10,000, but below only one. You are my grand steward." Despite being restrained, the steward held his head high, his gaze filled with ultimate contempt as he struck back indignantly. "The one I wished to serve was a wise monarch, not a tyrant who would destroy a nation's people for his own selfish desires." This verbal assault shattered the mist like a heavy hammer. You finally came to a sudden realization, aware of the root of the problem. You had actually been playing the role of an inhuman tyrant within the illusion. You released the Grand Steward's hand and staggered back a few steps, mocking yourself with a bitter laugh. "A tyrant? Hey, a tyrant? With a single command I presided over the lives of an entire nation. I have actually become arrogant to this extent." This sincere reflection carried immense destructive power. With a thunderous boom, the trial of arrogance that imprisoned you shattered. You brushed the dust from your shoulders and rallied your spirit, calculating the road ahead. Only the final trial of anger remained. With steady steps, you walked grandly toward the trial of anger, this time challenging it aloud. "Come, break through anger and achieve Deity Transformation." In an instant, the new illusionary scene manifested vividly. Before you, Wang Qingshan was holding her luggage, coming to say goodbye with a blank expression. "Senior, I'm dropping out. If fate permits, we'll meet again." You hurried forward to grab her hand, urging her earnestly to stay. "I'll go with you." She coldly shook off your hand, a sharp and biting sneer hanging on the corner of her mouth. "Senior, you'd better think about how to avoid being expelled yourself first." Seeing your stunned expression, she delivered the fatal blow. "Hey, with your current strength, following me would just be throwing your life away." Intense self-esteem welled up in your heart. You opened your mouth to argue, but because your current strength was restricted, the words caught in your throat. You frowned in confusion, privately calculating, "Shouldn't I be at the half-step Deity Transformation stage right now?" You hurriedly closed your eyes to circulate your energy and inspect your internal state, then widened your eyes in horror. "Wait, why is there not a single drop of spiritual chi in my body?" A sense of emptiness swept through you, sending you into a panic as you roared in your mind, "System, what on earth is going on?" However, why was there no response from the system? The only thing that responded to you was a deathly silence. You desperately called for the system countless times, but no matter how you shouted until your throat was hoarse, there was no word from it. A chill rushed straight up your spine. You realized that the omnipotent system had officially departed, abandoning you all alone. Nevertheless, relying on your stubborn nature that refused to admit defeat, you stumbled and ran toward the golden forest. You yearned to see Jin Kongshui. wanting to ask her once more for permission to enter the Qingyun Spirit Field dungeon so you could start from scratch and begin again, but reality was too cruel. You returned from that trip empty-handed, gaining nothing. The sense of despair had not yet settled when, shortly after, tragic news struck like a bolt from the blue. You learned of the tragic deaths of your younger sister and your brother Dagua. Time in the sunless days slipped away bit by bit. Several years passed, and you were officially expelled from the school because your grades were appalling. Your life had plummeted to rock bottom, and just as the tragedy reached its peak, the shadow of that sun-blotting giant beast appeared once again, sowing destruction. Having lost everything, Su Xing slumped to the ground, his expression extremely despondent. He held his head in his hands, clawing frantically at his hair as he fell into a miserable state of self-torment. Why am I so useless? Why am I so incompetent? Where is the system? Don't I have a system? Looking at that humble figure swallowed by darkness on the screen, the real-world Su Xing pounded the table in an anxious frenzy. Through the consciousness link, he roared incessantly across the screen, "Wake up! All of this is fake. You are in an illusion." Fortunately, that intense mental fluctuation pierced through the barrier. The despairing youth in the illusion was suddenly startled as if struck by a warning. He looked down at his trembling hands, his gaze gradually regaining clarity as he murmured, "An illusion? Ah, that's right, this is an illusion. This is not reality." The moment his mind became completely clear, the curtain of despair was instantly torn to shreds. Following that, a grand illusionary gate radiating the light of glory slowly opened before your eyes. His consciousness fully returned. The real-world host let out a long sigh of relief, slumping onto the soft bed as if drained of strength, reaching out to wipe away the cold sweat. Fortunately, my real-world will can influence my simulated self. Otherwise, this final trial truly wouldn't have been so easy to pass. A series of dazzling prompts lit up, announcing a glorious achievement. After officially defeating the heart demons and successfully breaking through the 5 trials, the speed at which the golden core in your body absorbed spiritual qi reached an astounding level. Spiritual qi converged faster and faster, like a great whale inhaling water. Relying on this massive amount of spiritual qi, the state of the nascent soul within your dantian also underwent a world-shaking turning point. Shedding its fragile outer shell, your nascent soul broke through and evolved further. Transforming into a perfect avatar, its appearance was actually a war god replica of your own valiant and majestic self. Simultaneously, your divine sense range took the opportunity to break out of its cocoon, expanding frantically to a distance of 2,000 zhang. With just a thought, every corner of the vast capital was within your sight. Su Xing didn't have time to rest, secretly calculating the final crucial step. Next, the primordial soul had to be lodged within the nascent soul. Under his guidance, a dazzling and eye-catching light slowly converged, carrying the essence of the soul guided by a mysterious energy. This power was formidable and precise, sweeping past in an instant and carving itself deeply into the depths of the nascent soul's mind. Feeling the perfect fusion, Su Xing clenched his fists in excitement. Success. With this, even if my physical body is destroyed, as long as my divine sense is not extinguished, I can still survive in the world. If I can find a suitable vessel, I can return to life through a borrowed body. Watching from outside, he kept clenching his fists in excitement as the simulation progressed. He marveled at this heaven-defying power. No wonder everyone wanted to break through to Deity Transformation. It was practically like having a second life. Watching the simulation proceed smoothly, he relaxed his shoulders and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally finished digesting all the insights and officially stepped into the Deity Transformation stage. After stabilizing his realm, he leisurely walked into the spirit field Blessed Land. However, what met his eyes was not lush vegetation, but a scene of desolation and misery. Seeing that all the vitality here had been sucked dry, becoming extremely withered and barren, he was speechless. He cried out in alarm, "Where have all my flowers gone?" Looking down at the group of spirit beasts, he was moved to tears. They had actually regressed into ordinary chickens again. This transformation into Deity Transformation had completely exhausted the spiritual qi. He clutched his head, his heart aching for his family assets, when a flash of cunning suddenly crossed his eyes as he thought of that walking ATM. Although I'm out of spirit stones, old dog Zong has plenty. I'll have to squeeze some benefits out of him first in the next simulation. Having mastered new power and just consolidated the initial stage of Deity Transformation, you unhesitatingly donned your battle robes and headed straight for the fiery battlefield of the demon-suppressing pass, charging violently into the enemy ranks to fight a bloody battle. Facing the pressure of the Deity Transformation stage, those ferocious monsters that once forced you into bitter struggles were now as fragile as chopped vegetables under your sword. While swinging your sword to slaughter the demonic beasts, you secretly calculated the time. I need to see how long this Deity Transformation cultivation can delay the apocalypse. Your heroic and fearless figure regarding death as a return home greatly inspired the fighting spirit of all great Sha professionals. With the empowerment of courage, you worked side by side to desperately repel the enemy forces. This tenacity was maintained until the 25th year. At this time, the defense line collapsed, and hundreds of legendary-grade demonic beasts flooded frantically into the demon-suppressing pass. Under the enemy's claws, countless human soldiers sacrificed themselves heroically to defend their home. Finally, that familiar and destructive giant beast figure tore through the sky once again. Although he died in battle once more in the simulation, the real-world Su Xing was excited to the point of madness. Great, successfully delayed the end of the world by 10 years. These 10 years were enough to let the Great Sha military strength reach a new level. The system prompt sounded, beginning the settlement of rewards. You successfully chose to bring the Deity Transformation Layer 1 cultivation from the simulation back to reality, consuming 10 million energy points, leaving a balance of 45.68 million. Following that, you continued the operation, bringing out the Divine Strength Layer 4 cultivation. This consumed 30,000 energy points, leaving 15.68 million in the account. The transaction complete, Su Xing sat outside and began to close his eyes to calm his mind, refreshingly feeling a surge of power skyrocketing within his body as he breathed. Divine Strength Layer 1, Layer 2, it broke through all the way to Layer 3 with unstoppable momentum, until the moment the energy reached its peak and he successfully promoted to Divine Strength Layer 4, all the impurities in his body seemed to be washed away, radiating a powerful and eye-catching divine light. He narcissistically reached out to touch his own strong physique with its perfect muscle lines, proudly evaluating. From Divine Strength Layer 1 to Layer 4, he had undergone 3 metamorphoses, and his strength had increased by about 2.2 times. He continued to ponder the differences between the 2 cultivation paths. At low levels, body refinement and chi refinement each had their merits, but chi refinement techniques were better for long range. An ordinary body refiner simply couldn't get close. However, he curled his lip in a confident smile, throwing a heavy punch that broke the air as a demonstration. But now that body refinement has reached the divine strength realm, the explosive power is staggering. It can directly teach chi refiners how to behave. Thinking of that troublesome old fellow from the Adventist sect, he secretly plotted with a cunning gaze. Now my pure physical strength is probably no weaker than that old dog Zong, right? After checking his physique, he relaxed his mind and began to try using his divine sense to sweep the surroundings and test the limits. The sensing radius expanded frantically at an incredible speed. 100 zhang, 1000 zhang, 2000 zhang, 3000 zhang. When it reached the limit and could no longer extend, he opened his eyes and nodded proudly to himself. So that's it. My divine sense range is now approximately 3000 zhang. He tried to convert it. Even by modern units, it was approximately 10 kilometers away. The entire capital was under my divine sense monitoring. Besides large-scale coverage, he also discovered extreme precision at close range. Furthermore, I can perfectly control the divine sense within a 30 zhang approximately 100-meter radius. Any danger can be sensed instantly. After evaluating the importance of this early warning radar, he gave a brilliant smile. This distance is enough to avoid the vast majority of attacks and dangers. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt, and he laughed heartily, proudly declaring war on his archenemy. Ha, old dog Zong. Now not only does my cultivation crush yours, but my divine sense is also no inferior to yours. Don't even think about ambushing me again. Just as he was immersed in the pleasure of controlling his divine sense to soar through the sky, his radar suddenly paused, unexpectedly discovering a familiar figure hiding in a dark alley conducting a secret transaction. He blurted out in surprise, "Is that Qingshan?" Taking the opportunity to amplify his hearing, he clearly heard the man's low threat from the other side. Student Wang, the conditions given by the Adventist sect have been stated clearly. They won't wait past the deadline. Su Xing's face turned grave, his brow furrowing tight. He asked himself, has Wang Qingshan already come into contact with people from the Adventist sect at this time? Out of instinct, his divine sense swept past in an instant, drifting to the side of the worried girl. Like a ghost, he wanted to ask her aloud, "Stop sighing, what on earth happened? Tell me." But then, remembering the principle of respecting privacy and the complexity of the future, he suppressed his impatience and gently retracted his divine sense, clicking his tongue in compromise. "Forget it, it's better to wait for her to come clean with me." Retracting his thoughts, he opened the attribute interface and stared at the row of shimmering text on the system panel. Profession: Immortal Cultivator, Unique Hidden Class, Cultivation. Deity Transformation Layer 1, Divine Strength Layer 4, Cultivation Art, Evergreen Art, Talents. Sword, Obsessive Random Insight, Alchemy Prodigy, Glutton, Wood Fire Dual True Spirit Roots, Mountain Moving Strength, Prosperous Business Luck, Handsome as Panin, Plant Affinity, Level 10 Beast Language, Death's Insight, Seeking Luck and Avoiding Calamity. Skills: Lee Fire Art, Small Success, Alchemy, Small Success, Spirit Treasure Art, Small Success, Shenong Spirit Nurturing Art, Entry, Divine Sense 3000 Zhong, 5 Senses Realm, Control, Essence Control, Micro Level. His Human Sword technique had reached the Small Success level. His 1000-mile tracking art was now at the entry level, and he was equipped with the Mo Bing Divine Sword. Su Xing scanned his cultivation techniques, stroking his chin as he analyzed the pros and cons with a profound gaze. The evergreen art could only support him until the great perfection of the void returning stage. If he wanted to go further, he had to find a new cultivation method. After carefully examining the foundation of his physique, he clicked his tongue with some regret, thinking that although he possessed wood fire dual true spirit roots, he was currently only practicing wood attribute techniques. while the fire attribute section remained a blank slate. He calculated a plan in his mind to search for secret manuals. Currently there were 3 paths to obtain a new cultivation method. He held up his fingers, weighing the options one by one. The first path was to conduct multiple immersive simulations of the Luo Tian Assembly Dungeon to acquire cultivation memories. However, he immediately shook his head, vetoing the idea. It would be too much of a waste of simulation energy and effort. Without triggering a state of sudden enlightenment, it would take at least a dozen simulations. He raised a second finger, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. The second path was to strike at that old dog Zong. As an old monster who had lived for 2,000 years, he surely hid higher-level cultivation methods on his person. As for the final path, the third option, it was to head to the Dharma-Decline era dungeon, where cultivation methods were likely found everywhere. He weighed the risks and rewards in his heart. Su Xing slapped the table and made his decision, a confident smile on his face. All right, it's settled. First, I'll rob old dog Zong's treasures. Then I'll head to the Dharma-Decline era to find opportunities. Just as he finished formulating his combat plan, his phone screen suddenly lit up. Seeing that it was a call from Wang Qingshan, he quickly threw on a coat and arranged to meet her at a cafe. As soon as they sat down, the girl lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion as she spoke. Senior, I've encountered some things recently. Her sincere attitude allowed Su Xing to let out a silent sigh of relief. He was secretly glad that she finally intended to tell him the truth. He smiled gently, offering soft encouragement. Go ahead. Her suppressed emotion suddenly erupted, and she couldn't help but howl with grief, lunging forward to grip his arm tightly as she sobbed out the tragic news. My parents, they passed away. Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply, and the shock escaped his lips. What? He quickly calmed down, heart aching as he reached out to wipe the tears streaming down Wang Qingshan's cheeks, gently patting her trembling back to soothe her. Don't worry, take your time. Once her emotions had stabilized, Wang Qingshan choked out the beginning and end of the tragedy. My parents were members of the Black Dragon Professionals Guild. Their primary job was farming equipment in dungeons. About half a month ago, due to an error in the Black Dragon Guild's mission intel, my parents died tragically in a dungeon. Originally, I should have received a pension, but they not only defaulted on the payment but also turned around and accused me, demanding I compensate them for the items my parents took into the dungeon, claiming those were provided by the guild. Hearing the name of the culprit, Su Xing's brow furrowed tightly. He searched his memories. The Black Dragon Guild, why did that sound so familiar? It seemed he had heard it somewhere. A flash of inspiration struck. He suddenly remembered that in a previous simulation, Jin Kongshui seemed to have helped him acquire materials from this guild. Unable to bear seeing the girl before him suffer, he decisively took off the ring on his finger and placed it on the table, saying to her seriously, "This storage ring contains 2 million in cash, as well as some dungeon items and equipment. Take it and use it for now." She pulled her hand back in a panic, waving it repeatedly to refuse such a heavy gift. "No, senior, this is too precious, I can't take it." Knowing her stubborn character, Su Xing had no choice but to switch to a more persuasive tone. "Then consider it a loan from me, but you must remember, no matter what, do not tell anyone that I gave this to you." Hearing these reasonable words, she hesitated for a moment before timidly reaching out to take it. Wang Qingshan's eyes filled with tears and she murmured gratefully, "Thank you, senior, you're still the one who treats me best." Being stared at with such an adoring gaze, Su Xing cleared his throat awkwardly to change the subject. All right. It's broad daylight. What's with the long face?" Although he was teasing her, his mind was rapidly connecting various clues. He calculated privately that with Wang Qingshan's pure character, she was definitely not the type of extremist who would betray humanity. Tracing the source, he vaguely guessed the truth behind the scenes. Her future joining of the Adventist sect likely had everything to do with this Black Dragon Guild. Was there collusion between the Black Dragon Guild and the Adventist sect? After sending Wang Qingshan back safely, he immediately returned to his room, locked the door, and quickly dialed the phone of the powerful female president to seek aid as soon as the call connected. He went straight to the point. "Kongshui, do you know anyone from the Black Dragon Guild?" Jin Kongshui answered succinctly, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity. "I do, why?" Su Xing said in a heavy voice, arranging a meeting directly. "I have some things to ask. Let's meet up. I happen to have this week's pills to give you." On the other end of the phone, she curled her lips in a smile and decisively finalized the schedule. All right. When Su Xing arrived at the meeting place that afternoon, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Jin Kongshui had clearly dressed up meticulously, confidently wearing a bold, exquisite and sexy outfit. He awkwardly shifted his gaze away and cleared his throat, asking, "Why are you dressed like this today?" She raised an eyebrow teasingly. She leaned closer and asked, "Don't you like it?" Su Xing cast aside his stray thoughts, waving his hand as he said seriously, "Don't test me with this. I have serious business to discuss with you." Seeing his serious attitude, Jin Kongshui also put away her playful grin. She pulled a thick stack of files from her designer bag and tossed them on the table, leaning back in her chair with her legs crossed as she reported calmly, "After you asked last night, I did a preliminary investigation. This Black Dragon Guild is no legitimate organization." Su Xing opened the file bag, scanned the dark records and tapped the table as he requested, "Tell me the details." Jin Kongshui poured a cup of tea and slowly revealed their despicable methods. First, the guild used the banner of free high-quality item rentals to attract professionals to join. Once these people lost their utility, the guild intentionally sent them to extremely difficult dungeons. After the professionals died, the family members not only failed to receive a single cent of pension but were also sued for the rented items. Hearing this sinister killing routine, Su Xing clenched his fists in rage, slamming them onto the table as he roared indignantly, "Is there really no one to manage this?" She took a sip of tea and shrugged helplessly in the face of the underworld forces. The Black Dragon Guild has deep roots. Those families protested a few times but nothing came of it. A fire against injustice ignited in Su Xing's veins. He stood up abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade, and decided decisively, "I'm taking charge of this. They can't be allowed to be this arrogant." Seeing her partner suddenly erupt with such a sense of justice, Jin Kongshui raised an eyebrow and stared him down with a jealous gaze, questioning, "You're taking charge of this for that little junior of yours, aren't you?" Having his heart's intent pierced, Su Xing coughed twice and hurriedly turned his face away, finding a lame excuse to defend himself. "It's to promote justice." "Yes, justice." Jin Kongshui saw through his true purpose at a glance and let out a cold snort. She unceremoniously gave him a love punch on the arm, making Su Xing hiss in pain. She warned, "HMPH, if it weren't for the fact that the Black Dragon Guild is about to force your little junior into sex work, I wouldn't help you." Su Xing rubbed the spot where he was hit, grinning in pain. Although he complained, his mind felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Hearing that shocking news, he murmured heart-wrenchingly, "No wonder Wang Qingshan joins the Adventist sect in the future. She was forced to this point." He grabbed the files and stuffed them into his jacket, picking up his backpack to take his leave. "I'm heading back to school. If the Black Dragon Guild makes another move, you must inform me immediately." Watching his hurried back as he bustled about for a girl, she curled her lip and gave a resentful glare. "Understood, my master. You only know how to boss me around." When the night grew as deep as ink, Su Xing lurked in the shadows atop a skyscraper, his gaze scanning a warehouse that was extremely heavily guarded, filled with guards and surveillance cameras. He silently marveled at Kongshui's top-tier intelligence network. As expected of Kongshui, she actually managed to find the address of the Black Dragon Guild's vault. Su Xing thought it was better to be cautious and first scout with his divine sense. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes to meditate, and operated his cultivation to let his divine sense exit his body, letting that invisible force separate. His divine sense glided past the patrolling guards like a ghost, leaving no sound or trace. It penetrated the thick metal walls, and when his divine sense entered the core storage area, Su Xing's eyes widened in surprise. He saw mountains of glittering treasures piled before him. These were all white-quality equipment. He swallowed hard and gave an order to his virtual assistant, "System, help me count how much equipment is in this vault and calculate how many energy points it converts to." The system's cold prompt sounded, "Scanning. The quantity is massive. Please wait patiently, host." After a long wait of half an hour, the system finally summarized the results. "Report to host, the total here can be converted into 100 million energy points." Su Xing slapped his thigh in excitement and cheered in his heart. "I've hit the jackpot. I don't have to worry about energy points for a while." Following the system's precise route and guidance, Su Xing's physical body nimbly slipped inside. Soon he easily found and pried open the first treasure chest. He weighed the shimmering substance in his hand, nodding as he evaluated. "There's actually high-tier exotic metal." Su Xing greedily swept the entire vault into his storage ring, letting out a sneer of derision at these black-hearted capitalists' filthy methods. The Black Dragon Merchant Association has indeed squeezed a lot of wealth from the people over the years. After carefully packing the loot, he heard a click from the end of the corridor and quietly followed to check. Su Xing was surprised to find several mechanical puppets equipped with firearms patrolling strictly. He hid in the shadows, stroking his chin in thought. With so many puppets guarding it, could there be good stuff hidden inside? Relying on his current profound cultivation techniques, he rushed out, neatly dealing with these puppets in just a few breaths. However, upon inspecting the wreckage, his pupils contracted in extreme surprise. They were actually controlled by spiritual qi. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze revealing intense curiosity. The Black Dragon Merchant Association actually knows how to utilize spiritual qi. "I want to see what secrets are hidden inside." He waved his hand without hesitation, breaking the ceiling lock. When the door sprang open, what met his eyes was a massive space filled with glittering treasures. Su Xing squinted from the brilliance, unable to help swearing, "Holy crap, with this scale, who can tell if this is the Black Dragon Merchant Association or the Adventist sect's treasury? They're truly loaded." Stepping into the pile of treasures, he frowned as he scanned countless rare herbs, his heart full of doubt. Members of the Black Dragon Merchant Association not only use cultivation and alchemy, but where did the medicinal herbs, spirit tools, and these cultivation methods come from? He casually grabbed a few ancient records to flip through, but the content was all encrypted. He tossed the books onto the table impatiently and decided to sit cross-legged on the floor, closing his eyes to perform a comprehensive divine sense search. "I have to check carefully. There must be secrets inside." Just as he was controlling his divine sense to search everywhere, he suddenly stopped, seeing a faint light emanating from behind a bookshelf in the corner. He murmured in confusion, "Is it there? A ledger that can only be seen in the divine sense state. There's definitely a problem." Thinking this, He immediately controlled his divine sense to fly over swiftly. Opening that mysterious account book, he used his divine sense to read it line by line. The moment the truth was revealed, a chill ran down his spine. This was actually the account of offerings from the Black Dragon Merchant Association to the Adventist Sect. He clenched his fist tightly, his voice low. As expected, there is collusion between the two sides, but he immediately shook his head, correcting his hypothesis. No, that's not it. It should be said that the Black Dragon Merchant Association is the Adventist sect's white glove for operations in Great Shah. While he was busy looking through it, a note hidden in the ledger slid out. The note fluttered to the floor. He reached out to pick it up, staring at the content, and was shocked to discover a staggering secret. This was a method to survive the apocalypse and avoid being swallowed by the giant beast. His brain whirled at high speed, connecting all the clues. The Adventist sect actually revealed the truth of the apocalypse to the Black Dragon Merchant Association. But on second thought, it made sense. If they didn't give them some benefit, why would the Black Dragon Merchant Association be a dedicated front organization? When he read the final line, his eyes widened. The only way to survive the apocalypse was to escape to the demon realm via the demon-suppressing pass. He repeated those two words in disbelief. Demon realm? Could it be that those monsters invading Great Shah all come from the demon realm? Just as his thoughts were surging, the alarm on the ceiling suddenly flashed red, and the piercing siren shattered the silence of the night. Warning, warning, intruder detected. Su Sheng calmly shouldered the crate filled with exotic metal, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Only finding out now, too slow. Glancing at the emptied warehouse, he mocked the incompetence of the security system. I've lost count of how many times I've raided the Adventist sect's treasury, let alone a small vault like yours. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a lethal taunt. Thanks for the Black Dragon Merchant Association's hospitality. After saying that, his figure vanished instantly, leaving behind only a warehouse that had been picked clean and was completely empty. The scene shifted to the next morning as brilliant sunlight woke him through the window. As soon as he opened his eyes, he asked his virtual assistant with great interest, "System, tell me, how many energy points do I have now?" The mechanical and emotionless prompt immediately reported, "Report to host, currently possessing 170 million energy points." Hearing this astronomical number, he jumped up in excitement, laughing like a madman while slapping his thighs. "Haha, I'm rich." While busy celebrating, the phone in his pocket vibrated violently. The phone rang loudly. Seeing the caller ID, he scratched his head in confusion, murmuring, "Weren't this week's pills and accounts all handed over? Why is Kongshui calling now?" As soon as the call connected, Jin Kongshui's fierce voice came from the other end, sounding as if she wanted to swallow him whole. "Su Sheng, the raid on the Black Dragon Merchant Association, was that you?" He shrunk his neck and laughed it off. "You found out about that too? I didn't cause you any trouble, did I?" She snorted coldly and struck back proudly. "Who do you think I am? Let them try to move against me." Immediately after, she lowered her voice, her tone carrying reproach and concern. "Rather, it's you, you reckless guy. Do you know they're looking for you all over the world?" He raised an eyebrow and asked nonchalantly. "Looking for me?" On the other end, Jin Kongshui let out a long sigh and reported the critical situation. Currently, the Black Dragon Merchant Association has a 100 million bounty out for a martial emperor-level expert whose gender, age, and height are unknown, but who has the power to empty a vault in an instant. After reading the attached information, Su Xing's heart skipped a beat, unable to believe the madness of these nouveau riches. He tossed his phone onto the corner of the bed, stroking his chin as he calculated, "It seems I'd better not leave the school gates for a while." Although the bounty didn't list specific features, what if someone has a special item that can track me? That's 100 million. Taking a lesson from his previous bloody experiences, he decided to hide his tracks and obediently reached out to click the system simulation panel. He ordered, "Activate system, start simulation." Soon, a ding sounded. "Congratulations, you have obtained a purple talent, Unyielding Silver Spear." He blinked blankly, murmuring the name of the talent. Unyielding Silver Spear. The footnote that appeared below left him between laughter and tears. "Your continuous combat capability is significantly enhanced, exempting you from inspection." His face turned beet red with embarrassment. Su Sheng grumbled to the system, complaining that while this might be every man's dream, they were currently in the middle of an apocalypse. "Apocalypse, do you understand? It's not like we're filming some Japanese action movie for two." He slammed the table in protest of the useless talent. "Can't you give me a talent with some actual practical use?" To this, the system merely responded with its familiar calm excuse. "Please face your own luck, host. This system has absolutely no interference in the process." Facing the system's shamelessness, Su Sheng could only let out a helpless long sigh, comforting himself. "Fine, my goal is immortal cultivation anyway. Talents are just a matter of fate." He rallied his spirits and set a clear goal for this simulation. "In this run, I must try to fight my way from the demon-suppressing pass into the demon realm. If this path works, humanity will have one more sliver of hope to overcome the apocalypse." To minimize the chance of being spotted by the Black Dragon Merchant Association's informants early on, Su Sheng decided to play it safe and spent an entire month in secluded cultivation within the Spirit Field Blessed Land. During this tedious time, Jin Kongshui was his only link to the outside world. until one day Jin Kongshui finally couldn't help but let out a flurry of scolding over the phone. Stop being a shrinking turtle, the Black Dragon Merchant Association has already retracted the bounty. Where are this week's pills? Su Xing quickly extinguished the fire, smiling flatteringly. Got it, I'm coming out now. After leaving his safe space, you immediately met with Jin Kongshui. The two of you had barely sat down for small talk before cutting straight to the chase with an urgent passion. Text flashed across the screen indicating a violent collision between the two. After the battle, Su Xing sprawled on the bed looking at the ceiling with a look of contentment, murmuring an evaluation. This new talent is truly formidable. If it weren't for the apocalypse, this talent could practically lead someone to the pinnacle of life. Jin Kongshui leaned against Su Xing's chest, her arms wrapped around his firm back, and asked petulantly, "What are you thinking about?" "Serious business." Su Xing ran his hand through her messy hair, his tone becoming serious. "Kongshui, I need to trouble you with something. The current problem was that due to your real-world intervention and enthusiastic help, it was no longer necessary for Wang Qingshan to join the Adventist sect. Therefore, in this simulation, if you wanted to contact Luo Shuying, you had to rely on yourself and personally find the Adventist sect's hideout. Previously, you had followed Wang Qingshan to sneak in, easily seeing through their deceptive methods. And without the support of Jin Kongshui's intelligence network, it would likely be difficult to step into that spider's nest again. Jin Kongshui understood his meaning instantly and patted her chest with a confident guarantee. "No problem, leave it to me. I guarantee I'll have news for you within 3 days." As promised, the intelligence returned. The scene shifted, following the guidance to Shuangqing City. When you discovered that the Adventist sect's headquarters was actually hidden in Shuangqing City, a remote part of the southwest province, you couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Standing in the unfamiliar city, Su Xing touched his chin and thought, "This place is a world away from the capital. Without Wang Qingshan's recommendation, how can I show up at the Adventist sect legitimately?" A flash of inspiration struck, and he snapped his fingers. "I've got it, I can make them come looking for me." Having grasped his opponent's psychology, he analyzed that while ordinary professionals couldn't see through his divine sense, the high-level members of the Adventist sect certainly could. No sooner said than done, he decided to use the old trick again. Divine sense projection, intentionally releasing a terrifying pressure to startle the snake, he murmured, "Aside from the capital, I haven't used my divine sense anywhere else." Sure enough, it wasn't long before he keenly sensed a cold aura appearing behind him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. He whispered, "Are they here?" Just as he turned around, an uninvited mysterious guest in black lunged at him with sharp claws, aiming for his vitals. Relying on sharp intuition, Su Xing nimbly stepped aside to dodge the sinister attack while his other hand quickly channeled power. Unleashing the Li Fire art to shoot a streak of crimson flame at his opponent, the opponent reacted quickly, rolling to dodge the fierce tongue of fire. Taking this opportunity, Su Xing had already drawn his precious sword like lightning, assuming a combat stance. Both sides immediately fell into a fierce sword clash, the sound of blades crossing echoing incessantly. Regarding sword skills, Su Xing was confident that he was second to none in this world. Soon, a ruthless parry sent the longsword flying out of the opponent's hand. Struck by the sword chi, the opponent's figure stumbled back, spots of blood seeping through the front of his robes. The opponent suppressed the shock in his heart, clutching his injured arm as he praised in a deep voice, "Young brother, such exquisite cultivation." Hearing this familiar voice and seeing the figure before him, Su Xing laughed secretly. As it turned out, the one who had come looking for him from thousands of miles away was once again that old dog Zhang. The old man cupped his hands, putting on a respectful appearance as he introduced himself. "One so young with such profound cultivation. It seems you have utilized the method of body possession." Su Xing curled his lip inwardly, mocking the old fellow's suspicious nature. As expected of old dog Zhang, his way of thinking was indeed sinister, but on the surface he maintained a cold and aloof posture, responding coldly without emotion, indicating it was inconvenient to disclose. Seeing his firm attitude, the old man quickly lowered his stance and enticed him. "Please wait, sir. I am a guardian of the Adventist sect. I wonder if I could invite you to be a guest at our sect?" Su Xing raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance and asking curiously, "The Adventist sect, what is that?" Although he knew this nest of sin perfectly well, he was even enjoying it enough to laugh inwardly. Yes, exactly like that. Hurry up and give me an opportunity to infiltrate." After taking the bait and patiently listening to old dog Zong's incessant bragging about how great the Adventist sect was, and giving a casual interesting to show interest, the old man excitedly led the way, taking him straight to the headquarters. Just as they stepped into the hall, another elder saw the old man recommending him and frowned in displeasure, mocking, "Guardian Zong, I know you're eager to earn merit by bringing in fresh blood for the sect, but isn't it a bit too hasty to just pick someone up off the street?" Having his sore spot poked, old dog Zong slammed the table and roared, doing his best to defend his prey. "Hasty my foot, this is a great master proficient in the art of body possession. Just the scraps from his hands would be enough for you to live on for a lifetime." Hearing the old man brag to the high heavens, Su Xing broke into a cold sweat, thinking that this was bad. He would have to pay a heavy price now. Because the high-level expert persona old dog Zong had built for him was too much, he had to bite the bullet and play along. You were forced to grit your teeth and produce a top-grade pill to match your status and intimidate this group. Thanks to this treasure as bait, you barely managed to win the initial trust of those old foxes in the Adventist sect. The elder tremblingly took the pill, his eyes shining with greed as he stammered a follow-up. Could this be the life-extending pill, the legendary one that can extend life by 100 years regardless of cultivation level? It seems you know your stuff. Su Xing appeared generous, but internally his heart was bleeding and wailing. To refine these 2 life-extending pills he had blown up the furnace exactly 99 times. That damn old dog Zong, why did he have to talk me up so high? Upon receiving such a divine medicine, the attitude of the elders took an instant 180-degree turn, and they shouted in unison. "Welcome to the sect, sir." Su Xing smiled coldly, giving a light grunt in response. After officially infiltrating the Adventist sect, you began to play a perfect double-agent role. On one hand, you became brothers with old dog Zong, drinking and chatting to numb his vigilance. On the other hand, you quietly contacted Luo Shuying. Following the familiar script, by the 3rd year, you and Luo Shuiying once again coordinated perfectly to pick the treasury clean, then set the Adventist sect on fire and made a graceful exit. During the escape, Luo Shuiying looked at you with some concern. "Are we just going to screw over Guardian Zong like this? He recommended you to the sect and you defected immediately. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape the blame." Su Xing let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curling up cruelly as he replied. "That's exactly the effect I want. You have no idea how many times I died at his hands before." Sure enough, the subsequent situation unfolded exactly as you wished. Because he had brought a wolf into the house, old dog Zong was burdened with heavy crimes and was frantically hunted by the Adventist sect's forces. This once powerful figure began a miserable life of exile once again. Learning of his archenemy's tragic state, Su Xing pumped his fist in celebration. "Great, truly fantastic. You old dog, you finally have your day." After getting his revenge, you still chose the familiar route, joining the great Sha military. After a period of peaceful days and completing the task of refining the reserve pills, you resolutely took up your sword and stepped onto the bloody path toward the demon-suppressing pass. Your will was incredibly steadfast, vowing to break through the pass to reach the demon realm. You had to use your sword to slaughter through the tide of monsters here. To do this, you had to grind levels frantically. At the tragic front line, you swung your sword in combat day and night, not knowing the meaning of exhaustion. Until one day, when you retracted your sword for a brief rest and looked down at the ground, you were surprised to find that your shadow had actually distorted and shifted its shape. Su Xing stared at the shadow, murmuring in a low voice, realizing his own transformation. He took a deep breath, judging with a certain tone. "This is killing intent shaping." That pitch-black blade-sharp shadow was like a brutal entity, always ready to pounce on its prey and tear it apart. A group of low-level monsters in the distance witnessed this hair-raising scene and immediately let out shrill screams, scattering in all directions to save their lives. Su Xing lightly stroked the blood-stained blade, commenting contemptuously, "Have they lost their courage just from sensing my aura? It seems I'll have to find some higher-level demonic beast to temper my killing intent." Carrying a sky-piercing murderous aura everywhere he went was like a meat grinder, clearing out the monsters completely. During the long journey, not a single monster could even make him warm up. Su Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the distant horizon and complaining irritably. "After killing for so long, why haven't I seen the boundary of the demon-suppressing pass yet?" While he was lost in thought and wandering, a terrifying roar that could shatter the heavens suddenly came from behind. He reacted extremely quickly. Just as he turned around, a massive gaping maw was already inches away, and the giant beast was poised to launch a heavy attack with no way to dodge. He gritted his teeth and took the massive heavy blow head-on. Although he blocked with his sword in time, the terrifying impact still sent his feet skidding back several meters across the ground. After stabilizing himself, Su Xing was not only unafraid but threw his head back and laughed wildly. "Haha, finally. A strong one, let's fight?" However, a sudden change occurred as a burst of black, eerie demonic fire ignited on the monster's sharp horns. Su Xing became vigilant. Before he could figure it out, the horns had already condensed energy, shooting a massive fireball that slammed down. He gripped the Mobing sword tightly, calmly thrusting forward to unleash a domineering sword chi, forcibly splitting the fierce flame in two. However, he frowned, sensing something was wrong. This fire was unusual. Looking down at his beloved sword, he discovered to his horror that the Mobing sword was actually smoking, and cracks had faintly appeared on the blade. He shouted heart-wrenchingly, "Mobing, this fire can actually damage Mobing?" Setting aside his grief and anger, his gaze became ruthless as he snorted coldly, "If ice doesn't work, then I'll use fire to play with you. Lee fire out!" With a roar of fury, he poured all of his true chi into this strike. Letting the brilliant Lee fire envelop the blade, he threw the flaming sword with all his might, and it pierced toward the beast like a comet. The demonic beast had no way to dodge. It was pierced through its hard scales by the Lee fire sword and pinned to the ground, letting out a shrill scream. Having dealt with the powerful enemy, Su Xing walked forward slowly to pull out the longsword. Staring at the massive corpse, he frowned in thought. "This beast seems different from ordinary ones." He rubbed his chin and gave a bold hypothesis. Could it be at the Demon Emperor level? No sooner had the words left his lips than the giant corpse suddenly began to boil violently, shrinking rapidly like a melting candle, eventually condensing into a fist-sized, brilliantly glowing sphere. Su Xing's eyes widened, only then realizing a treasure had appeared. It was a demon core. He tremblingly picked up the spiritual orb and said with certainty, "This is a demon core." To immediately verify his guess about the effects of the demon core, you sat down cross-legged without hesitation and began to operate your cultivation to refine this scorching core. The effect far exceeded expectations. The pure energy within the demon core erupted instantly, forcibly breaking through your bottleneck and allowing you to break through to the 7th layer of the divine strength realm in one go. Witnessing this incredible power boost outside the simulator, Su Xing was also too shocked to close his mouth, marveling that this demon core was indeed a heaven-defying treasure, allowing him to jump 3 minor realms in the blink of an eye. The surge in strength made the Su Xing in the simulator increasingly arrogant. He waved his sword and shouted with full confidence, "Come, hunt demonic beasts to obtain demon cores, strengthen the body, and improve cultivation. I'm going to slaughter my way through this place." Carrying the ambition to reach the mysterious demon realm and greed for demon cores, you transformed into a tireless god of slaughter, frantically harvesting on the battlefield for a month. Hard work paid off. After countless life and death struggles, you finally saw the majestic, thick silhouette of the demon-suppressing pass's walls through the mist. Su Xing cheered excitedly. Finally leaving this place to explore the demon realm, standing on the wind-howling city walls, Luo Xuying looked at the abyss outside with great concern. She advised in a low voice, "Are you really going? It is extremely dangerous over there." Su Xing didn't explain much, only nodded with a steadfast smile. After speaking, he leapt, falling freely from the sky-high city walls. During the descent, he frowned and noticed that the further down he went, the thicker that eerie, blood-colored mist became. The thick mist obscured his vision. He secretly assessed the danger level of this place. "It seems this place is even more cruel than I imagined." When his toes landed steadily on the hard ground, the mist cleared, and a scene like a living hell presented itself before his eyes. Not a blade of grass grew here. The skeletal remains of demonic beasts were everywhere, stretching all the way to the horizon. Su Xing inhaled a breath of fishy cold air and couldn't help but shudder. This place really is a burial ground for demonic beasts. Looking up at the gray sky, a massive blood-red full moon hung eerily. He couldn't help but hug his arms, which were covered in goosebumps. This blood moon gave him a bone-chilling sensation, and his logical thinking was completely disrupted. Filled with dread, he thought, "Is the demon realm not a world where monsters live? Why is it such a burial ground?" Just then a red shadow flashed past. It turned out Luo Xuying had followed him down. She surveyed the surroundings, explaining the cruel truth in a flat tone. "This is the slaughter battlefield. The blood moon triggers the savage nature of the demonic beasts, plunging them into an endless cycle of slaughter." He looked at his stubborn companion, frowning as he scolded. "Xuying, why did you come too?" The arrogant girl raised her chin. She responded in a low voice, but her gaze was exceptionally firm. "I wasn't comfortable letting you go alone. I'm going with you." He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, waving his hand to drive her away. "Following me, you might lose your life." She stepped closer, gazing deeply into his eyes with a resolute tone. "Death is only a matter of time. Having come this far, I want to be by your side." Moved by her sincerity, he had no choice but to surrender, lightly flicking her forehead. Fine, I agree. Since you're coming, talk properly and keep your hands to yourself." Seeing him so calm even in such a terrifying environment, Luo Xuying asked worriedly, "Su Xing, you won't be affected by the slaughter moon, will you?" This blood moon was also known as the slaughter moon. Any creature illuminated by its light would fall into a state of frenzied rage. She patted her chest and added proudly, "I only managed to maintain my sanity because I broke through to the legendary rank." After hearing her detailed explanation, he slapped his forehead in realization, finally understanding the cause of it all. No wonder there were so many beast corpses here. It turned out the blood moon had compromised their sanity. He lightly patted her shoulder, smiling confidently to reassure her. "You needn't worry about me. When breaking through to the Deity Transformation stage, I already conquered the trial of anger. Neither people nor objects can affect my state of mind." She let out a sigh of relief and nodded. "That's good then." The two began to cautiously advance into the depths of this land of death. Along the way, he spoke of their destination. "I saw in a letter Elder Long sent to the Black Dragon Merchant Association that passing through the demon-suppressing pass to reach the demon realm is humanity's only way out." She shook her head, providing a multidimensional perspective as she said bluntly, "That statement is both right and wrong. The world we are currently in is called the slaughter battlefield. It looks like an independent small world, but it is actually formed by the fusion of multiple worlds." He frowned, repeating the keyword in confusion. "Fusion." Luo Xuying began to recount ancient legends. It is said that long ago a powerful being fought a war with the alien races, causing the world to crack and shatter. Countless demi-planes and world fragments fell into the spatial turbulence and were scattered everywhere. This place was thus called the slaughter battlefield. Later, an evil god fell here and transformed into the blood moon. It is said that when a creature is influenced deeply enough by the blood moon, there is a possibility that the god could be resurrected. She pointed toward the void of the horizon. Not only does Blue Star have a slaughter battlefield, in the alien world outside my home there is one as well. His eyes instantly lit up, seizing the core of the issue as he pressed. You mean I can pass through the slaughter battlefield to reach your world? She smiled and confirmed. Exactly. That is also how I came to your world. He slapped his hands together, excitedly planning a grand counter-offensive strategy. In other words, humans can reach the demon realm through the slaughter battlefield to avoid the invasion, or even launch a flanking maneuver from the rear. Hearing his wild plan, Luo Shuying spread her arms in alarm to stop him, quickly dousing him with cold water. That is too difficult. The slaughter battlefield connects to countless planes, and which plane you reach depends entirely on luck. Drenched by her cold water, he stopped in his tracks, stroking his chin in long contemplation. Then he raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, as he made an even more shocking decision. In that case, we'll just destroy the entire slaughter battlefield. Without this path, the demonic beasts will no longer be able to enter my world. Luo Shuying's eyes widened, and she pointed in terror toward the massive blood moon. The heart of the slaughter battlefield is at the very end of this place. The influence of the blood moon is deepest there. Going there is a suicide mission. He curled his lip, gripping the hilt of the Mo Bing sword with the arrogant air of one who feared nothing under heaven. I know, but if I don't try, I'll look down on myself. These sky-piercing words were highly contagious, making Luo Shuying feel the blood within her own body begin to boil. Casting aside her misgivings, she decided to risk her life to accompany him to the end of this dilapidated world. The further they went, the more overwhelming the wicked aura of the blood moon became as it tried to manipulate their minds. Noticing Luo Shuying beginning to hold her head and groan in pain, you had to stop and immediately refine several mind-calming pills on the spot to help her regain clarity and maintain her sanity. Holding the still warm pills just as he was about to feed them to Luo Shuying, she pushed his hand away and whispered through gritted teeth, Su Sheng, don't worry about me. The closer we get to the center, the stronger the alien races become. They are deeply affected by the blood moon and have completely lost their reason. He smiled calmly, comforting her with a perfect fallback plan. It's fine, at worst, we'll just hide in the spirit-field blessed land. However, just as the word land left his mouth, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine and his hair stood on end. He clearly felt a pair of massive malicious eyes staring at them from the shadows, as if sizing up prey. He instinctively turned back in alert, peering through the thick red mist to see a giant monster radiating an aura of destruction that had at some point lurked behind them. He let out a terrified, desperate cry. As this a legendary rank demonic beast, the gap in power was like a vast chasm. Before he even had time to offer any resistance, he was brutally torn to shreds by those lightning-fast claws, pulverized. The system's cold prompt rang out mercilessly. Ding, this simulation has ended. In reality, Su Sheng witnessed the scene of his own instantaneous and tragic death. He clutched his chest, gasping for air as he marveled, still shaken. God, the speed of that legendary rank demonic beast was too fast. There was no chance at all to hide in the spirit-field blessed land. After dying in the simulation, the Death's Insight talent activated automatically, leaving a trace of residual intent to gather intelligence. Through a ground-level perspective, you witnessed an extremely bizarre scene. Thousands of giant monsters gathered together, submissively kneeling on the ground. They raised their arms in unison, worshipping the glowing blood moon. Analyzing the image, he murmured in confusion, Are they on a pilgrimage to a holy site? Demonic beasts respect only strength. Although the blood moon can influence the minds of creatures, it is ultimately an inanimate object and possesses no so-called power. His logical deduction hit a stalemate, leading him to propose a terrifying hypothesis. What if it isn't an inanimate object? Is it truly the transformation of an evil god? He rubbed his temples to soothe his headache and summarized the core issue. Ultimately, he still wasn't strong enough. He stood no chance against a legendary rank. He would have to return to investigate further after reaching the peak of Deity Transformation. After summarizing this simulation, he decisively chose his rewards, bringing back the level 7 Divine Strength Realm cultivation and 20 years of combat experience from the Demon Suppressing Pass. The moment his finger pressed the confirmation button, surging power flooded his body, giving him a sense of weightlessness, as if he were suspended in midair. He immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to begin integrating the insights. Bloody memories flooded his mind, and he murmured to himself, I feel like I've returned to the Demon Suppressing Pass. All my memories have been revived. Simultaneously, a stream of warm energy gradually converged, permeating every cell and completely becoming part of his own strength. Opening his eyes, he felt the increase in his power with satisfaction. The most direct manifestation of his growth was his more skillful control over the spiritual energy vortexes. However, he felt his head and noticed no obvious change in his muscles. Where exactly did this combat experience strengthen me? Putting his doubts aside for the moment, he glanced at the clock. It was already 5 p.m. As a dedicated farmer, he habitually ran to the corner of the room and picked up a large bag of grain, whispering dutifully, Time to feed the chickens. Pushing open the door to the yard, he called out loudly to his pets, Blackie Whitey, Lu Z. Dinner time. Several spirit chickens that were scratching for insects heard the familiar call and excitedly flapped their wings, rushing over while shouting, Charge, eat meat. Amidst the cacophony of squawks, a hilarious scene unfolded. For some reason, as those greedy chickens reached his feet, they suddenly slammed on the brakes. They collapsed to the ground, trembling, one of them pleading with a sob, "Boss, please don't kill me. I never thought about rebelling." Another hurriedly flapped its wings to clear its name. "Leader, the rebellion was all Little Blackie number 2's idea. Please see the truth for yourself." Hearing this group of chickens babbling nonsense, he got so angry he grabbed one by the neck and shouted, "When did I ever say I was going to kill chickens? Can you stop being so dramatic?" But he didn't expect that in the next second he glared. The poor chicken actually rolled its eyes and fainted, completely unable to withstand that terrifying killing intent. He hurriedly let go. "Is it really that serious? What did I do?" The chicken landed on the ground with a thud, foaming at the mouth and passing out. Only then did he retreat a few steps in alarm. Unconsciously noticing the anomaly radiating from himself, he looked down at his shadow in the sunset. That dark shadow was actually writhing and rolling on the ground like a living creature. He swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Is this the killing intent shaping from before?" Everything became clear. He slapped his thigh as he realized the truth. This was the change brought about by the combat experience. Simply relying on the murderous aura of the battlefield was enough to terrify enemies. Looking at the fainted chicken, he chuckled both with guilt and pride. As expected, the rewards from the system were all top tier. He had to save more energy points and strive to reach the level where he could bring out 3 rewards as soon as possible. Several chickens stared at him with round eyes, their beaks pecking at the air as if wondering, why is this grain giver just standing there dazing instead of scattering the seeds? Their expressions seemed to be questioning, "Aren't you here to feed us?" In the blink of an eye, night fell, shrouding the surroundings. Under the cover of darkness, he nimbly traversed the rooftops, finally sneaking to the front gate of a grand manor. Looking at the luxury before him, he calculated privately, "I've arrived. The Bala family's wealth is comparable to the Jinn family. This should be the place." Donning a mask to hide his face, he waved a hand and pushed the door open. In an instant, a heavy pressure accompanied by a low, alert voice shot toward him from the living room. "For what purpose has your excellency come? Is it for wealth, or do you seek the lives of my entire family?" He curled his lip in a cold smile, walking unhurriedly to the center of the living room. "I do not lack money, and besides, your time is short. I have come to make a deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and an exquisite jade bottle whistled through the air toward the other party. "Open it and see." The old patriarch of the Bala family was startled and hurried to catch it. His withered hands trembled slightly as he poured out the contents. A round pill rolled into his palm, radiating a dazzling golden light. His expression shifted violently as he stared at the treasure in utter terror. Seeing this reaction, Sushing kept his hands behind his back, inwardly praising the man. "This is the legendary life-extending pill. As expected of one of Great Shah's top wealthy families, he truly knows his stuff." He raised his chin slightly and confirmed with a certain tone, "Correct, this is the life-extending pill that can grant you another 5 years of life." Hearing this number, the old man's entire body shook. 5 years? He unhesitatingly discarded his dignity as a patriarch, dropping to his knees and pleading in a trembling voice, "Senior, ever since I was diagnosed with cancer, I have sought every famous doctor to extend my life. But even god-tier items only allowed me to live a few more months. If you can let me live another 10 years, I am willing to offer all of the Bala family's assets." Sushing waved him off, frowning as he calculated. "There's no need for all the assets. My current operations are already large enough. If I take on more, Kongshui will work herself to death." Withdrawing his thoughts, he looked down at the kowtowing old man and spoke with majesty. "With the life-extending pills in my hand, let alone 5 years, even 100 years is not out of the question. But you must promise me one thing." A look of frantic hope ignited in Bala II's eyes. He looked up abruptly and swore, "Name it. Whether it is rare equipment, endless wealth, or powerful and beautiful women, I can satisfy your every wish." Sushing stated his condition flatly. "I want all the dungeon items your son Bala Chi has collected over the years." Hearing this completely unequal condition, the old man stood up submissively, his face full of confusion and bewilderment. "Senior, what did you say? You mean you want those useless pieces of dungeon trash?" Sushing nodded slightly, his gaze firm. "Correct, that is exactly what I want." The old man swallowed hard. He thought in terror, is this the world of masters? Such peculiar tastes. Could this person be a fraud? Maybe this life-extending pill is useless, otherwise why would he trade it for trash? Suppressing his doubts, he cleared his throat and probed, Senior, after I consume this pill I will immediately call my son over." Full of confidence in his finished product, Sushing crossed his arms and let him verify it for himself. The old man tremblingly picked up the pill and swallowed it directly. His first sensation was intense pain throughout his entire body, and he shook violently in agony. However, after only a few seconds, a massive surge of life energy erupted within him, brutally tearing through his silk shirt to reveal youthful, well-defined muscles full of vitality. Bala II stared blankly as he clenched his fist, choking out, "I feel a surge of life within me. Even the calluses on my hands have vanished." The old man hurried to the mirror and looked at his ruddy face, weeping with joy. "I'm at least a dozen years younger." Watching this scene of rejuvenation, Sushing reminded him calmly, "Mr. Bala, can you call your son over now?" Bala II turned around quickly and bowed respectfully. "Many thanks for saving my life, Senior. I will call that rebellious son over at once." A moment later, the young master, who looked like a spoiled brat, walked in. As soon as he heard the request, he jumped up and refused. No way, even if those items aren't high level, they are unique treasures, I won't give them up. But his arrogance didn't last long before he was slapped into seeing stars by his father. The old man pointed at his son's nose and roared in fury, "Your father was about to die and you still won't hand over that junk, damn you. How did I ever raise such a rebellious son?" Bala too looked at his son, who was clutching his swollen face, his hands trembling with rage. The young man shrunk back, spat out a mouthful of blood and muttered aggrievedly, "Dad, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought my piles of scrap metal aren't worth this kind of price." Seeing this family drama unfold, Sushing coughed lightly to clear the air. "Young Master Bala is being modest to you. These may be trash, but they are of great use to me." He casually tossed a storage ring onto the table and ordered decisively, "I'll trouble young Master Bala to put all those items into this ring. Additionally, I have a major business deal to discuss with Mr. Bala." The young master still hesitated, grumbling under his breath with lingering reluctance. He stammered as he tried to negotiate, "Senior, can we change the method of transaction? Is cash okay?" Before Sushing could even speak, his father glared at him in warning, roaring with murderous intent, "Is the junk you picked up in those dungeons more important, or is your father's life? Decide for yourself." Terrified out of his wits, the son submissively took the ring and bowed his head. Yes, I'll go right away." Once his son had scrambled off to scavenge the items, the old man bowed cautiously. "Does Senior have any other instructions?" Sushing tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, laying out new terms. "In addition to equipment, I need exotic metals. As long as you can provide a steady supply, you can continue to exchange them for life-extending pills." Hearing that his hope for survival would continue, the old man was so pleasantly surprised he could hardly believe his ears. "Any amount is fine," Sushing nodded in confirmation. "Naturally." Bala too cupped his hands excitedly. "Many thanks for your favor, Senior. This servant will certainly not fail the mission." With the deal finalized, Sushing felt a secret surge of pride. "Now I won't have to worry about energy points for a short while." A moment later, the bruised and battered son returned with the ring filled with dungeon trash, handing it over with a heartbroken expression. "Senior, you must take good care of them." Sushing took the ring and gave a perfunctory reply, "Don't worry." After stowing the items, he turned to leave. Before departing, he paused and tilted his head slightly, giving a meaningful reminder, "I'll be back next week. Whether there is a second life-extending pill depends on your efforts." Bala too hurried to bow him out. "Rest assured, Senior, we will not disappoint you." The moment the black-robed figure vanished, the smile on the old man's face disappeared, replaced by a cold and sharp gaze. He turned and called for his trusted butler. "Uncle Fu, follow him. You must find out who he is." The son beside him also let out a sinister laugh, offering a suggestion. "Dad, no need for all that trouble. I installed trackers on those items. Once he reaches his destination, we'll naturally know who he is and where he is." The old man patted his son's shoulder in praise. "As expected of my son, you've finally done something decent." Meanwhile, the black-robed figure was soaring through the clouds. During his journey, Sushing was urgently prompting the system in his mind. "System, hurry and calculate how many energy points I can recover this time." The mechanical, cold prompt sounded. "Ding, energy-containing substances detected. Total value, 480 million energy points. Absorb." Hearing this number, Sushing stumbled midair and blurted out, "What, over 400 million? I knew getting rich overnight would be great, but I didn't know it would be this satisfying." A massive sense of happiness swept through him, and he began to sing loudly in the night sky. "Ha ha ha, is there any reward I won't be able to afford after a simulation now?" Just as he was in high spirits, the system threw a bucket of cold water on him. "Host, there is something I'm not sure I should mention." He froze, frowning alertly. "What is it?" A large number of positioning and tracking devices were found among the items. He curled his lip, his eyes filled with contempt for the schemes of the wealthy. "I knew it. How could a family that has endured for 100 years raise a naive, sweet summer child? They really did leave a back door." A cold flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he snorted. "I'm afraid this isn't the only back door they left." Sure enough, when he stopped and glanced back, several dark shadows had appeared behind him. The assassins were drawing their weapons, assuming formations to attack. He didn't care for nonsense. With a wave of his hand, he released a blast of searing lee fire. The flames instantly transformed into a ferocious fire tiger, roaring as it lunged at the group. Swallowed by the lee fire, the high-level assassins couldn't move at all, turning into charcoal amidst their screams. Su Xing's figure flashed like a ghost, his hand clamping down hard on the throat of a surviving assassin. He warned in a low voice, "Go back and tell Bala too to stop investigating my identity. Otherwise, if I can grant him 100 more years of life, I can also send him to the King of Hell instantly." The assassin was so terrified that cold sweat poured down, and he nodded weakly, Yes, Senior, spare me." When the assassin crawled back to the villa dragging a charred arm, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. His voice trembled as he reported to the old patriarch, "Master, that Senior's strength is unfathomable. Our Bala family must never make an enemy of him. He disabled my right arm with just one move." Bala too was pale with shock, slamming the table in rage. "But you're a martial emperor rank expert. The assassin gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain of the charred wound. It wasn't just me. All the subordinates I took were martial emperors, but we couldn't even withstand a single move from that senior. His cultivation is beyond measure. Bala too paced the room anxiously, assessing the mysterious man's power. I'm afraid he isn't far from the legendary rank, he murmured in horror. When did such a powerful figure appear in Great Shah? At that moment his son ran in clutching a tablet, his face deathly pale. Dad, all the trackers I put on the items have failed. Did that senior notice them? Hearing this, Bala too broke into a cold sweat and cried out, "What?" He turned to look at the old butler, letting out a long sigh of concession. "Uncle Fu, you were right. Our Bala family cannot afford to offend such a formidable enemy. We must win him over." He immediately issued an urgent order. "Go and acquire all kinds of exotic metal ores at once. Next week we must give that senior a satisfactory account." The butler bowed. "Yes, master." After settling this highly profitable transaction, Su Xing returned safely to his dormitory. Sitting leisurely on his bed, he rubbed his hands together, murmuring expectantly to himself, "It's time for the weekly simulation again." Pressing the start button, he ordered the simulation to begin. A crisp electronic chime sounded. "Congratulations to the host for drawing a purple talent, crafting genius." The information panel displayed the detailed description, crafting genius. Possession of comprehension in the Tao of artifact refinement far exceeding ordinary people. The magical treasures you refine are of higher quality, and you possess the potential to become a Grand Master crafter. He stroked his chin, satisfied. "Not bad, this is a talent that can make a fortune. Unfortunately, I currently have neither crafting knowledge nor a crafting manual, so I can't rely on it to make it big just yet." The simulation officially began. Originally he intended to enter seclusion in the spirit field blessed land for bitter cultivation, but his plans were disrupted by his troublesome friend, Daguadu Abeo. The fat man hammered on the door outside, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Su Xing, don't just stay cooped up in the dorm. Graduation is coming. Let's go out and get together." You froze for a moment. Time had passed so quickly that you almost forgot reality. Was graduation really that close? That night, Su Xing didn't sit in quiet meditation. Instead, he was tormented all night by Dogwa's slaughtered pig singing at a KTV. He curled up in the corner of the sofa, grumbling and complaining. We agreed to go out for a meal, but this damn fatty's singing addiction kicked in again. Sitting in the corner, listening to his classmates talk about their grand futures, he couldn't help but think of the apocalyptic tragedy that would descend in 20 years. A wave of indescribable sorrow welled up in his heart. Looking at those young faces, he sighed with a moment of realization. Life is short, one should only seek to live it to the fullest. Thus he cast aside his dignity as an immortal cultivator, grabbed the microphone and decided to have a showdown with the fatty, completely letting himself go. The two stood with their arms around each other's shoulders, screaming the chorus with heart-wrenching intensity. "Love, even if it's death, it's not satisfying unless it's thorough." This emotional release brought about a miraculous effect. Your state of mind was unintentionally cleansed and sublimated. You decided to go absolutely wild with your brothers just this once. When he woke up the next day, he felt refreshed and evaluated. The higher the state of mind, the lower the probability of heart demons, and the smoother the cultivation will be. He shook his head with a bitter smile. "I didn't expect a class reunion could actually improve my state of mind." With unshakable confidence, you once again entered the Luo Tian assembly dungeon, intending to push toward the breaking void realm. Upon meeting, the white-bearded master patted your shoulder with a beaming smile and praised, "Good disciple, you've become a great perfection divine strength realm cultivator before even reaching 100 years of age. There is hope for you to become a holy son." Hearing this new term, he raised an eyebrow and speculated, "Holy son? It seems that as my realm improves, my status rises as well." A flash of calculation crossed his eyes. "Once I become a holy son, how will the plot of the Luo Tian assembly change? But then again, why does it always cycle back to the day of the Luo Tian assembly? There must be a secret here." Suppressing his doubts, he asked respectfully, "Master, your disciple has reached the great perfection of the divine strength realm. Please enlighten me on the mysteries of the breaking void realm." The master explained the grand principles kindly. "Actually, it's nothing major. The true secret lies in Yuan Force. Yuan Force is the foundation for us body-refining cultivators, and it is divided into 3 stages: strengthening, entwining, and releasing." He held up one finger to emphasize. Strengthening is using Yuan Force to enhance one's own power. A second finger went up as his arm was covered in a faint light. Entwining is coating the surface with Yuan Force to form high-intensity protection. Finally, with a casual wave, a gust of wind shattered a distant boulder. As for releasing, it is letting the Yuan Force leave the body to attack or attaching it to a weapon with immense power. The old man took out a transparent jade slip and handed it to him, instructing, "Here are Yuan Force supernatural powers and cultivation insights. Do not be lazy." After saying that, he tapped his fingertip lightly, transmitting a segment of martial arts essence directly into Su Xing's mind. Su Xing took a deep breath and cupped his hands. "Many thanks, master." Following the new mantra to circulate his energy, he immediately felt an invisible and violent surge of power erupt within his body. He clenched his fists, murmuring excitedly, So this is astral chi guarding, using yuan force to protect the body's surface and divine strength to toughen the physique, becoming impervious to all techniques. Mastering the new power, he knelt on one knee to give thanks. I will not fail your expectations, Master. The Master stroked his beard and laughed. Spoken with spirit, once your martial strength advances, you can enter the extreme pass areas to strengthen your physical body and step into the breaking void realm. Catching the keyword, he asked curiously, extreme pass areas? The Master kept his hands behind his back and explained in a low voice. Extreme cold, extreme heat, extreme danger. Any place that allows a person's physical body to break through counts. He swallowed hard, realizing the truth of bitter cultivation. Understood. One must proactively seek death and survive in desperate situations to achieve a breakthrough. The real-world Su Sheng watched the simulation, scratching his head and sighing with a bitter smile. Sounds difficult, but thinking of the gains, he clicked his tongue in praise again. This Luo Tian assembly is truly a treasure trove. I've already gained yuan force techniques and a breakthrough method. If I enter as a holy sun later, wouldn't the harvest be even greater? Following the plot after finishing the simulation and leaving the dungeon, you decided to use your old tricks. You once again utilized that guide, Old Dog Zong, to infiltrate the Adventist sect. But this time you played it even bigger. To thoroughly screw over that old dog, you insisted on becoming sworn brothers with him in front of all the elders. You loudly recited the oath, we do not seek to be born on the same day, month and year, but we seek to die on the same day, month and year. Sure enough, this move worked again. A year later, you made off with the resources and successfully defected with Luo Shuing. This act left Old Dog Zong wanting to weep but having no tears. Implicated by your reputation as his sworn brother, he completely lost power within the sect and was placed under strict surveillance. At the parting in the safe zone, Su Sheng handed Luo Shuing a ring filled with resources and instructed, the medicine in here is enough for you all to train for 10 years. If it's not enough, go find the Tarot Society. I'm going into seclusion, she responded with a lingering gaze. We'll wait for you to come back. Returning to your old spot in the spirit field Blessed Land, you cleared your mind of distractions and began bitter practice of yuan force. You thought you could easily break through with your talent, but instead you tasted the bitter fruit of failure. He collapsed on the grass, wailing in pain. Yuan force is too hard to practice. A whole year and not a bit of progress. Although his martial path was blocked, this year of quiet meditation brought unexpected gains. Your chi cultivation successfully broke through to the third layer of the Deity Transformation stage. He stretched and looked around at the desolate, dried-up spirit field, clicking his tongue in lament. The spiritual chi has run dry again. Unwilling to end the simulation just like that, a flash of inspiration hit him. Right, there's still that Dharma Decline era dungeon. I didn't dare go before because my strength was lacking, but now it's time to take a look. The scene shifted. In the Dharma Decline era dungeon, Su Sheng landed on a barren piece of land, frowning as he observed his surroundings. So this is the Dharma Decline era? It looks truly desolate. To save time, he immediately performed divine sense projection. His invisible divine sense swept across the barren mountains like radar. Through the feedback, he keenly discovered 3 massive gates at the foot of the mountain, each leading to 3 different factions. These 3 locations were inscribed with the names Changchun Sect, Xuanwang Sect, and Fusheng Sect. Su Sheng stared at the first name, narrowing his eyes in analysis. The Changchun Sect is likely the birthplace of the evergreen art, meaning it's that old dog's original sect. No need to rush there yet. I'll head to the Xuanwang Sect first and make contact with the great Sha Mole. Having made up his mind, he performed a transformation technique, switching into a tattered Taoist robe and disguising himself as a destitute rogue cultivator. The moment he stepped into the Xuanwang Sect's territory, a low voice drifted from a tea table, intentionally loud as if testing a potential comrade. The Heavenly King covers the ground tiger. The youth sitting there froze mid-sip. He quickly matched the secret code, set down his teacup and responded fluently, "Hunt the tiger on the mountain." Upon hearing the correct response, the youth jumped up in excitement, cupping his hands in a respectful bow, his eyes rimmed with red. "Senior, you finally arrived. Did the organization send you to extract me?" Su Sheng let out an awkward cough and scratched his head, denying it. Actually, I was just passing through." Hearing this, a flash of disappointment crossed the youth's eyes, but he still respectfully invited Su Sheng to sit, cautiously inquiring, "Since you aren't here for the handoff, what are your instructions, Senior?" Su Sheng went straight to the point. "I want to know if the Xuanwang Sect possesses any cultivation methods regarding yuan force." The mole puffed out his chest and guaranteed, "Of course. What grade of technique are you looking for, Senior?" Seeing him talk so big, Su Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously, "Can you really call the shots on something like this?" The youth tilted his chin up and slapped his thigh, boasting about his extremely successful undercover record. "Naturally, I've done quite well for myself in the Xuanwang Sect. To what extent? Currently, I am the vice leader. The leader is in seclusion, so the entire Xuanwang Sect listens to me right now." Watching this from outside the simulator, Su Sheng was so excited he could hardly believe his eyes. He slapped the table and exclaimed, "Holy crap, no wonder he doesn't want to go back to the organization. He's practically the boss now." Thanks to the full support of this mole vice leader, Wang Xiaowu, Su Sheng easily obtained a set of cultivation methods perfectly suited for yuan force and pried a piece of invaluable intelligence regarding the spiritual energy depletion from him. Wang Xiaowu lowered his voice, revealing the truth mysteriously. The spiritual energy of this world is nearly exhausted. I heard its consumption is related to an ancient ruin. He stealthily fished out a dull-colored jade token and shoved it into Su Xing's hand. Senior can use this token to go investigate. Su Xing nodded in agreement. He took the cold token and thanked him respectfully. Many thanks, brother. Without any hesitation, Su Xing followed the token's guidance, passing through thick forests until he arrived before the gate of a brand new ruin. Looking at the moss-covered, desolate and broken debris before him, he frowned and murmured, "Is this the ancient ruin? I suddenly have an ominous feeling." As it turned out, his intuition was perfectly accurate. No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark shadow suddenly swept past in the distance, carrying a surge of murderous intent as vast as an ocean. A pale blade ground from beast bone grazed his ear, nearly skewering his body. Su Xing leaped backward, assuming a defensive stance, and was shocked to discover that the attacker was once again that old dog Sect leader. The old fellow glared at him through gritted teeth, roaring in fury. "Su Xing, you've made my life miserable." Su Xing narrowed his eyes to assess the situation, thinking, so this old dog hid inside the dungeon. No wonder the Adventist sect couldn't catch him. Perfect timing. "I haven't had a real fight in a while. I'll use this chance to consolidate my killing intent." Shaping, he let out a cold laugh and waved his sword to provoke the old dog. "Give up your life." Neither gave an inch as they clashed frantically, unfolding an earth-shattering decisive battle in the depths of the dungeon. While parrying attacks, the old dog roared like a madman. "Su Xing, die. If you have the guts, then come at me." Dust filled the air as spells boomed incessantly. Both sides traded blows for hundreds of rounds, fighting for 3 full days and nights. Finally, on one early morning, the old dog's stamina was exhausted, and he fell into a disadvantage. He leaned on his sword, gasping for breath, still trying to save face. "My swordsmanship is indeed inferior to yours. I admit defeat, but when it comes to magical spells and supernatural powers, you aren't even in my league." Having said that, the old dog gritted his teeth and channeled his energy, suddenly unleashing a brand new method of attack. A black shadow lunged from his sleeve, shaped like a giant venomous snake with its maw wide open, aiming straight for Su Xing's vitals. Su Xing let out a contemptuous snort. "Oh, is that so?" Simultaneously, a red glow rose from his arm, showing no fear. He immediately unleashed the Li fire art, intending to refine all filth in the world. Holy flames instantly enveloped the surrounding space, and the evil snake shadow let out a piercing shriek within the fire, turning to ash in an instant. Seeing his trump card broken, the old dog retreated in panic, desperately sacrificing his final ace, the nascent soul puppet art. In an instant, a group of clones formed from earth heavily surrounded Su Xing. Several puppets with immense strength lunged at him frantically. However, Su Xing smiled confidently. Relying on the extremely rich combat experience accumulated across simulations, he easily saw through the flaws. He threw out a powerful heavy punch, directly shattering the core of one nascent soul rank puppet. As the puppet exploded, the sect leader in the distance also suffered a backlash, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. The old man clutched his chest in horror, stammering out a question. How could you know where the core of the puppet formation was?" Su Xing tilted his chin up arrogantly, answering in a flat tone, "Naturally, it's because I've already killed you countless times." Realizing the chasm in their strength and having lost his strongest puppet formation, the old dog was terrified out of his wits and no longer dared to fight. He hurriedly waved various life-saving charms in an attempt to stall for time and escape. But the net of heaven was vast. After a 3-day chase, Su Xing finally drove him into a dead end and personally killed the old beast. This time, the old dog's protective treasures had all been exhausted during the fierce battle. Standing beside the cold corpse, Su Xing patted his head and let out a sigh of regret. As expected, I still need to one-shot this old dog to perfectly inherit his entire legacy. After clearing the battlefield, he turned and set off, heading straight for the Changchun sect. By now he was full of confidence regarding the peculiar supernatural power the old dog had learned, and decided to go to the Changchun sect to seek guidance. Just as he stepped into the mountain gate, someone actually ran out to greet him respectfully, bowing deeply and probing cautiously. "May I ask, Senior, are you the fellow Taoist who displayed such divine power at Lingyun Mountain a few days ago?" Su Xing was somewhat surprised by this polite attitude. He nodded calmly and responded, "Correct. I have come here to inquire about a few matters." The man hurriedly waved his hands, his waist bending even lower as he answered flatteringly, "I would never dare accept the word inquire from you. Whatever questions you have, Senior, this junior will do his utmost to answer." Looking at the man's subservient manner, Su Xing lamented in his heart, "Is this the terrifying aspect of strength? It can actually make a golden core cultivator so polite to me." Relying on the prestige of that famous battle, the Changchun sect leader personally came to receive him and gave him a tour of the sect's grand and majestic sutra pavilion. Among the 10,000 scrolls, he finally found that 8 trigrams fortune-telling art that the old dog had secretly studied back then. Holding the tattered ancient book, Su Xing cheered excitedly. "This is the complete version of the 8 trigrams fortune-telling art. If I can practice it to great perfection, even deceiving the heavenly Tao will be easy as pie." Simultaneously, the system prompt sounded, confirming that this was an extremely rare heaven-rank cultivation method. Su Xing's eyes widened and he cried out, "What? A heaven rank method? A place like this actually hides a heaven rank method. Driven by curiosity, he flipped through the first few pages without hesitation. However, the first line that met his eyes left him instantly dumbfounded, plunging him into extreme confusion. The massive title clearly read 4 words, Evergreen Art. He frowned and asked himself, isn't this the Evergreen Art? Is it in the wrong place? Seeing Su Xing's confused expression, the sect leader standing nearby stroked his beard and laughed, explaining patiently, Senior might not be aware, but this is not an error. To master a heaven rank method, one must gather 3 earth rank methods and combine them into one. Su Xing's mouth hung open as he dryly mocked, Fusion, aren't we practicing immortal cultivation? Why did the style suddenly turn into a matching game? The sect leader patiently continued his explanation. The other 2 methods are the Xuanwang art and the Fusheng art. Our 3 major sects once made a vow that whoever could synthesize the heaven rank method in the future must give back to the other 2 sects. Su Xing rubbed his chin, using logical reasoning. Since you know it can be synthesized and someone must have succeeded, the sect leader nodded in confirmation. Indeed, the synthesized manual was named the 10,000 Wood Sutra. He let out a sigh, his gaze deep as he lamented, Unfortunately, this technique vanished along with the spiritual energy. We have tried for many years but could never replicate it. Su Xing raised an eyebrow, pressing on unwillingly. Is there really no other way? The sect leader revealed a mysterious smile, and answered slowly, It isn't as if there is no way at all. Su Xing's eyes lit up and he hurriedly leaned forward. Oh, what way? The sect leader fished a dull-colored jade slip from his robes and handed it to him solemnly. This is a map to an ancient tomb ruin. The method to synthesize the 10,000 Wood Sutra is stored there. I am old, and reaching the golden core stage is already a gift from the heavens, but you are different. Your future is limitless. Taking this grand gift, Su Xing cupped his hands and gave a solemn promise. Many thanks, sect leader. If I truly find the heaven rank method, I will surely return to repay this kindness. The sect leader hurriedly waved his hands modestly. I wouldn't dare. Guided by the map, Su Xing crossed many obstacles and finally arrived before a heavy stone door. Recalling previous instructions, he whispered to cross-check the information. Wang Xiaowu said this ancient tomb ruin was related to the depletion of spiritual energy in the Dharma decline era. The Changchun sect leader said there was a synthesis method for a heaven-rank technique here. He stared intently at the tightly closed door, wondering what secrets are hidden here. He took a deep breath, channeled his energy, and slowly pushed open the stone door. However, the scene behind the door was not a gloomy and terrifying tomb, but a vibrant and lush valley. The stunning scenery shocked him to the extreme, completely overturning his perception of a grave. He asked the void in astonishment, I thought it was an ancient tomb. Why is it so beautiful? Sensing something was off, he patted his forehead and reminded himself, gotta check the map first. He reached into his pocket for the old jade slip and projected his divine sense into it. A sophisticated 3D map floated before him. Comparing it to the actual terrain, he slapped his thigh and cried out, I get it, that door just now wasn't the real entrance to the tomb. The true entrance is hidden in a valley somewhere in these mountains. To avoid wasting time, he chose a flat rock to sit cross-legged and released his divine sense across this majestic strait. His divine sense swept every corner like a radar net. He murmured with full confidence, finding things definitely depends on divine sense. However, reality dealt him a stinging blow. He had thought that with his 1,000 zhong range divine sense, searching a small valley would be easy as pie. But an entire month passed, and he had combed through every inch of soil without seeing even a shadow of the valley marked on the map. He helplessly retracted his divine sense and shouldered his pack. He decided to use the most primitive method, walking, to measure every corner of this massive mountain, hoping to stumble upon something by luck. The arduous search turned into an unexpected excursion. He strolled leisurely through the mountains and rivers, looking for the ruins while admiring the magnificent scenery. Occasionally, when his hands felt restless, he would draw his bow and shoot some wild game to improve his meals. While roasting meat by a stream, he looked at the beautiful view and sighed, if only there was no apocalypse. With such beautiful scenery, how great would it be to open a resort here? Just as he was lost in thought, a pure white rabbit suddenly darted out from the bushes, startling him so much that the water he was holding splashed all over his face. His mood ruined, Su Xing jumped up in annoyance, tossed away his unfinished meat and chased after it while cursing. Damn rabbit, don't run, come and fight me one-on-one if you've got the guts. Driven into a dead end, the panicked rabbit slammed headfirst into a massive vertical rock wall and fainted on the spot. Su Xing stepped forward to pick up his prey, but he froze when he looked up. This rock was incredibly smooth and staggeringly huge, at least 1,000 zhong high. Piercing directly into the clouds, he rubbed his chin and marveled. So tall. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Wait, with such a conspicuous giant rock, why didn't I notice it at all when I scanned the entire mountain with my divine sense just now? He walked around the rock, tapping and knocking on it, finally realizing an astounding truth. This rock could actually only be seen with the naked eye. Divine sense was completely unable to detect it. His eyes shone with brilliance, and he slapped his hands together in excitement. This is it. This is absolutely the entrance to the ruins. Without a word, he gathered all the spiritual energy in his body into his right fist and unleashed a powerful heavy punch. accompanied by flying stone shards, the giant rock blocking the way shattered upon impact. A pitch-black entrance leading to a massive interior grotto was revealed. Sushing brushed the dust off his shoulders and smiled triumphantly. "It really is the entrance. Let me see what treasures are hidden inside." But before his smile could fade, the scene behind the door made him take a step back in shock. Along both sides of the corridor lay countless skeletons dressed in Taoist robes packed closely together. He swallowed hard and murmured in a low voice, "These people, could they be predecessors who came seeking treasure?" Looking at the bones, Sushing realized this place was extremely dangerous and not somewhere to linger. Simultaneously, his seeking luck and avoiding calamity talent activated automatically. Piercing alarms rang in his mind, urging him to leave this death-filled place at once. After weighing his options, he assessed himself. With my current cultivation, going in would probably be a suicide mission. Although dying in the simulation didn't matter, he would have to wait a week for the next one. He couldn't afford to waste this opportunity. Thus, he carefully noted the coordinates of the giant rock and decisively chose to leave the dungeon. Just like that, he ended his journey, returned safely to the real world, and resumed his daily life. He began a period of secluded, focused cultivation of the vein-severing formula sent by Wang Xiaowu. Hard work paid off. He finally saw the light and mastered the essence of controlling Yuan Force. Sushing sat on his bed looking curiously at the intangible cluster of Yuan Force flame dancing flexibly on his fingertips according to his will. He clenched his fist and announced heroically, "Yuan Force entwining is finally mastered. It's time to defeat everyone." The simulation progressed to the 18th year, and the cultivation process became smoother and smoother. Once everything was on the right track, he still maintained a regular schedule, setting his alarm to water those spirit herbs in the backyard on time. Hearing the alarm, he mumbled while carrying the watering can, "Time to water them, the flowers are dying of thirst." He watered them nimbly, wiped sweat from his forehead, and let out a sigh, wishing he could hire an assistant. As he leaned over the vibrant spirit-gathering flowers, he suddenly froze. Thick crystalline drops of liquid were condensing on the petals, emitting an unusual glow. He stared wide-eyed, realizing they were priceless. "This is spirit fluid. Each drop was worth 100 spirit stones." He jumped for joy, finally understanding why his cultivation had progressed so rapidly lately. No wonder his training had been so smooth. It turned out the concentration of spiritual energy in the spirit field blessed land was so high that it could condense into spiritual medicine essence. With great patience, he spent an entire week carefully collecting every drop of spirit fluid until he finally filled a jade bottle. Clutching the cold bottle, he wondered aloud, "Let's see how powerful this is." With that, he tilted his head back and poured a bit into his mouth. The moment the golden liquid hit his throat, a pure and massive surge of spiritual power exploded in his dantian, making him click his tongue in praise. He discovered that this liquid form was easier to absorb than solid spirit stones. The effect was millions of times more potent. He gripped the jade bottle tightly. He confidently announced, "With this treasure I can surely reach the great perfection of the Deity Transformation stage before the apocalypse." Over the next few years, his life became monotonous and rhythmic. Every day was either spent collecting spirit fluid or meditating in seclusion, over and over again. In a flash, the simulation reached year 25. He sat on the ground dejectedly, looking at the empty bottle in his hand. 2 streams of hot tears fell as he cried like a child. As expected, reaching the great perfection of Deity Transformation wasn't that simple. Although he didn't break through the bottleneck, years of nourishment by the spirit fluid had made his foundation extremely solid, and his strength was already far beyond what it once was. With the apocalypse approaching, he decided to stake it all. He packed his bags and headed deep into the ancient tomb ruins to explore. Stepping into the tomb, he came upon a skeleton sitting in meditation. Seeing the jade-white bones, he marveled that they still faintly glowed after all these years. This person must have been at least at the nascent soul great perfection stage, perhaps even a deity transformation cultivator. He lightly touched the broken sword beside the remains and whispered a farewell. "Cultivation is an act against heaven. Rest in peace, senior." He respectfully placed a cloth over the skeleton as a mark of honor. However, to his utter surprise, as soon as he turned to leave, a crisp cracking sound came from the ground beneath his feet. Before he could react, the ground shattered like glass, revealing a bottomless pit. He stepped into empty air and plummeted. In a panic, he channeled his energy to cast the Lee fire art. Roaring, "Rise!" Instantly, 2 intense fireballs erupted beneath his feet, like Naza's wind fire wheels, stabilizing his figure and allowing him to hover in the pitch-black space. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, he mocked himself. It seems being a good person is truly hard these days. Once he finally calmed down, he instinctively looked toward the bottom of the abyss. The sight made him gasp. The darkness was filled with tens of thousands of skeletons emitting a faint phosphorescence. He cried out, "Is this a mass grave?" Gaining courage, he lowered his height with a lantern emitting a dim green light to investigate. Looking at the mountains of remains on the ground, he discovered with horror that these people were all void-returning stage cultivators in life. His mind raced. What secret lay in these ruins? Even void-returning masters died here in droves. He looked around and keenly detected an unusual energy fluctuation, the aura of spiritual chi. Approaching, he analyzed that although it was thin, it proved a spiritual vein existed here. Following the trail, he reached the source and nodded. "This is it. Suddenly, a black shadow darted from the rocky wall, reaching his back in an instant. Startled, he turned and barked, "Who is it?" Seeing the stiff, cold body, he murmured, "A puppet." Without hesitation, he instinctively drew his sword to strike. He swung a void-piercing slash with all his might, accompanied by a shrill metallic clang. The sword struck the target. However, not even a white mark appeared on the puppet's shell. Instead, his precious Mo Bing sword shattered into countless fragments with a crack. Looking at the broken hilt on the ground, he swallowed, shocked that this thing could shatter Mo Bing. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the puppet, he painfully realized a cruel truth. This puppet possessed the strength of the void returning stage. Without a weapon, he clenched his fists and injected violent yuan force, intending to test it with a heavy punch. However, before a void returning puppet, his speed was like a snail crawling. Before he could even move, the opponent threw a 1,000-pound punch that slammed into his face, the impact sending him flying. In midair, he spat a mouthful of blood and broken teeth, murmuring in despair, "As expected, it's still not enough." With a dull thud, he slammed into the cold stone wall, embedding himself within it. The system interface ruthlessly popped up a red notification. "You have died. This simulation has ended." In reality, Su Xing sat on his bed, wiped his face while looking at the simulation report, and sighed helplessly. As expected of a void-returning puppet, it can one-shot me. However, this failure did not discourage him. He rubbed his chin, calculating the massive gains. That tomb held countless secrets and surely many treasures. He had to return once he was strong enough. Back at the reward interface, he made his choice. Claim the Deity Transformation Great Perfection Cultivation and 2,300 Spirit-Gathering Flowers. Watching the spirit field space expand again, he smiled with satisfaction at the bountiful agricultural results. The number of spirit-gathering flowers was now nearly 3,500. The chi produced by so many was enough to upgrade the spirit field blessed land into a Grotto-Heaven. Just then, the dormitory door slammed open and his friend Dagua burst in with takeout, patting his shoulder. "Su Xing, I've found an apartment for you. When do you plan to move?" Su Xing, immersed in the joy of his breakthrough, turned back blankly and asked, "Move? Why would I move?" Dagua looked at him like he was an alien, reminding him of the cruel reality. "We're graduating soon. New freshmen will move into this double room. Do you really want to squeeze in with a stranger?" Reminded by his buddy, Su Xing slapped his forehead, remembering. He mumbled, "Oh right, top students who didn't repeat grades like Dagua naturally didn't have to worry about housing." But Su Xing didn't want to share a room with a stranger. He shook his head repeatedly in refusal. "No, Kyoto University is the safest place in Great Sha. I'm not leaving, but I don't want a new roommate either. I have to find a way to get a single room." A wild idea struck him, and he grabbed Dagua's sleeve, pleading, "Good brother, do you think the school can arrange a single dorm for me?" Dagua burst out laughing, shaking off his hand mockingly. "What are you thinking? You won't even get past Instructor Lu unless you're a school employee." This joke lit up Su Xing's hope. He jumped up and snapped his fingers. "Exactly, employee. I can apply to be a school employee." Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and skillfully dialed the emergency help number. On the other end, Jin Kongshui was busy with documents and answered, "Hello." The female CEO's voice was cold and concise. Su Xing shouted urgently into the phone, "Kongshui, help me find a leisurely job at Kyoto University, the kind that comes with a single dorm. School starts in September and I don't want to squeeze in with a freshman." Knowing his habit of making requests, she sighed and gave her terms. "Fine, I'll ask around for you. However, I have one condition." Su Xing was particularly sensitive to the word condition, and immediately pricked up his ears. "What condition?" Hearing the hint on the other end, his face turned beet red and his heart raised. Jin Kongshui's playful and ambiguous voice came through the speaker. "From now on, you have to leave the door unlocked for me every night. Even if I don't go, the door must be open." Having his thoughts exposed, Su Xing hung up quickly to hide his embarrassment. He mumbled, I know. Just get the job sorted first." Another week passed, and while browsing his phone in the dorm, Su Xing received a text from Jin Kongshui. "The job is looking promising. When are you free for dinner?" Looking at the text, Su Xing could only shake his head with a wry smile, painfully refusing the tempting invitation. Going now would definitely delay serious business. The simulation was more important. He started the system, and the mechanical prompt announced the start of a new round. "Congratulations to the host for drawing a purple talent. Array Prodigy." His eyes sparkled as if he had found a gold ingot, and he clapped excitedly. "Fantastic, another talent that can make a fortune. It's a pity I don't have any books on formations yet, and I'm not short on money either. For now, I'll just keep this Array Dao talent in the talent pool." In this new round of simulation, you decide to start by collecting spirit liquid. After some careful calculation, you find that the yield of spirit liquid is approximately 150 drops per day. At 150 drops a day, that adds up to about 50,000 drops a year. One drop is equivalent to 100 spirit stones. Heavens, I'm rich again. You once again use that old Sect dog to infiltrate the Sect, intending to trade spirit liquid for cultivation resources, such as formation-related techniques. As it turns out, that old Sect dog is a real piece of work. Not only did he fail to provide what you wanted, but he also gave you a bunch of evil cultivation manuals, trying to drag you down the path of an evil cultivator. You bid farewell to the old Sect dog and focused on cultivating within the spirit field blessed land, with the help of the spirit liquid. By the end of the 11th year, you finally mastered force externalization. "My control over force is becoming more and more proficient. Then he attempted a strike of force externalization. He casually picked up a stone from the ground, tossed it high into the air as a target, condensed force in his other hand and shattered it. The force erupted, shattering the rock in mid-air. This is Tier 4 exotic metal, yet I smashed it with a single punch. With my current strength, nothing unexpected should happen if I participate in the Tinluo Grand Assembly, right? This time at the assembly your master spoke up. A heroic youth indeed. As expected, your master did not misjudge you. This is all thanks to master's guidance. Since you have already learned force entanglement, it is time for your master to gift you a divine weapon. Thank you, master. You know full well that as your cultivation level rises, your treatment will improve accordingly. Disciple, this is a force axe, a type of meta weapon. Master, this axe looks just like an ordinary wood chopping axe. You're not wrong to say that because meta weapons begin with the most basic weapon entanglement. Basic, the mysteries of force are infinite, and its subtlety is no less than that of spiritual chi. As long as you have enough patience to nurture it, an ordinary weapon can be transformed into a meta weapon comparable to an immortal artifact. So the method of nurturing it is to let the force entwine this axe, correct? Thank you for the guidance, master. After receiving instruction from Niu Ruli, you obtained the method for nurturing meta weapons. He then bestowed upon you the Rui visualization method, the sky flame art, and a void refinement pill. Outside the simulator, you watched with a face full of excitement. The sky flame art was the perfect supplement for the fire element techniques you lacked. The Rui visualization method could be used to cultivate divine sense, and the void refinement pill would help you break through to the void return realm. The harvest from this Tinluo Grand Assembly was truly significant. You returned to the spirit field Blessed Land clutching a pile of treasures and began to cultivate in earnest. With the boost from the spirit liquid, your cultivation went very smoothly. Your divine sense expanded to 6,800 zhang, and your protective astral chi reached the stage of minor mastery. More importantly, your cultivation finally reached the peak of the Deity Transformation stage. You are now just one step away from the void return realm. To break through, first you need a void refinement pill, and second you need to find an extreme limit realm. However, based on your current cultivation, it's unlikely such a place exists on Blue Star. To refine the void refinement pill, you embarked on a journey to collect spring dew pure water. This is the very first drop of rain on the day of the awakening of insects. The moment you stood in the rain, you used your divine sense to precisely lock onto these 10 drops of rainwater. To secure the dew essence water, you hid in the clouds ahead of time and were struck by 100,000 volts of lightning. This rain falls so fast. To collect the falling rain, you dove into the deep sea to endure high pressure and stepped into volcanoes to endure endless seas of fire. Although it was grueling, fortunately, your efforts were not in vain. And you finally collected everything. To avoid wasting the hard-earned spring dew pure water, you began to hone your divine sense, doing your utmost to reduce the difficulty of alchemy. Meanwhile, you continued to travel to the Blood Moonland to fight, hoping to find an extreme limit realm. The monsters there would take a detour just to avoid you. Oh no, he's coming. Why are you running? Come and besiege me, push me into a desperate situation and let's see. The weakness of the demonic beasts caused you great heartache. To find an extreme limit realm for your breakthrough, you began to frequently enter dungeons. One moment you were bathing in a lava lake. The next you were meditating in a sea of flames, or even sleeping on a bed of nails made of exotic metal. After a year of hard work, not only did you fail to encounter an extreme limit realm, but your body refinement cultivation actually improved quite a bit. Why does it feel wrong that my cultivation is getting stronger? Is finding an extreme limit realm absolutely necessary? The ancient tomb ruins fit the criteria for an extreme environment, but I'd die there before I even had a chance to cultivate, so a breakthrough would be impossible. Soon that familiar giant maw prepared to bite down on him. Has that day come again? These days of suffering weren't for nothing. Although I can't hold out for long, I'm no longer getting one-shotted. But inside the giant beast belly he sensed something strange. What's happening? A bolt of lightning struck you, you couldn't resist, and even your soul was extinguished. Seeing this in the simulator, however, he was ecstatic. Wait, if I can survive in the giant beast stomach for a period of time now, doesn't that mean the beast stomach is the most perfect extreme limit realm? I can break through to the void return realm before I die. Immediately, he made a note on the compendium. The extreme limit realm had been found, but the problem was that his body couldn't hold out long enough to reach the moment of breakthrough. If I cultivate the protective astral chi to great perfection, I should be able to last for a while in the beast's stomach, right? Please choose your reward, host. Ah, I almost forgot. This is it. System information surfaced. Purple talent, array prodigy, value 1 million energy points. Force cultivation insights, value 10 million energy points. 1 million drops of low-grade spirit liquid, value 100 million energy points. Minor mastery protective astral chi, value 50 million simulation energy. Rui visualization method beginner, divine sense range increased to 7,000 zhang. System, your prices are getting more and more expensive, tens of millions at every turn. My energy points aren't enough at all. I'll have to visit the Bala estate again. I wonder if the old man has prepared any surprises for me. This time, he arrived once more beneath the large tree in front of the house, first using his divine sense to check if there were any masters inside the estate. His divine sense flew out to sweep the area. Excellent. There are only a dozen or so heavenly kings and 3 emperor-rank experts. None are a match for me. Meanwhile, Bala too received a report. Master, these are the dungeon items we've acquired. They've been put into storage just waiting for that senior to come and collect them. Good. I wonder when that senior will arrive. Just as he was thinking about the second life-extending pill, the man appeared before him. Old man, long time no see. Oh, senior, why didn't you give a heads up so I could have someone prepare tea? I heard that the Bala Chamber of Commerce has been making a big show of acquiring dungeon items lately. Since senior needs these items, our Bala Chamber of Commerce will naturally do our utmost to acquire them, as long as it makes senior happy. He chuckled inwardly. As expected of the heir to the Bala family, he certainly knew how to talk. He tossed a bottle to the old man. Here's another life-extending pill which can extend your life by 5 years. Just give me roughly the same amount of dungeon items as last time. Thank you, senior. Senior, my son Bala Chi was ignorant before. I have already disciplined him during this time. These are the dungeon items he has collected over the past few years. I'm handing them all over to senior. He checked them and was secretly delighted. Great. The items in this storage ring are 3 times more than last time, worth 200 million energy points. Bala too continued. Senior, business is business, but a favor is a favor. Consider these items a token of my gratitude for saving my life. He was overjoyed. These were all high-tier items, worth at least 30 million energy points. A huge profit. Now there's no need to fear the black-hearted system raising prices. You have handled things very thoughtfully. This venerable one is pleased. Consider it that I owe you a favor. I wouldn't dare. If the Bala family faces an unsolvable crisis, spread the word that an earth-shaking treasure has been found in a dungeon, and I will come to assist immediately. Then I thank you, senior. With that, he drifted away. Afterward, Bala too returned to his seat and said to his confidant, Uncle Fu, did you hear what that mysterious powerhouse just said? Master, having a favor from that senior is equivalent to having an extra backer. Heaven is truly blessing the Bala family. It's just a favor. A powerhouse like that has no desire to be associated with mere mortals like us. I suspect that senior has already entered the legendary realm. It's only natural that such a powerhouse doesn't want to be controlled by anyone. It's a pity I don't have a daughter as beautiful as a flower, only a foolish son who is useless at critical moments. You can't say that, master. There are countless chambers of commerce in Washa, yet that mysterious powerhouse only does business with us. This shows the Bala family is favored by heaven and possesses a unique opportunity. Ah Fu, you're right. I was overthinking it. Bala too then gave the order, pass down my command. Expand the scale of dungeon item acquisitions and increase the purchase price by 20%. I want all dungeon items from all 13 provinces of Washa to belong to our Bala Chamber of Commerce. Yes, master. Meanwhile, he returned to his dormitory, rubbing his hands in anticipation. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. I'm rich. Let's see what to exchange for this time. He chose the protective astral chi and the Ruyi visualization method. The former was for breaking through to the void return realm and the extreme limit realm, and the latter was to enhance his divine sense. 2 surges of energy erupted from the system and rushed directly into his body. In just an instant he felt as if he were already intimately familiar with these abilities. Next he tested the protective astral chi. An invisible layer of armor seemed to shroud his body. This protective astral chi was like a barrier, invulnerable to blades and spears and extremely dense. No wonder he hadn't died instantly upon entering the giant beast's stomach before. According to the system, his divine sense was now at 7,000 zhong. What does 7,000 zhong represent? He immediately released his divine sense, letting it expand and spread outward as he made an estimation. In the entire imperial capital, no one can hide from my divine sense. It's as if I am the true god of this city. Is this what a god's eye view feels like? But immediately after, he slapped himself. Get a grip, don't let it go to your head. That's when trouble starts. The apocalypse is coming in 20 years. I have no time for arrogance. Another week passed, and the simulation continued. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the purple talent, Woodfire Dual Attribute Heavenly Spiritual Root. Description: you are a 1 in a million cultivation genius. Possessing an extremely rare heavenly spiritual root, your cultivation speed is over 100 times that of an ordinary person. At the same time, your heavenly spiritual root seems to have undergone a mutation, possessing 1 more attribute than a standard one. He was ecstatic. He had finally rolled a spiritual root talent. He had to bring the spiritual root out of this simulation. With the boost from the heavenly spiritual root, your cultivation speed progressed by leaps and bounds. In the first year of cultivation, you sensed the force seed. With this seed, your ability to fight continuously using force increased several times over. By the second year, you successfully entered the stage of major mastery in force externalization, just 1 step away from the 3rd stage. By the third year, your divine sense had expanded to 9,100 jong. Looking at the simulator, he was moved to tears of joy. Is this the power of a heavenly spiritual root? Such terrifying cultivation speed. What kind of miserable life was I living before? In the 10th year, you cultivated the protective astral chi to the level of major mastery, and felt it was time to go out and slay enemies. You once again became a nightmare for the demonic beasts. To forge a miniature of killing intent, you had to head to the ancient tomb ruins. Senior, it's been a while. Show me your moves. The good news was that with force externalization and protective astral chi, the puppet couldn't do anything to you. The bad news was that you couldn't do anything to the puppet either. This isn't right. Why am I fighting these mannequins? My goal is to enter the tomb passage. I need to find an opening. In a flash, he used a layer of astral chi to knock the puppet back. Haha, I'm done playing with you. When he stepped into the area, he could hardly believe his eyes. In this Dharma-Ending age where spiritual chi was depleted, how could so many spirit herbs be growing here? And the grade of these herbs wasn't low either. If I follow this sea of flowers, I should reach the central area of the ancient tomb ruins, right? After walking for a while, he was blocked. This is a barrier wall. The spiritual chi outside is leaking from here. The source of the entire ruin's spiritual chi should be inside. He reached out and summoned his weapon. Sword, come. He began to slash repeatedly at the barrier, but it showed no signs of breaking. It broke again. What material is this barrier made of? The massive commotion drew the puppet back to him. The puppet was catching up, time was running out. He once again unleashed a force punch. To his surprise, a cracking sound was heard this time. Did it work? He looked toward that well of spiritual chi as the puppet closed in. He immediately jumped into the well, waving his hand in farewell. I'm out of here. No more playing around. After entering the well, he seemed to be teleported to another location. Heavens, where did this send me? Am I still in the ruins? He looked at the plants growing before him. Top-grade Lingzi, the finest among heavenly treasures, usually growing on spirit veins with extremely dense spiritual chi. Top-grade ginseng only grows on spirit veins too. Could this place be? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a spirit vein ahead, and a legendary dragon spirit vein at that. He had heard that when the spiritual chi of a top-grade spirit vein reaches a certain concentration, a creature called a spirit vein dragon is produced. Wherever the spirit dragon resides, there is an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy. He walked toward the dragon's location. Since such a treasure was born in the Dharma-Ending age, why did the era of decline even start? Just then, he heard the sound of breathing. Who is it? The dragon's voice echoed. Look ahead. With his level 10 beast language ability, he could easily converse with it. Are you the one talking to me? Asked the spirit dragon. Move the coffin. Is this azure coffin suppressing the spirit dragon vein, causing the spiritual chi to almost run dry? What if I shatter this azure coffin for you? How about you acknowledge me as your master? Shatter it first, then we'll talk. You thought to yourself that this little fellow isn't easy to fool. It seems you'll have to show some real skill. This time you unleashed a strike with your force punch, aiming directly at the azure coffin before you. But it didn't seem to budge an inch. Could this azure coffin be the core of this secret realm's formation? The spirit dragon spoke again. Human, continue. And as for me, this human, my name is Su Xing. Driven by anger, you smashed a fist into the azure coffin. Soon, cracks began to appear on its surface. It's working. Just then, a voice echoed from inside the coffin. Who dares disturb the peaceful slumber of this Zhenren? A wave of power sent you flying backward. A Zhenren? One must know that even a cultivator of the Void Return realm would not dare call themselves a Zhenren. Lying within the azure coffin was actually a powerhouse of the body integration realm. A massive figure emerged looking down upon you. The man gazed down at the spirit dragon below. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after I, Master Wanmu, sacrificed the world's spirit veins and suppressed them with my own body, I would actually force out a spirit dragon. You pointed at him and questioned. Sacrificing the world's spirit veins? So you are the one who caused the entire cultivation continent to enter the Dharma-Ending age, he sneered. Brat, you woke me up, so I suppose you deserve some credit. I might as well tell you, cultivation is an act of defying heaven, and ascension requires the destruction of heaven and earth. Not only the entire cultivation continent, but even you shall become the nourishment for my ascension. With a casual wave of his hand, he moved to seize the divine sense within your body. Through the simulator, you watch the system notification. Your physical body and soul have been destroyed. This simulation has ended. This old guy really returned kindness with enmity. He is clearly no saint. I am still too weak. A body integration realm powerhouse has lived for at least 7,000 or 8,000 years. What am I to him? First, I'll choose the rewards. I must take the wood-fire dual-attribute heavenly spiritual root, and for the other I'll choose the Stage 3 perfection of force. Energy and power surged into your body once more, as expected of a heavenly spiritual root. My speed of absorbing spiritual chi has doubled. This time you felt the force seed within your abdomen. You tested a punch. While force externalization is powerful in combat, it lacks endurance. With this force seed, even if you fight continuously for several hours in the future, you won't run out of force. In the next simulation, I should be able to reach the perfection stage, and the protective astral chi technique should at least reach major mastery. Will this strength be enough to withstand the pressure inside the giant beast's stomach? It's too early to think about that. Better refine this week's pills first. Back at the hotel, Jin Songshui took a pile of items from you. You've delivered another 4,000 pills this week. Has your strength increased again? Not at all. I've just been eating a lot of spirit rice lately, so I'm well nourished. That's perfect then. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? The Spirit Rice project has begun. The military is currently contacting us, hoping we can tell them where the spirit rice is produced. Just tell them the truth. The Qingyun dungeon is only a temporary dungeon. That is indeed what I said, but the military hopes our tarot club can provide 1 million jin of spirit rice every year. 1 million jin, the military certainly knows their stuff. I do have that much spirit rice, but is it really okay to promote it so early? They won't follow the clues back to me, will they? Jin Songshui continued. That's why they agreed to transfer the mining rights for 4 grade 1 mining zones. You almost choked on your water. 4 mining zones. How many energy points can the exotic metals from 4 grade 1 mining zones be worth in the system? Although you couldn't calculate it precisely, it was guaranteed that one zone could produce 100 million energy points. You immediately said, deal, nothing ventured, nothing gained. With my current strength I can afford to take a risk. Good, I understand. That's all for today. I have other matters to attend to. Let's talk again in a week. Listening to her, you felt like something was missing, but you still said, all right, goodbye. Is she letting me off that easily today? That's not like her. I have a feeling she's hiding something from me. Afterward, you returned to your dormitory. You set a small goal for this simulation. Break through to the Void Return Realm. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn a purple talent. Longevity species. Longevity species, you possess a special bloodline. Your lifespan is double that of an ordinary cultivator. Determined to outlive all your enemies. Double the lifespan. If I reach the Mahayana realm, wouldn't my 10,000-year lifespan suddenly turn into 20,000? How is that any different from immortality? The simulation began. You wasted no time and quickly found that old Sect dog to join the Advent cult. Then you used the secret code with Luo Shuing, ransacked the Advent cult's treasury, and defected to the Washa military. Over the next few years you used the resources from both the military and the Advent cult to cultivate in seclusion. In the blink of an eye the 8th year arrived. As expected, one must still go out and slay enemies to improve one's insights. Pure seclusion isn't enough. You planned to head to the monster-suppressing pass to kill enemies, but you didn't expect to run into that old Sect dog in the capital. He immediately pounced on you. You bastard, you've made my life a living hell. While dodging, you thought, can I kill him in a single second this time? You swung your sword and in an instant he seemed to turn into a puppet. As expected, it still didn't work. This old dog is truly hard to kill. You vented all your frustration over being unable to inherit the old Sect dog's legacy on the demonic beasts at the monster-suppressing pass. Your powerful combat strength quickly earned the respect of the professionals. You were regarded as humanity's last hope. Just then, your roommate Yu Yan called out to you. Fatty Sushing, you're alive. Look at what you're saying. I'm a Heavenly King rank powerhouse. Watching the simulator, you couldn't help but feel excited. Well done, Fatty. My many simulations weren't in vain. Not only did you survive the monster-suppressing pass, but you even leveled up. In the image, Yu Yan said, impressive. Are you playing the pig to eat the tiger? I never saw you have this kind of skill back at school. That is a long story. If you don't want to say, then don't. I know you have secrets, but regardless of who you are, a hero or a loser, you're still my best buddy. Thanks, you fatso. Yu Yan's situation reminded you that your simulations had changed the fates of many people. To prevent your sister from dying a tragic death at the monster-suppressing pass, you had Jin Songshui donate 500,000 jin of spirit rice to the Kyoto Professional University. Your sister is still at school and will graduate to the monster-suppressing pass next year. Spirit rice alone isn't enough to protect her. To enhance humanity's overall combat power, you used demonic beast essence blood as the primary ingredient. You developed the rebirth pill. After successful development, you handed it over to Lu Yuanwu. The rebirth pill could strengthen a professional's physique, making their cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Lu Yuanwu said, I will first select trustworthy professionals to test it. The medicinal effect of the rebirth pill was extremely potent. After a Grandmaster level professional took it, they permanently gained 30,000 jin of colossal strength. You had increased the overall combat power of humanity by 30%. You thought to yourself that in the simulator, a rebirth pill refined with ordinary demonic beast essence blood was already like this. If it were refined with the essence blood of a demon emperor level beast, humanity's strength might increase dozens of times over. By then, it might even be possible to hold out against the invasion of the legendary level demonic beast army 20 years from now. By the 18th year of the simulation, you felt a subtle change in the force within your body. The speed at which the force seed replenished your force doubled in a short period. Both the strength and the overall explosive power of the force in your body were now twice what they were before. Finally, about to break through, a powerful spiritual energy radiated from the core of the sphere. You finally stepped into the Stage 3 perfection realm. Now, the force in my body can support me for 3 days and 3 nights, and the protective astral chi can be maintained for 10 hours. It's still not enough. This level isn't quite enough to break through the extreme limit realm. You headed to the monster-suppressing pass once more, intending to stabilize your cultivation by killing enemies, but your path was blocked by Lu Yuanwu. Su Sheng, you are already a legendary powerhouse. There are some things I must tell you. You were startled and flew to his side. What is it? It's about why the strongest among us humans can only reach the Great Emperor realm. That's right, I've always heard that the monster-suppressing pass is guarded by Great Emperor-level experts, but I've never seen one in all these simulations. 1,000 years ago, besides Great Emperors, there were also Saint-level and even near-God-level powerhouses among humans. But in a single night, they all disappeared. Disappeared? What force could make such powerhouses vanish? I don't know. All powerhouses on Blue Star disappeared, but those in the dungeons were fine. To be precise, the monster-suppressing pass is an alien dungeon. To avoid disappearing, the Great Emperor-level experts have been guarding this place ever since they leveled up. You understood it in your own way, but they also didn't know if doing this would stop them from disappearing, nor did they want any association with their kin on Blue Star. You're right, if my cultivation exceeds the Great Emperor realm, will I disappear too? That is exactly why I wanted to talk to you about this. Su Sheng, are you ready to enter the world of the truly powerful? Su Xing's thrilling journey in this episode concludes here, marking the end of Chapter 55 from the original Manhua. Thank you for staying with Bala Manhua Recaps until the very end. If you enjoyed this story, please don't forget to hit the like button, share, and subscribe to our channel. Your support is the ultimate motivation for us to bring you even more high-quality series. While you're here, feel free to browse through our library to discover other incredible Manhwa masterpieces that are just as exciting. For now, thank you for watching and we'll see you in the next epic journey.